Yo, walk on. Come on. Street block in this biatch. What's going on, man? We got the people them in the place. Now we do. Yeah, she busy. She brazy. Yeah, but all right. Walk on though. So you don't hear me though. Yeah, it's popping, man. We out here today, B. Yeah. So, oh shit. You know. Hey, you know what? Yeah. Cause man's kind of tight. Yeah, lie. Yeah, lie. Walk on though, anyway. It's popping. One sec, man. Yeah, big up, man. Come on. We got Mo the Crow, type of the thing in the building. Mm. Yeah. So, boy, we got the people them. Yeah, man. So, let me try and invite some. Snap the link still. Yeah, big up all the morning. Massive. Also, everyone that's just woke up. You lucky bastards. Mm. Man. Yeah. Hopefully, we get a panel full before 12 hours is out. I noticed that man, them want to jump on every time it's the end of the 12 hours now. It's mad still. That makes sense, but might as well jump on before the 12 hours is out, fam. Trust me. Trust me. I need to go in the shop still. One sec here. Mm-hmm. Cheers.
Can I have a packet of Tide Green Meat Lock, please? Tide Green.
Oh man. Hey, cuz, you know when you go in the shop, yeah, and someone in the shop's got that, that damp clothes smell. Oh man, fucking stinks, man. Oh, damp clothes is a bad smell, boy. Oh, here we go. Got man like Buddha in the building. It's popping, man.
Yeah, morning. What's going on, bro? You good?
What's going on, man? Yeah, man. Yeah. We out here, you get me?
Yeah, I hear you, bro. I hear you.
So, You know what? Yeah, I didn't have time to consult my English teacher this morning. Yeah,
Mm.
so just hold on for 1 sec. Yeah, 1 sec. Yeah, yeah. There we go. And 1 sec. Oh mate, I don't know what I'm going for this so-called spell check thing on your phone. You know, like I don't know what I'm going for the so-called spell check on the phone. Yeah, car. Bare times it's like it's yeah. Fuck it anyway. Fuck it, man. Anyway, yeah. Let's go anyway. All right, 1 sec. Yeah, that's better. That's better. Yeah, man. So we're saying that. Well, personally, I'm saying that I reckon, in my subjective opinion, there's more crime that's committed by people that are not labeled as gangsters than people that are labeled as gangsters. How do you feel about that, Buddha?
I would have to agree. I mean, regardless of your social persuasion, whether you classify as a gangster or a civilian, whichever way you want to put it, everyone's guilty of some sort of crime. You understand? I don't do crime anymore. Well, okay. I don't do crime to the extent that I used to do crime, but I may not pay a few taxes here and there. That's a crime, nevertheless. Do you get what I'm saying? Somebody might inadvertently sell something on eBay and not pay a tax on that or an income tax or whatever. A crime, nevertheless. So crimes are definitely committed by all people. But what I would say in regards to your title of the show is that the level of crime that's committed, I feel like governments commit a greater level of crime, whereas the populace of the country may commit crime at a larger volume, but they're not at the same level as what governments do. And unfortunately, because of official secrets and all that kind of stuff, you're never going to know what extent the level of crime that the governments commit are. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in one case, you may not pay no taxes on something or whatever. That's a low level crime. But then you might finance the overthrowing and the genocide of another country, murdering thousands of people. That's a major league crime. You get what I'm saying? There you go.
Yeah. Okay, you fam.
So that's where I look at. Interestingly enough, I was listening to a podcast last night of a guy called Sammy the Bull Gravano. I don't know if you've heard of this.
Yeah, I watched that one. Which one? Whose one did you watch? The Valuetainment? Is it Value?
Vlad? No, it
Valuetainment
wasn't
or
the
something?
Vlad one. It was the
Not Vlad. The Italian. The Italian. He plays a mob guy in a couple films.
no, this guy. I think he's like Iranian or something like that. The guy. I think he's like Middle Eastern. The guy that interviews him. But he's got a name called Ben something, whatever. But anyway, I digress. And
Yeah, it's the same guy, man. It's the same guy.
Is it the same guy? Okay. So
Yeah.
so yeah, Sammy was saying a few things. Now, to be honest with you, I always thought of Sammy as a rat, like like an informant kind of thing. But listening to him speak and listening to his podcast, I was impressed with him because you know what, he was talking about crime and all this kind of stuff, and he was saying like politicians commit the maddest crimes, yet he's in jail doing 20 years or whatever. How is it that there's not a politician sitting next to him in the next cell doing at least 10? I mean, Sammy might go out there and rob a bank or something, gets 20 years. Government official will get bribed and okay a fucking chemical or a medicine or some shit like that, and then it fucking harms thousands of people. No repercussion. You know what I mean?
What the fuck am I doing around there, P? Hey, I need to fucking. Yo. It's my bad, it cut out still. Literally just cut out. Fucking hell, man.
No, I can hear you though.
Wow. Yeah. What you saying, no, man? Anyway, car. You know when you misplace something? Oh, fucking God. Fucking hell, mate.
To be honest with you, Bigger, I feel like for all your atheism, I think the jinns are just like moving your tools around, your car keys. Like, I think that's what's happening.
That's left up in the doors, isn't it? That's what it is. Yeah, man. So, you know, it's when you're in a rush. You know when you're in a rush?
Yeah, for real. What time do you start?
Like 7.
You're running late?
7 still.
You're running late today?
No, I've been to a few jobs, man.
Are you ready to be raw? Fucking hell.
Yeah. But they was close to where I live, innit? So, yeah, man. So what were you saying though anyway, man? Like, I'm saying that a lot of these crimes, government criminals or whatever, yeah, or the gangsters or whatever, a lot of them are flipping half run by them government official sort of people anyway.
Well, to be honest with you, I mean, I can't really speak for the UK. Can't substantiate a lot of stuff in the UK in regards to government, but absolutely we can substantiate a lot of things to do with the American, the USA. So if we look at the Clinton family, they were all bootleggers and shit. Do you get what I'm saying? If we look at even you ever seen that film Made in America?
Hold it up for me, yeah? I'm just going to leave you in the van while I quickly run into the house.
Fucking do this to me, man. All right, cool. Yeah, there's a film called American Made. I think Tom Cruise plays the main lead.
I'm just quickly running in and out.
And it kind of it's based on a true story about a guy called Barry Seal who was flying in cocaine vis-a-vis the CIA into USA, and he was dropping the packages, the cocaine. He was dropping them in Arkansas, and specifically, Arkansas was the place where Bill Clinton was the mayor or some shit. I can't quite remember what the terminology is for it. But then you go on to see Bill Clinton's brothers being arrested for cocaine, and it's just so dark and like, I mean, there's so many shit things going on. Like there's a thing on YouTube called the kill count. Don't know if you guys have heard that, the Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton kill count. Anyone associated with the Clintons that they didn't like mysteriously end up dead. It's okay, it may be coincidence. I don't want to go into conspiracies and all the rest of it, but fact, most of these people, even you go far back like Jefferson and people like that, these guys had slaves and shit. There was a lady who was a slave of Jefferson, and so the Jefferson president, was he a president? I can't remember, whatever. But anyway, there's a cemetery where only the Jefferson family are allowed to be buried, and he fathered a number of children with a slave woman, and they're direct descendants. They've done a DNA test and all the rest of it, and they've now got the right to be buried in the same place where the Jeffersons are buried, which kind of like, I don't know. I'm a bit kind of confused by that. Why the fuck would you want to be buried next to a bunch of slave owners? But anyway, is what it is. I mean, so criminality is all the way through the governments of all of the worlds, even the UK. You see all of these people that are related to past criminal elements. Like it's listen, man. If we look at your man Boris Johnson himself, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, he's admitting to taking cocaine. He's admitted to taking drugs. He's admitted to trying to get a fucking a reporter beaten up. He conspired to beat up a reporter. It's in his book. So it's not me saying this, it's him saying it. So, you know, if one of us turn around and say, yeah, listen, man, we're going to go and beat up this guy or whatever, yeah, we're up on fucking conspiracy charges and shit.
Yo. Oh my. Shit, you know when. Oh man. Yeah, you know it's a fucking. It's a losing start when you start with an L. You get me? Oh, it's mad.
No, but it's a win when you recover. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man. Fucking hell. So, where have we got to so far with UK crime sort of talk?
Yeah, I was just saying, like, even Boris Johnson admitted to committing crimes, drug crimes and stuff like this, and conspiring to beat up a reporter. All of these types of things, like, yeah, it's crazy.
I heard Boris takes a lot of coke, man.
Yeah, he admitted it in his book. So, yeah. I think cannabis, cocaine. Personally, I think he's on fucking acid. If you look at that guy, Jesus Christ.
Oh, woohoo! Found it. Mate. Bruv. So, we're saying that, one second, let me get onto loudspeaker, onto Bluetooth so I can hear you.
Thank
So let me ask you
you.
something. Let me ask you something, bigger. So, who's worse? The perpetrators of the crime or the enablers of the crime? So let me try and qualify that. So if you've got a company and this company wants to put out a medicine, and this medicine, let's say, helps with morning sickness in pregnancy. Okay. Now, if you work for that company and you know that there's a risk that this medication that you're going to give for morning sickness is going to have adverse effects on the pregnancy and a risk to life and a risk to the child, the fetus or whatever. Now, who's worse, the person that sits at the top or the person that sells it?
Probably the person that facilitates it being made, that knows it's going to be causing illness. But like I'm saying, listen to this, yeah. You know that what's his name? Is it Harry Allslinger? Harry Allslinger, is it? Allslinger. Do you know who he is?
No, go give some more information.
So he's the man that put the prohibition against hemp, cannabis or whatever, and it was him and the pharmaceutical companies and someone else. They said the reason why they didn't want to do it is because they didn't want people growing their own medicine in their own back garden.
Is that in America, yeah?
Yeah. And obviously that spread to the rest of the world because obviously as one of the biggest trading partners, they put it on everyone saying, no, if you don't follow our rules of the drug laws, then we won't trade with you and all that. So
you know what's interesting with that? During that time, especially with hemp, because hemp doesn't.
Henry,
Although hemp is
Henry Ford. Hold on a sec, though, Buddha. Yeah, Henry Ford made a car, and the hemp was tougher than steel.
That's right.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yes,
so they was able to.
That's right.
Yeah. So there's very uses for hemp.
You could run it was a Model T Ford made from hemp, derivatives of hemp. You could even run the vehicle, not just made from hemp, but run the vehicle on hemp. All right, cool. Yeah. But the interesting thing is, all right, so there might be an argument for cannabis saying, you know, there's social implications, health implications because of its psychotropic effects. All right, fair enough. But hemp doesn't contain the THC. And in fact, hemp was used to make ropes primarily. And ropes, people think about ropes today, and it's not really a major industry. But what you got to realize, during that time, a lot of the boats and everything had all their rigging was made of ropes. When you tie a rope to the port and all the rest of it, to the dock, all the sails used ropes. So ropes was a big industry, and the hemp was used to make these ropes. All right, cool. So it was akin to like the rubber barons, you know, like how cars became more and more popular. So the use for rubber was increasing. So, you know, the demand was increasing. So rubber was like a major thing. All right, cool. So what got me was why would they wanna ban hemp? And I don't know if they still made the ropes from hemp at that time, but I know in Mexico there's a plant. I've actually made the rope myself, believe it or not, from a plant over there. I can't remember. You beat the leaves and you get the fibers and you make rope. So all of these
The start
things,
of it was from racism. The start of it was from racism.
How so? Go ahead, tell me.
It was put down the Mexican people that was doing the cannabis. They changed it to marijuana. They made adverts. They done a propaganda campaign against it, saying, "Listen to this. Have you heard this? Have you heard of this before? A black man on cocaine has superhuman strength. A policeman shot him in the heart and he never died. Yeah. So cocaine needs to be banned. That's one. And a black man or a Mexican on cannabis can't help lusting over white women and stuff like that."
I remember, yeah, I haven't heard the cocaine one before. That's a new one on me. But I've heard the
Harry Anslinger or something like that. His name is Harry Anslinger.
I heard the one about the cannabis. That was you know, there was a film called something of the Nation. Is it Building a Nation or something like that? A racist Ku Klux Klan, black and white, silent film. Raising of a Nation, I think it's called.
Birth of a Nation.
Birth of a Nation. And
yes.
my bad made a remix of it. The Black Dog made a remix of it.
So
Birth of a Nation, but he's got it as Nate.
Okay.
I believe I made his name.
So
Nat Turner with a burner. You get me? He's got Nat Turner with a burner on Birth of a Nation on his one, the black one, isn't it?
Okay, but yeah, they touched on the whole cannabis and lusting over white women and all this kind of fuckery. But what was interesting was Coca-Cola, one of the biggest companies in the world. Their initial, in fact, listen to this. From my last research, the only company in the whole of America that has a license to import cocaine, the cocoa leaves, is Coca-Cola. They used to put cocaine inside Coca-Cola. Everybody knows this, but what people don't realize is they still put cocaine in Coca-Cola, but it's not in the form of the they chemically do something to it to withdraw all of the, I don't know, the fucking addictive part or whatever, or the high part of it. But cocaine's still used in Coca-Cola. The extract from the cocoa leaf is used. So cocaine was used in Coca-Cola. What was Abraham Lincoln used to smoke marijuana and used to have his own plants, but all of a sudden it's become illegal. It's crazy. It's crazy. And I feel like one of the only things that will save this country's economy is the legalization of cannabis. I think after this pandemic and all the rest of it, to only bolster up this economy, if the UK was to legalize cannabis, I think it will save the economy, if not boost it.
Do you want to know? Listen to this, yeah. It's on the same subject, but a little bit off, yeah. But what's it called again? Canada fully legalized the production of marijuana, and their cannabis stocks have gone through the roof.
That's right. But we see this all over the place, Bigger.
And they was all penny stocks, first of all. They was all penny stocks, yeah. Where people was being advised, yeah. There was financial advisors that was coming online on TV and saying, "Do not invest in cannabis stocks. It's just a fad." And I was like, "But I know people around me, yeah. That's not a fad, mate." So, yeah.
I mean, it's really rich for like people to say, "Oh, don't invest in cannabis, don't do this, don't do that." But then when you look at Theresa May's husband, for example, who sits on a board that is one of the biggest cannabis exporters in the world, medical marijuana.
Yeah.
You understand? We look at places like Colorado. I think Colorado was one of the first places in America one of the first states in America to legalize cannabis. Colorado, there was fuck all there. Nothing. It's like a gold, what they call it, gold rush place. You understand? A few valleys here and there, and fuck all going on. The minute they legalized cannabis, the state's money went through the roof. Went through the fucking roof. You understand? It's crazy. Even we look at Paraguay. Paraguay was one of the first countries in the world. Country, not even state. Country.
The war on drugs, yeah. The war on drugs funds the prices of the drugs going through the roof, the criminality, all of it.
Yeah,
the war on drugs funds.
Like I was saying before, like Reagan come out and talked about war on drugs, blah 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 blah. At the same time, the CIA was flooding the whole of New York and Chicago with fucking heroin and crack, cocaine. You know what I'm saying? This is common knowledge. Nancy Reagan, Reagan's wife, I think she had an opioid addiction, pills or some shit. So you're talking about war on drugs. Your wife's a fucking junkie. Come on, man. All of these Betty Ford clinics and shit like that. I mean, come on. I mean, it's not even just subjugated to America. We look at even during the Nazi regime. I don't know if you know this, but during the Second World War, not all of them, but most of the soldiers were on like fucking, what's that thing called? Methamphetamine. Understand? Breaking Bad shit over here. They were literally giving out fucking methamphetamines in ration packs. You know what I'm saying? Himmler was addicted to fucking morphine. Hitler was addicted to cocaine. Come on, man. This is nothing new. Yeah. You know, all these people in power.
I'm not saying that coke is a good thing, innit? I'm not saying that. Like, it's a good thing for people to be addicted on or anything like that, or fucking smoking weed is good for people or anything like that, yeah. I'm saying that the war on drugs is funding the criminal side of it, the prices of drugs, the amount of money that certain groups are able to amass through the sale and importation, distribution of it.
Yeah, it's the supply and demand thing, isn't it? If there's a high demand and the supply is only small, there's going to be a higher price for it. The minute you legalize it and everyone's got it, the price will go down. Supply and demand.
Yeah, man. So there's more than just drugs in it. Yeah, but illegal drugs is a big part of where governments are committing more crime than gangsters, or even feeding gangsters, or working with gangsters to flood places full of drugs and that. You get me?
Definitely, and I'll give you another example of how what you're talking about is work in action. So when you look at the mob in America and how they connected to every fucking form of industry, like even that interview we were talking about with Gravano, he was talking about Trump. He was talking about how Trump was building whatever construction was going down in New York at the time. The mafia, the mob had the racket on the cement and shit like that. All construction. Yeah, even Trump had his run-ins with these guys. So there you go, hand in hand. I mean, Trump was a criminal before he became a president. You got to ask yourself, how the fuck did a criminal become a president? The guy was loan shark. He was doing all sorts of fuckery. You get what I'm saying? Raping women, and this guy's a legit fucking. In ordinary society, this guy would be spat on every time he walked down the fucking street. But the guy's a fucking president. Imagine.
That people look up to. You got people that are talking about. This is when I knew that man never lost yet. There's people that call themselves woke and all this sort of shit. That talking about Donald Trump speaks the truth. He's not part of the establishment. It's like, huh? How does that work out? What's going on?
You know what? Trump reminds me of this. Look, like, you see, as an organization, yeah, I do admire the way in which the mafia organize themselves, right? The old school mafia, the old school, the original thing, right? Because it's a working business, it's an enterprise. Do you understand? But the elements that jump out and cause a load of shit, this thing's supposed to be like quiet. Do you get what I'm saying? You're not supposed to know about these things. I shouldn't know about it. Nobody should know about these things. But because of certain individuals who go against the grain and don't observe the rules and all the rest of it, they want to be flamboyant and all this kind of fuckery. They desire notoriety and shit like that. They fucked the whole program up, and Trump is like that. I think the government before Trump were doing the whole heap of work. They were doing a whole heap of fucking mess. But they were doing it on the low, on the quiet, CIA, black fucking operations, all the rest of it. But then along comes Trump and just fucks shit up. Does it his own way, out in the open. Mad.
Hello? Yo. Snail. Mr. IC3, what's going on? Good morning, young man.
Good morning. I'm listening today. I'm not gonna come on because I'll end up. I jinx your stream, so I let people go on.
Oh. Yeah, man. Obviously, I still need to ask your opinion, though, innit? Like, on this. Who's more criminal? Who commits more crime?
My opinion is the government cannot commit crime because the government decides what crime is. Yeah, so yeah, the courts, where so-called criminals go to, are owned by the government. So the government can't commit crime. That's
The government can't commit crime.
huh?
The government can't commit crime.
No, because they're the ones that have the courts and they decide what crime is. That's how I see it.
What about if a government official does something that's against the law?
It will be an official, and it will be an individual, and then he will be removed from the government. But the government must decide whether that employee has committed a crime. They will decide. That's what I think. So it does relate to the discussions we were having yesterday and before that as well.
Yeah.
So it's a good question. It's a good question. So unless you have, the only thing above the government or a sovereign government would be an international. You know, when they have international courts, the war crime courts.
What, like Interpol?
Yeah. So it'd have to be only international courts can judge a government. I don't know. I don't know. It's right, actually. No, an international court can take out a leader of a government, I think. Yeah, an international court can arrest the leader of a government for war crimes, I think.
Because a couple men have been arrested before, you know. Tony Blair's been arrested. Tony Blair's been arrested and used a different name. Boris Johnson, not Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson and what's his name? Gideon. He used to be the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Name? George.
Oh yeah,
George
I
Osborne.
forgot his name. Yeah,
George
yeah, that's
Osborne.
it. Yeah.
And a couple others used to link to the black prostitute in Southwark and Smith Coat there. I think they got busted with that, no criminal charges and shit. So what you say might be right, man. But this is before they were government officials, though. So how does that work out? What is it? That they're in the higher echelons of like society, they can pay for a better legal team, which can fix their situation better. They're just like a duty solicitor that you might get if you get arrested for shoplifting.
Yes.
Like a teenager or something.
Yeah. Plus, it's the government that regulates solicitors and lawyers and judges, I think.
Yeah, but I'm saying that this is before that these people were in government.
Yes. Yeah. So even if you're not a member of the government and you just want to commit a crime, and you commit a crime, it's still going to be that person who committed the crimes. That person may have connections within government, and then they're going to get off the crime, won't they?
Yeah, because it's the same sort of thing, yeah, but it's a similar story. Basically, yeah, a guy convinced someone, a young person, whose parents are high up in a Mexican government, to import some ecstasy tablets, and obviously their parents was able to get them like a lesser sentence sort of thing.
Of course, yeah, that's right. So that's how I came to my conclusion.
I think, listen, I'm literally just about to go through another tunnel, yeah. So it's gonna cut out for a sec, but I'm gonna be here in a sec, yeah. Just,
yeah.
Give everyone an update on who commits more crime or.
you sure you don't want me to drink? I'll jinx the stream, man. No one's gonna come on if I'm on. I'll talk anyway, and for a while, and then I'll cut off, and let other people come on. All right. Yeah. So my conclusion. Yeah, my conclusion is that the government cannot commit crime because the government decides what crime is. So I don't know if there's anybody who would disagree with that. That's my answer. So it'll be interesting to see what other people think. Yeah, because when you go into the court, what's that big logo you see at the back of the court above the judge's head? Oh, actually, some of you might not have been to court. Might never have been in a court, but if you go into a court, there's usually a big logo above the judge's head, and I think it's there for a reason, and I think its position above the judge's head on the back of the wall is significant. Yeah. So I'm not too sure. Maybe somebody else can come on and talk about international. I'll tell you what. I'll see if I can find some information and read about it. So what's that? International criminal. There we go. Now, what is this? International Criminal Court. International Criminal Court. I'm guessing, I don't know. I'm going to try and find out in a few moments that I'm on. If governments cannot commit crime, in the short moments that I'm here. So the International Criminal Court, ICC or ICCT, is an intergovernmental organization. The International Criminal Court is an intergovernmental. Oh, that's interesting. The International Criminal Court is an intergovernmental organization and international tribunal that sits in The Hague, Netherlands. The ICC, or the International Criminal Court, has jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for the international crimes of genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression.
Yo, hey, IC3.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
that in countries like Holland, yeah? In countries like Holland, yeah? Because their reform laws in their jail system and their relaxed laws on their drugs, their jails they're starting to close jails because they've got empty spaces in jails.
Interesting.
I'm not saying that their society is the best, but I'm saying that the jail side of it, the criminal side of it, is dying out.
Yeah, it must be if they're closing jails. Yeah, that's strange. Yeah, I don't know how that works out. Yeah, Sounds good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
legalizes. You know why? Yeah, because there's a lot of people that are in for like minor drug offences,
Yeah.
and it's like really and truly, yeah, people that are taking like hard drugs or whatever, yeah. I've said this before, yeah. A lot of people agree with me, yeah. But I've said this before. A lot of people, yeah, I would say the majority, not everyone, the majority of people that take the hardest drugs and whatever have got like another problem what they're trying to cover up in it, when they're trying to
Yeah.
escape from.
Right.
It's not that they went to parties or whatever. There's something happened, yeah, that they want to cover up and escape from it.
Right.
So
So
sending
yes,
them
it's
to
just
jail a million times is not fixing the actual reason why they're taking drugs. If
correct.
there was
Yeah.
something like to recover them in therapy, like for the reasons why are they taking drugs, what pain are they trying to cover? Can we recover from the pain and move on to the next level? Then I feel like that would be better for the majority of drug offenders in jail.
So you said that's the Netherlands, the system in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
It's
Some
interesting.
Scandinavian countries as well.
Scandinavian countries, right? Hmm.
Portugal decriminalised, I think it was heroin and some other drugs, and then their crime, they had a bad heroin user rate, and it's gone low. It's probably like 9.5 or something like that.
Yeah. Well, I think any government that cares about its people would be moving in that direction. Yeah. So that sounds interesting. Yeah. Do you know about? Have you heard of the?
Don't work.
Sorry.
The American system don't work, is it? The way that they prosecute criminals and the way that America deals with their citizens and so and so. And
Oh, I don't know.
all the countries.
I don't know to say.
No, but it don't work though.
No,
It
no.
don't
I
work.
wouldn't say that.
I'm not saying it don't work, yeah. I'm saying it don't work for the criminals, innit? Like for the people that's
Okay, there
going
you
jail.
go.
Like it don't
There you
reform
go.
them.
Right.
They return to jail a higher number of times.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like a lot of them are going in with a small in with a
Offense.
small crime and coming out with a small offense and coming out with worse. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yeah. So yeah, I like the statement you made. The American system does not work for the criminals. But that statement is like, yeah. So who cares about criminals? But the American system works. It works because they have reasons, and I understand that they treat jails like hotels and stuff. They make money out of prisons, so on. So in terms of making money, it's working. It's working for some people in the higher levels. So yeah. So the government there again. The government decides what is working and what is not. The government decides.
But like you said, if the government care about the majority and not the minority, like they don't care about the small shareholders of things to making profit in shares or whatever, compared to having a profitable member of society. Because really and truly, if you reform all the people that's going jail and they become members of the society that are able to be providing in the society or whatever, obviously that's going to be better for everyone in the society, apart from the people that own jails. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly. Yes. Exactly.
but that's the majority, though. majority of people in the society don't own jails. The majority of
Exactly.
people in the society are not in the government. The majority of people in the society are not rich. So
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. So
it'll benefit
the
the majority.
American philosophy has a different foundation, it appears to me. Because if you got the Federal Reserve printing money, and then those who are nearest the money get the first benefits, then it's just like the Wild West, isn't it? It's the first. It's all about money. If the people die, then that's it. Does it matter? Because they're there for money. It's an enterprise. Have you heard of the International Criminal Court?
Yeah.
Because I wanted to have a look at it, because your question says, who commits more crime, the government or the gangsters? I said I believe it. The government can't commit crime, and then I'm going to, unless somebody else comes on to challenge me, I'm going to try and challenge myself to find out, is there another entity that can state that a government is criminal. So I started off my search and went to the International Criminal Court. So I'm going to read a little bit from there, if you think it's a good idea.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. So so the International Criminal Court, ICC, is a intergovernmental organization and international tribunal that sits in The Hague, Netherlands. The ICC, or the International Criminal Court, has jurisdiction to prosecute individuals for the international crimes of genocide, crime against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. Interesting. Crime of aggression. It is intended to complement existing national judicial systems, and it may therefore exercise its jurisdiction only when national courts are unwilling or unable to prosecute criminals. The International Criminal Court lacks universal territorial jurisdiction and may only investigate and prosecute crimes. Is that me?
No, someone's dog's running off.
What's the matter?
Is it talking to you?
Someone's dog's run off here. But
Okay.
the dog went off here, and man was telling the man.
I thought he was shouting at you.
Nah,
I thought he shouted at you.
I'll just run you over, cunt.
Good morning, Jupiter.
Good morning. So Benny, this Netherlands system, the system you said where they've got no prisoners, how does that work?
I never said they got no prisoners. I said that they're closing prisons because they're not having as much prisoners.
Okay. So what do they do? What do they do different to us?
They've relaxed their drug laws. Also, they've got rehabilitation programs in it for their criminals, so they become obviously like working members of society and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's obviously gonna help people back into the system rather than them returning back to jail. Because if you just come out of jail and you go to a job interview and you put on it that you've just come out of jail, you've got a higher chance of not getting the job.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I do think that we need a shake-up in our prison system. That's why I was interested. So, I've not seen it, but someone was saying to me a few months back that up north they've got a system going on up north, or it might even be in Scotland, where instead of giving people imprisonment unless it's something really, really serious like murder, they're putting whole teams around people to get them jobs and that. And that so far it's been really effective. They're thinking rolling it out. But I've not heard no more about it since then, since that one person told me. And I thought, haven't seen it on TV or anything. But I think that would be a good thing as well if they did that in this country.
Yeah, that does sound like something positive.
Yeah.
That you know what I mean? That should be considered to be.
I found some articles on the closing of prisons in the Netherlands. Would you like me to read them out?
Yeah.
The closing of prisons. So, you're right. It says here, the government of the Netherlands is to close a further 4 of the nation's prisons as crime rates hit their lowest since 1980. Reading on independent.
Yeah. What's their reasons? What's the reasons why their crime rate is so low?
So I'm going to try and find out now. It says Dutch prisons are so empty they're being turned into homes. I'm trying to find an article that
Crazy. And that's what's mad, yeah. So the UK is building more prisons. Amsterdam, Holland, is closing prisons.
I've got the BBC news here. It says, while BBC says the Dutch prison crisis, a shortage of prisoners. It's written in 2016, and it says, while the UK has much of the world's struggles with overcrowded prisons, the Netherlands has the opposite problem. It is actually short of people to lock up. In the past few years, 19 prisons have closed down and more are stated for closing next year. How has this happened? And why do some people think it's a problem? The smell of fried onions wafts up the metal staircase, past the cell doors and along the wing. Down in the kitchen, inmates are preparing their evening meal. One man gripping a long serrated blade is expertly chopping vegetables. Quote, I've had 6 years to practice, so I'm getting better, he says. It is noisy work because the knife is on a long steel chain attached to the worktop. Quote, they can't take the knife with them, says Jan Roloff van der Spoel, Deputy Governor of Noordhaven, a high security prison in the northeast of the Netherlands. Quote, but they can borrow small kitchen knives if they hand in their passes so that we know exactly who has what. End quote. Some of these men are inside for violent offences, and the thought of them walking around with knives might seem alarming, but learning to cook is just one of the ways the prison helps offenders to get back on track after their release. Quote, in the Dutch service, we look at the individual, says Van der Spoel. Quote, if somebody has a drug problem, we treat them we treat their addiction. If they are aggressive, we provide anger management. If they have got money problems, we give them debt counseling. So we try to remove whatever it was that caused the crime. The inmate himself or herself must be willing to change, but our method has been very effective. Over the last 10 years, our work has improved more and more, end quote. He adds, the more persistent offenders, known in the trade as revolving door criminals, are eventually given 2-year sentences and tailor-made rehabilitation programs. Fewer than 10% then return to prison after their release. In England and Wales and in the United States, roughly half of those serving short sentences reoffend within 2 years, and the figure is often higher for young adults. Norgerhaven, along with Ursahim, another almost identical prison in the same village, Vinhuisen, has plenty of open space, exercise yards, and size of 4 football pitches, featuring oak trees, picnic tables, and volleyball nets. Van der Spoel says the fresh air reduces stress levels for the inmates and staff. Detainees are allowed to walk unaccompanied to the library, to the clinic, or to the canteen, and this autonomy helps them to adapt to normal life after their sentence. A decade ago, the Netherlands had one of the highest incarceration rates in Europe, but it now claims one of the lowest. 57 people per 100,000 of the population, compared to 148 in England and Wales. But better rehabilitation is not the only way for the sharp decline. Sorry, is not the only reason for the sharp decline in Dutch prison population. From 14,468 in 2005 to 8,245 last year, a drop of 43%. The peak in 2005 was partly due to improved screening at Amsterdam's Schiphol airport, which resulted in an explosion in the number of drug mules caught carrying cocaine. Today, the police have new priorities, according to Pauline Schnut, a criminal law professor and from the southern city of Leiden. Quote, they have shifted their focus away from drugs and now concentrate on fighting human trafficking and terrorism, end of quote, she says. In addition, Dutch judges often use alternatives to prison, such as community service orders, fines, and electronic tagging of offenders. Angeline van Dijk, director of the prison service in the Netherlands, says jail is increasingly used for those who are too dangerous to release or for vulnerable offenders who need help available inside. Quote, sometimes it is better for people to stay in their jobs, stay with their families, and do the punishment in another way, end of quote. She says from her brightly lit office at the top of the tower block in The Hague. Quote, "We have shorter prison sentences and a decreasing crime rate here in the Netherlands. So that is leading to empty cells," end of quote. But while recorded crime has shrunk by 25% over the past 8 years, some argue that these results from the closure of police stations as a result of budget costs, which makes crime harder to report. You want me to read a bit more? Or is that enough?
Yeah. Was they saying that? So do you think, yeah, in your opinion, that the conclusion that they tried to come to was that there was less crime because they're rehabilitating more people, or there's less crime because they're spending less money on police stations or whatever?
Yeah,
They're doing
that's
other
what
things
sprang
other than
out to
just
me.
sending people to
Yeah,
jail.
that's a good question. I'm not too sure. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to. It could be that they're trying to be rehabilitate the prisoners in order to get them back to work. You know, so they could produce more for the economy in that way. Whilst, as you were saying, in America, it seems they make money out of having people in prison. So I'm not sure. If I read a bit more, it might say what's going on. Other critics, such as Madeleine van Turenberg, a former prison governor and now the opposition Christian Democratic Appeal Party's spokeswoman on criminal justice, blame the shortage of prisoners on low detection rates. Quote, "The police are overwhelmed and can't handle their workload," she says. And what is the government's response? Closing prisons. We find that surprising. What is clear is that many of Angeline van Dijk's staff are not happy about the lack of people to lock up. Franz Carbo, the prison guards representative from the FNV union, says that members are angry and a little bit depressed. Young people don't want to join the prison service, and he adds, because there is no future in it anymore. You never know when your prison will be closed. One empty prison was turned into a fancy hotel south of Amsterdam. Its 4 most expensive suites, named the lawyer, the judge, the governor, and the jailer. But others converted into asylum reception centers, have provided work for some former prison guards. Okay, asylum reception centers. The desire to protect prison service jobs has sparked another surprising solution: the import of foreign inmates from Norway and Belgium. Quote, "At one point, our state secretary met the Norwegian Minister of Justice and said, 'I have some cells to spare. You can rent one of our prisons,' says Jan Roelof van der Spoel." So last September, Norway began sending some of its convicts south to serve their sentences in Van der Spoel's prison, Norgerhaven. The governor of the prison is now a Norwegian, Carl Hillestland. but the prison guards keeping an eye on the 234 men locked up here are Dutch. The mild-mannered former bookseller with a bushy moustache. Hillisland strikes me as an unlikely jailer. His green uniform with epaulets looks extremely formal and is nothing like the relaxed clothing of his Dutch colleague. But in fact, Norway has a more liberal prison regime than the Netherlands, he says. Norwegian inmates are allowed, for example, to give media interviews, watch DVDs of their choice, because the underlying principle is one of normalization, meaning that in life, prison should replicate life on the outside as closely as possible to help ex-offenders reintegrate into society. Quote, there are some differences in the way we do things, says Van der Spoel. We discipline a prisoner for breaking the rules straight away, whereas the Norwegians do an investigation and wait a while before imposing punishment. For our guards, the style of working was a bit tough to begin with. Quote, but on the whole, says Hillebrand, we share the same basic rules about how to run a prison, end quote. He adds that a few prisoners were forced to come here from Norway and most volunteered, partly because groceries and tobacco are cheaper in Holland. A recently installed Skype room is another big attraction for Norgenhaven. Relatives who want to visit have to pay their own travel costs, and the round trip costs at least 500 euros with an overnight in a hotel. But many of the long-term prisoners are foreign nationals who very rarely saw their families anyway when they were behind bars in Norway. Michael's immaculate, tidy cell is decorated with pictures of his football team and his 4 small children. A welder from North Poland. He was convicted in Norway, but didn't have access to Skype in prison there. Quote, my wife is busy looking after 4 kids and trying to hold down a job. And anyway, she doesn't have the money to come and see me, he says. So I opted for this prison so I could see my family and not just hear their voices on the phone. He stares at the floor for a moment or two. Quote, after the Skype call, it's very hard, especially at Christmas and Easter, but it is better than nothing.
Can't lie, yeah. That jail does sound like, boy, definitely does sound like none of the Arizona prisons that Sean Atwood has wrote about. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. Where T-Bone's got a fucking body full of scars and shit. Cause he's fighting, he's got a beat up man for raping the new prisoners and shit like that. You hear me?
Oh,
there's a fucking Aryan Brotherhood.
That's right.
Mexican gangsters, and then it's literally racially segregated in the American jails as well, isn't it? Like
yeah,
blacks with blacks, whites with whites, Mexicans with Mexicans, and others with other.
Yeah, so they try to reflect life, so and they have lots of green space and stuff. Yeah, so so that relates to what you were saying about they are closing prisons in Netherlands.
But obviously, it's good that they're closing prisons, yeah. But it's got to be what's the reason for that they're closing prisons is because they've got less people committing crime. Not that they're punishing people in a different way. Because if they still got the same amount of people committing crime but not going to prison or whatever, they're just doing other stuff with them, then they've not really got a solution in it. They're just doing other stuff for people that's committing
Exactly.
crime in it.
Yeah.
But if they've got less people committing crime and whatnot, being reformed back into society and all that, whatever, you know what I'm saying? That then
yeah. So
the
article doesn't give that answer. I suppose that's the political answer.
Well, it did. If you listened,
Did it?
they said they weren't detecting them. The crimes weren't detected.
No, that was only one opposition lady's answer. That
She was opposite.
You got to remember that was the opposition party.
Yes, that's right.
The people that was in power in it. So
yeah.
If it was an independent, say it was an independent, so say an ex ex prison governor that was independent now, and they've gone to ask their opinion, and they said, oh yeah, but it's cause this, that, and the other. That would hold more weight in it. But because it's an opposing party member that's trying to gain power.
That's right. Yeah, that's what I got anyway. I don't know. Yeah, that was my impression. That this person was. Let's see if I can find the quote again. But it seemed that they were opposing. To try and gain power. Oh, here it is. It says other critics. So other critics, such as Madeleine van Turenberg, a former prison governor and now the opposition Christian Democratic Appeal Party's spokeswoman on criminal justice, blamed the shortage of prisoners on low detection rates. Quote, "The police are overwhelmed and can't handle their workload," she says. And what is the government's response? Closing prisons. We find this surprising.
I've got to jump off though, man, because I need to go and do some work, man.
Okay.
Yeah, so shout me if anyone wants to jump on. Yeah, just keep going through that. Or try and have a look in to see if you can find anywhere where they've got less prisoners and it's because they've got less people committing crime, and what's the reasons why their places like that.
Yeah, I'll do that. First of all, I'll look into this thing about what your question was. Who commits more crime, government or gangsters? And then I was saying that it's the government can't commit crime because the government decides what crime is. And then I was trying to find out if there's anybody that can hold a government to account. And then I went to the International Criminal Court. So I was reading from the International Criminal Court to see if the International Criminal Court can say that a government's committed crime. So is it a government or an individual? So that's where it was. Would you like to hear that, Jupiter?
I'm not going to lie. No, not really.
Okay.
I'd rather a discussion, to be honest.
All right. Yeah, so it's discussion and then a bit of facts. Discussion without facts.
Do you agree that a government can't commit crime because they're the government?
No, I don't agree with that. I understand the direction he's coming from and the perception he's got. It is a good point that when they bring in acts and statutes, they are making the laws. But to be honest, no, I don't believe that. I believe that society should be making the laws of what they want within their society, and I think they do. In general, even if someone in government murdered, for example, they would get done for murder. So I don't think so. I think a lot of our
if a government official killed someone, they'll get done for murder.
Yeah, they would get done for murder, wouldn't they? We've got
Do
MP.
you know of a government official that's killed someone and been done for murder?
Yeah, if we had somebody in government that committed rape or murder, they would get prosecuted, wouldn't they? But I will say this: in I think it was about 2 years ago now, they changed the rules so that they don't have to make it public when people in holding office or in Parliament are being tried for a crime, which used to be public. I do think that should be put back to normal. I think that,
Super, do you know who Melanie Shaw is?
yeah.
Do you know about her story?
Yeah, but there's two factions, isn't there? There's one faction that say that she has suffered abuse, because there's no doubt she suffered abuse when she was in care homes and stuff. But she went on to say that there was politicians and that involved,
Yeah.
which wouldn't be unusual, because we have had other people that have fingered politicians and it's turned out to be true. But there's another faction that say that she was a bit of a fantasist, that some of her story is true, but she's added elements on. So it's a bit hard to sort of like work out which is truth there, to be honest. And I've not looked into it enough to sort of like say whether I believe her or I don't believe her. I know enough to say that I do believe that she's been treated unfairly, though, because she's turned up in court drugged up. They've drugged her up to the eyeballs, so she can't give evidence, and kept her in really when they didn't need to, and stuff like that. So yeah, she has definitely been unfairly treated. But whether all her allegations are truthful, I don't know. I haven't looked into it enough. Because to be honest, Veli, when it comes to all that paedophilia and that, it starts getting confusing, because you get so far, and then do you know what I mean?
Yeah. That's what I was saying that yesterday, that sometimes, because the people are so high up where they're talking about, it seems like it's hard to believe in it, because it's like, how have they got access to these people, or why would they put themselves in this sort of position, or why, I don't know, man. But
yeah, I definitely.
on the other side of it, why would the other people that are saying these things that are happening, or that had happened to them, like,
Yeah, I definitely believe that there are politicians that are probably abusing their positions of power and are doing this paedophilic stuff. There's no doubt about that. But where it's such a horrid crime, I wouldn't want to be somebody that sort of like makes a judgment on an innocent person. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to be absolutely sure. And because the law can come down heavy on you if you get it wrong, it just makes it so difficult.
I thought his name was Ted Heath, but it's saying one man saying it's Edward Heath. I thought there was a politician called Ted Heath.
Yeah,
who was supposedly
to be a paedophile. Yeah, Ted Heath. The list, I think it's called the Rains list. Rains list. You can look it up, and someone's completed this list and put it online of all the people still alive today in power that's been implicated. I think it's called the Rains list. But like I said, it's a big thing to get into.
Is that real though? Any all these people that's being accused, and
well, the person that put the list together says that they've gone and looked into it, and that's why they're on there. But for me, without actually knowing and seeing proper hard evidence, do you know what I mean? I don't really want to get involved in, this one's definitely this and this one's definitely that. I mean, with people like Epstein, when they were talking about and the one with the island and everything, when people were talking about him for a long time, you could quite clearly see that there was something not quite right and something wrong, and the stories did keep surfacing with the young girls to do with Prince Andrew. So you could see that there was definitely something there, and now it's all come out that there was something there. That's good. But when and they do say there's no smoke without fire. So some of these people probably are implicated in one way or another. But to be able to say what categorically what it is, no, I don't know. I don't look into it enough. I don't know if do you remember the Hampstead child abuse case?
Yeah. I was speaking about it yesterday. Well, obviously not fully about. I was just saying that when I heard the children on the interview, I was like,
Yeah,
that's the if why would they know or why would they? Yeah, how did they get that information in it? The stuff that they was saying. How did they come into that knowledge? You know what I'm saying?
yeah. Well, apparently the story goes that they were coaxed by their stepfather into saying all the things that they said. But I watched all those interviews as well, Velly, and those interviews were very convincing.
yeah.
And I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that it was a hoax. I'm still not certain that it was a hoax.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought, right, there's something nuts about that still.
Yeah, it
Boy.
still doesn't sit right. But at the end of the day, the police know why they took the decisions they did and everything else. But those children are now in America, aren't they?
Yeah,
They're
with the
now,
dad or something like that. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. There's been photos since of them as adults, well, not adults, teenagers, with their parent and
Right.
they're happy and stuff. But having said that, Billy, I do know that some women can be so vicious that they would lie like that.
Mm.
Do you know what I mean? Human beings are so capable of telling the most intricate lies that it is very hard sometimes to know who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, man. But anyway, I'm gonna have to jump off here. So big up Captain for jumping on to IC3. Big up Super up. Make sure you keep the conversation going. Don't run away from IC3, yeah?
I'll
Everyone
try.
keeps running away from IC3. He's not scary. You can ask him some questions.
Quiet.
If you if you don't say the B word to him, yeah, he won't talk about it, yeah. Just talk about other stuff, yeah, and he won't. Just don't say the B word around him, yeah, and then you'll be all right. Yo, just don't say the
Bad
B
word,
word
yeah?
around him, and you gotta be all right, yeah. You can talk
Yeah,
about
the bad
anything else,
word. Yeah,
you get me?
bad word. The same is
Ah,
bad word.
ah, well,
Easy,
see, man.
Easy, why don't you come on? Because you do know a lot about this. Let Easy come on. Easy, come on, tell us what you know because he goes into all this. And
Hold
everything.
on. Fill me in, man. What I saw is what government more gangsters, or what you say, bro? What's the subject?
Yeah, who's committing more crime in it? The government or the gangsters or the criminals or whatever?
Yeah, but we know that what we call gangsters is really the government itself. Everything is from the government. You'll find out that most gangs, even on the street, is fucking funded by the government one way or the other. You know what I mean? And the government's got their police, and they got their in America they got the DEA, who are criminal police, who goes and takes narcotics, drugs, all of that of other criminals. It's just and don't forget, if you talk about war, what's going on with other countries, politics and bloodshed is that's fucking gangster lifestyle, bro. Government's been doing it from and they're connected with the Vaticans and all sorts of stuff. What was the mafia all about? Vatican, politics, and what goes on in lower street on lower stuff, bruv. Even conservative and Labour's got their gangs in itself.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
But listen, I need to jump off though, man. Car obviously I've been on for ages, man, and I
yeah.
need to do
Big
some
up
work, man.
yourself, man.
To make some
That's that.
money. You
Well,
go.
do your thing, bro.
Yeah.
Big up.
Say that, man. Big up Frank White, man. Big up yourself, cuz.
Yo, big. What's good?
Yeah, big up, fam. Yeah, man. So yeah, just get into it, man. See what I'll go on with this. Yeah, but remember, IC3 is telling you that government can't commit no crime, innit? Yeah, but obviously IC3.
IC3 is the
When
criminal.
we saying government, yeah.
IC3 is the gangster himself.
Wait. Hold on. When we're saying government, yeah, we don't mean the actual body that's labeled the government. Yeah, we mean the officials that are working on behalf of, which is known as the body of government, innit? So
The
it
whole
might
of
be
the
the
government
Minister
are
of
gangsters,
Justice
bro.
sending man to do, I don't know, like black ops in so and so's country to kidnap this one because you want so and so in power who's going to link up with you on the United Nations table or something. Do you know what I'm saying? That so
Yeah, but that's why you got CIA, bro, and all of that. What was the part of it? FBI and all of that. MI5, MI6. Fucking James Bond was a part of all of that gangster
James
shit.
Bond.
Come on, bro. It's the
Alright,
far of your
hey
eyes,
man,
man. Know what I
but
mean? It's not.
hey,
It's not.
just
Do you
keep
know
the
what this
convo
is?
going
This
though,
conversation.
man. Yeah,
Yeah, I will. But this conversation ain't really a. I think it's not really a difficult question, but IC3 is the biggest gangster on this panel, blood. In the IC3. You
Why would
fag,
you make that?
you criminal,
Why would you say
yeah,
that?
you capitalist criminal, yeah. You would have to have banks everywhere, yeah, so you could rob us more. You would have robbed the poor people, you criminal.
Mm.
Yeah, big up Frank White.
Yo, big up, Captain. But yeah, man, I think it's me. I definitely think the government are like, the biggest criminals out there. Um, you know, they do a lot of things. Obviously, I was listening to GP talk earlier about just touched on the rape and stuff. Obviously, when the government does all of these things, they do it in like, I don't know, like on a corporate scale. So it's big. They're like, they won't just go and, you know, sexually abuse a couple kids in, I don't know, like wherever those Muslim grooming gangs were. They won't just do that. They would like get everyone involved. So they'll get the whole of, the care homes, the churches, you know, to facilitate, um, you know, what they're trying to do. But yeah, the government's definitely the biggest crime, you know, people that take part in crime are definitely the biggest ones that I don't think no one can argue about that. There's nothing a
Yeah, but you
gang.
see, I think that when they do corruption, right? Let me give you an example. When we see an MP that's claimed for a second home, right, illegally, or
Hmm.
they've claimed money illegally and they've been found out to do it illegally, right?
Hmm.
People in the poor community, if they were to do something like that, they would be locked up for it. Yeah, because obviously
Yep.
they haven't got much money, so they can't pay it back. But these
I think they
rich
locked up
people,
a few MPs. I think they locked up a few MPs for that though.
yeah, just a handful. They have it, but they're still
Like,
doing it,
yeah,
still
yeah, of
forced
course.
to work, right? But the ones that came for a second home or have got homes out of it or took backhanders to sort of like give their sister-in-law's business or whatever. I think they should be made to sell their properties, pay back the money, and then only be allowed to keep what's there afterwards. I don't think they should be allowed to still be sitting in the home and
I don't
because
know, because me personally, yeah, I'm not really after like going after like let's say like I had someone in government and then they helped me out and got me a business or whatnot, and my business is making money and I'm paying tax, whatnot. I'm not really on going after that person. Like they was just helped up. I'd rather go after the person who committed the crime because that's where the buck stops,
yeah, but
really.
that's what I'm
Because
talking about.
no, but you was like take the business off of the person,
No, I'm
and then
talking about like say you've got an MP, right, who
mhm,
claims for a second home,
mhm,
okay, and travelling expenses to the second home. But actually, they've only got one home. The second home, they're renting it out to somebody else and whatnot. They're not really using it in all this business, and they're breaking rules left, right, and centre. Those
Yeah,
people should be paid to sell that second home, pay back the money that they stole from the government and the people,
yeah, yeah.
and lose their position. No, there are no two ways about it. None of
Okay.
this. You know, just pay a certain amount back over a period of time and whatever. No,
And do you
if
mean that? And do you mean that? Yeah, above all scales. So let's say if it was, um, if Boris Johnson was to do that, should that happen to Boris Johnson?
yes,
Okay. If Prince Andrew was to do that, should that happen to Prince Andrew?
yeah, Prince Andrew's getting away with paedophilia at the moment, and I don't understand why.
But like, do you agree with that? Like the way he's getting away with it, even though you don't understand it, why? Like, would you? It's no skin off your back in it. Like, if he does it, he does it. If he doesn't, he doesn't.
Well, I think it's disgusting. I
You
think he
think it's
should be
disgusting?
penalised. Yeah, he should be penalised.
But what about like even the Queen?
Let's put
What
it this
about
way:
what?
he should be banished away from this country. Definitely, we don't want. Or out of sight, and he should do a prison term like everybody else.
Do you feel the same way about the Queen?
Yes, if it was discovered that she was into paedophilia, yes, absolutely.
But it's been discovered that the Queen took 10 kids away from like the Canadian school or whatever and disappeared with them. That's known all over the
Yeah,
world.
but that story's sketchy, isn't it? They say that, but then there's not much detail to it. With Andrew,
It
there's
can't
all
be
the detail.
sketchy. It can't be sketchy. You took 10 kids away from their home and didn't come back with them. That's not sketchy. What's sketchy about that?
Well, because the details of that story hasn't been filled in. You need the proper evidence to be able to do something.
There's
But
the
if it turns
details
out
is
that she did
in.
that, yeah, she should be abdicated from the throne.
Wait,
Definitely.
hold on. The details is the Queen came and picked up 10 kids and took them to a picnic.
Yeah.
Never came back. Never came back with the kids.
Yeah, but where's the rest of the evidence? I've heard the story, but I haven't seen the
Do we
proper
need
evidence.
evidence? The kids ain't there. That's the evidence. All right.
Otherwise,
If
you just
I'm not
cut
saying she
together
did
and put it
paedophilia.
online.
I'm not saying. I'm listen. At this point in time, I'm not saying there's any paedophilia going on. I'm just saying, where's the kids?
I don't know, but have you ever seen the kids'
If I
parents?
took your kids, if I t- have
Okay,
I
okay,
ever seen what?
okay. Can you show me where the kids' parents are talking about this?
There's loads of stuff. There's like a whole. There's a whole school they made. You know about the Catholic schools and stuff that they went and built out in Canada.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't, but
You
I'm just saying. Yeah,
you
go on.
don't. All right then. There's a guy. Hopefully later on, I'll try to get the book. I think actually the book's called Murder by Decree. Murder by Decree. I forgot who writes it, but there's loads of evidence on it. Like he goes through how they tried to stop it, how they tried to how because this guy apparently used to be like a priest in one of the churches, and then once he realized what was going on, he kind of made some steps to like notify some people and whatnot, and then they sacked him. And every kind of step or every time he tried to get some sort of justice for some people that he was finding dead. This is kids and stuff they were doing this to as well. We're not talking about adults, we're talking about kids, raping of kids, killing kids, giving them all these like injections and stuff, like sterilizing them. They did like some work on these kids. So I don't know. When you read the book, it's kind of undeniable, and like if you did kind of like look past it, you know what you're doing really. But I don't know, man. So do you not think here that there's like some dodginess going on in like the royal family?
I don't know if you can say the royal family because that's like saying somebody who's got a fucking paedophile in their family means that they're all paedophiles, and that's not necessarily true.
Well,
But
I don't know. Like, if I had a paedophile in my family, yeah, like I kind of know what we would do, or my family would do. Like, 100% that person will not be around my family.
Yeah, but that's
Like,
obvious. I don't understand what you're saying.
but
So if you had a
not in this
paedophile in
case. Not
your family,
not in this case.
hold on. If you had a paedophile in your family, would it be fair for everyone to call you a paedophile?
No, it wouldn't. But
That's what
it
I'm
wouldn't be
saying.
fair. For how? But there's a paedophile in someone's family, but they're protecting them. And not only are they protecting them, there's other cases with other people and other people around them doing like stuff that like is questionable. Not to mention, like the Queen has gone missing with 10 kids and is not being held accountable for the 10 kids. What happened to them?
Yeah, like I said,
Where is that?
I have
These are
heard
all the
that.
cases you can
I've
call the
got
whole
them.
family a paedophile. I'm not calling them a paedophile because one of them was a paedophile.
Mm. No, like I said, I have heard that story, but I've not really seen any substance to it. You're saying there's a book that details the
I thought
evidence.
you would be. I thought if because the way you like go on about like the Muslim grooming gangs, I thought you would be an uproar like if you heard that the Queen was like or the royal family was involved in this stuff because you seem like a patriotic person, like someone that would be like, nah, Queen and country all the way. Like, do you sing the national anthem?
What's that got to do? You're jumping from one thing to another.
No,
So
I'm
what
asking you
you're
a
trying to
question. Do
say
you
is,
sing the national anthem?
hold on. What you're trying to say is that basically, without evidence, just because you say so, I should now
Not
say that
without
he's
evidence.
a paedophile. I have
I
heard
don't
the
need to
story.
listen. You've heard the story, so this is not the first time I'm seeing it.
I have
So this is
heard
not
the
the first
story.
time you're hearing it.
Well, what are you triggering for? If we can't have a conversation, there's no point.
Oh no, I want to have a conversation with you. Let's go.
So I'm saying I've heard the story, but I haven't seen any evidence that substantiates it. And people can make wild allegations all over the place. Like I said to Veli earlier, I believe that there are politicians involved in paedophilia and Satanism and all the rest of it. I do believe that there are people out there that do spirit cooking, who do all this awful stuff. I do believe that it exists. I do believe there's connections. However, to actually start turning and fingering certain individuals, you have to have proof. That's all I'm saying. You have to have evidence.
Okay. What's the evidence that you've seen or that you've heard of from Prince Andrew?
With Prince Andrew, it was always reoccurring. It was coming up in the press all the time. There was that young girl, the one that he's photographed
Yeah.
with. Um, I would say as far ago as 10 years, that story kept breaking through in the press, kept breaking through and then being silenced, kept breaking through and then being silenced. So,
Okay.
and
Are you
her
aware? Yeah.
her testimony was worth being listened to, because she was actually saying that it happened. She had a photograph, she had proof, she could talk about the island, she could talk about in detail. Other people came forward saying, yeah, they were involved, similar things, similar details, and evidence of flights, etc. So the evidence started piling up. I believe that Andrew is involved in that 100% because the evidence to me is there. But you can't just say the pains that the Queen's a reptilian and she's fucking
I
kidnapped
didn't
10.
say all that.
There's no evidence. No, I know. I'm just saying some people do.
No, but I don't know. Like the evidence that I've looked at, if you read the book Murder by Decree, that book seems to have enough evidence for me anyway. But obviously, it might not have enough evidence for you. But I don't know. Like with with the Queen, with the royal family, I think their behavior with definitely um the people that they tend to like be around. Like I think there was a time where I think Prince Charles and what's this guy's name? He's dead. Jimmy Savile. Apparently, they used to be very good friends. I don't know how true that is. Have you heard that?
Oh, it's very true. Very true.
Oh, it's very true. Okay, so like that's another person, a part of this family that seems to have mates with these guys. That you
Yeah,
know.
I would agree. Yeah.
So are you not saying that the evidence that you have just alone now, yeah, is not, yeah, enough to at least make you think that they could be involved?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Okay. So if you found out that the royal family was involved in this kind of activity and stuff, what does that mean for Queen and country?
Well, it means that they would all have to step aside. They would all have to be punished, and only people that were pure and were not involved in that kind of thing would be allowed to
But you
remain.
you can't you can't punish the Queen though.
What do you mean?
The
She would
Queen
have to be
can't be punished. She's above all rules and legislations and laws and statutes of the land.
No, she's
That's
not.
right. The Queen owns the court.
No, she's not. She's not above anything. She's only a human
Why is
being.
she
Like,
not? Yeah, we understand that, but do you understand that? Like,
well, of course I do.
you seem to think, yeah, like, because even when I heard the new COVID laws, when they put all the new laws, apparently you're not allowed to refuse any vaccines or whatnot if they think you have COVID and stuff. And they read out all these laws about what you are and you're not allowed to do and whatnot. And at the end of it, there was like, these rules do not apply to the Queen.
The Queen is not above the law, but it's obvious why it wouldn't apply to the Queen, because she's got to travel to do her duty if she was needed to. But then let's put
What
it this
duty?
way: all those laws were brought in. Did they apply to the protesters 2 weeks ago?
What are you talking about? What are the protesters got
Well,
to do
what
with what
I'm
we're
saying
talking about?
is people break the laws all the time.
Oh, that's what I'm trying to say. If people break all the laws all the time, so what's that got to do with anything? We're talking about the government.
You're bringing in COVID and saying, why should the Queen be made an exception? The Queen should be made an exception because of her status.
I didn't say the Queen. Why should she be made an exception? I said
You
that
said that
she
didn't
she
apply to
doesn't follow the laws of the land. She don't follow them. She's above them. You're saying she's not. I brought in
No,
the COVID
no,
laws
no,
to
no,
tell you
no,
how she doesn't stand under the COVID laws.
no. The common laws of this country, she still has to follow them.
Okay then.
For instance,
So
she can't just get away with murdering somebody. I mean,
yes,
no
she
doubt they
can.
can't cover it up. No, she couldn't. She couldn't just
What
get
do you
away with
mean?
murdering.
I don't understand. So if the Queen, yeah, was to, let's say, get arrested, yeah, what jail is fit enough for the Queen to go in?
Well, what would happen to her? She would probably be exiled and removed from her position
Exile to where?
out of the country. Have you know that? Do you not know about the man that was meant to be on the throne, Edward Simpson? He
No.
was
Who's that?
exiled just because he married a divorcee.
So they exiled him.
Yeah.
And who's that meant to be? Well, ain't that meant to be her uncle? Is that not meant to be her uncle?
No, he was meant to be the true king, and that's why
Okay.
the Queen's father ended up taking the throne. She wasn't meant to ever sit on the throne.
Mm. Yeah, I still don't believe. I still think she's above the law though, because I don't know. Like, I think apparently, even in this book that I told you about, she went to court. She went to court. Her, the Catholic Church, the Vatican, the Pope,
Right.
Canadian government. They all went to court, and they were all found guilty in court.
Okay.
But you're
Well,
saying that
I would have to read that book and see all the evidence that you're talking about, because I can't talk on a subject that I'm not aware of. You're saying that there's the evidence. I haven't seen the evidence.
well, I wish I could. I'm gonna see if I can find something to just point it, but I'm on my phone, so I can't even share my screen or nothing. But it's evidence is out there if you look at it. But I just still because I've heard you talk a lot about the Muslim grooming gangs, yeah,
Yeah.
and obviously I know you're very passionate about that. But do you know, yeah, there isn't like the amount of girls or whatever that the Muslim grooming gangs or whatever molested or whatever hasn't got nothing on like the government.
Right. If you're talking about establishment and powerful people and all their connections that go all the way to Hollywood and the paedophile ring that's probably worldwide, yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean we should leave Muslims alone, does it? It doesn't.
That is insane. That is insane.
Oh, so you think we should turn a blind eye to ordinary people committing paedophilia in the white community and Muslims? You think we should just turn a blind eye to that?
But you've obviously turned a blind eye to the Queen going around the
No,
world and the government going around the world and raping
no,
everyone.
listen, I haven't turned a blind eye to anything. I want all of the paedophilia rooted out, but we have to have evidence.
Wow. This is what I'm trying to say. I've said there's evidence out there. If you want to find evidence, you can go and look at the evidence. It's out there. The information's out
Belly,
there. No
there's
one has to
people
lie
in the
to
back
anyone.
chat. Belly,
Okay,
there's people
okay.
in the
No one has
back
to lie
chat.
to anyone. But what you choose to
So
do is
Frank,
only
so
go and
Frank
look at the
White,
evidence.
what are you doing about the paedophiles that you're aware of, the Queen? What are you doing about it?
What am I doing about I'm notifying her subjects. I love subjects like you do put up.
No, what are
Like,
you?
this
No,
is
but
just out.
apart from notifying other
I'm waking you up to it. You didn't know about it. I'm
I
waking
mean,
you up. This
yes,
is
I
what I'm
did.
doing.
If you went on my channel, you
Oh,
would
you
see
did
that.
know about it.
Yeah, I knew that there was their connection in the establishment between the Vatican Church, established people, Hollywood, high-profile celebrities, and the person in the royal family, Andrew. I know there's all these connections, but when it comes to specific story of the Queen supposed to have kidnapping 10 children, there is no substantial evidence.
Okay,
So
let's forget about the Queen for now. You have Prince Andrew. You have Prince Andrew now.
You,
Like,
Frank,
go sort that out.
Frank, hold on, Frank. You, Frank, who is aware that the Queen is guilty, because in your mind she's guilty, and you've seen all the evidence. What have you done with it?
What do you want me to do with it? What do you want me to do with it? I don't get it.
Well, you're the one here
First thing,
telling me.
you know what? Do you know what I don't? Do you know what I do? I don't sing the national anthem. I don't sing the national anthem. That's what I've done.
How's that
Are
going to
you
stop
going to do
people?
that? It's
No,
not.
I'm
It's
not
not. But
gonna
it's
stop
one
singing
small
the
step. It's one small step.
I'm not
you're
going to
doing
stop singing the
by not
national
being
anthem.
so infatuated.
Because whether
By
the
not being
Queen
so
is
infatuated
paedophile
in devilish ways. It's
whether
one
the
small
Queen
step.
is paedophile or not is nothing to do with the national anthem.
Yeah, it is.
No, it ain't. How? Okay, tell me how it's connected.
Imagine singing "God Save the Queen."
Right. You do know that's not just for the Queen that's on the throne. That's general.
So what? Tell me what other queens that it's referring to.
Well, whatever Queen is sitting on the throne at the time. It's not just about one
So
Queen. It
what?
wasn't.
So what if there was a king on it? So what if there was a king on it?
Second. So if we took it, let's for example, if she came off, right? If she came off and it went all the way down to, I don't know, Princess Charlotte, wouldn't happen that way because George would come before Charlotte anyway. But if Princess Charlotte was now sitting on the list, on the throne, yeah, then the song would be for her, wouldn't it? But if there's a king on there, it would be God Save the King, wouldn't it?
All right, cool. But the first thing I'm gonna do is while she's on the throne, I'm not gonna sing that because we can't be patriotic about some evil stuff there. That's one. And I thought you would have the same. I thought you would be of the same mindset. But you're happy for her to, run around doing whatever it is they do. But you want to go after the
I never said
it
that.
seems like you are because you're not.
It doesn't seem like that. You
What am I
haven't.
doing? Hold on.
It doesn't seem like that at all. It seems to me that you've got an
What do you mean I
agenda.
haven't? Do I have to? Wait, hold on. Okay, whether you think I have an agenda or not, we're just having a conversation. So we're just speaking. And like through our speak, you are saying that you'd rather go after the Muslim grooming gangs who you don't like to use statistics. But
Right, who said that? Who said that?
You said you would rather go after the grooming gangs.
When did I say that?
Earlier, about 10 minutes
What
ago.
didn't? That's what your mind interpreted.
What did you say? So what did you say?
I said that I wish to root out all paedophilia, including Muslims. I'm not going to turn a blind eye to Muslims just because celebrity and the establishment are a much bigger crowd.
I didn't tell you to turn a blind eye to Muslims, to be honest. If you see anybody that's doing any paedophilia of any sort, rooted out. But
Yeah,
you are quick to talk about the Muslim one, and you don't speak about the ones from your own race,
right. So you want
which
to
is
ask me
which
why?
is
So when was the last time you heard me talking about Muslim grooming gang?
the other day, even
When?
today, before I even come on.
No, I never. You brought it up. I didn't speak about it.
Okay, the other day I heard you say it anyway.
When? I haven't spoke about it for a long time.
No, you haven't, man. You spoke about it the other day when you was talking about Black Lives Matter. When you was talking about Black Lives Matter, you brought it up.
When?
I think you was talking
But when we were talking
to.
about police corruption.
Pardon?
Well, when it was relevant because we were talking about police corruption.
I can't remember, to be honest. I dip in and dip out when I'm listening, so
Maybe she
I
was
can't
talking
remember what
about
the
getting married, and she was saying that she was talking about a groom. You never know. You might have misheard it. The chance she might have been speaking about weddings and grooming.
Also, in the chat, I've already mentioned. Go back, rewind, and you'll see that I mentioned the
To
Reigns
be
list.
fair, I
You
haven't
don't
actually. To be
me.
fair, I haven't heard it, but I mean, I haven't been locked in all the time. I think what I wanted to really come on and say, right, was I've heard a lot of people speaking about what they think the Queen's involved with and how involved she is with the state and rituals, and then we've got today who commits more crime, government or gangsters. This is one of the topics I've been speaking about of an individual for about a year now, and we've come to the conclusion, just the fact that Queen's head of state and the people sort of for the last 400 years that England have expanded in their empire, a lot of people would die for Queen and country, but now these days it's less apparent. So people wouldn't really want to. It's not, you can't just like royals can't just wake up and be upset and just off with his head. You know what I mean? They have a groggy day and then bam. Because now that one of the main reasons why we've got law is because of how the aristocrats were just licking people off and taking advantage of people. So that's how we got the law system. The law system backed by near enough the state. The state, everything underneath the state, all the law is the state is underneath the law. But there's like Frank White said, there are individuals that can maneuver around the law and a judicial system. On the surface, they'll sort of denounce her for foreign investment in foreign places. But when it comes to all the crimes she's done, which we would probably get death sentence for, they won't air that out. No one wants to take out their queen. No one wants to take out their spirituals. Okay, so they're saints. So the saints and the queen have the same what's it called? Enmity, I think. Because it's like you can't go for your most highest religious people, and then you can't go for your head of state, because they're the two foundational things that hold a state together. So when it comes to her not having to have a passport to travel, so she can go wherever she wants, I mean, she's got national and state duties which involve overlooking other people's states that they've stolen. And I went through a list of them the other day. Okay, lists of states owned by the UK. So not only they say they call it state duties or national duties, but what it is you're going to oversee stolen territory that you've stole. And then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into the practices of what they do when they go into states. They ethnically cleanse the people on the surface, televised or not televised. They displace them. So they displace a lot of South Africans. They displace a lot of Cameroonians. They displace a lot of Nigerians. You know, they displace a lot of Congolese. So what it is when you look at the states owned by the UK, right? Even today, okay, Faroe Islands, Aland, Gibraltar, Jersey, Isle of Man,
Svalbard. I don't know. Guernsey. I believe. I think that's what that means. I mean, list goes on. I actually want to go to the list because it's actually quite
But
amazing.
you see when you see when you're saying yeah that they're
Yeah,
going around and they're overseeing all the stolen stuff and stuff, yeah, all the stolen land or whatever. Yeah.
Mm.
Jupiter, do you look at it like that, or do you think like that sounds like rubbish?
The way I look at history is that all's fair in love and war. Around the world, everybody conquered other people everywhere, not just Europeans, everywhere.
Yeah, but if you could have your own world, yeah, if it could be Jupiter's world and you could have your own world, yeah, would you leave it like this? Or would you change the fact that people do that? Would you not be like, oh, this is your place, this is your place, this is your place, this is your place? Or would you like be like, you know what? We've already fucking stolen everything. We might as well just keep it like that.
Well,
See,
I don't know.
can I just stop you there, bruv? One thing I
Yeah,
don't.
I'm going to leave. I'm going to leave because
Yeah, you know what you said. All fair is in love and war. All fair in love and war. I'm not
She
trying
wants
to.
to don't let please don't leave Jupiter. We're having a conversation.
All
Yeah,
right,
but
go
we're
on.
not. What's happening is you ask the questions and you answer it for me, and I'm fed up with
No,
I
no,
did
no,
answer
dude,
it. When did I answer it?
She didn't. I just said. You just said all fair is in love and war.
Yeah, but I didn't even get to finish my comment
Okay,
before Frank
okay.
interjected
Sorry.
and asked
I
another
didn't
question.
interject. It was
No,
King
that was
Gold
me.
that
That was
interjected,
me.
man.
That was me.
Want
Sorry.
to tell me what I think.
Listen, don't come
telling
and start
you
using my name in vain. You know, we're having a good conversation. Just answer the question.
Right. Like I said, in history, all over the world, everybody has done the conquering. Mongolians, Africans, Zulus, Europeans, we've all done it. Vikings, Danes, it's happened all over the world. But yeah, we've progressed from it. We
Can I
became
say something to
civilized.
that? I know history. I
And the
study
reason,
history.
oh God, okay, right, I'm off. See you later.
It was getting difficult for her, man. You should have let her
It's not
speak, man.
getting difficult. You just don't let me finish before you jump.
I didn't speak. It was King Gold that spoke. But I'm gonna allow you to speak now if you want to
And then
carry on
I'll
comment the
be
conversation.
silent.
But don't keep fucking saying you want to go or you're gonna stay and that because I'm not gonna beg you to
Sorry,
stay.
do you know what? I thought it was a conversation we're having, but I mean, if you want to have your little 2 minutes, it's all right, Drew, but I'll let you have it.
Yeah, look, Gold, I don't mind you coming back on me, but can you at least let me finish so that we can have a conversation?
Yeah.
Right. Now, but we've progressed to the point where we had civilizations, right? And the reasons that we've got the civilizations that we've got around the world is because we stopped warmongering on each other to a greater extent. Yes, we did have empires. We did have the bigger ones that still came out, such as the Arab Empire, such as the European Empire, the British Empire, right? We have got that. Okay, but our empire has been dissolved a long time ago. People were given back their independence, they're given their lands back, etc. It's much smaller now. What the Queen has got is much smaller. But we can only deal with the situation as it is now. But if you're saying to me, if I was in power, would I be wanting to go around the world trying to conquer other people's lands? No, I wouldn't. But would I want to still keep an army for defence reasons? Yeah, absolutely. There's no point having a country and a
Would you
nation
give
with no defence.
okay, but like with all like the foreign entities that are around, like are you from the UK that are in other people's countries, would you bring them back as well? Would you tell them to go home?
No, I wouldn't. Why would I do that?
I was just wondering because you was like, yeah, we're giving up like we're giving everyone back their lands and stuff. Yeah, you're giving them back their lands in name, but have you taken your hands off their resources?
What do you mean? Do you think these countries, right? Look,
Mm-hmm.
if you think that these countries are not getting a fair deal, then they need to renegotiate. They've got leaders that can renegotiate.
Which you pay,
On
which
my
Britain
channel
pays.
the other day, right? On my channel the other day, I showed a video from 1948, I think it was, where they were over in Nigeria, and they were showing you what they were spending. The 23 million in 1948. This country gave to Nigeria to help it build
Who
up
did,
its infrastructure, to build up its factories. Not only that, Nigeria itself, right, was exporting palm oil, coconut, cotton, right? And they were breaking down how many millions they were getting in their exports.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
there was machinery over there.
palm oil.
Hold on, let me finish. There was machinery over there. There was factories over there. There was people over there. They were breaking it down. They were showing you exactly what the people were doing. Then when Britain left, it was down to them to carry it on. You can't say, look, I've had 8 children, right? 6 of mine are grown up. They're adults. When they get to 18, my job is to still be a mother and advise, but it's not to be a hands-on mother. They have to make their own mistakes. They have to learn to be independent. If my kids come back to me and go, right, I asked you for independence and I invested in the wrong place, and it's your fault because you didn't teach me how to do A, B, C, and D. I'll say, well, you as an adult, why didn't you teach yourself?
Yeah, that's good. That sounds like
Can
good
I
enough
just
soundbiting.
can I just say my
But
little go on.
I was gonna say that that's not technically what happened. Like when England left Nigeria.
So technically, what
Um,
happened to them?
well, yeah, some of the businesses that like they've probably created out there, they was told to like, leave and whatnot. But the main like industries like oil and stuff, Britain has their hands all over. They have companies all over it. Shell and BP are like the
Are
biggest.
you aware of that the Dutch are also involved in that, and so is the
Yeah, I
Russians.
know. So's the
They've got
Dutch,
less than 10% share in that. They've got
Yeah, and what
I
about
know they're all up.
Russian? What about the big Russian corruption that went on over there? I mean, there's a brilliant video that's goes around from Nigeria in the House of Assembly where they're all talking about it. You know, all the corruption that went on behind the deals where Russia was supposed to have been putting some stuff into the country, putting some finances into the country, and how it all broke down because when the Russians actually gave money and gave infrastructure, the Nigerians were corrupt with it. So what about that? What about the Russian involvement? Or is it only Britain that you're worried about? Anybody? So, seeing as a Kingo's not here and not talking, and the other ones fell off, the only thing that I can do is to make conversation myself, which I will do. If people want to know what my opinions are on paedophilia and paedophiles, I think anybody from whatever denomination they are, if they are harming a child, if they're committing sexual abuse or satanic abuse or rape of any kind, child abuse, I think they're disgusting and they all deserve to be punished. I don't think we should be specifically focusing on just Muslims, but I'm not going to turn my eyes away from Muslims just because there's other paedophiles. All paedophiles need to be looked at. And so I hope that answers the question that the other fella had earlier. And yeah, there is much bigger, a worldwide problem, let's say, with trafficking, sexual exploitation, Satanism. There does seem to be links to spirit cooking. There does seem to be links to a lot of celebrities. I mean, we can see all the evidence. We can see all the evidence. We get given loads of evidence over social media, but not enough to convict. Not enough to convict. For convictions, we need people speaking up and bringing proper evidence. Weinstein got done because a load of people, one after the other, came out and spoke about him and gave evidence. One of the biggest pieces of evidence was that he had a deformed penis. That only people that had actually been abused by him would know.
Who are we talking about? Jimmy Savile?
No,
Said he?
no, the other guy. What's he called? I've just said his name. Now I've forgotten it.
Oh, my bad. I was on the phone.
The one with the Me Too, the bloke that got done for Me Too.
Oh. Not sure. I'm not sure.
You know the big fat ugly fella that was in Hollywood. What's his name?
Oh, yeah. Something Stein.
Yeah, is it Weinstein?
Weinstein, that's the one. I think that sounds like German or probably Jewish.
No, Epstein's the one with the island. Epstein's, isn't it? Or have I got the two of them confused?
Yeah, so look at this.
Epstein's the one with the island, and Weinstein's the one with the director.
Mm-hmm. So there's when you're talking about the Queen, the state, I just want to just remind you guys how much the Queen owes. Anguilla, Bermuda, British Antarctic Territory. These are all taken off the Inuits, black people. British territory of Indian Ocean Territory, this taken off the Indians. British Virgin Islands, not entirely sure. Probably it's like some sort of I don't know. Cayman Islands, Falkland Islands, Gibraltar, Montserrat, Pitcairn Island, St Helena, South Georgia, Turks and Caicos Island, sovereign base. Anyway, so there's about literally 15, 16 different places. So when you're talking about national duties, which involves migration, right, and stuff abroad, so you're dealing with foreign territory, and then there's a state duties, which is taken on by the royals, and you're dealing with UK. So there's the Secretary of State, who deals with the state, the defense of the state, but she'll also deal with foreign problems. So now when you're talking about people were fighting for Queen and country, that was all in the interest of the Queen, because don't forget she owned this part of the land pretty much, absolute rule as well, really, until there was a law system, more Democrats. But don't forget, she can call off and put on Parliament. So she's got control over the immediate body of the government, right? So the government, which pretty much runs the state, runs the state.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't.
What?
She's not allowed to interfere in politics. That's why Prince Charles, it was a bit of a scandal in the newspapers when he kept writing to politicians trying to influence them into what he believed.
Okay, but she does sign off all the laws, though, doesn't she?
From the state, she's just a figurehead, really.
I think these days she is, but don't forget her sons, and it's just of her age, the reason why she actually doesn't. But when we talk about her sons and everything else to do with the royals, they are the people who are dealing with national duties and state duties. So the national duties and state duties would involve little charities and stuff like that. So when you look at Mark or Meghan starting up a elephant charity, that's her national and state duties. So they're involved. They're still involved, even though they're in Canada.
Yeah,
they still got to fall in line and do their allocated jobs. You know, and that's all to do with state and national duty. So that's foreign territory and in-house territory. And it's just that Meghan and Markle would rather deal with national duties because their state duties become unbearable because of the racism.
I'm not going to get into all that.
So that's why they've gone to Canada.
But Meghan and Harry are no longer doing it for the royal family. They've left the royal family. They've put out an announcement that they're no longer within the royal family. They don't want to be seen as royal. They don't want to be.
But don't forget the thing that links Harry to everything is his brother. That's his brother. So
It
there's
doesn't
no
matter
way.
whether or not. Officially, he has said that he's not representing the royal family and that they don't want to be seen as royals.
So now when he went away and they found out they needed more money, where did they go back to? They went back to the treasury. And that was after how many? 1 week we saw that in the newspaper. They couldn't survive 1 week without having to go and get more money from the
He
treasury.
went back to the treasury.
Harry, if they put it in the paper, they're in that business. And don't forget, I heard someone saying about the church controls the Queen. What? I was like, what? The government funds the church, and you think the government's above the Queen? The only people that have any type of power, really, these days, more than the Queen, are really the shadow, like the politicians that they won't really put on the front bench. These are the sort of real old, white hair, blue eyed old dudes that are well invested in the movement. But they'll put Theresa May and all the rest. They're probably the lower class part of the aristocracy. You know what I mean? So I mean, when you got to the House of Lords, people say the House of Lords is such a great thing to be in. But don't forget, people from the House of Lords, you can be a great singer, and then you're knighted. You can be anything. You can own a business, and next minute you could run Gap for X amount of years, and then you can be a lord in the House of Lords. So it's easy to be a lord in the House of Lords.
Yeah, it's true. But I'm finding it hard to follow what your actual point is.
So my point is that people were trying to go on like the Queen didn't have that much power, and I haven't studied it thoroughly, but I do understand where she can really make movements, and she's got the most influence over this state, the United Kingdom, out of anybody here. Now, you can say there's conspiracy theories where there's 4 people in the back of different colors and they just run in everything.
All right, God, let me just answer, please. Yeah. The Queen has only got as much power as the Parliament allows her to have. So if she has people that are in power that are what's the word? Are likely to allow her the room to voice her opinion, yeah, then she's more likely. For example, when we had Labour in power, they got rid of her yacht. She didn't want to get rid of it. They got rid of it. They sold off the gold. She didn't want the gold sold off, but they sold off quite a bit of the gold. And she couldn't do nothing because that's what the Parliament.
Are you serious? No, Jupiter. We've sold off the post office. That's Her Royal Majesty. That was one of the first things that they started up here. It was a postal service. They don't own none of it, I believe. So that is so the Labour can't go and sell off the Royal Mail.
They can
was sold by the Conservatives, I think, a number of years ago.
Whatever government thing can privatise whatever they like.
Yeah. So okay. So we've just seen the Conservative Party and the Tories single-handedly overrule a referendum, which was called by the whole of Parliament. Am I right in saying that? And they overruled the resitting of a Parliament, which would have involved reforming legislation and the way they were dealing with Brexit. So, did you see the power that the rest of the Parliament had over these Conservatives, who are ultimately the heads of e-commerce in the UK, pretty much? There was no power. They're like whinging little kids and crying, and these were the ones that were on the side of Conservative, that were against the Conservative, and still didn't have no power, even though half the people in Conservative weren't for the Brexit, but they still had no power whatsoever, because who had the power? The royal line. And the royal line, obviously, they knew what they want before. They know what they want. Well, once they know what they want before they go into Parliament, and everybody's got to adhere to it. That's it.
What happens in our Parliament right, was a stalemate for a very long time, and it was a bit like tug of war, because the people that voted wanted Brexit, but the establishment didn't really want Brexit.
No, the
So it was
establishment
tug of
did.
war.
It was
One group
establishment.
no, hold on. There was one group. The Queen wasn't really bothered. There was one group of people, right? There was one group of people that were upholding what the people wanted, and there was another group of people that weren't upholding what the vote brought out because they wanted it their way. And it was the first time in a long line of history. I mean, not the first time ever, but in a long line of history, yeah, that people wanted to have a second vote on something because they didn't get the result that they wanted. So the losers wanted to replay everything. There should never have been a second referendum. You've already had a referendum. We made the decision. You don't need to overturn it. Otherwise, if they'd have overturned it, if they'd have stopped the Brexit, right, by having another referendum and then they stopped the Brexit, that means every other decision made in Parliament would have been irrelevant. Every other decision. Because you can't take a democratic vote, yeah, and then not uphold what the population wants. You can't do it.
Introducing to the picture of G Block, Veli, Min Ulus, aka Jupiter's worst nightmare. I need to bring this level up now, man. I need to level up now, guys, man. A king of gold.
Big up, Reese.
What's up? You just letting her get away with some nonsense foolery, man.
No, what do you mean? No. I think what I don't want to do is have her running away like Lympha Christie, because she would do it twice.
No, but you need to make her walk on the hot fire a bit. You know what I mean? Let her run around and come back again. But yeah, now Jupiter, you know how stupid you sound. Like trust me, you're the only one I think that can bring me on G Block. You know that, innit? Have you realized, Jupiter? I only jump on G Block when you're on, because literally it kills my brain cells, Jupiter. You literally slowly kill.
Don't feel like you got to run, no, man. Just say your piece, but don't feel pressured to be leaving because someone put it on you.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah.
Like she's made so many points, man. So you know what I mean. I can't really stick. I'll try to stick on one or two in it, yeah. But she made so many points. I can't go over everything in it. But what I'm saying is, yeah, you gotta understand, Jupiter, that number one, the Queen. You can check this up. It's all public information. The Queen is the largest landowner in the whole world. She owns 6.6 billion acres around the whole globe, yeah, including
Agreed.
Canada,
Yeah. Point.
New Zealand. Now that was my.
That's agreed. What's your point?
Agreed, yeah. But you said before the Queen doesn't have as much power as she owns half the whole. She owns 6.6 billion acres. That's number one. So that's your whole argument done there. Yeah?
So your point is, if you own a lot of land, you've got the power. Is that your point?
Oh, so if you're a landowner, so doesn't that equate to having power in that land? If you own that land?
No.
What school have you gone to, Jupiter?
The crown and the state are separate. Do you not understand?
Listen. Yo, 1 6 6. I've got to bring you in this, Jupes. There's military bases in all of these lands. And they've taken the most strategical points, so they do own the land.
Look, nobody. For God's sake, you lot are mental. Look, I never said that she doesn't own the land. I just agreed with him that she does.
So
she runs it. They run it.
Owns the land. Doesn't that equate to having power in the land? If you own it. Congo, if you own your house, yeah, does that mean you have power in your house?
Okay.
No, because they own the mortar.
Do you not understand the position of a landlord?
A landlord owns the land. Yeah. If you
hold on.
Listen.
Hold on, Nin. I'm going to bring it down to you.
I was listening to you for 20 minutes, Jupiter. Give me the chance to respond to some points. That was just one point, yeah? I'm moving on, yeah?
You haven't made a point, though. You haven't made a point. You haven't discussed it. You just want to jump on something else.
My point was, you tried to say that the Queen doesn't have enough power as she used to have, and I've just proven it, which you've actually agreed with me, that she owns 6.6 billion acres around the world. Like if you look at countries like let's go. We can go to countries like Australia. We can go to countries like Canada. We can go to the Caribbean islands if you want to go for a summer holiday. We can go to the Bahamas, Antigua. We can go to Jamaica, St. Lucia. And then we can go all the way to the other side of the world and go to the Solomon Islands, which she also owns. The Papua New Guinea she also owns. Don't forget New Zealand and Australia and Canada and these countries. She owns a lot of these countries have the actual British flag on their flag. Like if you look at their flag, they got on the top right or the top left hand corner, they got the actual British the Union Jack on it. Yeah, a lot of the countries when you look at their money, the face of the Queen is on their money. So like you to say now all of that doesn't equate to her having some sort of power and the Commonwealth. I forgot about the Commonwealth. In countries like Zimbabwe and these countries in Nigeria and the Commonwealth as well, which Harry and Meghan Markle parade around, run around, they're acting like they want to care or something. They actually hold events called the Commonwealth Games to bring all the countries together in Britain and to actually celebrate dominion over these countries. And Jupiter, you also said back in the days, there were empires, so they were justified in wars, and so everyone was taking over everyone. I agree with you, yeah. But in the modern history, from World War One, Britain was in there. World War Two, Britain was in there. The wars on Iraq, which supposedly killed over 1 million people. Britain was in there. Tony Blair was a big part of it, which he hasn't still been brought to justice. And now, funnily enough, he was given the role of the Middle East peace envoy. Look how joke that is. He kills 1 million Iraqis in the Middle East, and yet they give him the title Middle East peace envoy. Okay, let's go away from that. Libya, they were part of bombing Gaddafi out to smithereens. They have a big part in Syria, which is the fight that's going on against Bashar al-Assad and the proxy wars against Russia. In my country, Somalia, MI6 bases and CIA bases are by the airport in Aden at the airport in Somalia and Mogadishu in the capital. MI6 bases. Listen to what we're saying. Imagine I told you Somalian intelligent officers are operating in Heathrow. You would think, oh, you're having a laugh, but that is exactly what the British intelligence services are doing. So don't try to say it's the thing of the past. Britain in modern wars today are still doing things in the name of British and the British government. Yes, that's another point done. Yeah, and when we were talking about the Muslim grooming gangs that Frank brought up, where he tried to put pressure on you, Jupiter, be honest. I have never, ever, ever heard you on these panels ever talking about the abuses that the royal family and the government do to children. You're always like 99% of the times when you talk about grooming and abuse of children in this country, in the UK, you talk about Muslims and the Pakistanis in Rotherham, and these are the issues that you're talking about. Not to say, of course, we should still be putting pressure on these so-called Asian gangs that's operating and abusing little children and girls, vulnerable girls. We should, but you have to understand, if there is a burning house, yeah, and there is a burning bin right next to the house, I'm going to focus on the burning house first. I'm going to put my energy in towards the burning little bin right next to it. You have to look at the bigger problem, which I never see you address. It's like you're running around the streets and your house is burning, yet you're focused on the burning bin right next to it and talking about, oh, my bin is burning, my bin, oh my God, there's all my gyro checks and all my benefits, my disability. That's the kind of things you're worried about, Jupiter. So with all due respect, you've been talking a lot of nonsense and was, and I've come on here to address all those issues and confront you with them. So yeah, go ahead and respond anyway.
Right. Going back to Parliament, yeah, I'm going to read you something. The highest legislative authority in the United Kingdom, made up of the House of Commons, House of Lords, and the monarch, right? So I'm going to tell you what they are, okay? The Crown. This is another way of referring to the monarchy, which is the oldest part of the system of government in this country. But time has reduced the power of the monarchy, and today it is broadly ceremonial. What don't you understand from that?
Go ahead. I'm allowing you to finish. I had a little rant.
It speaks for itself. It's broadly ceremonial. If you don't understand that, I don't.
Listen, she's right. She's right. They hold less power these days. People don't go and fight and die for king and country. She's right. But even today, what she's done.
Kingo, did he say people don't fight for king and country and die?
No, not so much. It's more for money these days. It's more for money.
So what are the army people when they go into the army? Aren't they fighting and dying for?
She had her elite. She has her royal guard, and I wouldn't say that they're really spurred by money. They're definitely nationalists.
The army is called the Majesty's Army. The whole army.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So, like I said, like when I've been speaking about this for about a year with someone. Literally, this same topic. So what it is they won't really fight for queen and country no more. So now, what you have is mercenaries, and mercenaries are usually bought and jackals and things like that from the intelligence agencies, and that will.
Gold, I'd like to get on to the second point with Nin. Right. Libya, yeah? What about the Misratas who asked for help? What about the ones who started the fight? Yeah? You forgot to mention that. You forgot to mention that they started the fight to overthrow the government and then cried out for help. They cried out for international help. That's it, right? Hold on, I haven't finished. And thirdly, with Iraq, you forgot to mention the millions of people that marched against going into war. You seem to think that you can broadly sweep British people, that everybody in Britain must be exactly of the same mindset. But when it comes to every other denomination, we have to take into account the nuances of mindset.
Don't try to
like you, aren't they?
Don't try to strawman me. I did not say the British people as a whole. Don't try to strawman me. I said the establishment, the royals, the government. These are the people I'm holding accountable. I'm not talking about you, Jupiter, in a council flat, or Joe from another council flat that supports Watford or Millwall. I'm not talking about these guys. I'm talking about the establishment elite who are like right now. Look at Tony Blair. Would you agree with me, Jupiter, that the Iraq War was based on lies? Would you say that they went into Iraq based on lies, which was proven later on that they did not have any weapons of mass destruction? Why is Tony Blair not held accountable, and why is he not in the ICC court? Why is he not in prison for contributing to the killing of 1 million Iraqis? Go on, Jupiter.
I am not in the establishment. I am not in the government. So what do you want me to do about that?
I want you to speak out against it. The least you can do, listen, yeah? There's a principle we have, yeah? There's a principle that we have.
1 million people marched against it. How much more do you want people to speak out?
No, I've never heard you speak out against Tony Blair.
You've never heard me. Doesn't mean to say that I've never said that I want that Tony Blair should be put on trial. Of course he should.
So why is it?
You've never heard it. Doesn't mean that I haven't said it. And as for you making these assumptions, I suggest, right, that you start watching some of the videos that I drop on my own channel before you start judging me on small snippets on other channels and believing that is my entire beliefs. If you don't understand where I stand, yeah, don't come on here categorically stating this is what she believes when you don't know what I believe.
When I want to do euthanasia and I want to slowly kill myself, I'll probably jump on your channel just to decrease my brain cells. But anyway, Jupiter, yeah, what I was saying is,
I apologize for having to tell you that because I know you won't understand.
No problem. If you agree that Tony Blair is a criminal who contributed to killing 1 million people, yeah, 1 million. Listen to what I'm saying, 1 million people. Yet 99% of the time, you talk about Asian grooming gangs in the north of England. This is where you put your energy and all your mind towards. Yet you will not even speak a single iota of Tony Blair and his crimes. Yes, okay, you said you disagree with him and you condemn him. Okay, that's a start, Jupiter, yeah? But now I want to see actions and actually have a momentum.
Sorry, I don't follow orders from Nin Cullis. Okay, Nin Cullis, if you want to see a change, what are you doing about Tony Blair?
Oh, I left the UK. I told you already. You know this. I know
you don't even live in the UK.
But my family live there. My mom lives there. My brothers and
If
sisters.
you don't live here, why are you so invested in what happens in this country? When
My
it's only
family.
going to
Yeah,
affect, hold on,
no, my
it's only
family
going to
lives there.
affect the people that live here.
Jupiter, my
Why are
family.
you so invested in what happens in a country you're not living in?
So listen to me carefully. My
I
mom
want
lives there.
that.
My mom lives there. My little brothers and sisters live there. They go to school there. They live in that country. So I have heavily invested into that country. Do you understand? I'm still a British citizen. I still hold the British passport, you know. So of course I'm invested in it. So we'll go tell to the people in Spain and those retirees of British.
Yeah, I do. I don't think they should have a say either. So what say you now?
Yeah, okay. So how about Gibraltar?
I don't believe people living in Spain with a British passport should have a say on what people should be doing and how they should be living in Britain. So what say you now?
So if I live in another country, yet my mom and my children or my brothers and sisters still live in that country, are you telling me I have no right to actually be concerned of their welfare and the country that they're living in? Is that what you're telling me?
Right. What I'm telling you is that you don't have a vote. You shouldn't have a vote. It's only down to your wife and the people that are living here that should contribute to how the society is in the society that they're living within. You can be worried about their welfare from a distance, and you can send money and you can advise your wife what to do under the laws. But no, you shouldn't have a right to define anything in Britain if you're not prepared to live here. No.
Right now, under the legal statute of law of voting, right now, if there's a vote, I can fly over to UK and within a week before the voting or a day before the voting, and I can cast my vote. I am well entitled to do that, even though I don't live in the country.
I would like to see that loophole closed.
Okay, that's a whole different conversation now. But Jupiter, coming back to the actual topic that we were talking about, which government or gangsters, which are the biggest criminals, would you agree that let's just put everything to bed now, because you always cap for, I don't know, British and all of this government, yeah? Let's put that all to bed. Do you agree that the government is much more of a criminal than normal gangsters roaming around the streets of London and the UK?
No.
So give me your reasons for that, because right now I've just explicit. Tell me which gangster in the UK has killed over 1 million people.
Right. My reasons for it is because every individual is responsible for their own responsible decisions, right? Or irresponsible decisions, rather. So every individual, whether they be in parliament, whether they be in working class, whether they be middle class, whether they be upper class, whatever they contribute to the end result, if it's negative, then they are responsible for their own part of their actions.
Okay,
And
one second, Veli, one second, yeah.
I'm going to finish. Every community.
Jupiter, I will.
I'm going to finish. No, I'm going to finish.
No, there's people in the background. No, there's people in the background. I just wanted Veli to know so he can hear me. I'm not interrupting you. I was just saying, yo, Veli.
You are interrupting. It's okay. Have a conversation with yourself.
No, Veli, there's people in the background. Frank White is saying, put me in. If you can hear me, Veli, put in Frank White in the chat. And Kingo said he'll be back anyway. But go ahead, Jupiter. I apologize. Jupiter. You see what I mean now? That's what I'm saying.
You were very rude. You could have waited for me to finish and then told Veli that. You decided to cut in because you didn't like what I was saying.
No,
so
I promise.
Put your points out there, right? Like you do. Put your points out there. Argue it with yourself. Prove your points, and then everyone can hear what you believe. I'm not bothered. I'm not interested. There are good and bad people in every single culture, structure, infrastructure, right? And every other denomination that you can think of in this country. You can't just say that one group of people is worse than another. There is bad and good in all. And if you can't understand that comes to the government, common people, middle class, lower class, upper class, working class, fucking every single fucking nation, then you are the fool, not me.
You
Yeah,
feel?
there's definitely bad and good in every country, but we're trying to say that the bad run this country.
Yeah, Frank White. Yeah, it's so ingenuous in that she's saying. Yeah, the government of the UK is less of a gangster than the guy on the streets. Okay,
I
yes.
know, I almost fell off my chair when she said
No,
that.
watch this. Watch this. Some Somalians, I agree. They will sell you a little, a crack, what's it called, little crack or a little heroin, yeah, on the streets. A Jamaican or a Nigerian, okay, might steal your wallet, yeah, or a Nigerian might have a little credit card fraud, yeah. But these motherfuckers, bro, they fraud whole nations, literally. This guy, they're talking about Nigerians who are frauding a credit card or something like that, yeah. But these countries here, the London city and all of these people, they in debt whole continents. They keep them in perpetual debts. They go into countries and kill millions of people. This is what the country of these people do. And she wants to talk about the Nigerian scam artist or the Somalian drug dealer or the Jamaican weed dealer. That's who she's worried about. Or the Pakistani groomer. That's who she's worried
Trust
about.
me.
Yeah, she's not worried about the actual.
That's the point I was trying to make to her earlier, because I was trying to show her that, bro, like you
Of
spent
course,
your
I won't.
lifetime going after these
Of course, I
grooming
won't.
gangs.
Charles.
Listen, I'm talking now, and now you want to interrupt me, and then you want to start throwing the toys out the pram, man. Just chill for a second. You can come in and you can have a conversation if you're willing to be an adult and not be a baby. So yeah, I was trying to tell her about the grooming gangs. Like, bro, the grooming gangs, I don't know what the stat is, but they cannot, impossible for them to even be near to the amount of the amount of children that they got to. Then the government is doing it on a corporate scale through the Catholic Church, through its care homes. It's not just doing it in the UK, it's going abroad to other countries and doing it. It's doing it everywhere. And you've got the cheek to talk about this minute problem when you've got a whole country of people doing it. Like, allow it, please. Jupiter, you need to wake up, man.
Bro, that's what I was saying. It's like, imagine your house is burning, bro, yeah? And across the street, a little bin or your bin in next to the house is burning as well. Jupiter's those people where she'll put all her energy towards taking down the fire of the bin instead of looking at her house that's burning. Literally, she'll run towards the bin. Oh, my bin is burning. My bin is, but she won't look at the house, the actual house that's burning. That's the kind of level, the kind of people that we're dealing with here.
No, it's not. That you are that kind of person. You're a ficko. At the end of the day, right? Paedophilia and sex crimes, sex trafficking, grooming gangs, they're all the fucking same thing. And yes, there are people in the social services. Yes, there are people in the establishment. Yes, the police are culpable. Yes, it can be found in the church. But the last time I checked, Catholic Church admitted that it was going on and doing something about it. Last time I checked, the Christians admitted that it's been going on and are doing something about it. Last time I checked, Nin Cullis said, don't look at the Muslims, look at the paedophiles in establishment.
I did not say don't look at the listen. I don't try to straw man me. All you do is just straw man me after straw. I'm saying look at both, but give what's it called credence to the one who is doing it more. I just gave an analogy of if you got a bin burning and you got your house burning, of course you're gonna look at your house burning first, aren't you? You're gonna put more pressure on that than the bin burning. I'm not saying don't put out your bin fire. I'm not saying that. Put that bin fire out as well because it might harm other people or might actually make other houses burn later on. But what you have to understand is when I see you 1 second, you would go to bat, yeah, for Tommy Robinson and these kind of people and tarnish Muslims and say, these Muslim grooming guys, and all you talk 99% of your rhetoric is towards those people, yet you won't look at towards your own house. And when the brother just gave you some facts about the Queen taking
there ain't no pedophiles in my house, mate. There ain't no pedophiles in my house.
You know what? Do you understand what I mean by house? I don't mean your house.
Yeah, because you wouldn't see them as pedophiles. You'll probably see them as, like, I don't know, like child carers or something. You go out of the way to see the truth. Like there could be a blatant paedophile in your house, but you'd probably be like, nah,
There
he's
would
an
be no
MP. He's not a
paedophile in my
paedophile, he's
house.
an MP.
Fucking
Like,
dick off. You see, unlike some
I'd say that
communities,
again.
if I knew a paedophile, I'd report them. Unlike some communities.
Is it?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? You should go much up to the palace or wherever and go and drag Andrew to America.
Why don't you do that then?
Go take Andrew.
Why
Why
don't you
should
do
I?
that
Why
then?
should I?
Because you
Why
you're more
should I? You're the one that goes up and down the country and fucking complains about paedophiles.
do I
But
go
yet,
up and down the country? Do I?
all right, you're up and
Whatever
down hangouts anyway. You're up and down different hangouts.
Yeah,
Anyway.
yeah.
You are on Google Hangouts complaining about what? The country?
No,
we're
I'm complaining about your queen.
real
Right.
issues.
Well,
Real,
come and do
real.
something about the Queen then, because you're the one going up and down Google Hangouts.
I'm telling you her loyal. I'm telling her loyal subject. I'm awakening you. But you're not having none of it.
Nothing. I've already got fucking videos on my channel to do with this. You're talking shit,
Oh,
mate.
but you still rather go to the Rotherham gangs. You still rather you where are you from? London. You'd rather go all the way up and attack the Rotherham gangs. When the Queen
What do you
lives in
think
London
I've
too, you know.
got? Do you think grooming gangs ain't happened in London?
I know they have. By the
Well, then what are you
fucking
talking about?
but
It's countrywide,
and
mate.
name them. We can name
Countrywide,
them.
mate. I think it's
We
open
can
up
name
doors.
them in London.
Countrywide.
The ones in London
Okay.
are done on a corporate scale. We can name them. We can name the care homes. We can name the establishments.
No. I'm talking about actual Muslim grooming gangs. We've had them in London.
Where?
Are you not aware? Are you not
Where?
aware of the one in Streatham? You weren't aware of that?
No, I'm not aware of the ones in Streatham. No.
Okay, well, yeah, there was one in Streatham.
Jupiter,
So
coming back.
where'd you go? Where'd you go to find these? Do you just wait for them to come out in the news, or like you've got a low key research team? Like, what do you do?
All different. There's groups that mention where they're being caught or what's being going on. There's people.
Those groups are they aware? Are they aware? Are they aware of the other peoples that's doing it, or are they just specifically targeting like the Muslim ones?
No, they talk about anybody that they believe that's involved in it.
Oh, so maybe the
These
Queen is just
people-
maybe they're trying to take down Prince Andrew and that, but they're just too much hard targets to take down.
Brother, we know that's a lie. That's a lie.
No,
Of course it is.
All they focus on the Muslims there. But anyways, Jupiter, I wanted to bring up another issue here because you said that if the Queen committed murder, that she would be prosecuted for it. That's what you said, right, earlier.
I said she wouldn't get away with murder.
Okay, so why did she get away with Princess
So why
Diana?
did she go to trial?
Now, why did she get away
there you go,
with
that's a
Princess
good one.
Diana's death?
Why
Why
did she get away with what?
Why did her and her son get away with murdering Princess Diana?
Right, where's the proof? Did you see the Queen in the tunnel?
You don't have to be
Like the Queen, like the Queen butters her own bread.
You see what I mean, brother? She was. She won't even
Did you
put
see
on
the
her
Queen?
own.
Hold on, has the Queen ever opened her front door?
Brother, has she ever put on her knickers? She's never put on her knickers.
Like, what are you talking about? Like you're gonna see the Queen putting in the work herself.
Okay, so when the
You
King
got
of
what's to be
Saudi
silly.
Arabia was linked with Khashoggi's death, where was the proof?
Yeah.
See, that's what aboutism. What about we're talking about specific.
No, it's not.
We're speaking
No,
about.
no, it's not. You don't know.
Don't divert. Jupiter, don't divert. Don't divert. Don't talk about Kajoshi or Saudi Arabia. We're talking about the Queen and her son killing Diana, which is like if anyone with open minds and with a high IQ can see that they covered up that murder and they killed her in Paris. Anyone can see that. Maybe not you, but anyone with a normal, with 20-30% sales of IQ can see that Diana was killed by the Queen and her son. Why did she get away with it, and why was it covered up?
Number one, so did Khashoggi. Number two, everybody with high IQ can see that there would be a motive, but nobody can prove that she done it.
The
You need
motive
proof.
was, the
You need
motive
proof.
was,
Hold on a minute. Hold on a minute.
I'll tell you the
Hold
motive.
on a minute, Nin. If you're going to do this, okay, at a micro level, then you have to do it at a macro level. So if you are standing there seriously advocating for people being put in prison when there's no actual fucking evidence that they're directly involved, and just going on the fact that there would be a motive, then that would happen to the common people. Is that what you're saying you want to happen in this country?
I do
That
not want.
happens to the common people now. I can tell you that happens to the common people now.
We should just go on
That
what we
happens to
feel.
the common
Okay,
person
that's
now.
fine. That's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll start locking up everybody on just beliefs, yeah? Because they've got a
But
motive, but there's no actual evidence.
The only reason why you were, what are you talking about? That happens now. That's you've never
what
ever.
you're saying. That's what you're saying.
So Jupiter, you did not see the testimony of the MI5 agent that died, that was in hospital, and just before he died, he gave a statement and proven that he was part of it, and the MI and the intelligence services were part of killing Diana. You did not see that, did you?
Okay, what about
Probably saw it, but she probably
Khashoggi's
thinks he's a liar.
testimony? What about Khashoggi's wife's testimony?
And why?
What?
No, listen.
Why are you here thinking that we're standing up for the fucking Saudi prince or whoever the fuck you're talking about? Like,
Brother,
why are you bringing them up?
Brother, you know what she does? We're talking about Diana and the Queen. She'll talk about Saudi Arabia. We'll talk about Prince Andrews. She'll talk about the grooming gangs in Rotherham. Have you seen the connection? Have you seen the pattern of this woman?
Of course.
You can mention a dog, yeah. You can mention a dog, and she'll say, "But it's haram in Islam." But she'll always bring up. Brother, do you get what I'm saying? You can mention chicken. She'll say, "Oh, but halal chicken is Subway is." That's the kind of shit she'll do, bro. So we know her patterns. There's nothing new. Like literally, I mentioned a clear case where she said that the Queen can't get away with murder, and I've mentioned a clear case that so many people know about.
You know the Queen can get away with murder. She was there trying to say that the Queen is above the fucking is not above law and whatnot. Like
she was pregnant. She was pregnant with.
Hello. I think your phone's cutting out, bro.
Guess what she'll say? Oh, she got groomed by Muslim gangs. That's what she'll say. Diana was groomed by Muslim gangs. That's what she'll bring
up. Stories and giggling with each other like little kids.
Yeah,
you don't know what I was saying.
Funny.
Stop making up your own stories and then fucking giggling with it as if it's the truth. You're not.
But that's what you do. That's what you do.
What do you mean that's what I do? I haven't made up any story. Khashoggi's wife.
You're out there claiming that the Queen ain't above the law.
Yes, Khashoggi's wife did testify.
Okay.
You're talking about Princess Diana said that she thought that that's how she would be killed, and it turned out that it's true. But you've got no absolute proof that the Queen herself was directly involved. You've got no absolute proof.
Jupiter. So since you want to talk about Khashoggi so much, yeah, and the Saudi Arabian government, who funds the Saudi government? Who props them up? Let's talk about that.
Is it the same people? Is it the same people that have the biggest? Is it the same people that have the biggest paedophile circuit in the world?
As far as I'm concerned, they're rich from oil. The empire was made from oil.
Who puts them in power? Who put them those same Saudi royals right now that we see? Who is the one that made them fight against the Ottomans and made them rise up against the Ottomans and supplied them with arms? Have you heard about Lawrence of Arabia, Jupiter? Or is that a bit too deep for you?
My point is, he is a head of state. The Queen is head of state.
But he's run by the British government. He is actually in power because of the British government. He is supplied weapons, arms, right now fighting Yemen. Who's giving him all of these weapons?
I don't agree with that. I don't believe that. I don't
Oh,
believe that.
you don't
To
believe
you, money is
you don't
power,
believe-
and they're very, very rich. In fact,
don't
they own.
believe-
In fact, they own some of the land in Britain, don't they? Great
So-
swathes of the land in Britain. And
Nah,
because,
they
according to you,
they own hotels.
earlier on, when you
They
own
own-
the land, you are the one in control of it. And he owns a lot of the land in Britain. Therefore, he must be in control of Britain, according to
owns-
you. And
owns-
how you laid it out when you first came onto the channel, when you were talking about all the countries that Queen owned.
He owns pockets. He owns pockets of places like hotels and things as such. Yeah, and I can give you a clear evidence of this, that they don't really own nothing. When you own a few hotels, look at the Sultan of Brunei. Yeah, the Sultan of Brunei owns the Dorchester Hotel in Britain, and he owns the Beverly Hills Hotel in America. Yeah. As soon as he brought up, I'm talking about the Sultan of Brunei now, yeah, he started to introduce the Islamic punishment to punish gay people and to punish adulterers and things like that, yeah. And what did the Western world do? They said, we are going to sanction you. Not only are we going to sanction you, we are going to freeze your assets that you have within our country, like the hotel. Like the Brunei, brother, check it out. Sultan of Brunei, he owns
But
the
that's
whole.
got nothing to do with the Queen or British people. That's got to do with.
It does, man. It shows that he has no power.
He has no power here. They can seize it whenever they like. Have you heard about the?
Can we
the
seize the Queen's palace? Can we seize the Queen's palace now that she won't like hand over her son to the FBI? Can we seize her palace? Is there something we can do to like force the arm into giving over her son? Is there?
Can another country say we're going to seize the Queen's assets? Can any country do that? Jupiter knows they can't. So
They can say that our army would rise up to protect her, rightly so.
Owning a few hotels does not equate to having power, Jupiter. Not the same power that the Queen has over her dominion in the Commonwealth.
Can anyone say they're just going to go and take the throne from the King of Arabia? Can we just go and take that empire? Can anyone just up and say that?
Yes.
Yeah, they can. Yeah, they can. They can.
Yeah, right.
Can. They'll just change. They'll just change him. They'll put a new person in charge.
What would be the response? What would be the response?
The same response.
Response?
Now watch this. The same response that Saddam Hussein and his troops gave. The same response that Gaddafi and his troops gave.
You're talking nonsense. But
So
I bet the armies would rise up, wouldn't they? Just like ours would. So what are you talking about?
Do you know that Britain is
it seems to me you're a little bit jealous of our Queen. Why are you jealous of the British Queen?
No, I'm not jealous of the Queen, actually. I'm just stating facts that the British government is militarily superior to Saudi Arabia, and they can easily take away their government.
Yeah, I take that compliment. You're right. You're right. I take that compliment.
I agree. Jupiter, I agree.
I like the way you said that. Wait. I like the way she said that. You said, you're really jealous of our Queen. What is it? So you're jealous about our Queen? So what?
You see her mentality, Frank, bro.
I'm telling you. It's crazy.
But you got to entertain it sometimes. You know what I mean? When you're bored, you just got to let her spew out her nonsense.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm jealous of the fact here that my family are not allowed to commit crime unpunished. I'm jealous of that fact. Do you know how much crime I would love to commit? Like, I go unpunished. I'd love to do that stuff. That's what I'm jealous of, Jupiter. Oh, you caught me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's probably about the truest thing you've said all afternoon, that there is a mindset in this country of people that are potential criminals who want to be criminals, openly would like to be criminals, and therefore want to bring the police down. I do agree with that as well.
Yeah, being
cool.
To the same level that
you don't think the police are criminals as well? You probably won't think the police are criminals.
She doesn't,
They're
bro.
not, are they? They're just law-abiding citizens.
Bro, imagine two of her kids are half black, and she doesn't think that the police. Sorry to say,
how old are they? They're probably not even. They're probably not even at the age. You must. Wait. Hold on. Does it make you smile? Yeah, when people on the TV start talking about they want to do more stops and searches. Does it make you smile that they're actually going out and getting the criminals?
I think that more white people should be stopped to even it up, but I don't think stop and search should be stopped because it prevents people getting stabbed.
It prevents people from getting stabbed. Stop and searches.
Yeah, when they stopped the stop and searches, the stabbings went through the roof. I do
Is that
believe
what
that.
they said to
I
you?
wish there was a better way. I wish there was a better way of stopping it in London, but unfortunately, at the moment, that's all we've got. So yeah, I do think that
there is no correlation, Jupiter. There is no correlation to stopping and searching to people stabbing themselves. Today, we still have high rates of stopping and searches in the black community, and yet
And
there's
I'm sure there's still stabbings.
and there's still stabbings. So there's no correlation, bro. She doesn't come with facts and figures. This girl, you know that, innit? Or should I say this
I'm
woman?
telling you, no. Do you know what it is? It's sad, yeah, because obviously
stabbings committed by black people.
I don't know, man, but probably less than.
But probably yes. Is the black on black stabbings higher proportionally than black on white stabbings or white on black stabbings?
1 second, yeah, Veli. There's people in the background. There's Shahid and Torok. Shahid and Torok are in the background, Veli. If you can hear me, they want to jump on the scene. But yeah, go ahead, Frank. Sorry.
No, she was saying something about portions of black stabbings and stuff and comparing it. I don't know where she was going with it, but
White on white crime is more. Let's talk about the white and white crime. White and white crime is the most in this country. Not even because there are more people, but actually proportionate to the actual population. Like if you look at 10 white people, you look at 10 black people, it'll be more likely that those 10 white people got cocaine or they got knives or they're up to no good than the 10 black people. This is facts. This is literally. But yet the white person doesn't get criminalized, but the black person does. He gets stopped and searched. The white guy doesn't. He gets put in court and gets
searches on white people. I agree on that point. They should stop and search more white people. Yes,
they already do stop and search white people. What you said there was ridiculous. White people go to jail all the time.
You're six times more likely as a
in
black
what
person.
area? In what area? Or is
In
it
London.
just in general.
In London.
In every area,
London,
bro. In every
No.
area, man.
Every area.
I got
Yes, every area, bro.
What, Blackburn?
Dave Smith.
Bro, listen, Blackburn, Bradford, bloody London, bloody Manchester, bloody flipping Birmingham. What you on about?
Shahid, 1 second, yeah. Dave, do you know that the white population in London are more than the black population in London?
No.
You don't know that? Okay, I'll bring the facts.
White people are actually
the white population is definitely more than in London.
If you look at the white population, they're 56% in London, and 44%. Watch this, 44% are mixed with black, Asians, and other. Yeah, that's 44% make up all of that. Yeah, all the minorities are 44%, and 56% are white.
But this argument's been framed as some kind of competition, isn't it? Which don't really make sense.
No, because
it's
you're
not a competition.
No, because you're the one that said where. So I'm trying
afternoon, everyone.
So I said London, and your argument goes out the window because even in London there's more white people than non-white people. So even then, your argument will go out the window. And in London,
so what's the crime statistics in London? Who's committing the most crime in London?
You're 6 times more likely to be stopped and searched as a black man than any other race. This is facts. You can go look at.
So then we have to look at the statistics, don't we? Who's committing the most crime in London?
No, but stop and search is not about crime. Do you understand that? They can come stop and search you just for no reason. They can come up to you. I've been stopped and searched probably more than 20 times. And 19 of those times I didn't do nothing. And
you just made a statement that stop and search is not about crime.
Police have their tactics of how they
to be honest,
they police certain areas. They police certain areas. If you're from like Brixton or Peckham or Junction or one of these places, you will find that your estate is being targeted. So you grow up knowing that,
and that's based on the crime rate,
from
right?
Police because they're gonna come and search you.
Is that
nobody wants to be searched?
To be honest,
is that based on the crime rate though?
No, it's not based on the crime rate because if you go to white areas, they're the ones snorting and selling most cocaine, but then they don't get stopped and searched.
Well, you don't know that, do you? Because I grew up on council estates, and we get stopped and searched all the time because the areas that we're in there's high amounts
You
of
say
crime.
based on the crime rate.
Yeah, but what are they predominantly mostly white areas though?
Yeah.
Yeah, but the point we're trying to make though,
I don't think you
where
actually
have
understand outside of London and how it works.
no,
Because
but
you seem to think the police just let us just do whatever we want. It's the same approach. We have the same
to be
problems
honest,
with the police.
to,
in
to,
our
They
to
area.
be honest,
basically do, bro. What you on
yeah,
about?
to be honest, like where we live in like a diverse community, the police are very biased in a sense where they mostly target people of color, and I don't know if it's that we're easy to spot or is our melanin that is that sensitive to the eye or
But the
something.
question
But
I'm asking you is this connected to the rate of crime in Pacific areas?
That
Are they
all those things
targeting
are
Pacific
racially
no, but
areas?
what I'm trying to say to you, the majority of these police in these particular areas what are multicultural are mostly white police, and I have to say they do target a lot of people with melanin. And I don't. Is it because we're easy to attract by their eye, or they're very biased in
Do
how
you know?
they're
Do you know how
conducting?
the police operates outside of London?
It's a bit more closely knit, I could say, than
So
London.
you think, say there's a white working class area, you think the police are what? Nice, kind, don't do anything.
Exactly.
Is this what you believe?
No, the police are dangerous outside London, man.
Yeah, but the point I'm making, we're talking about a diverse area where there's mostly white police officers, and I don't know if it's because of people's melanin, but they're attracting through their eyesight while they're picking on these people. When you live in a multicultural society, everybody's committing crime, whether you're black, white, or whatever.
Yeah, but you got to look at the correlation with crime and all these kind of things. Look, right, on the area that I grew up in, we were standing on a pub car park, right? My friend, oh God.
And a lot of the police have actually came out and admit that they are a bit biased in how they are conducting themselves and who they deem to be suspicious.
Brother, the police commissioner a few years ago actually admitted it's institutionally racist. He's actually the police commissioner. Actually, I can show you a video right now if you want. Him actually with his own mouth. There's not a statement or somewhere in the article. Him on an actual video saying, "I agree that the police in the UK are institutionally racist." He said that.
It's either that or they just can't do their job properly, I say.
The equalities minister turned around and said that it was a mistake that they ever used that phrase because it has been it's been drawn out to be something that it wasn't meant to be. And
who would know more about the police?
Wait.
Who would know more about the police? The equality minister, the police commissioner.
The commissioner. That's laughable.
Well, the statistics don't lie. So take for instance when they started implementing taking people's DNA, literally you've got a whole load of black young youth basically all on the DNA. So even through the computer, it's telling you.
Yeah, that would be because they were being arrested because they were committing more crime and therefore more black DNA would have
What are you talking about? Black people get arrested for living in certain places.
The thing they're not telling you that they've done these things to put you on the database to start with.
Yeah, they do that to a lot of people. So can I ask you a question? Yeah, so
listen,
the black population is
3%,
and it's 13% of the jail population.
That are policed constantly. Like
we know
for no reason. Have you ever? I don't know if any of you man are from like London already. Everyone probably is from London, but have you not seen like something go on in like somewhere and say it somewhere?
I'm not from London, no.
As much people as they possibly can, just to find out what happened.
Yeah. But look, the black population is 3%. The prison population is 18% of black people. Is that because of racism? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave.
Yeah, 100%. That's down to racism as well.
So that's racism, yeah. So why 3% as 18% of the prison population? That's just that's.
I can't even hear you. You know, I don't know if there's someone speaking now.
Yeah, but think about how many people have been thrown in from, say, the 70s up to now over weed charges, wasting Her Majesty's what they call it, her place and all sorts. So majority of the time, these people are just drug offences, if you know what I mean, and all these types of things. And yeah, and a lot of these
There's
people, as I
loads of
say
people
again,
being.
they target the
There's loads
black
of people.
community.
Look at even what's this thing that they're trying to the joint enterprise rule, where someone might do something and whatnot, but like the whole, I don't know, like if you was there at the time, but you didn't do the crime,
Yeah,
like
I
you
know.
get
I know.
thrown in
White
jail as
person
well.
who's doing
Like
life
there's
with
loads
it.
of stupid stuff.
I don't think that just
There's
applies to
loads of
white
stupid
black
stuff people
people.
get thrown in jail for.
Brother,
Can you hear me?
you can put a white person in court, yeah, and you can put a black person in court for the same crime, and the
Yeah,
black guy is more likely to be penalized and criminalized than the white guy.
that's not true.
Of
It's
course,
because
this is
black people
facts.
go not guilty more
This
often
is
than white people.
facts.
So when you go
I don't
not
even know what
guilty, you get
Jupiter's
a
talking
longer
about.
sentence.
Did you guys hear about Did you guys see an article a few years ago about the girl that stabbed her boyfriend in university, and then
Yeah.
Yeah, like Italy or somewhere.
Nah, she went to university. I think it was in UK. You know, she went to university, and they said because she had a high IQ, that they would let her go or something like that. And there was even another article about a few white boys that must have done something. I think this is an article a few years ago, and they said that because it will be traumatizing for the kids for them to go to prison, that they wouldn't give them a prison sentence, even though they stabbed up or they beat up a guy really badly or something. And they said due to the fact because these boys might be traumatized in prison. These are the kind of articles that come out when it comes to white
So
people.
if you're using circumstantial evidence, I'll
Hold on. Have you seen any of the paedophiles that have got away with their crimes because their wife can't speak English or because they've got a cat? So, Nin, yeah, there are miscarriages of justice. It happens right across the board.
What are you talking about? Like who got
It's a cat,
A cat.
brother. Shahid.
Yeah, one bloke got off
Shahid,
sentence.
Let her explain herself. Explain
Shahid,
it.
Shahid said a cat, bro. She said a cat, bro. Shahid, this is your time to shine.
Yeah, that's just circumstantial evidence. The
Just
fact that
explain that
you
cat
say
thing,
that is
please.
because black
Who got
people
let off
go
because they
not
had a
guilty
cat?
more often. Can this guy hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dave. Keep talking.
No, I'm saying this Frank guy. Can you hear me? Look, if
I
you
can't
have,
hear Dave,
if
Yeah,
black
go on.
people go not guilty more often than white people, then they're going to get longer sentences. Because if you plead guilty, you get a lesser sentence. That's why they don't show you the rest of that statistic. They just say, "Oh, black people get longer than white people for the same crime." No, it's because they've gone not guilty, and then when you get found guilty, you get a harsher sentence. And when you're using circumstantial evidence, look, my brother.
That's not entirely true, mate.
Oh, well, bring the stats then. My brother.
You bring the stats, mate.
My brother did attack
You're
someone.
bringing up these claims, right? So
Yes,
you bring it up.
yeah. My brother attacked someone with a weapon, right? And he got 6 years in jail. No one died. Yeah, what he did was wrong, but he got 6 years. No one died. I've seen some people, an Asian guy, get 5 years for manslaughter. Explain that to me if you're using circumstantial evidence.
Mate, listen, yeah. Not all Asians are like that, bro. What are you on about?
Well, that's what you heard in your head, Charlie, but that's not the point I'm making.
Yeah, you said that Asian, right? You said that Asian who made that crime, bro. He didn't even do it.
Brother, don't
You're
worry.
blaming it on an innocent person. There's no proof that he done that. What you talking about?
Dave.
You just lying over there, man.
Dave. I was Dave. Watch it.
That was my point earlier. Why statement white people, but when it comes to every other denomination, you want to say not everybody's like that.
Dave. I was put in prison, for 4 months, for criminal damage. Do you know why? Do you know why?
What's your record though? What's your previous?
I never did anything before.
That was your first time offense, and you got 4 months.
Yeah, I got 4 months, and you know why?
Why?
Because a white couple, ran me over. I was crossing the road, and they ran me over on a zebra crossing. Which I have the right. I have the right. And I crossed and they ran me over.
Okay.
I was dazed. I didn't. Thank God I didn't break any bones, but I was heavily bruised. I was disorientated. I got up thinking that the couple was gonna jump off their car, and at least try to help me or call ambulance or something.
Yeah.
And what they tried to do, they looked back and they tried to drive off. What I did was I grabbed the stone and I threw it as far as I could, and it hit the back of their car and it cracked a bit of their window.
Okay.
This is real facts here. I'm not even joking. This is real
Is
facts.
there video of this?
There's video.
This.
There's video.
CCTV.
There's CCTV of this.
And you got 4 months for that.
And I got 4 months, and I had to pay compensation to that people to fix their back of their car.
Mm.
Do you understand the injustice now? No.
Did you go guilty or not guilty?
Yeah, I went not guilty. That's why.
And that's why you got 4 months, wasn't it?
Yeah. They're saying that if I would have went guilty, they would have.
You never would have done jail time.
No, they're saying that I wasted police time and I wasted criminal.
Well, exactly. Why didn't you just plead guilty? The evidence was there. Quite clearly did it, and you committed criminal damage.
You just proved my point there, then, because that's the thing. If you would have went not guilty, you never would have done jail time.
No, I did go not guilty.
Sorry. If you would have went guilty,
if the car stopped, then he would have got run over.
No, but if you would have went guilty, you would have got community service. But because you went not guilty, you got jail time.
But my thing was, why is these people getting away with it? Because it's a crime if you run over someone and you run away from the scene. That is a crime.
If I was you, I would sue your legal team.
Yeah, I should sue.
If
Yeah,
there's CCTV of this, then what the fuck is going on?
No,
I don't know
you're
how you lost that case.
Oh, you're right. I should not.
Because he walked out into the road, that's why.
And not only that.
He said he's on a zebra crossing though. He was on a zebra crossing, no? Would you say? If you cross on a zebra
your
crossing,
legal team must
if
have
someone
been
hits you, if someone
Stevie
hits
Wonder
you
and
on
Ray
a zebra
Charles.
crossing, that is an instant crime. Instant.
Yeah.
You
So
have
how
to
did
wait.
So what
For
kind of
everyone on
legal
a zebra
team did he
crossing.
have?
You can't
What
get
kind of
knocked on
legal?
a zebra
Who was
crossing is like one of the
representing
only
you?
places you can't get knocked over.
Nin, who was representing you at court?
And how did you actually get hit by the car?
I got hit by the car, and you know what it is, Dave Smith? Yeah, some of us can't afford high class rollers and lawyers. Yeah, we'll get the public lawyers that he's got like 20, 30 cases that day. He doesn't give a fuck about my case. He just wants to get home. And he was pressured.
So did you get hit by the front of the car?
I got hit by the front of the car. I got hit to the side of the road. I was disoriented. I didn't know what was happening. People started coming to me, asking me, "Are you all right? Are you all right?" I looked towards the car. They looked at me, and they put the pedal on the metal, and they tried to run off. I got up, even though the adrenaline was rushing, and I wasn't feeling so much pain. I got a stone, any stone that I could find, and I threw it as far as I could. And because of my aim, because I had good aim, it hit the back of their car. And it's
What plea did it offer you?
You know when you're disorientated, you can't have good aim. You know when you're injured, you can't run fast. You see, and this is what the problem is.
Yeah,
and if you put it in front of this sounds like an insurance claim.
Jupiter in front of the car, bro.
Jupiter, was that a cat that hit? Was that a cat you think that hit? Or was that a cat that threw the stone for me?
Tell me this then. Tell me this. How fast was the car going?
The car was going at least 30 miles an hour, 20 something, 30 miles.
And what was your distance between that car?
What do you mean?
Oh shit! My guy, you should have done a plea and got community service, man.
Because if
no, I'm just
on a zebra crossing.
No, but watch this. I'm highlighting injustice. That black.
You proved my point, though, Nick. You proved my point because you went.
But it's true though.
Imagine you got hit on a zebra crossing,
and now you're going to court for fucking criminal fucking damage. It doesn't make no fucking sense.
Yeah, but Nim proved my point, didn't it?
So as far back as 2009.
Why should I go guilty? Why should I have a criminal record? Why is it that straight away black people are told to go?
Because someone's window, you're a vandal. That's why.
Yeah. So why is it that they didn't get told to court? That is my whole point.
Run over properly and pretend he was injured.
No, Dave. I can concede to your point, yeah, for the sake of argument that I did commit criminal damage. Yeah, I can concede to that point. But that was not my point.
Case, mate.
No, but that was not my point. My point was
From time you know the car is coming at 25 to 30 miles per hour, why would you cross the road because you think you got privilege?
No, but
Bruv, you have got privilege. You're on a zebra crossing. If you are on a zebra crossing and a car is coming at 25 or 50 miles an hour and you decide to walk into the road and the car hits you, the driver is in trouble.
Yeah, but you can hear the car coming in. Was it an electric car?
It don't matter whether you can hear the car coming or not. You are on the
You know what
zebra
I mean?
crossing and get hit.
You're
If you're
not.
on the zebra
No,
crossing and
no. Your whole ears will tell you whether to move or whether somebody's giving you way or not.
Bruv, that's irrelevant. You could be drunk.
Wait, I
You
want to
could be
read
drunk.
Oh, you could be drunk.
right? In 2009, as far as 2009, that's over 10 years ago, right? Trevor Phillips came out and said the police should no longer be accused of institutional racism. The UK's equalities chief has said, because he was equalities chief at the time. In a speech marking 10 years since the Stephen Lawrence murder, Trevor Phillips said the UK and the police have changed massively. He said that Britain is by far the best place in Europe to live if you are not white. But Mr. Phillips also criticised Prince Harry's use of the word, of the P word, to describe a fellow officer. In a wide-ranging speech on Monday, the Equalities and Human Rights Commission chief said the UK is now a much-changed place, at ease with racial diversity, even if problems still remain. So there you go. Trevor Phillips called it out.
Okay, so you're talking about a 2009 article, but we have a 2012 article that says differently.
Okay,
Ooh,
and I
what
have
does the
a
2012 one say?
2019 article where Trevor Phillips
2012, Sir Angelo Davis, who has said
again talks about it.
numerously that he has said that in the UK there are no equal law between a black person and a white person, and he has admitted that a white person is more likely to get off the chance to go to jail rather than a black person. So this is clear that a white person can easily get off without going to jail. So therefore, you bringing up a 2009 article does not make sense.
Shahid, where's the evidence for that?
Can you
Where's
bring the evidence for your article, mate?
Yeah, what's
You're
the
asking me. You're asking me. You're asking me. So bring your article first, and then I'll bring mine.
BBC News, 2009.
Oh, okay. Listen, give the link. Give the link. Oh, mad.
Oh my days. Jupiter, I know you're not racist, yeah, because obviously you got a black husband. But are you racist though?
Am I racist? No, I'm not racist. I just
Are you sure?
what I don't like is when people try to be perpetual victims and think that they're the only people that suffer certain things. There are injustices in
No,
this
we're
country.
just trying to point out. Yeah, we're trying
But
to
it
point out
goes
the
right
stuff you
across the
see.
board.
You're
It goes
saying that there are injustice. Hold on, you're saying there are injustice. You're saying there are injustices, yeah, in this country, yeah. One of the injustice we all know is the police, but yet you're gonna get an article, yeah, that has one person saying that it isn't racist no more, and then we have to use that as fact as to whether the police are
Are
racist
you
or not.
racist? Are you racist?
No, I wouldn't say so.
Okay, because a lot of what you say seems to be anti-white.
Where
What's
have I been
anti-white?
anti-white?
What's anti-white?
What's anti-white?
It's
So
people.
hold on. If I call a white person, hold on.
Let us finish.
If I call a white person a bellend, that's racist. Okay.
What have I said that's anti-white? What have I said that's anti-white?
Well, you've made broad sweeping statements about the British and
Let's break every statement I've said down. So what is the statement I've said that's anti-white? Wait, I want to know what the statement I said that's anti-white.
Everything you say is anti-white.
Like what?
Everything.
Give me an example of
So
something.
saying a white man is racist, that's anti-white.
Okay, Shahid goes. Go on, let's Shahid speak. Shahid.
I just said to you, if someone calls a white man racist, that's white. That's anti-white.
No, no, it's not.
Okay, so what's anti-white?
Right, you tell us what anti-white is. Tell us what anti-white is.
Anti-white is people that have got an agenda against people that are white. So what they do is
I've said. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Sorry. Carry on.
So what they do is they try to paint them as demons and demonize them. They use racial slurs against them and then come out with the excuse, yeah, but black people or people of color can't be racist.
So
What they
hold on. So what's a
they do,
racial
No, let
slur
her finish.
against a white
Let her get
person?
her whole. Let her
let
get her
Shahid
whole.
talk because the cat fucker needs to talk.
He's finished now. Let's go.
It looks like the prostitute talker wants to talk, so let the prostitute speak.
Listen, I've never gone online saying I'm a prostitute. I don't
Well, you went
prostitute
to
myself.
Leicester, paid
You
someone
went
50 quid
online
to
to
fuck
say
you,
that
so don't charge
you,
here.
you went online and said you had sex
You
with a
went to
cat.
Leicester, you went to Leicester,
You went online and
paid
said you
someone
had
50
sex
quid
with
and
a cat.
fucked you.
Shahid.
You
You
went to
went online
Leicester, paid
and
someone
said
to
you
fuck
had
you.
sex with a cat.
That's how you're a
Shahid.
prostitute. You went to Leicester, paid someone 50 quid and then fucked you. So what are you
Yeah,
on
all
about?
right.
What are you on
All
about?
right.
All right,
You're not a
cool.
prostitute.
Let's
Making
hear
stories
what.
up. Shahid, everyone
Not a
knows that you
story,
told
mate.
everybody
Not a
that you shagged.
story. Everybody knows you went
Super.
to Leicester, went 50 quid and then paid the fucker. So shut up.
All right, let's find out how I'm anti-white. So carry on with your anti-white explanation of what it is, and then tell me how I was anti-white.
Okay, because what you seem to do is, right, even though you know that 1 million people marched against the war, yeah,
I didn't say any. Listen, I didn't even say
you make
anything
it look
about the
like
Iraq
the
War.
country
I didn't
agreed with
say
that
anything about the
war.
Iraq War. That was Nin. So tell me what I said.
Oh, sorry, I thought you wasn't in speaking. Sorry.
Oh, so I'm not anti-white then.
No, I was talking to Nin. Nin is
But
the
Nin ain't
person.
been speak. Nin ain't spoke for like 5 minutes. He's been on mute for like
Sorry, I've
five
got you
minutes. He's only
confused.
been speaking.
I've got you confused.
Okay. So I'm not anti-white no more.
I can't recall anything that you've said, but more than likely, but we'll see.
Okay. Are you racist?
No.
Okay. Do you
Okay,
support all the people?
she said the
All,
N-word.
all the people that do like racist things that everyone are like onto about, like even like Churchill and the statue and that you supported.
Do I support what specifically?
Do you like Winston Churchill? Do you uphold Winston Churchill as a great figure for this country?
Right. Okay. I hope you're going to allow me to speak in
I
full.
am.
Jump.
Go
Yeah.
on.
Right. I believe Winston Churchill is a figurehead for this country because he helped us win the war. He represented a time when we needed a leader to take us into victory, and he did that. So therefore, he represents a time of the World War II, of a time that we went through great adversity and overcame. However, there has been some allegations that he was a racist, but when you break it down, there's a good video on Wendy's that was done 2 nights ago, where she plays a video. I can't remember her source now, what the name of the person whose video it was, but she plays it on hers, so you can go over and check it on Wendy's video. When you break it down, and put into context the things that were brought up in the book by the person who claimed he was a racist, he's not actually a racist at all. He might make racialized statements, but I would say that was more indicative of the mindset at the time, the way that the language was used loosely like that. Yeah.
So who do you consider a racist? What do you consider what a racist? Because you said that after reading these statements, he might have said like racist things, like maybe racist remarks and stuff, but he never did anything that was actually racist. Yeah. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I'm saying that he never based any of his decisions on race. That's a lie, only in a positive way. For example, he has made statements, I can't remember verbatim, but something along the lines of no man should be mistreated or treated worse than another man based on their skin color.
He said that.
Yes.
Okay. So did he not support the apartheid movement in South Africa?
I wouldn't know. I'd have to go and look into that, what his stance was on that. It's the first I've ever heard of that being him.
But if you find out that he did support it, the apartheid, would you agree that apartheid was racist?
Would I agree apartheid was racist? Yeah, of course, because it was defined by race.
Okay. So if he supported it, would you agree now that he's racist? Since
Um,
before you said that he did it, the
no,
stuff he did wasn't.
no, some people, right, and I'm going to try and explain this the best I can because I'm not the most articulate in the world. Some people believe that other countries have the right to do what they want to do in their own country. So if he supported them doing what they wanted to do in their own country and said, well, I support it because it's their decision, it's not for us to decide, then I would support him. So I would need to go and look into what he actually said and why he actually said it before I can judge.
Okay, so do you believe that the South Africans, the white South Africans, it's their country?
The ones that are born there, yeah, most definitely. I'm a civic nationalist. I believe people of colour born in this country are indigenous.
Okay, so if like let's say ISIS or whatever come over here and like kill the Queen, the kill the royals, kill up all the MPs and whatnot,
Which,
impose their own.
Over here. There shouldn't be ISIS over here.
Listen to what I'm saying. If ISIS come over here, kill the MPs, kill
You
all
mean
the royals.
if foreigners come over here and try and kill our Queen, yeah?
Yeah. And actually do it. They kill the Queen, they kill the MPs, and now they're saying that they own the land. Now they're saying that they own the land. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it their country?
Is it their country? If they won it in war and there was nothing we could do about it, it would become their country, wouldn't it? But we're past all them stages. Those things are what happened in history. We don't do all that shit no more.
Okay, so basically we're all allowed. Everyone's allowed to do like the mad thing, and then if we change it in law and say, you know what, this is wrong, we shouldn't do this no more.
Queen and got away with killing the Queen. What would happen is that our army would rise up and they would chase down every ISIS member and they would probably slaughter them. There would probably be a war.
They might not. What if they all just converted to Islam? They all could have just converted to Islam after that. After seeing that, they all could be like,
pay their wages.
1 second here, 1 second. Veli. Someone's in the back. Someone wants to get on. If you can hear me, Veli. Someone wants to.
Yeah, Veli, Afghans in the back chat.
Yeah, so like you have to remember who's gonna pay their wages because there's no Queen now.
You don't think that the white people themselves that have been trained in the army would be so pissed off that they'd be willing to go?
Have you seen how much?
Yeah, I think some of them will fight back.
Have you seen how much some of these people get paid? Some of these people are left homeless. Some of these people are left.
You don't get paid by the Queen.
What I'm trying to say to you now, hold on 2 seconds, my brother. So why do you feel because these people are white that you should have a tie to these people?
Sorry?
Why do you feel because these people appear to be so-called white that you need to have some sort of allegiance and a tie to them?
I don't feel it's because of their skin color. I feel it's because they're the figurehead for our country.
So why do you think they need to hold
an allegiance? That's what I'm saying.
Jupiter, can I ask you a quick question? Yeah? You know, have you heard about the Stephen Lawrence case?
Yes.
Do you think that was handled race based? Was it a racist like whatever happened there? Like when it comes to how the police handled it, would you say that was racist?
Right. Well, there's two questions there. Was the crime actually involving race? Yes, I would say so. But was the fact that they weren't brought to court because of their race? No, that wasn't true. Well, when it comes to the investigation for Stephen Lawrence, there was corruption involved. One of the gang had a villainous father that was a big gangster that had connections within the police force, and therefore they backed off of that particular incident.
Wait, hold on. Are you telling me their father was a gangster and had connections with the police force?
Yes.
The what? Police force are making connections. The police force that you hold up in high regard are making connections with gangsters.
Yeah, there are some corrupt police. Newsflash.
What you just said goes against the whole thing. Like the whole topic of today is who's more gangsters, the gangsters or the government and stuff.
No, it doesn't.
Shatters your whole argument. You know that, innit?
No, it doesn't, because what you're trying to do, see, here we go with the anti-white agenda again, Nin. What you're trying to do,
Anti-white.
yeah, because he considers the police force to be mainly white and that they have a problem with black people. That's why I say he's anti-white.
How
So,
is that anti-white? That's
Why
just
can't we be realistic? Why can't we just be realistic and call it out as it is?
right, if we're going to be
But she
real,
doesn't want to do that, because for her to do that, she's going to accept that this is a racist country. The police is racist force.
I
You
don't
have to
believe.
remember, you have to remember what time it was in as well. It was in the early 90s.
Yeah, but this is look. This is what is annoying me, right? I'll explain what is annoying me.
Elton.
So
Lynn,
what?
Early 90s in Elton.
What I'm trying to show you now, these
Lynn
gentlemen,
wants to say every police officer is racist. That's what he wants to do.
these
He doesn't
people that
want people
committed
to
the crime,
say
they were groomed.
No.
Those young men that committed those crimes, they were groomed from young to think like that. And this is why they had the backing to do certain things like that. Because they've been groomed to think those type of ways. And a lot of the police feel and think those type
She
of
wouldn't
ways.
call it groomed. She wouldn't use that word groomed. She
No,
would
but
probably
I'll be honest,
use poor.
even through the 70s, from 60s all the way up to the
Mental.
90s, TV has been grooming the masses in the UK, whether they like it or not. We have to really be honest. They have been groomed to be stereotypical racist, and it's not their fault. It's through the production of the BBC and all these programs.
Yo, Veli, 1 second here.
Emphasize
Veli,
on all these types of things.
Torek, 1 second, brother. Yeah? Yo, Veli.
That same gang stabbed a white kid 2 weeks before.
1 second. Yo, Veli. Natty Dread and Afghan are in the back. They want to jump on. Veli, if you can hear me. Yeah, sorry. Go on ahead, guys. Sorry.
Right, that same gang, because you're being specific of one case, that same gang had stabbed a white kid only 2 weeks before.
Yeah, but we could say they go football rioting every day or every weekend, but that's not the point. We're talking about the cause of that whole vicious crime, and it was racial influence, or it was mostly
in the case. Hold on, Turek. In the case of Stephen Lawrence, did race play a part in it? Yes, there's no doubt about that, because there were witnesses who said that he was.
Those gentlemen have been groomed to think like that. And the reason why I say that, because the majority of people who live in those areas, the majority of people that live in those areas, they've moved out of London to move to those types of areas.
Wait,
So
hold on. Wait, let me hear. Yo, hold on 1 second. Jupiter, was Eltham a racist area in the 90s?
No.
It wasn't. Has Eltham ever been a racist area?
No. But the press labelled it as the most racist area. When if I'm not going to be allowed to answer, then there's no point asking the questions if you've already got the answers.
Go on.
You're allowed to answer. You're just not allowed to lie. You're just not allowed to lie.
I'm not lying. When Stephen Lawrence got murdered, a lot of the community, knew through the grapevine who had done the murders. They went to the police. They phoned up the police. They left messages on police cars. They left messages in phone boxes. They rang up anonymously. Many people. Witnesses came forward. People said they were willing to talk. The reason that the case, wasn't resolved is because one of the children had a gangster father who had connections to the police and therefore put pressure. There was corruption there.
Okay, then can I ask you this question then, Jupiter? So the pub that Hector was in, where he was getting funny stares, where was that pub?
Oh, that was Old Kent Road.
Oh, Old Kent Road.
What, it was in Old Kent Road? What club? Why was he getting funny stares?
Because he walked into a place that was actually what you would call predominantly white, full of racists. Extremely.
In Old Kent Road. Where did he walk into? Fucking Millwall Football Club. Where did he walk into?
Yeah, there is a lot of Millwall.
Oh my god.
Nah. But there ain't no Millwall
Where
club.
did you say, Jupiter?
Listen,
Off Old Kent Road?
No, it was along the old Kent Road. I don't know if it's still there now.
You know how
Yeah,
funny?
wait, hold on.
there's
And
a
you
lot of
wait.
Millwall there, man.
Let's get break down what she's saying. Because this is a woman that's saying Elton is not racist, but she's managed for her black husband to go to Old Kent Road and find racism, like a whole heap of white people in a club, a pub or club.
Frank, Frank White, don't be surprised, bro. Don't be surprised. Yo, but Jupiter,
I'm not gonna.
it's convenient, yeah, how you call it certain things corruption, certain things racism. Like it's funny how when something is racist, you'll cover it up by calling it corruption. It's very convenient.
No, I never said that. You see, this is where you've got selective hearing. I said the murder itself was definitely racially. There was definitely racial implications in it because witnesses said the M word was used as he was being killed. There's no doubt about that.
Is that the only reason that makes it racist? Just the fact that the N word was used.
Justice. Hold on. It's two different things. The reason he didn't get justice was not because the boys were white. It had more to do with the fact that one of the kids had a gangster father who had connections to people within the police force that was under their payment. There was extortion going.
So would he not call out? So hold on. So tell me this. Would he not call out white privilege?
No, it's nothing to do with that. It's to do with
people. So take for instance now. Take for instance now the march that happened the other day. It was an ex-policeman that got escorted and helped from a black person now.
Yeah. Well, I believe.
So do we need to go into further to find out where that policeman used to work?
You need to allow me to speak to answer your
question. Please.
Now you gotta listen to that, Jupiter, because you know what, Turk's on fire today.
No, he's blazing.
I don't get a chance to respond. So if you want what? 1, 2, 3, put 4 people just shouting odd questions, and then you don't ever get to speak and answer. There's no point because you're not having a conversation.
No, you're right. No, you're right. You're right, Jupiter. You're right. Go on, then answer that. Answer that.
Well, I believe that that particular thing that happened on that Saturday needn't have happened. I believe there was a psyops going on. I do believe that. I do believe that police officer was probably an undercover plant. If you look at his background, he was a police officer that specialised in going undercover as a football hooligan.
So which one was he? Which one was he then, Bill or Ben?
Yeah, but it took years, Jupiter. It took years.
So which one was he then?
It's only because they put more pressure and more pressure. And when they started delving and they started finding more information about people and who they're connected to, they had to say, you know what? We need to bring these people in.
Man. He's a plant.
You know, earlier, she tried to say that people were giving evidence to police to say that it was these boys that killed Stephen Lawrence. She used that as like to say that this weren't racially driven because you have people in the area.
Right. Again, that's not what I said. Again, you've got selective hearing.
How have I got selective hearing? Do you not say this? Where am I bringing this from?
Let Natty see if you can understand it first, and then put it back up. I said that the actual incident was definitely involving racial stuff because when they killed him, they used the M word as they killed him. Witnesses have come out. There's no doubt about that. But what I'm disagreeing with is that the fact that he didn't get justice was nothing to do with the fact that he was black. It was to do with the fact that there was one of the children's fathers was a big time gangster, not just a small time, big time. And he had police under his payroll. And it was those police that he called in to make sure that they didn't get implicated.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, that could be one of the reasons. But I mean, this is what I mean, Jupiter. I mean, what you've just said to me has now made me even think about now. I don't know which police officer who's who. You don't know who's who.
So what happens when you cover up racism then?
Sorry?
What happens when you cover up racism then?
How is racism being covered up?
Well, you just said the
By
police
happening,
officers.
by
Obviously,
it's happening.
there's you know what, Jupiter? Yeah, I know Asian police officers, yeah, that do things, and certain white police officers that do sort of things. Yeah, I know this sort of stuff goes on. But what
Yeah.
Tarek's saying is, yeah, is then there's a cover up within the police force, not just one police officer. This police officer has got to go around to all the other police officers and tell them this is what's going on. So it's not just one head. There's
Natty,
many heads in there.
Natty, to make it worse, Natty, to make it even worse, yeah, this gang of youth that done it, 4 weeks prior to the killing of Stephen Lawrence, they actually attacked another black boy and stabbed him up as well. And none of them were brought to justice for that. So that was not actual. It was known in the area.
And 2 weeks before, I know exactly who you're talking about. You're talking about a kid called Roland. But exactly 2 weeks before that, there was a white kid that was stabbed as well. But luckily, he survived. But he was stabbed up as well by the same gang. This gang was known in the area for going around and stabbing people and known for being bullies and violence. Okay, and every time it happened, the father would intervene and obviously sometimes they didn't even, if the police weren't called, the police wouldn't be called because this gangster and his influence, he would go and put pressure on people and frighten people from actually calling the police, etc., etc., etc. So when you're talking like this was just a group of white kids who suddenly decided to stab a black kid. No, it wasn't
Exactly,
like
because
So
reading
what
them
was it?
truly, they have been groomed. They have been groomed to think like
Yeah,
that.
when
and we have to be
you're
honest.
when you're born, we teach our kids these things. We don't teach. Like kids get taught things by adults.
Yeah,
They learn
no one
stuff.
can
So
argue that a gangster probably did teach his children and his children's friends those kind of things. No one's going to say that you're wrong for that.
and
So
not only
what,
that, at the time,
what I'm trying to say is obvious.
Jupiter,
It's obvious.
people obviously at that time were getting to know people, right?
What do you
Do you know
mean?
what I mean? Like at the time there was a lot of racial tension there because people still needed to get to know what the other person was like. Still need to understand that they're different color, but they're human. Yeah.
No,
But
at
what
that
do you mean, no?
time,
At that
no,
time, there was a lot of racial tension still.
there were plenty of mixed race families. I
What
don't know
you
what
don't
you're talking
understand,
about.
what you don't understand, Natty, what you don't understand, just like how you
Jupiter,
have that,
slave
like,
owners had mixed race kids, Jupiter, and those
all right,
kids were allowed to sleep inside the house.
Slave
Natty,
owners falling up just to
take for instance, you've got a lot of families. Natty,
That's a
take for
disgusting
instance,
level to go to,
Yeah.
Nin.
take for instance, you have a lot of families that used to live in London, but they move out to the outskirts. So Essex, they're like those types of areas, in it basically. So they went to a predominantly white area. When there was the increase of other black people coming into those areas, there used to be a big what they call national front, what they call
Yeah,
corporation
MF.
around there, very
Yeah.
close around those
And
areas
they
and
used to
things
like
like
march.
that.
They
Yeah.
had little national
No, there
flags
was
and
never.
stuff, and they used to march.
And another point we have to be
Jupiter,
honest about.
Jupiter, I know
Another
Jupiter.
point.
Jupiter,
Another
No,
point
I know for a fact that Kent and
Welling.
Essex.
You're lying. It was in Welling. It was never in Eltham. It was in
How far is
Welling.
it down the road from there?
Well,
Down
quite,
like 10
This
minutes.
is the woman. This is the
in the
woman
same
that said
place,
Elton
is it?
This is the woman
This
that
is the one that said Elton got racist.
Jupiter, you just told us that your husband went inside a pub, and because he was going inside the pub, he got funny stares. In this day and age,
But that's
like,
not
just think about, what you're saying, Jupiter. Right? I'm
Tell us this then. Tell us this then.
That's
Around
what I'm
that
trying to say.
area,
She's woke enough to
around that
understand that
area.
her son, husband's
Hold
getting
on,
funny
two
stares,
seconds.
but she's
2
not
seconds.
woke enough to
Around that area, what football
understand
team
that
do
the
they mostly
police are
support?
racist.
I can't hear you all talking at once. You're all like clucking hands.
Around that area, what is the most popular football team around that area?
In what sense?
Millwall.
No, it's not.
Millwall.
Probably Charlton.
Who is
Probably
it then?
Charlton. Probably Charlton.
Yeah, probably. I'd say there's a lot of people that have Charlton, but Charlton's more like a second team.
Peckham is just
No,
off Old Kent. Old Kent Road runs just off Peckham, yeah. And I know for a fact. I used to go to a scrapyard round there, yeah, and there's a big, massive Millwall population round there. massive population.
What are you talking about?
Off Old Kent Road, go on to the scrapyard. Just off Old Kent Road. After
Okay,
you come
well,
from
Old Kent
Sainsbury's.
Road is not Eltham. Old Kent Road is not Eltham.
Yeah, we was talking about Eltham. She said that Eltham earlier
Oh,
wasn't
Eltham.
racist
Oh,
area. She said that Eltham wasn't a racist area. And
You know that place?
But the point I'm trying to make to you, majority of the original people that used to live in London, they've moved to those types of areas, like all them Essex and Kent. And
Somebody just wrote in the side chat that Charlton's racist. Charlton's probably predominantly black, I would say. These
I'm not too sure if Charlton's racist, to be honest.
exactly, it's not racist.
But there might be
Welling,
a chance.
it's so racist.
I'm not gonna say it's
What
not.
racist? You live in Welling.
No, I don't
But
live
at the
in
same
Welling.
time, but hold on. But at
she
the
probably
same
lives
time,
in
we
Bexley
have
Heath
to
or
be honest. We have to be honest. Like a lot of the people who moved to Essex, they're majority West Ham supporters. So the majority of people that moved out of South London to Kent and all them type of areas, they are heavily Millwall or Crystal Palace supporters. In a sense like that.
No, they're not.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
A lot of people in Eltham, I would say.
A lot of the Millwall fans are from Kent.
But why is it?
We know this. This is not.
I want to ask the question of why is it that Hector feels so comfortable walking into a pub full of Millwall fans, sitting down for a pint, and just be comfortable with it?
His best mate supports Millwall actually
because of his missus. He thought
that is a big revelation. That just shows the type of
he could do that because he's got a missus.
Bro, hold on a minute. Are you referring? I want to pull them up because they're talking nonsense now. Are you referring to the story when I was dating Hector? So he wasn't married to me. So no, that's the first thing out of the window.
So Hector met you in a
your idea to go to the pub
full of Millwall fans. Was that your first date?
No. You see how thick you lot are. You need to listen to the story. Stop filling in blanks with your own imagination. Hector came to meet me at work one day. He just went into any nearby pub, went in there, ordered a drink, and sat down. He told me what pub he was in. I came along, I came and met him. I walked in, and straight away I realised he was sitting in a pub full of extreme racists.
How did you know this?
He had no clue. He had no clue.
What was the giveaway?
With the way they were staring at him and the way they were.
No, come on. What was the giveaway? Come on.
He didn't realise that they were being rude to him. I did.
Oh,
but he
didn't
realise.
So wait, hold on. So wait, is Hector incapable of being surrounded by people that don't like him and not knowing? Like, does he make the kind of decision?
Yeah, don't you get it? He's not frightened of anybody. He didn't care. As far as he was
not about not being frightened.
It's
not about not being frightened.
In this
it's about
country.
somebody
What is the
understanding.
problem?
More like blinkers.
Listen, it's not. It's not about being frightened. Yeah, it's more about understanding your surroundings and who's around you. If he's managed to go into a pub, I don't know how many people's in there, but let's say 30 people, and they're all staring, looking at him. Like,
okay, what
is that a place would you want to go?
The mirror with my story? Yeah, exactly. Like some of you would have done.
We dragged them out. We dragged them out.
Listen, as far as I was concerned, I was in a country where there's freedom of movement. I can go wherever I want, even till this day.
So you decided to go into.
But
did you go to the racist pub?
You didn't clock on.
So out of all the places you could have went to, you decided to go to a racist pub.
That was the nearest pub. That was the nearest pub in my vicinity. Understand? In my vicinity where I was at that point in time. Is it clear now?
Yes, I'm clear. But Hector, you do know they say. You do know they say about. Listen, 1 second. You do know they say about racism.
It looked like he went out of his way to pick that pub. It was the nearest pub. He just went in there. Never been in there before.
Well, you know what they say? Magnets attract.
Nah, but watch this. Yeah, watch this. Yeah. Have you guys heard the saying? Racism is not often seen, but often felt. It's something that you feel. Like you can walk in somewhere without anyone saying anything, you can just feel the vibe like of racism. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Right, but he didn't feel it. It didn't bother him.
Oh, he didn't feel the racism.
No, it didn't
Did
bother
he
him.
feel comfortable?
He
So-
doesn't feel. He probably doesn't feel racism.
So
He
it's
probably
like,
you don't feel it at all.
Because, like as I said, I'm not like you that want to put yourself and cry racism and play racism card. Like I said earlier on. Listen, hold on, let me finish. Just because I did not run to the Daily Mirror or to my local MP who was Labour at that time. So what? It's a free country. I can go wherever I want. I can go wherever I want, wherever I choose to.
Do you not see? Do you not see or feel racism? You don't understand those concepts, do you?
Yeah, they only came for a quiet drink and he was
You're
sipping
above
loud.
What concept? What concept should I understand? Make me understand. The fact that I can move freely in the UK.
Yes, I know, but do you not know when you're like faced with racism?
Listen, like as I said, I
When
wasn't.
it happens to you, hold on, Hector.
Listen. Just listen to me. I didn't care.
Yeah, but
Excuse me, I know you don't care.
Yeah, but hold on.
But I'm trying
Maybe
to
they
see
came
how.
for a quiet
Wait,
drink and he
wait,
was
wait,
sipping
Turok,
loud.
Why are you trying to make him a victim?
Exactly.
I'm not trying to make him a victim. I want to understand. I want to get to his level of thinking because he seems to be around racism and not even care. I care when I'm around racism. I want to know what is
Because listen, because hold on. As far as that's concerned, I went in there. I got served my drink.
Exactly.
I got. Did you hear what I said? I got served my drink. That was all that mattered to me. I got served my drink. End of.
Oh, yeah, all right then.
Okay.
So as long as you got
what
your
happens?
So was he sipping loudly or something?
So Hector, as long as you got your drink, you don't care what's happening. The whole world could be burning. As long as you got your pint and lager, you're fine.
Listen.
I could have been in a shop where they sell cars. I could have been in a school, provided I go there, get my lectures and fuck off. Anywhere, I could have been anywhere. But what I'm saying is, they served me. If they had said, no, we're not serving you, then to me it would have been an issue. But they gave me my drink. I went down and sat down. That's the difference.
Hector, if the black world.
Why didn't you stand up?
One second there. Hector, if the black world had more people like you.
Oi, Tarek.
Let me ask one question. Let me ask a serious question.
Turek. Stop that. Stop. Wait.
One second.
With the banter though, yeah. Turek.
Wait. Let's hear him.
Hector, why did you stand up?
One second, brother. Yeah, I want to see the psychology. Yeah, Hector, do you think if the black world had more people like you amongst them, that racism would decrease or will it increase?
Again, that is down to your own person. As far as I'm concerned, listen to me. As far as I'm concerned, I was served my drink. As far as I'm concerned, whatever shop I went to buy a car, whatever shop I went into to buy a car, I was given the service I required. Whether whoever was running that shop racist, whether the person is not racist, I don't give two monkeys. Provided I went there for a service and I got the service.
But you didn't answer my question, Hector.
All right, but be honest, Hector. Yeah, Hector. If you was with about 6 other brothers, you would have kicked off in it. You would have thought, nah, I ain't having that.
No, listen. When you go to Tesco, how do you know the person serving you is racist or not? When you go to Tesco, you know.
You don't.
You don't
exactly.
know. You don't.
If I walked into Tesco, yeah, and then everybody that was in Tesco turned around and looked at me, everybody did. I'm gonna wonder what's wrong. First thing, you didn't seem to wonder that everyone was looking at you.
Okay. So when I go to,
of course I'm gonna care. If I walk into a shop and everyone turns around and looks at me, I'm gonna care. I need to know why you're looking at me.
Yeah. I've gone to places where I'm the only white person. People,
Nigeria?
Yeah, obviously Nigeria, but in England I'm talking about, right? I've gone
Hold
to
on,
places.
hold on. So wait, when you go to
I'm
Nigeria,
not,
hold
hold
on.
on,
When you
no,
go
I'm
to
gonna
Nigeria,
finish.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Let her.
I've gone to
Let her
places
finish.
where I'm the only white person. It's natural for people to turn around and look. You think I'm going to take offence and think that everybody who looks at me is a racist? No.
You
I
just
didn't say that.
you
I
just
didn't say that. Wait, hold on.
I
Yeah,
knew
but the
one
story.
person
Say that.
was
Yeah,
a
but the
racist.
story you just told us, that
I'm going off the
Jupiter. Yeah.
story that you
Yes,
told.
it was more than just
Look
looks.
at him.
It was the way they were looking.
Yeah.
The way they were looking aggressively. But that's not the
They were
point.
looking.
Point
But the
is,
point is, I'm trying to make. The point I'm trying to make is. Wait, hold on. The
didn't
point I'm
care.
trying to.
Hector
Wait,
didn't
hold
care,
on.
right? Hector
Jupiter, let's have a
didn't care.
discussion.
They
Let's not. We
didn't
don't
touch
want to
him.
control you.
They allowed him to have his drink. They didn't interfere with him. As far as he was concerned, they're entitled to think what they like. He's entitled to think what he likes. As long as everybody's moving along and nobody's interfering with anybody, what is the problem? That is his point of
Okay,
view.
that's true. That's his point of view.
Yeah.
But when
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
got to
Yeah.
the pub, hold
That's
on.
true.
When you got to the pub and then you witnessed all of these faces staring at him, did you decide to stay in the pub or did you leave?
Did I decide? No, I said to him, come, let's go somewhere else.
Why?
Because I didn't want to sit in a pub
Fine.
full of fucking football hooligans, to be honest with you.
Oh, so it was the fact that they were hooligans was the reason why you wanted to leave. Not the
Gandalf
fact that
the
they
Great
were
is
racist.
funny.
Not the fact that they were racist was the problem. It was just the fact that they were hooligans.
Listen, I'm not afraid to sit with racists who are black or racists who are white. It don't bother me.
I know it doesn't bother you, Jupiter, because you're racist yourself.
I'm not a racist. I'm not a racist. But I believe that everybody's entitled to their own views. As long as
Yeah,
they're
you
not,
are, man. And Hector's a
as long as
wonder.
they're not going to go out of their way and
Jupiter.
fucking attack me
Jupiter.
from
Have you
the
said
front.
racist things? Have you said racist things?
Have I used racialized
Yeah.
language? Oh, yeah, definitely, yeah.
Oh, you
Yeah.
know
Do you
what?
use
To
them
be
to Hector
honest
when
though,
you're angry?
you know what?
When you're
I've done
angry,
it as
yeah?
well. I've done it as well. I've used racist stuff
Jupiter,
before.
when you're angry, do you use racialized words to Hector?
No.
Why not?
Because there's no need. He doesn't do it to me. The only time that I use racialized words is either A, in context when I'm discussing something that's to do with racism, or
Yeah.
B, somebody's insulted me on my race or indirectly because of Hector's race, and then I will use it back on them.
Okay.
So
Has
you would
Hector ever looked when you've used the racialized word? Has Hector ever looked at you and thought, "Wow, I didn't even know you had that shit in you"?
now he doesn't care though. She said he doesn't care about racism, bro.
Listen, what I'm saying, I'm here. I can hear you. If you ain't got the balls,
I know you can hear me, Uncle.
hold on.
I know you can hear me.
If you ain't got
Honey,
hold on. The difference with me and you is I've got the balls to walk into the lion's head, do what I want to do, and walk out. That's the difference. But
Yeah,
if you
I do
ain't,
that. I do that as well. No, you know what, Hector?
hold on, let me
I've been in
finish.
certain places. I've been in certain places where you're right, bruv. You know what? You just got to get on with it, innit?
Can I finish? But if whoever is talking, if somebody like was there that is laughing, if he ain't got the balls, then that's up to him. We're two different people. I can walk into the devil's lair and walk out.
Yo, Hector, you know the difference. You know the difference.
At least we agree that they're devils.
Now, what's
You know what the pubs are called?
Hector, the difference between me and you, yeah? The difference between me and you, Hector, if I encounter racism, I'm going to do something about it. If someone's racist to my face or someone tried to screw me because of my color or something, I'm going to do something about it. Whereas
Exactly, bro.
you drink, be quiet and walk out.
Yeah, but that's
Exactly, bro.
No, but nine colours though. Yeah, listen, 9 colours. I've been in situations where I've walked in with my like white friend, and the pub's been a little bit thing. But I thought, fuck it. Like, if you want it, you want it, innit? I'm here. I'm not gonna start running. I'm not gonna start shooting off my mouth till that guy proves. Actually, look, in my head, I know they're funny with me. Yeah,
come on,
but I wait till they open up their mouth and want to have it, bruv. Then I'll just start smashing bottles. I'll just start licking off head tops, bruv.
No, but Natty,
you know what I mean?
Natty. Jupiter said she walked in, she could tell straight away they were racist. If
So you know what, Jupiter? Yeah, in this day and age, what I'm trying to say to you is, yeah, I said, oh yeah, back in them days, it was mad. It was still loads of it, yeah. So it just goes to show you, in these days, we still got it. In these days, we still got it in the police force.
100.
So
Yeah.
it exists, Jupiter. That's what
Yeah,
we're trying to
Jupiter.
say.
Yeah, hold on. Let me let me
No,
reply to that. I've never
but he's
denied.
telling the truth, man.
I've never denied that there's not racism in this country in pockets. What I disagree with is that it's systematic, or that every single white
Oh,
person
come on.
they're taught it. No, I don't believe that.
It is
I don't believe that.
systematic. The stats
No,
prove this.
I do not believe that. Once upon a time,
Mm.
not now. I do not believe that. And I would also say that racism goes more than one way.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
I have equally gone somewhere and met a black racist and had insults
Where
said
where
to
was
me
that? Where was that?
in an African
Restaurant.
restaurant. Yeah.
Oh my.
Oh, yeah, but you've never met the Nigerian police force that are being racist to you, though, have you?
What do you mean? The Nigerian police force don't care about your fucking skin color, mate. They care about how much you're going to pay
Yeah,
them.
we definitely know that. We definitely know that because most of the people they attack are black. But you know that the Nigerian police force, are not gonna do anything racial to you. You know that verbatim.
No, I know they're going to be corrupt though.
Okay, I wanted to ask you a
I
question.
know you've got to
Jupiter.
grease their palms though.
Okay, Jupiter, I wanted to ask you a question. Can I ask you a
You gotta
question,
grease their
please?
palms.
Jupiter,
Have you ever been
you,
to Nigeria yourself?
you've said, right, Jupiter,
Pardon?
just now that racism has changed for the better. I mean, like you're saying that back in the day it was very racist compared to today. Can you tell me the contributing factors of this improvement and reduction in racism, in your opinion, please?
Stop and
What
search.
do I think as contribute the fact that people mix up, the fact that people have got used to each other, the fact that there's been laws brought in for equality, and basically that people have begun to understand each other. I think, look, whenever any new group, whether they've got different colour skin or the same colour skin, any new group goes into an already established group, it has to reorder itself. It's human nature. It happens in the workplace. If you get a new employee, it happens when you have a child. When it happens when you move into a new neighbourhood, and it happens all over the world.
So it's normal to be discriminated on the basis of your color, just because it happens all around the world. You can discriminate against your color. So, like, just get used to it.
Listen, everybody has got the right to their own private preferences. Everybody.
Okay. Right, okay. The point is, Jupiter, I want to ask you another question. I'm going to give you a scenario right now, right?
Yeah.
In 2004, you met I as like a white Afghan, and I said to a black Somali that they're inferior to me. Would that make me a racist?
If you were referring on race alone, if however
Okay.
you was both, hold on, however, if you was both in say the same career and you had a higher position and you were suggesting they were inferior in position, then no.
Okay. I'll
If it's
specifically tell you.
race, then no. But if it's
Okay.
just because you believe on race, then yes.
Yeah, so if I was to use the specific words that, hey, you black Somali, you are inferior to me, the white Afghan, it would make me racist, wouldn't it? Yeah?
It would make you not necessarily. It would mean that you use racialized language.
No, but that is
Oh,
racism because
wow.
racism,
Wow.
the definition of racism is
Wait.
one minute. The one factor of there's various definitions, factors of to define racism, but one main contributing one is that where you feel as your racial group is superior than another.
Yes.
So it is
No,
racism. But
yeah. Okay, right. Listen, I agree
okay.
with what you're saying. If somebody believes they're superior because of their race, that's supremacy. I agree with you. But when you give me specific cases, I can't give you a specific answer without knowing the context. So I need to know what was said to that person beforehand. What was the build up? You understand what I'm saying? Now, if you're saying that there was just some Somalian standing on the street corner minding his own business, let's say having a cigarette, right? And for no reason, a person that's non-Somalian walks up of any other race and says to him, "You're inferior to me because you're black," then yeah, that's racism. That's clear
Okay
cut
then.
racism.
Okay. So then we agree on this point, right? That this was said in 2004, right? And we're in 2020, yeah? It's still racism, isn't it? Yeah. So
Well, it
that would
depends
make
on context. Who
that,
said it and when was it said and why was it said?
come on, man, don't run away
Afghan,
from it.
Afghan,
My point,
Afghan,
my
Afghan.
point.
Afghan. She sees where you're going with this. That's why she's
I
very
know, I know.
hesitant. I can even tell where you're going as well with this. But she's very hesitant, bro. You can tell, innit?
Because the point I'm trying to make is that Churchill said specifically that black people are inferior than the white race. He specifically said that. He also
No,
said he hates the slit-eyed, pig-tailed people, referring to Chinese Orientals. And he said that Indian people are a beastly race. And he also threw around words such as noble savages to Afghans. These are very racialized words of context, Jupiter. He is a racist. He was a racist because he's not
right.
with us.
All of
So
those-
you
all of
agreed with me that in
those-
2004, past it does not make a difference, does it, Jupiter?
Right. There's a great documentary that not documentary, sorry, a great video where somebody goes into these statements that you're bringing up. I haven't got the name because I didn't remember it, but it's on Wendy's, and you can quite clearly see that he brings up the full context of the statements, not just pulling out sound bites. And when you see and you compare what else he said within context, you will see he's not a racist. That those statements are being drawn out to make him look like a racist. And by the way, might I add, most of it all comes from one author and his book. So
Okay, now okay, I can
Anyway,
I
let's
can
big up the chat,
counter.
man. Let's big up the chat. Let's big up man like Gandalf, Atticus, Victoria, Stu
Oh
Brunt,
bloody hell,
Eddie
Matty, man.
Renegade Rav. You know what I mean? Reanimator, Wab Funk,
Zigga
Europe,
zigga zigga ah.
Ayil, Mount Israelite. Come on,
DJ
Pong.
Nazi in the house.
You get me? What's happening?
But anyway, oh man, you made my thought of bloody train of thought rude, man. Natty, you always do this, man. Oh, anyway, man. What the topic is there, man? I've totally forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, we were saying
Right,
that
the topic,
who
I don't like them
okay.
things, bruv. I'd rather have a twirl or a
Okay.
snicker. You know what I mean?
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but every time it goes there, just refer back to the topic. It brings us back to the same points
yeah.
anyway.
I know, because there's no point. Obviously, these individuals see this man as a hero, so it's very much like in Pakistan. Who am I speaking to? Frank. You know, in Pakistan, there's the average poor peasant has this unconditional love for the generals of the army, who tend to be the most oppressive towards them, because out of fear of not being seen as patriotic, they have to lick the boots of the generals. And this is what Jupiter's doing, because she knows in her heart that Churchill is a racist, but she's scared that she'll be considered unpatriotic. So it's understandable. We love you, Jupiter.
That's even we had the same similar conversation about the Queen, and the royal family and her crimes, and she wouldn't.
because
she would ignore those crimes, or claim she didn't see them, or claim there's not enough evidence.
Have I
That's
got a
her
right
reason.
to reply, or you just want to keep talking?
Yeah, when I finished, you can. When I finished, you can. Stop throwing the dummy out the pram. We're all having a conversation here.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's difficult when people keep saying what they believe, and then they have a big conversation about it. And I'm actually here and can tell you what I believe. It's a bit annoying.
Do you believe in unicorns?
No. Do you?
Nah. All right, let's slow it down a bit, man. Like, yo.
Right, so I'll tell what Afghan just said. Number one, no, I do not think Churchill's perfect. Number two, I believe he's a man, he's not a god. Number three, I also think that Muhammad is not perfect. Number four, if we're going to say that we can't have representations from men who are not perfect, because no man is perfect, then we can't have representations from anybody. That does not suit our culture. That suits another culture, doesn't it, Afghan? At the end of the day, right, if we are going to say that we have to call out every person for the dark side of them and not look at any of the positives that they've ever done, then I would suggest that none of you men on this panel would even be sitting here.
Okay.
Well, guess what? Jupiter.
Nobody.
There's still a long way before the end of the day, so keep going.
Okay,
Keep going.
Can I respond to that? Jupiter, you just in your, I think your fifth point, you just referred to men, something regarding men. Can you repeat that, please? That one
My
point.
point is, Afghan, it's quite simple. There is
Mm.
not a man or woman alive today that is perfect.
Okay.
True.
Okay,
I
but
Unless you're my mum and my girl
but why
and my nan and my sister and a
oh man,
couple of my
Natty,
auntie them.
please, man. Rude boy,
Go on,
man,
Afghan,
calm
go on.
down, rude man, calm down, man. Listen, my point I'm trying to make is, Jupiter, is that in 2020, democracy, we appreciate it. We should have the freedom of speech and the expression of to mock a person like Churchill and use historical facts to demean his character instead of being blindly following patriotism. No, but you are very defensive and aggressive in your defense of him. You're making excuses of like, oh, it was a silly offer. I know he's not a racist, but the facts are facts. You have to establish
the fact that all these claims only come from one source, not from many sources.
I've actually got several. I've just read several, Jupiter.
Okay, what were sources?
They were on my computer. I'm on my mobile now, but I can send them you later.
Most of them all go back to the one author.
Yeah, but still, though, Jupiter, it is still. We all know that Churchill, when he was young, he was a journalist in Pakistan, what present day Pakistan is. He was a wartime journalist, right? And I read his literature years ago, how he would disgrace the rebellious Pashtuns and the Afghans, and he would label them as noble savages. Now, savages is another word in colonial times for someone.
Yeah, noble is actually not a negative word. Noble.
No, noble. Basically, I will get to that point. But savage was someone who was not equal racially. He was looked down upon as an inferior, dirty, scummy, no class. Doesn't wear a suit.
No, not necessarily.
Not European origin.
No,
Can I just? Okay.
Savage in the English language can mean somebody that's quite
No.
How can I put it? Warrior like.
No.
Hey, do you know what, Afghan, read something. Read something. Get something from his memoirs and read it because I've heard some nasty shit about that guy that I never even knew about. So
I'm on my mobile. That's the problem, man.
Oh, okay.
It drains my battery. I've read about him. I've really done research. I think he did a campaign once where he would say whites only and shit like that. But the point is,
because I'm in contact with one of my I'm in contact with one of my teachers from school. Yeah, and I asked them about something like this on Facebook, and they were like, "Yeah, what he was saying was quite,
racialized.
Not really nice, is it? Yeah, it's not really nice."
No, but this was when he was younger. This is before he was even known. He was a wartime journalist from my father, where my mum and father are from, and he would label the local people as noble savages. Now she's made a counterclaim saying savage can mean warrior, or it could be positive like, but that we're looking at it from a 2020 perspective. That man was savage in that football game. No, the savage at that time was a racist. It was a racist word. Let me just
actually, I don't want to say something because I don't want people to get mad. I was going to say something, but I know people will get a little bit upset. Okay, yeah, so that's part of her history, yeah, and one day she's going to have to like live up to it. Do you know what I mean? But like everyone's got like stuff that they believe in that we could trace back to their history and nitpick up stuff. Do you know what I mean? Like can you admit to
like what?
No,
like what?
Well, different things that happen like in your country to do with people. Do you know what I mean? Or the way how you might have treated people, but. What I'm basically trying to say is that, like you say, bro, when you're writing that from a young age, it's instilled in you from a young age. So I don't know if Jupiter's trying to say, oh, well, then he grew up. Did he grow up, Jupiter? Is that what you're trying to say about Churchill? Like, what are you trying to say about?
He wasn't racist no more. Like she's trying to say he got enlightened and was a better man before he's dead.
Look, right, guys. the point is, guys, Churchill only opposed fascism not because he wanted to free black people or he loved gypsies or homosexuals or whatever bullshit,
He
right?
didn't want Hitler to run away with it.
He just saw Germany as a upcoming empire, a threat to the British interests. So that's the only reason why. At the time when Churchill was alive, right, Britain was very, very racist in society. You know what I mean? On the ground.
You see that same.
So
You see that same
yeah.
fight. You see that same fight. How Churchill didn't want Hitler, had to go against Hitler because he didn't want him to basically run the world or whatever they thought he was going to do. It's similar to how I see the same fight in the paedophilia circles. How Jupiter would rather get out the Muslim
Right.
gangs or
There's
what
a
she calls
video
Muslim gangs, but not
defamation
say
of
anything about
goes
and
against
not say anything. Wait,
said.
Jupiter, you was just moaning about people cutting you off, and now you want to come in. Like, come on, I can throw my thumb at Pam as well, you know. Thank you. Yeah, it just seems that like Jupiter seems to be upset about basically, I don't know, the Rotherham gangs kind of, you know, entering the party of the paedophilia, you know, movement. Like,
what's your problem?
What do you mean? What's our problem? Can't
Well,
you
you're
hear what I'm
talking
saying?
about me. You might as well say it directly to me. What is it?
I am saying it to you. Did I go behind your back to say it? I'm saying you're on the panel with me.
Just say it to me. What is it?
The same way Churchill wanted to fight Hitler, so Hitler doesn't get dominion over the world, is the same way you're fighting the Rotherham grooming gangs, just so they don't get dominion over the paedophile ring that you got going, that you're happily for Queen to keep pushing.
Wow. Weirdo.
What's weirdo?
You. I was
Why is that?
dead. The whole lot of them. The paedophiles, the Muslims, the fucking grooming gang.
Okay, then.
Let's fucking, if you want to stand with me and chop all their fucking heads off, I'd do it with you.
Okay, can I say something?
You think I'm against Muslim?
All right, go and do the Queen first. Go and do the Queen first, and I'll help you do the rest of them.
You fucking
nut. Go do the Queen first.
Okay,
go do the
Jupiter.
Queen first, and I'll help you do the rest of them.
You dirty pervert.
Okay, Jupiter, can I ask you a question, Jupiter? Did you support the EDL when they first came out?
No.
Okay, but you support Tommy though, don't you?
Yes.
So what if I told you that Tommy once upon a time called basically we all know the real founder of the English Defence League was Richard Price, who later on was convicted for possessing indecent images of children.
Yeah.
At the time he was arrested, Tommy was the front man to claim he was a political prisoner. So is that not a bit sick, trying to defend a paedophile who's convicted, but you still support Tommy?
I still support Tommy, and I'll tell you why I still support him, because he also came out and said, once he was shown the evidence, he said that when he gave his support, it's because he was of the belief that he had been set up. The bloke had been set up. But once he had seen the evidence and realised that there was actual evidence to prove that this man was a paedophile, he distanced himself from him. He didn't want nothing to do with him.
But that's natural human reaction, instinct to do that. But why didn't he initially do that when the news came out instead of denying its legitimacy?
Because he believed that there'd been some sort of setup to just destroy the EDL by slandering somebody. But once he saw the evidence, he was willing to accept that it was quite clear that man was a paedophile, and he distanced himself.
But the point I'm trying to make is that if you look at how the English Defence League progressed, majority of the leadership are in prison or have criminal records. So wouldn't Tommy actually have some kind of inner instinct to understand that they're all a bunch of criminals and the legitimacy would be legit instead of denying it? I just find it hard.
I don't.
I find it very hard for a man who's surrounded by criminals.
Yeah, but we don't follow you.
No, what I'm trying to say is that I find it very difficult to see a man to reform himself.
In one position, Afghan. Sorry to say this, but you do.
Sorry?
Because you're a pro, you come from different directions on different days.
Oh, but you're
And
diverting again. Let's discuss this.
only yesterday you came onto a panel talking about how disgusted you were that people were slagging off disabilities and then slagged off somebody who had a disability.
No, I said physical disabilities, not mental.
Oh, okay. So there's a difference in your head, Afghan. You're funny.
No, but it's hard though, because even if you have depression and anxiety, you can still walk down the stairs and sit on your toilets and eat food and all that. But if you go in a wheelchair, imagine going down the stairs without an elevator. It's difficult life. I've seen mine victims, you know, little kids that
I'm
have
not saying
had
it's
their
not a
legs. Yeah,
life. My brother was born with cerebral palsy. You don't have
it's
to tell
hard.
me how hard it can be for somebody.
Exactly, Jupiter. But you
What
compare.
I'm saying is, Afghan, that you are known for being a troll who goes on to other channels. To be fair, no disrespect. Sometimes you're very funny. Sometimes you're very articulate and intelligent. But you come from different sides. Nobody knows what your true position is. So you're not exactly consistent. So for you to come on and accuse somebody else of not being consistent is just a bit of a joke to me.
No, the
really.
point is, right, you could see me more like have you ever watched Question Time? The elderly guy that stays neutral on both sides of the argument. I'm more like him, you see. I like to debate every side of the argument. I'm not trolling, but that was my point is that
Because that's not how others see you, unfortunately. Well, it's not how I see you.
but it's the point I'm trying to make is that when you're surrounded by criminals, right? So if I've got 10 friends, they're all criminals, we make this massive protest movement called the Afghan Defense League, and all of them have got criminal records. And if one of them gets done for stealing a packet of bacon, I won't deny that, you see. Because it's expected. When you're surrounded by criminals, they're going to do crimes. So when Tommy was hanging about with Richard Price for many years and he got caught kiddie fiddling, I find it very hard to believe Tommy had no idea. And he is just like any human politician would do.
Do you believe in guilt by association then? That's what you're basically saying.
No, but he did do that when he denied it.
You're saying, hold on, if that's what you're saying, then all of the Muslim community who get upset by certain people who brand the whole Muslim community and not just the ones that are involved in Muslim gangs as paedophiles have no leg to stand on because that would apply to them then as well, yeah?
No, we're talking about individual A.
Afghan, because if we're going to follow through with what you're saying, then just by virtue of the fact that you might have, I don't know, an uncle in your family that was guilty of it, or a brother that was guilty of it, the whole family, in fact, the whole community that knew that person really well, went to church with them, even the imam, because they would see them on a regular basis when they were going to pray and stuff. They must all be involved in it and they must all be culpable because to have a criminal amongst them means that everybody's criminal, yeah? Is that the way?
What I would do is if God forsaken, happily, none of my family is involved in grooming, but let's just say in a fantasy, right? My uncle was convicted for grooming a underage white girl, you could say, right?
Yeah, there are some channels who've got relatives like that. I know that for a fact.
That's fair. Probably Amaraz. I don't like Amaraz. He probably has got dozens. But the point is, and Raj as well. You know, Raj is a bit funny. But point I'm trying to make is, Jupiter, is if my uncle got caught and convicted for it and there's evidence, I won't come out into the media, stand outside his jail cell and say, it's a setup. It's fake.
Okay.
I would just stay quiet.
Okay, that's you, Afghan. But what if you had an uncle that was a really good uncle to you, right? In front of the family, he always respected his wife. He respected his nieces. He never did anything inappropriate. He did all his responsibilities correct. He went to the mosque. He did everything that was deemed to be perfect. Everyone believed him to be pious, and it turns out on the fly he was doing lineups without people knowing. Right? Hold on. And you haven't seen the evidence of it, and someone comes and says to you, the police have arrested him, they've put him in that prison, and they're saying he's done this. And in your heart of hearts, you truly believe that that person's innocent. You're telling me you wouldn't go outside or go down there and try to stand up for him. And then the police go to you, hold on a minute, show you all the evidence, you see it, You have to face reality. Oh my God, this person I thought that was perfect or was not into any of that, turns out he is. I'm going to retract my statement. I'm going to keep my distance. I don't want nothing to do with him. I'm now disgusted. I really did believe he was innocent, but my position and stance has changed.
Okay.
That's more realistic than you saying everybody that is around somebody that's accused of these crimes is culpable.
Okay. First, answer to your first line of questioning, right? You say, if my uncle was this impeccable man of character and substantial knowledge and positivity, and he was caught kiddie fiddling, it would be very unfortunate and very shocking. But on those grounds, one may have some doubt. Remember this, may have some doubt that he could be innocent. But however, Richard Price has a long history of being a criminal and violating many of our Queen's laws. So why would you not doubt it when a man has a history of breaking the law? Pedophilia is breaking the law. So that does make it very suspect, Jupiter.
Okay. So there's many laws of this country, right? Some not all laws not all laws are just, by the way. It was once legal not for a black person not to sit on certain sections of a bus. It was once illegal for people of different colours to get married in some countries and some states. So not all laws that we have are actually just. That's the first thing. Secondly, there's such an array of laws in this country that even amongst the crimes that can be committed by an individual, we have what in our own minds, or at least I certainly do, crimes that are more abhorrent than others. Okay, so there are people that I even know in my personal life, right outside of my family, that I know have committed crimes that I would class as friends. That doesn't mean that because I know that when they were fucking 20, they got done for shoplifting, right, that I should now look at them as a potential paedophile, does it? And if someone was to, and if one of those people that or even if it was a prolific shoplifter, if I knew somebody who was a prolific shoplifter, right, amongst the people that I knew, but I actually liked the person, right, and spoke to them, yeah, and then out of the blue they get accused of paedophilia, my first reaction, I didn't think there was any signs of it. Yeah, it's quite possible for somebody to state, oh, well, if they were going to set him up and they said shoplifting, I could understand it. He's a prolific shoplifter. But I mean, that's a bit far-fetched to call him paedophile. I've never seen anything that's indicated he's a paedophile. And then they see the evidence, they go, oh, he's definitely a paedophile. Right, I don't want nothing to do with him.
Okay. So, Jupiter, you got to understand one thing. You are correct. There are various levels of criminality and crimes, right? Especially with severity and victim abuse. But here's the point I'm trying to make to you, which you're not trying to understand, is why. One question I really want to query is that why would the police show the evidence of the child images to Tommy Robinson when that's confidential?
Well, I don't think they did. I think that he was shown it by certain people in the press and stuff.
Yeah, because I don't think the police will ever show any evidence.
And word of mouth.
Yeah, but still, though.
I would imagine once he got charged and other people became aware of what he got charged for and certain stuff.
Yeah.
And it got to him. Then he had to
No, but this is you're making this up now, Jupiter.
No, I'm not.
You're not. You're giving me several different excuses.
No, I'm not. What I'm saying is that when people first get charged, if you don't believe that they're of that character, anybody, any normal person, look, if someone tomorrow come to me and said, right, in my lifetime, I've always known somebody to be honourable, and then someone comes forward for any crime and says, guess what? So-and-so's only got arrested for so-and-so, right? And you know that he's part of a group that the police or the establishment don't like, such as the EDL or whatever, right? But it's not EDL related. So it's not because he's beat somebody up that he's been arrested. It's not because of his thuggery or whatever. Yeah. And he gets arrested of something completely different. And you've never seen any indication of that.
Okay.
A normal rational person who's not quick to knee-jerk reactions would go, oh, do you think it might be a setup just because he is the leader of the EDL?
Okay. First of all, Jupiter, you got to understand one thing. The police would never ever show evidence of any crime to the press
I
or
never
to
said. I
a civil. But
I
you did
never
say
said
that.
you did. No, I
You said
didn't.
10 minutes ago. You said the police
No, I
showing the
didn't. I
evidence to
said
Tommy.
what you've seen from the press and from word of mouth.
There, you just said it, then you said word of mouth. Listen, relax. You're wrong there. It's fine. People make
There's no
mistakes.
word
Listen,
of mouth. I mean, by the local community or a friend of a
okay,
friend.
right.
I
So
don't
how would they have access to that information?
Please.
Okay. Now we're gonna. You just said now word of mouth from the public community. Okay, so you're telling me people had a history of knowing that Richard Price had possession of child imagery.
No, what I'm saying is, in the normal world, I'm only assuming, by the way, this is not fucking fact-based. I'm only assuming. At the end of the day, right, someone in your neighbourhood gets done for a crime, yeah? You've never known him to be like that. So you're standing with someone and talking, and they go, yeah, but I heard that they had evidence because they took this out of his house. How do you know that? Well, his next door neighbour was standing there when they removed bags, and there seemed to be loads of tapes and everything in those bags, right? And then the lawyer, I would assume, if he's a manager of EDL, they've probably got lawyers that they all share, I would imagine, right? I would imagine that. Maybe even the lawyer says, no, he's banged to rights. There is evidence there. I can't go into what it is, but he is banged to rights, this, that, and the other. I would imagine that that's the way it goes. We all live in the real world, Afghan. And you trying to put it all on Tommy Robinson, bollocks.
Okay, can I ask you one question? Do you
unless you've got evidence, right, to prove that Tommy Robinson knew, you're the one that's actually slandering.
Okay, Jupiter, I ask you one question. Do you trust the UK police?
Yes,
if they've convicted a paedophile, let's say John across the road was convicted for paedophilia, would you trust the police?
I trust the police on an individual basis. No, there are some corrupt police, but in the main, yeah, I do. I think our police force is something that Britain should be proud of. Compared to other countries, our police force go around dealing with things on a day-to-day basis. They do not have guns.
Okay. I just wanted a simple answer, Jupiter. My point is this, right? Is that why did Tommy distrust the police's arrest? Is it because he has a history of beating a policewoman up?
He doesn't have a history of beating a policewoman up.
I'm sure he had a conviction, correct me if I'm wrong, for attacking a female police officer. So this hatred he has towards the police, is that what?
That's a lie.
Is that what led to his mistrust towards the police over a paedophile conviction?
You know it's a lie. That's an outrageous lie as well.
Okay, let's find out. 2 seconds. Tom, I hate using my mobile. This thing steals my battery. Convictions. Attack. Oh my god. Oh, I can't find that. It's just all his other kicking rally. You know, there's been a lot of attacks on police in his rallies, overshadowing the results.
What? What you mean, like the police plants, like the one that got carried out the Black Lives Matter fucking protest? Them kind of.
Come on, man, stop with the.
We all know that was a plant.
The what do you call it? Conspiracy theory.
Where's he gone now?
We don't think he was a plant, actually.
Well, you might not think he was. Most other people right through it.
What, do you think he's related to Bill and Ben?
Who's Bill and Ben?
The flower pot man. He said he's a plant.
Would you rather I use the term patsy?
Well, I think he turned up on the night, turned up on the day, well prepared, knew what he was doing, and I also think it's something another initiative for people to fund the police as well.
What?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the police are in behind committing certain things so they can get more funding.
Oh, well, that worked out well for him then, didn't it? It was a deep cunt, fucking cutting £140 million. Who are you talking about, Turek?
He was supposed to be retired.
Who was supposed to be retired?
That man at the march, but obviously.
Do you know what's amazing? You're
coming-
saying you don't trust the police, yeah? You come from that position. You don't trust the police. Police are corrupt, all this bullshit, yeah? But the one police officer you do trust is the one that got carried away over the shoulder of a fucking black man, even though he's known to have worked as an undercover hooligan at football matches, and he went to a protest where he got into punch-ups with black men.
But why who said we trust him? We understand that he's a police officer. We understand he's a police officer.
Hold on. Hold on. Is he retired?
I would say he's probably working for the police still or being paid. I don't believe what the MSN.
So then what's
Okay,
wrong with
guys.
our theories then? Because
Guys,
if he's either working for the police or retired, yeah, he was still there turning up as a racist. But you would still say that he the police force ain't racist. But now you're saying that he's being paid.
He will be paid. Look. It is known, right? It is known well amongst many people that there are people paid to fucking instigate.
Okay. Jupiter,
violence.
sorry I had to get out, Jupiter. In response to assaulting a police officer, I've got it here. It says in 2010, Robinson was charged with assaulting a police officer during a clash at a poppy burning protest. After fighting, a police officer was taken to hospital. After him and 50-man brawl or something. So that is.
All right. Big up Tommy Robinson for that, by the way. The only man to stand up and say that people shouldn't have been burning the police. It's a fucking disgrace. Disgrace. The police shouldn't have even been arrested.
You say big up Tommy for
they should have put the people who burnt the fucking poppies. And how did they manage to go to a protest with fucking petroleum on them and fucking other stuff that was flammable? How did they manage to get past all that then? Why weren't they done that for that? Fucking liberty.
Why won't Tommy let the police? Why won't they let the police do their job?
But the police are fucking doing their job all wookie, aren't they?
Oh, they're doing it all wookie. But what we're saying, but when you're looking at the police facts, when you see they're arresting all the black people in these areas, you're like, yeah, but black people just committed more crime. It's nothing to do with no wookie behavior, then, is it?
Who said that?
Earlier we was talking. Someone brought up the facts.
I like consistently. What I've said consistently is I trust the police in the main, but there are people within the police force that are corrupt. My argument has not been that black people don't suffer injustice. My argument it's not black people alone. And therefore, it's still consistent because Tommy was white and he suffered injustice.
So why don't you let them do their job when they were burning the poppies then? Why was he stepping in?
What do you mean? Why shouldn't he?
Why won't you let the police do their job?
Yeah. Well, because people were burning poppies. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can't stop them.
The police are doing their job.
You're being stupid, man.
Exactly.
They're all nuts, Jupiter. Jupiter, they're all crazy. I wouldn't even bother arguing the point, because they're all nuts.
What's wrong with burning poppies? What's wrong with burning poppies?
They were stopping the police doing their duties. They was making the police overwhelmed.
Oh, right. And so what was those marches in London then the other week?
Yeah, but why are you not showing?
No. What were those marches in London the other week when the police were being stopped from doing their duties?
But will you condemn what Tommy did to the police?
What were the marches the other week when the police were being stopped from doing their duties?
Well, how they were stopped?
So and also,
yeah,
the poppy is a national symbol of this country, right? So if you have a problem with a group of people that are stopping another group of people from burning that poppy, you're in the wrong. You were in the
Where
wrong.
does the
Why?
poppy come from?
Why?
Yeah.
There's some people burning poppies. They probably bought the
They
poppies that
bought
they
them.
burned.
That's
Why
their
can't they?
property.
I
Yeah.
don't care. I don't care. Let them go to their own
Is there-
country
is
and
there-
burn
is there-
burn whatever that
Why
is
can't they burn it in
precious
this
to them.
country? Why can't they burn
It's
it?
the
No,
same
no,
way,
no, no,
Wendy.
Why
no,
can't they burn it in
no.
the free country
Hang
that
on,
they
wait a
live in?
minute,
Same way, Wendy.
Frank White.
It's a
Frank White.
democracy.
Hang on,
It's a-
Frank
it's a
White. Frank
democracy.
White.
Yeah, but
Okay,
Wendy,
so why
you
didn't they
said you
just
burn
burn a
Qurans.
daffodil? Why
Yeah,
didn't
but
they
Do you
just
burn
burn a
Qurans, Wendy?
daffodil?
but
Why
Wendy,
didn't
you
they
wanted to
just
burn the
burn a
Quran.
rose? Why didn't they
Because
just
Wendy,
burn a rose or a
specifically wanted to
Wendy,
daffodil?
burn.
do you burn
Or why
Qurans?
didn't they
Because they
just burn a
specifically
daisy?
wanted.
No, they
Wendy,
knew what
They
they were
specifically
doing. Yeah, they
wanted.
knew what they
Yes,
were
they
doing.
knew.
And this is
In the
twice
free
now.
Can you guys
This is
speak
I don't
one at a
twice
time,
Wendy.
please?
we've shown
Can
Shahid,
you
that
guys
ask him,
speak
would
people
one
you
at a
burn the
who
time,
Quran?
please?
are war memorial things will not get away with it.
Yeah, but
Would
you're
you
not the
burn the
mafia.
Quran?
You're not
But
mob.
Would you
sorry,
You
burn the
believe
well,
in
now
mob
you're going to have
justice.
to live with it.
Listen,
We've
would you
shown
burn the
You
Quran?
support
We've
mob
shown
justice
you.
then,
You're going to
Wendy.
have to live with it.
Wendy, do you support mob justice
I
then?
don't.
Do you support mob justice,
Well,
Wendy?
I've got to
So,
rethink
It
that
must be.
because
do you
mob
believe taking the
justice.
law in your own
Wait a
hands?
minute. Mob justice was allowed on the streets of London 2 weeks ago.
No. Listen, so we oppose
No,
that.
no,
That was
never
wrong.
mind. No,
But the
no,
point
no.
is,
Things have
you
changed
can't
since then.
you
Yes, things
can't
have
shout
changed.
and
No.
scream, Wendy. Listen.
Yeah, I
Initially,
can.
this
Yeah, I
this was an
can.
argument
Yeah,
between
I
me and
can.
Jupiter. But
Yeah,
the
I
point
can.
is, listen.
Yeah,
The
I
point
can.
is, do you support attacking a person if he burns the poppy?
Not a person, no. But it was
Okay,
a
a group of
people.
people.
It
Would
was
you
a group
support
of
that?
people.
Would you support that?
I would support them stopping them from burning the poppy. Yeah.
How do you stop someone? It'll resort to violence. It's common
No,
sense.
you
No?
stamp it out.
How you stamp it out?
Well, we get your feet and you stamp the fucking poppy out. It's not
But
difficult.
that's making it worse, though. You're
Well, why would
mocking
it? Would that make the other lot get violent? Would it?
Yeah, but you got to understand one
Would
thing,
that make
Wendy.
the other lot get violent after?
Going up to a
Wendy,
go,
Why
Wendy,
didn't
what
they
you
burn a
saying? If we burned
daisy?
a lot
Why
of
didn't they
poppies, you're gonna
burn
wanna
a
stamp them
fucking
out.
daffodil? They knew exactly
wanted
what
to
they were
burn the
doing.
poppies.
I'm not being
Yeah,
funny.
they
You
knew
don't
what they
own
were
the
doing.
poppy.
They were like just when they decided to put
Not own the
graffiti on
poppy. The
Churchill,
poppies
yeah?
are for the
But
world. The
that's
poppies not
twice you've
only
been
yours.
shown. Twice you've been shown you won't get away with doing that.
Yeah, but the puppies don't belong to
I
everybody.
don't care.
does it?
I don't care, Turok. You've been shown twice now. It won't be accepted in this country.
Yeah, but the puppies belong
Whatever,
to
Turok.
everybody,
I
not
don't
just one person.
care. I don't care. Let
Well,
anyone
let the police
try.
do their work,
Let
mate.
anyone
Let the
try
police do
in a
their work.
group. In a group, yeah. In a normal city in
You
this
don't want
country
chaos.
to
I don't
burn the
understand.
poppy. Let them try.
Where's the law?
Okay.
Where's
I'm
the
not being
law that
funny,
no one's
Wendy.
allowed
You
to
don't even
burn
have the
poppies?
police
Is
on
there
your
a law
side.
that no one's
So
allowed to
if
burn
I
the
poppies?
police are
know.
claiming,
I know.
if the police are complaining about the police and they're on the other
I
side,
don't
what does that
care.
say?
I don't care.
care. Okay, look. Well, one question I want to ask
Wendy,
you, Wendy.
Wendy,
When
Wendy. What
when
law what law is it that nobody's allowed to burn poppies?
It's the moral law.
Oh,
Oh,
moral
Oh,
law.
okay.
Who
So
wrote,
why
who,
then?
who wrote that
Hang
law?
is
on,
it in the highway
Frank
code?
White. Frank White. Why didn't they burn a daffodil or a daisy then?
because they're
They didn't want to
expensive,
burn
isn't
a
it? The
daffodil.
point
They wanted
is,
No,
to
no,
burn
no.
the
Because
poppy.
once
Because it's in the
again,
highway
they were
code.
trying to get our war heroes. Yeah.
yeah, but they're
And
your war
twice you've been
heroes, not
shown.
theirs.
Your war
Twice
hero
you've been
poppies.
shown. You're not going to do that. You can do anything else you want, but you're
I
not
don't
going to do that.
Listen.
I don't
Ask
know
a
what you're
question
arguing
or just
about.
let
You've been
Jupiter
shown.
speak.
You're not going to do it.
I'm not
Simple as that.
arguing. I'm trying to understand what law. You said your hair saying that these people, why didn't they burn daffodils? Why did they chose to burn a poppy because they wanted to? Now,
No,
what law is it
no.
that says
You
that they
have
were
to
wrong
look at the
to
reason
burn the poppy?
behind burning the poppy.
Whatever the reason is, what is the law that says you can't
Oh well,
burn
the
a
law
poppy?
of the people.
There we go, mob justice.
Where's the law
isn't
of the
it?
people? Where's the
Well, yeah,
law of
just
the
like
people?
3 weeks ago in London, mob
Oh,
justice.
so you're higher than the Queen, I
just like 3 years ago, 3 weeks ago in London. That was mob justice, wasn't it?
Yeah, but the Queen
Yeah.
asked you to
I don't
do
understand
So
what was
you were
mob
shown
justice.
3
What, are you
weeks
talking about
ago.
people that went to
The
defend the
people
statue?
that did that
Are
3
you
weeks
sure?
ago was shown the British people won't accept it. just like they
Are
were
you saying
shown when
that
they
the people
burnt
that
the
went out
poppy.
there to
That's not acceptable either.
No, what it has shown, they had
So the people
ex-police
that went
officers
out
that
to
had to
defend the
get carried out
statue,
by Black Lives Matter.
I don't care. I don't care. Police officers were
That's
getting
what
to the
it
knee.
showed.
Police officers are fucking stupid. They're more worried about losing their job, yeah, and not being able to pay their mortgage than they are about actually handing out the law.
So you
Right?
don't pay, so they don't get good wages. They eat Burger Kings and KFCs.
What are you on about?
That's what they get fed.
They
What
get
are you
paid
talking about?
money.
Exactly. They're well paid.
They shouldn't care. They shouldn't care if they should just, hand out the law to whoever and not be more scared of being called a racist.
That's
That's
funny,
what it's all about. They're
Yeah, but-
scared of being called a racist.
Okay, but Wendy,
therefore,
that
you see,
maybe
if
because
you're
they've
called
been
a
racist,
racist, you
Maybe
lose your
because they've been
job.
racist for
They
so
can't
long.
pay their mortgage.
because that's
They
against the
can't
law,
do anything.
Wendy.
Just like that guy who flew the banner over Burnley. He lost his
Yeah.
job. What for? Why did he
Because-
lose his job?
Because football has no association
No,
with
because they
politics.
called him a
That's why.
fucking racist.
Racist.
So you can, I mean, I can kind of understand where the police are
He was
coming from.
racist.
I can kind of understand where the police are coming from.
Racist.
What do you mean? You understand in what way?
Well, if you've got 3 kids, a mortgage, and you're
Okay.
on the streets of London, and there's all these people screaming Black Lives Matter, putting graffiti on bloody cenotaphs and everything else.
Okay.
Yeah?
Can I ask
I
you one
think I
question,
might
please?
stand back and say,
Yeah,
yeah, get
because
on
you
with
can-
it, because I
you
want to
wanna
be
be
able to
racist
feed
and
my
care about
kids.
his
God,
job.
man,
I want to
emotional,
be
man.
able to pay my
because they-
mortgage. You lot are too
Wendy,
fucking thick.
Because you want them to be racist
You're thick
and give up their
and
job.
you're fucking stupid.
Okay, Wendy, can I
They've
ask you?
got a job to do, Wendy, to protect and
What-
serve.
Wendy, can I
Oh,
ask you
so
a
how
question?
did they do that 3 weeks ago? How did
Oh
they
my
do that
fucking
3
God,
weeks
man.
ago? How
Wendy.
did they do that 3 weeks
Oh
ago?
my God, man.
They
Fuck's
didn't
sake.
do their job. They were scared.
Can I ask you? Can I ask
No,
Wendy
because they want to
something?
be racist and doing their job. They're trying to
Can
be
I
more
ju-
racist than doing their job.
Could I just ask Wendy one question?
Why do you think
please?
all those
They want-
groomers got away with what they
They
got
get
away with?
paid. They want
Why
to
did
pay. They want their mortgage paid while they be racist.
away
That's
with?
what they want.
No,
Wendy,
Turo.
can I ask you a
Why
question?
Because they want to be
get
racist.
away with what they get away with?
Because they was probably
No.
Yeah, why do they get away
they
with
was
it?
probably
Why
giving
do the
some of
police
the
not act?
children
Because they don't want to be called.
they was probably giving some of the children that they were grooming away.
They want to be able to feed their children. But in the fucking PC
Wendy.
world we live in today, you're not allowed to
Wendy.
do your job properly.
Wendy, okay, can I just say something? Fuck's sake. Wendy, okay, we're going to do 2 points here. How many people got arrested on which side got the most arrests 3 weeks ago?
I don't know. I don't fucking care
It
either.
was mainly white racists, the
Well,
patriots.
of course
who
it
you
was
love.
Afghan.
Okay.
Of course it was.
Second point. Second point. Can I make the second point, please? Can I make the second point?
He's biased.
Can I make the second? Oh my God! It's like we're in nursery. Listen, can I ask one more question,
Well, they
please? I'm
only
not
want
being rude.
people.
I'm not being rude.
On black.
Jupiter, please, can I just make this one point? Then I'm
Of
gonna
course
mute.
it was white
Second-
racists.
Okay, that's fantastic, Wendy. I'm not arguing. I'm not mocking you. Please just listen. The second point I wanted to make is that you said it's PC culture. Would burning a poppy be PC culture, like against PC culture?
No, they were inciting. They were inciting violence doing that act.
Yeah,
and
but-
they knew it. They knew
but-
it. Spitting at soldiers coming home and burning poppies. Yeah, all right,
Okay.
Afghan.
But the point I'm trying to make is that
No, the point I'm making
when-
is
when
they
it
were
comes-
shown they're not allowed. They're not going to get away with doing it, and they
But-
haven't. Not since.
but they did for many
No, they
years.
haven't.
But
Not
the point-
since. Not
They
since.
did. They
They
had
didn't.
Sharia patrols. They
Yeah,
had everything.
all right. Whatever,
But
Afghan.
the point,
whatever.
but the point
Whatever,
I'm trying to
Afghan. Whatever. They'll
point-
never get away with doing it again.
make,
Never.
but they did. They're walking
They
around
did
claiming
that day.
benefits.
Yeah, they did that
The
day,
point-
but they'll never
They're
happen
off the
again.
hook.
Never happen
Yeah,
again.
they got off the hook. Sorry, they're living in mansions.
No, it'll
I
never
heard
happen
in Luton.
again.
But with 10 children. The point is, Wendy, I'm trying to make is that when it comes
No, you're
to the
missing the point.
definition,
You're missing the point, right? You're missing the point. They
But let me
spat
finish
at
my point.
soldiers coming home. They stood
Yeah.
there and burnt poppies. Yeah.
yeah, but then
At one
narrative.
point, they even wanted to stop the bloody funeral, the coffins coming home from
Yeah.
Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah, but
Then
Wendy,
you think
were,
the British public are going to stand back and do fucking nothing?
but
little
when,
That's where you get the
God,
British
man.
wrong. That's why you
Is
don't
this the same?
understand
Is this the
British
same public that
culture.
didn't? Is this the
Yeah.
same?
Mr. Hook
Is this the same
man,
public
Mr.
that
Hook
wants
man with the
million
wonky
people to
eye.
not go Iraq?
Yeah, exactly. Was it Abu
okay,
Hamza?
listen. Do you know anything about Abu Hamza, ladies? Do you know anything of his history?
Yeah, he's a fucking terrorist.
Okay. Can I respond without being
There's nothing you're
interrupted?
going to tell me good about that man.
Abu
Nothing.
Hamza,
No.
Hamza, and Omar Bakri
Yeah.
were the recruiters in Finsbury's Park Mosque during the Yugoslavia war. They
Yeah,
were working
we
for the
know.
MI5
We know.
to
We
recruit
know.
British Muslims to
Yeah,
do
we know.
jihad
We
for the
know.
fucking British
We
government.
know.
So why is he a terrorist now, but not a terrorist
We
then?
know. We know.
Ah, there we go again, mate. It's always
No,
your
Afghan.
interest.
You need to make
It's
up.
good.
What side are you on, Afghan? What side are you on, Afghan? You're not on a particular side, are you, Afghan? Yeah. Who paid your army, Afghan? Who paid your army, Afghan? Who paid your army, Afghan? Afghan, who paid? Who paid?
Who's not giving money to the
your
indigenous people and
army,
keep giving out money to everybody
Who
else?
paid your army,
You.
Afghan?
It's you.
Oh dear, could it have been the CIA,
Can I
Afghan?
respond?
Could it have
Or
been
you
the
just shout
CIA,
over me?
Afghan?
No, it's
Can I
all of you.
respond?
All of you together.
Can I respond?
Yeah.
All the wonky police.
Wendy, if I, like, for example, you've seen the coronavirus, haven't you? Right? Do you blame China for it?
Yeah.
Right? You blame China for it. It's a virus. Islamic
Actually,
militants.
I don't. Actually, I
Oh,
don't.
please, man. All right. Okay. I know you try to be smart with me, but a few weeks ago you were blaming the Chinese. You call them chinkies. But
Yeah,
point
and it's
is,
called educating yourself, yeah? It's called
Okay.
educating yourself, which you fail to do on a daily basis,
okay,
Afghan.
this
I wonder how Lee is
phenomenon,
today. I wonder how Lee Rigby's family is today.
the phenomena of Islamic militancy was created not just by Muslim Gulf countries. It was financed by Britain, France, and America, and
What's
all
that
these
got to
other
do with
countries.
the A&A? What's that got to do with the A&A?
So the point is, I'm trying to make is that the problem we have now is a result historically by
Afghan,
your same people
who
that you call
paid
heroes.
your army, Afghan? Who paid your army? Who paid your wages,
You
Afghan?
lot are covered in blood. It's
You're
your
covered
wonky
in blood.
police that
Who
pays
paid? I don't
everybody.
care. I don't care.
It's your
Who
wonky
paid
police.
your wages,
It was the
Afghan?
wonky police. MI5.
Who trained you,
Okay,
Afghan?
shall
It
I
was
tell
the
you who paid my
MI5.
wages? The heroin
MI5.
warlords. They
Oh,
paid
no, they
me.
didn't. It was the
Oh,
CIA.
you ain't
Fucking
seen
idiot.
you ain't never seen one. You're a liar. You're a
I
fantasy.
know he hasn't.
Jupiter, why
But
are
you
you
know-
coming in the middle?
No, stop it, Afghan.
We all know about the MFI.
Stop it with that one.
MFI pays all the wages.
Jupiter, can I respond? Can I respond, Jupiter?
MFI.
I have got my service pictures and I provided them to Dan, and I'll provide them to anyone who is trustworthy.
Okay,
so don't play
provide them to
games.
me then. Provide them to me.
Why would I give them to a woman who accused me of running a paedophile ring and another woman who makes videos about me? Let me show you my face, yeah?
You know that you won't provide the pictures. You know that you won't.
I will provide. Okay, who do you want me to give it to? Jedi, Veli?
Give them to Veli. Give them to Veli.
Okay.
But how do we know they're you? How do we know they're you?
I'll get them to Veli. And don't worry, in a few months, I'll put my name right next to my AK-74 when I'm back home.
Well, you know,
then we'll talk.
You know, you've been to
Then
war
we'll
and
talk.
you've seen this and the other. You know, I don't know how you can talk the way you do about being
About
in
who?
the theatre of war.
About what? What have I said wrong?
About being in combat, about, you know, taking people's guts out and, you know, their
Because
guts.
that's what happens.
Yeah, but you
That's what
talk
happens.
about it in a way because you've never fucking seen it, Afghan.
It's
If you've
because-
seen it, you don't
It's
talk
because
about
the
it.
thing is with therapy,
No,
right?
no,
With
no.
therapy,
No.
Wendy. With
Yeah.
therapy, can I just
No.
respond, or are you gonna talk over me? Because that shows you're triggered.
No.
Can I respond? So I can't respond, right?
So all
Wendy?
the soldiers that suffer with PTSD, are you telling me that they all run around talking like you?
They kill children.
Are
They
you
murder
telling
civilians.
me that they
That's
all
why
run?
they're
Well,
suffering.
your own nation
I
like
never
to kill
killed.
children.
I never
Your
killed
own
a
nation
child.
like to kill children. They
Your-
shoot them in the head. having a book.
Your British
get it
army
right.
murdered 100,000 Afghan
nation.
civilians. I seen it with my
Your
own
own
eyes when they
nation.
would blow up the
Shoot
whole
kids
fucking
in the
body
head
for one
for having
Taliban
a
militant,
book.
and then they would bribe them
Your
with
own
fucking money, you dumb
nation.
bitch.
Shoot kids in
What
the
a
head
complete, utter,
for
stupid,
having a
idiot, fat
book.
little woman you are,
Yeah,
man.
your
You're getting me
own
very upset now.
nation.
You
Shoot
know what I mean?
kids
Your
in the
British and
head
American
for
army, you had
having
death
a
squads in
book.
Iraq. Your government
Your
covered
own
your war crimes
nation.
in Iraq.
Shoot
You covered
kids
your
in
war
the
crimes in
head
fucking
for
Ireland, in
having a
Kenya,
book.
in Yemen, and all these other
Your
countries.
own nation. Shoot
Your
children
nation
in the
shoots little
head
children.
for
The British
having
army
a
has been
book.
killing children and raping
Your
children
own
for the past
nation.
700 fucking
Shoot
years.
children in the head for having
Fucking
a
idiot,
book.
man. You know what, man?
Yeah?
Frank,
Your
look,
own
man. This
nation.
is what you call
Shoot
Tommy
children in
Robinson,
the head
low
for
IQ,
having a
fucking
book.
peasants, man. I feel
Your
sorry for
own
black people.
nation.
Is this
Shoot
what you
their
guys have
own
to put up with every day?
children for having a book. So stop acting all
You know what I
fucking
mean?
virtuous, yeah?
Your British
I
army was
suggest you
spat
get
at
your
because
money
they
back
dropped
for
bombs
your
on kids.
therapy. I suggest you
Your
get your
army,
money back
Wendy,
for
a few
your
months ago,
therapy.
Wendy, I sent you
I
an article of a
suggest you get
scruffy,
your money
working
back
paedophile
for
British
your
soldier
fucking
that
therapy.
grabbed a
It
little
didn't
Afghan child's
work.
hand and
It
made him fucking
didn't
touch
work.
his penis, man. Your army are
So
fucking rapists.
you
They're
need to get
fucking
your money
dirty,
back
noncy,
for
fucking
your therapy.
homosexuals, transsexuals,
You need to
fucking
get
child
your
killers,
money
and
back
everything else.
for
You
your
think we're gonna cry
therapy.
for Lee fucking Rigby,
You
the man
need
who
to
shot
get your
Afghan
money
people? We're all
back
gonna cry for
for
him.
your
Fuck
therapy.
off, man.
You need to get your money back for your therapy.
Who
It
paid my
obviously,
money?
it
Who paid my
obviously
money?
did not
You dumb
work.
bitch.
Your own people shoot children in the
And
head
you
for
shoot children
having
in Iraq.
a fucking
You
book.
shoot children in
Yeah,
Afghanistan.
for
You
having a
shoot children in
fucking
fucking Africa. You
for
shoot your
having
own
a
fucking children.
book. You shoot children
You
for
shoot
having a
your
book.
own children.
You've never
You
been in the
shoot your
Afghan
own
army.
children.
You've never been in
You
the
shoot
Afghan
your own
army.
children, said the
Oh,
spaz Wendy.
Afghan, you got mental problems. You can't.
Yeah, Jupiter. Hector has got mental problems. A Nigerian immigrant at a Tommy Robinson fucking white rally. You're all fucking nuts, man. You're all full of shit.
Get Hector into it.
Jupiter, you support a guy that defended a fucking nonce called Richard Price, and you couldn't even provide me facts of the evidence that was shown. You said the police provided the evidence. The police
Hang
would
on.
never show
Wait a
children
minute, wait a
images to
minute.
the public.
You
You
support
dumb
a
lying
whole
bitch.
community
You lied
that
about
support
being rape
rumors.
bullied in work because the trade union didn't know about employment law. You're a fucking liar.
Theory. You're arguing with your own theory.
Exactly. You're just mad because you had that one night of passion with Hector, who's a black guy, and you can't be racist anymore.
Stop bringing Hector into it, Afghan. Stop bringing Hector into it, Afghan. Stop lowering the tone.
Yeah, fucking. Oh, it was evidence. It was word of mouth evidence that he saw Kitty. So that means people knew all that time that that guy was looking at fucking kiddie porn.
Don't you
Tommy
being a
didn't
bit
know.
racist? Don't you think you're being racist, Afghan?
Fucking
Afghan,
jokers,
you're being
man.
racist at the moment.
You're just both triggered. You can't
You're
handle
being
me. That's it in
racist
any
towards
debate.
Hector
You
at the
bring
moment.
stupid arguments
What
over because
colour
you're
are you?
low IQ.
What colour are you, Afghan? Afghan,
Yeah.
what colour are you? You're white, aren't you?
How was he being
Afghan, you're
racist?
No,
white,
I'm
yeah?
a black man.
No,
I'm
you're
black.
white. You're white, and you're being racist towards a Nigerian black man.
I am black.
Yeah? No, you're not. You're white. I've seen you.
I am
You're
black.
white.
I speak
You're white.
Swahili.
No. You're white.
You are not black.
No,
Stop
he's
lying.
white. He's as white
How is
as
he
what
a
I
white
am. Yeah.
You don't have
How
to
is
be
he a
honest.
white
The
man?
British
Are you
government been
stupid?
paying the wages of that hook man and the Taliban.
What?
The British government have been paying wages to the hook geezer in Frinley Park and what's his face? The Taliban.
Yeah, all right, Two Rock. Yeah, of course they have. Yeah.
If they have been paying wages to them.
Yeah, of course they have. Yeah.
So what? So why did it take you
You're
so long to
fucking it. You're another idiot.
Yeah, I
They pay their
know.
wages?
They're all idiots.
What? Why?
You know, you're all idiots. You Google it once, come up with the answer you want. You Google it once, come up with the answer you want, yeah, and you don't go any further. You're all idiots, a lot of you.
Yeah.
Right, so tell us then,
How's
why
your
did the
other?
MFI
How's your other?
what went to
You've been firing it up
hold on,
again.
hold on.
What's
Turek,
it like to have an electric oven
MFI,
too, Rock? What did you use before that?
2 seconds.
What did
Right.
you use before you got a cooker too,
Why
Rock?
did the
And that's what's
MFI
most important in this world, having a
MFI went to deploy the person that killed Lee Rigby?
What?
Hey, why did the MFI
What?
want to employ that guy that killed Lee Rigby?
MFI? I thought MFI was a furniture,
MFI.
flat pack furniture store.
Yeah, it is a flat pack furniture store. What you mean that he was working for fucking MFI installing
MFI? What? Did he not carry? Did they not carry the fucking flat packs? Did they not build them?
So why did they why did they want to employ him? Why did they want to employ
You need
him
to shut
for?
your
I mean,
fucking
what
mouth
is it?
about Lee Rigby, yeah? Shut up.
Yeah, but I find it
Why did they want
funny, Jupiter, Wendy, though, because in the 90s, why did the West fund the Taliban to protect the unicorn, what's it called, the Unicen or Unicorn oil pipeline?
Oh well, in the 90s.
So why
and
were
the
they paying
80s,
their salaries
obviously-
then? You know what I mean?
obviously,
Terrorists.
You know,
You're paying
before
Osama
they
bin
did
Laden to be
9/11,
your fucking
before
security
9/11
guard.
happened, you know, the world
Huh?
changed after 9/11.
Yeah, but why did you support
Afghan, it's not
Islamic
my fault
militancy,
you were
though?
paid by the CIA.
Why
You
did
know,
Margaret
live with
Thatcher
it.
support
Live with
the
it.
dictators, the old haq in
Yes,
Pakistan?
she did. Yes,
Why
she
did she
did.
support the
Yes, she
Mujahideen?
did.
Oi.
The Mujahideen were killing schoolgirls for going to school, and Margaret Thatcher, the white British woman, was supporting and giving them the weapons and bullets to kill those children.
Yeah, she
Wendy, aren't you a bit of a
supported
hypocrite,
Pinochet
though, Wendy?
No, you're the hypocrite, Afghan, because you were
No,
paid
but I
by
stand
the
on my
CIA.
principles. I hate Islamic militancy, but I don't hate Muslims. But the point with you
You
is
don't
that
have any
you
fucking
blame Muslims for everything, but you ignore the hand of your
I
government and
haven't
people in the past.
Muslims. You have. I haven't mentioned Muslims.
Yeah, but
have.
you love Margaret Thatcher, who called the Mujahideen her brothers and armed them to kill
Yes,
schoolgirls.
she's my namesake, Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, so why are you saying we kill our own people? I shoot children when Margaret Thatcher gave the bullets to kill those children.
She
Coming
didn't
on
know.
here arguing with us. Why are you coming on here just to argue nonsense?
No, because Jupiter, I expose you're a liar. You said that the police gave evidence, proved Tommy Robinson of kiddie porn. Then you changed your statement and said it was word of mouth on the street. So if it's word of mouth on the street, that means that people knew what he was looking at. Why did Tommy Robinson, at the last minute, when it was proven that he had kiddie porn, why was he defending a paedophile? Simple question.
Afghan, calm down. What if you had a friend that was
Yeah, because
arrested?
you, Jupiter, you support nonsense. You're a nonce apologist.
What if
But you blame
had
all Pakistani and
friend
Afghan and
that was
black
arrested
Muslims
for
as child
grooming?
groomers when the
He
man
won't
literally
listen. He
leading
won't listen to
the
Common
EDL or
Sense.
whatever was a nonce apologist. You're a hypocrite, Jupiter, and I caught you out
and
slowly. I
you're
roasted
not.
you. I exposed you.
You didn't expose anything. You think you did.
Yeah, I exposed you. You're a Jewish paedophile nonce supporter.
In your own head, you think you've exposed me. You haven't exposed anything. I quite clearly explained my position.
No, because you first said, if you rewind the stream, you said the police gave Tommy the evidence to convince him that that guy was a nonce. Then we found out the police never give evidence out to the public. You lied and retracted it and said shit. Then you said, no, it was word of mouth from the street and all that. So that means if people knew that this guy was seeing kiddie porn or whatever, that's a bit suspect though. You know what I mean? So that means Tommy knew that this guy was a nonce. But to save his face when he failed, when the evidence was provided, he retracted his statement. Why didn't he believe it straight away? I thought you support the British police.
I've already explained my position. I've made it very clear. I stand by what I said earlier.
No, you never made it very clear. You're making excuses because you're a nonce apologist.
Understand? It's you that doesn't understand.
You support men having images of child indecency images on their computers.
Just
That's the
laugh at him,
problem with you.
Jupiter. He's an idiot.
Yeah, but the other day you were saying, right, that the imams are not doing anything about Pakistani grooming gangs. What did the white imams of the Catholic Church and the Protestant Church do about Richard
Well,
Price
they're in
and the
jail,
EDL
hopefully.
nonsense?
They're in jail and they're not imams, they're priests.
No, but why didn't the priest speak out that, oh, he thought Richard Price was having kiddie
So
porn?
hang on, if you had a friend that was arrested for the same thing, would you believe it instantly?
Okay, no, you're not answering my question, Wendy,
No, I'm
Auntie
asking
Wendy.
you, would
The
you
point
believe
is,
it
Wendy,
instantly?
you're saying that
Would you
Muslim
believe it
imams are not doing
instantly? No,
anything
you
about
wouldn't.
grooming
No,
gangs.
you
What our
wouldn't.
white
Yeah.
Christian priests did, what did they do about Richard Price?
We don't care.
Exactly, because you support pedophilia, you legitimize noncing, but Muslims are evil people.
No, we
Innit? You're
don't care what
hypocrite.
you've got to say,
Exposed.
Afghan. We
Take the
don't care
L.
what you've got to say, Afghan.
Terrible, Wendy, man.
Take
We
the
don't
L,
care what
Wendy.
you've got to say, Afghan.
Come on, Wendy.
I asked you a question, you
man.
won't
You can
answer
do
it.
better than
If
that,
you had a friend, that was arrested for paedophilia, are you telling me you'd immediately believe it? You wouldn't have no doubts. You'd think it was true. Afghan.
They knew all along.
Shut up, Turon. So you wouldn't have no doubts, Afghan. No doubts.
You know what,
You just
Wendy?
think, yeah, he's guilty. He's
Wendy,
guilty.
Wendy, you are just as worse as that piece of shit Canadian Christian nonce-apologist Walter in the live chat.
Walter. No,
To be
no,
honest,
I'm not
Wendy,
like Walter.
You
God,
you said
don't
so
tell
what
me I'm
if
like
fucking
Walter,
priests
all
are
right?
staying quiet about noncing in their communities. You're an apologist.
Okay,
You've been
Afghan,
exposed.
do you think that hang on, Jupiter. Afghan, do you think a
Jupiter
paedophile can live
only
in the
hates
street?
brown pedophiles. She loves white ones.
Afghan, I believe you're a nonce because one of the indicators is how a man talks about sex and how respectful they are to women and children. Online, you have said the most despicable, disgusting, intricate, delicate details that are gross about sex.
Afghan, you're a liar. You're a liar, Afghan.
Afghan. You are a nonce.
No,
I mean,
a nonce
I
is
asked you a
someone like
simple
Richard
question,
Price,
you
who was
wouldn't
Tommy's
answer
best
it.
friend, who got convicted for having
I asked
thousands
you a
of
simple
images of
question,
fucking
you wouldn't
child porn,
answer it.
and you defend him.
On suspicion that someone's a nonce, you should call it out. That's exactly what I'm doing
No,
now.
you reported to the police, you dumb bitch. Without
Yeah, but
evidence,
are
no one
they
is a
allowed to
nonce,
live in
right?
the
But
community?
the point
Or
I'm
do
trying
they
to
have to
make
be
is that
hidden away
that
in
man was
public
proven to be a
in
nonce,
jail?
and Tommy defended him, calling him a political prisoner. He called a nonce a political prisoner. He called a man with thousands of images of children as a political prisoner. Tommy Robinson is a nonce Jewish supporter. He's a Jewish funded, Zionist Jew funded
Hang
nonce
on, wait a minute,
apologist, just like Jupiter.
Let him have his opinion. Let him have his opinion. We know he's fucking nuts, yeah? Let him have his opinion.
Yeah.
Wendy, it's not a
Have your
matter of
opinion,
being nuts,
Afghan.
it's
I
a
don't care
matter of
what your
factual
opinion is,
evidence.
yeah? I
The
don't
point is,
care
Wendy, you have
what
no
your
arguments. You're just
opinion
overly
is,
emotional
yeah?
and drunk on sherry.
No, I
The
don't
point
care
I'm
what your
trying to make
opinion is,
is that
Tommy
Jupiter,
Robinson.
he called
Yeah.
a nonce that was
So
convicted,
what?
remember the
So
word
what?
convicted with evidence,
No,
as
so
a
what?
political
So what?
prisoner. But
So
you're
what?
saying, no, the police
So
couldn't
what?
convince him, but a
So what?
random Tom, Dick and
So
fucking
what?
Sandra
So
convinced him
what?
because they saw the
That's
evidence.
according to you, Afghan.
Silly
That's according
fucking
to the
low
law
IQ
of Afghan
panelists,
the
man, you
troll.
two. Low IQ, you are
Afghan
so
the troll.
easy to dismantle. I don't know why
Afghan
people
the
give you
troll.
so much fucking
No,
attention.
you wouldn't
I
answer a simple
dismantled you
question,
nice and
would you,
slowly and
Afghan?
exposed you for the cheap nonce apologist that you are.
Afghan, you
Yeah, well,
wouldn't
we don't
answer
want
a
your
simple
attention because
question,
you're a
would you?
nonce.
Poor Jupiter. Poor
Afghan,
Jupiter.
answer that simple
Behaviour.
question.
You act like a nonce. I think you're a
Yeah.
nonce. You
You're
act like
very lucky that Afghan has to go and have his
Afghan's
lunch
a
now.
nonce.
Or
I
I could
agree.
have just talked
Yeah.
for another 10 hours and said the same thing.
You are
Is that
a
Jupiter, you
I'm gonna
support
stick
a
to that.
man?
Yeah.
You support a man who defends grooming gangs, but
He
on the other
didn't.
hand
He didn't,
supports
you
a child
fucking
porn
idiot.
nonce? You support a man that fights against grooming, but on the other hand
Oh,
calls a nonce a
God. Can you
political prisoner?
believe this?
Shame on you. Shame on you, Jupiter.
Oh, God. You're
Such
an
a
idiot,
shame that
Afghan.
it's
Afghan.
amazing how
If
when
you
you
had
look
a
at these
friend,
individuals, Simon Lord, Patty Man,
Afghan,
fucking
what?
Sophia Lewis, a fucking
What are you saying
mutilated
about
science
Simon?
experiment,
What are you saying about
fucking
Simon?
Raj, Spaz,
What
and
did you say
Jupiter and
about
Wendy and
Simon?
Crazy Betty. All
What did you
these
say
nutcases
about
take
Simon?
all the fucking airtime on these
What
panels,
did you say
and people
about
think that these
Simon?
people are high
What did you
IQ.
say about
know
Simon?
the irony, Afghan. Get a mirror.
These
Yeah.
people are of
Yeah.
high intellect and IQ who haven't even gone past.
I think he meant
They couldn't even spell
You're an idiot,
GCSE.
Afghan, fuck
Jupiter,
off.
can you spell GCSE?
Afghan. What about
Is
your
this
friend
is this
who's been
the
accused
right
of
IQ
paedophilia?
of an
Would
average of
you
100?
believe it to
These
be
dumb
true?
fucking duffers, these
See, you
gandus,
won't answer a simple question.
these fucking complete fucking idiots, man.
Wait, come on. As soon as you said, Lee said GCSE, come on.
Afghan,
That is an easy
if
one.
you had a friend
Never
that was
wrong.
accused of paedophilia, are you telling me
I
you
would
believe
run
him?
a fucking 1,000 miles away from him. I won't come on camera with an English flag saying, "Mate, he's a political prisoner."
Oh, right. Okay, so you believe he was
everybody
guilty
heard
straight
that.
away? You
Hold on,
believe he was
Wendy.
guilty
I would
straight
run
away?
away if someone in
That's
my
because you're
family
from
or my
fucking
best friend was
Afghanistan. That's
convicted
why.
for child pornography. I
Someone
would
said
fucking run. I would want
he
nothing
said
to
that
do
he
with
would
him.
run
I won't
away.
come on a news panel and goes, "All right,
Seriously.
mate, got West
Everybody
here,
come away
Richard
from
Price, man.
Afghan.
The
Who
man's
cares?
political
Who cares,
prisoner."
Afghan? Who
Man,
cares
yeah,
what you
mate,
think?
white oppression, white lives matter.
Who cares what you think, Afghan?
This
Exactly.
just shows that your actions speak louder than words. You'll be judged on your actions.
Yeah.
Exactly, amen, brother. That's why I love you, a King of Gold. But the point is, bro, is that these two women literally are apologetic to a nonce, man. To a nonce, a convicted
we're
nonce.
not. No, we're not. We're just not listening to your
They
version.
said
We're
so.
not listening
Voting
to your
people had
version
kiddie
of what
images,
happened.
man.
Yeah, we're not
Jeez, you
listening
know
to
what? I
your
got 1%
version of
battery,
what
but you
happened.
motherfucking two little
We're
trampy
not
women
listening to
have got away
your
with this
version of
motherfucker.
what happened,
I can
Afghan.
Afghan. I'll never forget you
Afghan,
bastard
we're not
faces, man.
listening to
I'll
your
be back
version of
soon,
what
very
happened.
soon, Jupiter.
Yeah, we're not listening to your version
And I
of
will
what
fucking
happened.
expose you for being a non-supporter
Because she's
that
gonna
you are, and you,
expose you.
Wendy, pretendy.
Yeah, you're a nonce, stupid.
You take
Afghan.
fucking images
You're a
of
nonce,
Becky's
Afghan.
fake baby. You
Someone
fucking
told
all
me you were
nuts,
a
man.
nonce,
You got that
Afghan. It must be
mutilated
true.
fucking caterpillar,
Someone
Sophia
told me
Lewis,
you were
who
a
you think's a
nonce,
fucking
Afghan. It must be
woman, but
true.
it's a fucking man, right? With a
Someone
fucking
told me you were
what
a
do you call it?
nonce,
A
Afghan.
fucking
It must be
plasticine
true.
pussy. And then you
Someone
got the
told me you were a
faggots, fucking
nonce,
Simon Lewis.
Afghan.
What's
It
it got?
must be
Simon
true.
Law, the smelly little cunt, mate.
Someone told
And
me
you
you're
got
a
Tan
nonce,
and all these fucking
Afghan. It must be
degenerates.
true.
That's your
you're
gang. That's
wrong.
the Brady
Yeah,
bunch.
Do you
someone said
remember
you
when
were
he
a
spoke
nonce,
about having
Afghan. It
sex
must
with
be
You are
true.
never gonna get into the halls
Yeah,
of power,
someone
darlings.
said you were a nonce, Afghan. It
Afghan,
must
do you
be
remember
true.
when we
You
were
little
Oh dear.
peasant. Oh,
we went
Jupiter.
Oh
to
dear.
Jupiter.
It's true,
Your
Afghan.
fucking
Oh
surname should be
dear,
Oliver Twist, man.
Afghan.
Go
yeah,
clean the chimney up.
Oh,
yeah,
so someone told me
yeah.
that you've got pictures,
Yeah.
Afghan. It must
Jupiter,
be
the
true.
police provided the paedophile images to Tommy Robinson. The word of mouth on the street said that he was a nonce. Oh,
No,
what a
someone
low
said
IQ
you're a nonce,
excuse
so
is
it must
that?
be true,
Oh my
Afghan.
days.
It
Anyway,
must be
I gotta
true,
go leave
Afghan.
now. It's been very
It must be
fruitful
true,
talking to you
Afghan.
people.
Afghan
Must
came
be
I hope
true,
you have a
Afghan.
wonderful day.
about
All right,
having sex
Afghan.
with
Don't worry
Mohammed.
But
about it,
anyway,
Afghan.
Jupiter, one thing I wanted to say to you,
Sue the
Jupiter,
CIA or pay for your
stop being a
lawyer,
nonce
Afghan.
apologist. Thank you.
Of Mohammed having sex with Aisha, and yet he stands here and doesn't want to admit that he's a nonce, right? At the end of the day, he said, if you've got any suspicion that someone's a nonce, you should
Yeah.
call it out. I have great suspicion that Afghan himself may be a nonce. He's focused on sex. He talks in the most disgusting way about
Yeah.
sex.
Yeah.
He has been online talking about pulling Mohammed's arse cheeks apart and having sex with him.
Oh,
He has
God.
talked about Mohammed having sex with Aisha on panels. Anybody that thinks that Afghan is truly a Muslim and is sticking up for Muslims has got to have their head tested.
But what did Afghan do? What did he do to suggest that for you to say that he's a nonce?
The way he talks,
The way he talks.
we've dealt with him for a very long time on Real McGee's, and the stuff that he has said is absolutely disgusting, absolutely filthy. And I mean, really, really bad.
We do realise though, but I'm sure you've heard about Tommy Robinson's like followers.
Nobody's denying that story. No one.
Okay, so that's what Afghan was talking
No,
about.
no. What Afghan was trying to say is that once the truth came out about that man, that Tommy carried on supporting him, and that's not true.
Exactly.
Once the truth came out about that guy, Tommy distanced his, had nothing to do with it. Afghan just lies all the time.
Rightly so. I mean, it just shows that the sort of level of people he was attracting.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I'm not saying. I mean, I didn't know anything about the EDL, to be honest, but yeah, I'll agree with that.
See, that's why you got to watch, man. You got to watch out.
But I won't agree. I won't agree with what he was saying, that even after Tommy knew he was a paedophile, he carried on, right? Because that's just not right. That's a lie. But the level of people in the EDL, yeah, it wasn't fantastic. No.
I'm sure though, just on the fact of probability, Wendy, that there's probably more paedophiles as well in the EDL. It can't be just that one fucking Richard Price or whatever he is, because just on the fact of
that's the thing about paedophiles, they can hide in plain sight, can't they?
Yeah.
The only problem is that English people face is when you go to foreign countries and you got to go into places like Indonesia and Thailand, and the age of consent.
Yeah, well, I'm always suspicious of people. Hang on, King Gold. I'm always personally suspicious of single men that go to such countries on their own. Always.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the problem. And now, when you look at it like, from that point of view, I mean, the amount of more people that fall underneath the category is quite alarming.
Well, you've only got to look at that idiot. What's his name? Gary Glitter. I mean, he went and planted himself in Vietnam, didn't he? Where he could get away with it for so long.
And Africa as well. Africa's
all right, okay.
Touching up them places there as well. It's very messy, man, and that's under scrutiny right now.
What is?
The whole movement, the whole paedophilic movement.
Kingo, did you see the one that was on the Nigerian news this week? That woman, I think she's 46, and she's gone out to meet a 22-year-old boyfriend in I can't remember what I think
was this in Nigeria.
Yeah, she's gone to Nigeria, but I can't remember the state now. But anyway, she's gone out to Nigeria to bring him back, to get married to him, to bring him back. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I think that happens with the boys as well, man. I mean, you get some older women going over there.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. The way they were reporting it was as if it was some fucking. I don't know. To me, I find that disgusting. I know
so you
that.
got to ask yourself, where's the child services out there?
No, the bloke was 22, so he's no longer a kid. But to me, a 22-year-old falling in love with a fucking 46-year-old stranger or vice versa is just wrong.
Yeah. That's. I mean, I can't even really touch on that. I don't even want to talk about that topic, to be honest with you, because
no, it's a horrible, filthy topic.
It is, and it just seems like there's no one doing anything about it at the moment. And we're talking about most of these people getting charged for paedophilia, actual people that are getting charged by the public, and they can't really run away from it. But when you've got a child that's got no voice, there's no
exactly.
That's where so you can just see.
But we'll say this.
Happening.
I will say this though, Gold, that when they're grown adults, it's up to them what they do. So even though I don't like it or approve of it or find it disgusting, if they're two consenting grown adults, there's not a lot you can do. It's up to everyone's individual choice. Everyone's allowed to have their preference. The only time that it becomes a real big problem is when we're talking about children who are underage. Do you know what I mean? That's the one that really.
And everybody's doing it. Also, all the countries are doing it. Involved, definitely.
Yeah, it's a sick world.
Yeah, if you look, if you look at the tourists, all the tourists, there's a mixed group of tourists going to these places in Asia.
Are you not suspicious, Jupiter, of single men that go to those places?
Yeah.
I am.
Definitely. It's wicked, but what can you realistically do? Because there are going to be some people that do go to those countries through just natural tourism, right?
And
if their governments are not really cracking down on it enough, what can you really do logistically from this place? You can't ban everybody from going there because some people are just tourists, and that country does rely on tourism.
I think it's down to the authorities of the country to come down on them.
Do you feel like people dealing with national duty, which will involve legislation in the countries that they are overseeing, would have some sort of effect or impact on what happens with like children, you know what I mean? The safety of children in that country as well. So it's like there will be definitely people that deal with humanitarian law that will be privy to what's going on. So I don't know. I mean, does it make it acceptable that you're going from a country just because of the age of the country is lower? That means that we should be held by English standards at all times.
Yeah, but it's proven that, isn't it? It's proven that's why they're going. We might know it, but it's proven it. They can deny it, can't they?
Well, not really, no, because
hang on. So they're at the passport. They're in the airport. You can't accuse them of doing something they haven't done yet.
Ooh, yeah, nasty subject.
Yeah, it is. It's a nasty topic.
Talk with Turok about some history thing I was thinking about doing. But he's jumped off, man. There's madness going on just now.
There always is if Afghans around.
Afghan always does. We've put up with him for over a year over on Real McGee's, and this is what he does. He only ever jumps on to cause an argument, screaming out.
You guys literally go like husband and wife. You guys, you Wendy, you.
No, we don't like him. No, don't even say that. That's an insult to me. I've got one husband. My husband's Hector. Don't even do that.
You argue like literally like cat and dog. With
Only with Afghan. Only with Afghan.
Lies. You don't
Afghan goes too far. There's trolls and there's him.
Yes, and gradually you lot will see it. You will see what he will do because he done it to Reals. He caused a hell of a. He doxes people. He will go out of his way to find people's addresses. He will dox people. He will go. He will get in touch with your sisters, your aunts, your mothers. This is what he does. He's a nasty person.
Well, he rang up. Didn't he ring up? He rang up Raspek's niece or something, didn't he?
Well, I don't know. I'm not involved. Involved. I don't want to get because when you're talking about children, all sorts of emotions get involved. I'm not involved in that at all. I don't know about that.
Yeah, but you'll see. It'll be all right with you, and then one day he'll decide to turn on you. Don't think that Afghan.
Oh no! I mean, I've had my loggerheads. The first time I ever come online, I think it was me and him, but backwards and forth. And he was like, yeah, things were said. I don't really want to repeat them, to be honest. But so it got to that stage, and then I think we butt heads a good couple of times. But yeah, man, I think we troll each other. I think I've kind of get bored of trolling people though. Like it might be a bit, like back and forth, and then for a week or something or a month. But I think I ain't got the energy to pursue it like that.
No.
But yeah. I mean, you've got to kind of be that person that's kind of geared to this kind of back and forth. Is I mean, no doubt. And he's he's a soldier, a warrior, probably.
I once argued for 24 full hours. Do you know that? I can go. I was once in an argument for 24 hours online. Do you know that?
Yeah, I can't sustain that. 5 minutes is all I can do, mate.
Go on, guess who it was with? Guess who it was with?
Afghan.
No, Braden.
Who?
Braden.
That does he come? What name does he come under? I know. Is it Ben?
Yeah, Braden. He's the stupid white guy. Braden.
Yeah, well, I swear does he come on an account though online? Does he ever come on?
What does he call himself, Jupiter? Just Braden, isn't it?
Oh, is it?
Yeah, just Braden. I don't know. I think he has got a couple of aliases. But
yeah, definitely.
I don't think we understand these parts much anymore.
I think where we left off before I had to get off was who has power, the politicians, and how much Queen. Okay, how much power does the Queen still retain?
How much does she have?
How much does she still retain from the days when it was fight for and die for king?
Oh, not a lot. Not a lot.
Because
Yeah,
she said it was ceremonial, but ceremonial, what does that exactly? What does that mean? You know what I mean? Ceremony, obviously, like tradition,
Yeah.
and you use like almost like a ritual. Another word for
Look, well, look, say that the country wants to go to war, right? What the Prime Minister that does is, yeah, he'll go and ask the Queen. But if she say they want to go to war and they voted to go to war and they go to the Queen and she says no, you think that's going to change the government's mind?
They liaise. So you think she's probably got high-ranking like intellect that they probably just have to cross-reference their information with.
Well, yeah, but if she says no, they'll talk around to say yes. Her word. It's just protocol.
It's just like
protocol.
Protocol. That's it.
The only power she has is to shut down Parliament for 3 days.
Yeah. For example, when Princess Diana died, everybody's made a big thing of it anyway, so you probably know. When Princess Diana died, she wasn't going to come back to Buckingham Palace. She had no plans on doing that. But Tony Blair went and saw her and advised her that he believed it was better for the country that she did, and she had to follow his advice.
I just want to know this. I don't really know this. I don't think it's that deep. But when the postal service has been sold off, and obviously it's serviced from the HMRC, right? So I mean, how did that work? Does that mean that she can sell off services?
No, she doesn't sell it off. The government does.
It's been privatized now, right?
The government does it, not her.
Government sell Queen's assets. Queen.
Yeah.
Yeah, she doesn't sell nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, she obviously she will be have a vested interest in what exactly.
No, she has to get permission from the government to be allowed to sell. I don't know. Well, she can't sell the crown jewels. She can't sell the crown jewels or anything.
Yeah, she can't. Yeah, that's I just find that's for the people, and that's just not even hers. But look, if she, look. So obviously they're going to come and say, look, we're going to have to sell this. Unfortunately, this will have to be sold. But it's still, it is hers. It is part of that establishment, that hierarchy. That was a service that was obviously private to them to begin with.
Look, you got personal and private. Her personal fortune is hers.
Yeah, that's her treasury. Yeah, Queen's treasury, what we call it. But
right. The rest, it's not hers to play about with.
Yeah, because originally that was something that the Queen had owned. Basically, that was one of the services that she owned. Am I right in saying that? The postal service, and then they had to sell it off.
No, it was called the Royal Mail. Yeah, she didn't own it, and it was the government that privatized it.
Yeah,
not the Queen.
Yeah, because I'm just trying to figure out. Because now this is, as I said, I'm not trying to tell you.
I mean, you will get people who say that the Queen runs the country, but she doesn't.
Yeah, no, but I think she had more emphasis and that family on what happened in the country before.
Before what?
Overlord. Before it got more democratic.
What you mean when kings and queens literally ruled?
Yeah, and that off of his head and shit.
Oh yeah, definitely before Oliver Cromwell.
Like what, 1800s?
Yeah, before Oliver Cromwell, definitely. Yeah.
Was that 1600?
Yes.
And that was, I believe, there was quite a strong feudal system by then, anyway.
Yeah.
Since 1066.
Yeah.
Once they chopped off Charles's head, they never got the same. They never got that power back again.
Yeah.
It's a bit like Nigeria gold. You've got the Oba of Benin, but he doesn't really run the politics. He's nothing to do with politics.
Yeah, he's more of a spiritual figure right these days, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a figurehead. So it's
But
the
he'll
same.
still have hereditary. He'll still have royal hereditary sort of line to Yoruba, isn't it? To the that Yoruba bloodline. Because obviously the kings of Benin came to rule. Kings of Yoruba came to rule, or prince. Benin took over.
That's a really interesting story to do with that, but Hector knows all the ins and outs
Yeah,
of that.
but I know what you mean, though. Exactly, yeah. So we'll be just using that as an example, but I would just assuming that, just how much power she had. I don't really think they do. They just own a couple of like really notable buildings, and they've got their own treasury. They still, as I said, have a lot to do with the brains behind national duties, and they have.
Well, I think too much money. I think too much money is paid out of the public purse to what I call the hangers-on of the royal family. I think that should only, it should only be the immediate royal family that get paid anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me ask the question of the day, man. Hold on a sec.
Oh, what is the question?
Getting all cozy. Start getting all cozy and comfortable, man. You hear me? Fuck up all the coziness and the comfortability, yeah? Yeah, well, the question of the day, yeah? Who's more criminal? Gangsters or the government? Who commits more crime?
I'd say the government.
Then they get away with more.
Yeah, definitely. What do you think, Jupiter?
I was surprised, eh? You said the government, yeah?
Yeah.
Me, I said they're equal because it all depends on the circumstances.
No, I think the government get away with a lot, to be honest.
Where have the gangsters moved there? Well, it's quite obviously. But, I mean, what they own a lot of the nightclubs.
Yeah. Wendy, if they ask the question, the government or the people, then I would say the government. But because they said specifically gangsters, and gangsters are obviously gangsters, then as far as I'm concerned, they're equal.
Yeah, that's fine. It's
I don't think the gangsters.
My opinion is the government.
No way.
I mean, you've only got to look at that when they decided to pay themselves thousands of pounds out of the public money, Jupiter.
And the higher up in the chain.
Yeah. No, I brought
higher up in the chain as well.
Yeah. I don't trust the government at all.
You hear Belly? Belly's...
people.
So, what would you say was the most high-ranking gangster in the UK? So? Would you say it's Rothschild?
I don't know. I've heard of the Adams family.
The high-ranking gangsters got more pull and more power than a lord.
Well, that's where corruption comes in, Belly.
Yeah. They'll be paying off the government officials, man.
Yeah. A high-ranking gangster in this country would be able to get away with things within the law. Yeah, they would.
No, I'm saying
the old family.
A high-ranking gangster has more power than a lord. Like a lord.
No. What a high-ranking gangster has is the money to pay off someone to twist things so that it's like the laws, goes his way.
Yeah, you're gonna have to show us how a law is corrupt.
I'll tell you for why, Belly, why I would say, the gangster has more power. Because even that lord, when he wants to do anything, who is it that he's going to pay to do the dirty work?
Oh, he said the lord. I thought he said law.
But he only pays the gangster, so he doesn't get his own hands dirty. And obviously, it's like an asset to him, innit? So it's like an expendable asset. Worst comes to worst, he can say the gangster, look, it was this criminal gangster who's doing all this, that, and the other. Do you know what I'm saying?
No.
Yeah, I believe that goes on, and I believe there's no paper trail back to the Lord or something.
Yeah, but look at like this. What gangsters are you talking about? Because there's the old gangsters, the Adams, the family that started in the business, the nightclub, drugs, nightclubs. yeah, and then they started mass producing drugs. Probably, I don't know the
No,
rest.
no,
Yeah, I'm talking
no
about
matter, bro.
people.
Gangster's
Yeah.
a gangster, innit? If you're a high level gangster, it doesn't matter what you're doing in that. So you could be one of the
economic gangsters,
crime
though, man.
families of the UK. You could be one of the
Yeah, okay.
international gangsters, like the.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying? Like just whatever, as long as
Yeah,
you're
I
top level,
know what you're saying, but
you're not just a street guy, innit?
yeah, but look at it this way, Billy. That Lord, if he wants to do something, he can't do it unless he's got the gangster who's going to do it for him. But the gangster, if he wants to do something, he can do it without the Lord. That's why the gangsters.
Yeah, but no. It's because it's on the low level crime, yeah, but no, not really, because all right. So imagine if he's importing, exporting, yeah, and he's got the law to say that anytime any of his guys are coming through, they don't get stopped at customs or whatever, something like that, yeah. That's obviously on the say of the laws, isn't it? So
That's still a crime, though, isn't it? They're not giving immunity to commit crime.
Mm.
You're gonna have to show me laws that allow these things to happen, and also you're gonna have to show me politicians or governments' criminal behavior.
Mm.
So
Well, I'd
do you
say
think,
the government.
wait,
I
hold
think
on
the.
a sec, yeah, Dave. Let me ask Dave the question, innit, yeah. So you think that so the gangsters or the politician, the state, who commits more crime?
Yeah, but you're gonna have to give me some examples of criminality
I'm not
within the
giving you
political system.
examples. I'm asking you, which one do you think, in your opinion?
Well, I would say the gangster, because his job is crime. Politicians' job isn't necessarily crime. Can they be corrupt? Yes, but they're not employed to be a criminal, are they? Gangsters' lifestyle is funded by crime. If you got someone who's working with the parameters of the law, then that person can't be seen to be a criminal, can they?
To me, the biggest gangsters sit in the House of Commons.
They don't sit in there; they
Yeah.
sit behind in the shadows there.
Yeah, of course, but we need some examples, don't we, of actual criminality or things that have been done.
Yeah, if I had examples of Lord's criminalities, yeah, to give to you on fucking YouTube, you know what I'm saying, bro? Be serious, man. What examples of a Lord's criminal activities is Veli, who's fucking plumbing 6 days a week,
Yeah.
fucking 12 hours a day? What fucking info am I going to be able to give you on that, bro?
What about the expenses scandal? The expenses scandal.
Yeah,
I think that was criminal.
yeah, it was, but it was in the law. But this is what I'm saying. If you was to say politicians versus the people, then I'd say politicians, because I would say more people amongst the common people are like that are non-politicians are good, honest people.
I said gangsters on purpose, yeah. Why I said gangsters on purpose, obviously, because I wanted to poke at the crime side of it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so, right, do we think that the people who are like, obviously they're funded by what they do, yeah, in crime, versus the people who are supposed to be in positions of power because we voted for them, like, which one of them is doing more criminal activities? Which one of them is really the gangsters?
So yeah, so that brings up a different question. If you're asking who would we expect to be more moral and and ethical and to follow the laws, it would be those in Parliament. But realistically, we know they don't. That's why I say they were equal.
Yeah, I don't think it's equal though, man. I don't think it's, although like I'm taking into consideration what you're saying about obviously if man is a full-time gangster, then your thing is crime, innit? Yeah, so.
Well, a But a gangster can't send the country to war like Tony Blair did. That was criminal what he did.
Yeah.
But Tony Blair won another election after that.
Well, I can't answer for the stupidity of some of the public, Dave. I can honestly say I never voted for him. So yeah. But yeah, you're not going to get a gangster that can really send the country to war, but Blair did, and he's never answered for it, not once.
But I think if a gangster was in control of the country, he wouldn't even try to hide it, would he? He'd operate in, be operating like a warlord type.
Now we're talking.
At least politicians try to give the perception that they're doing the best, and they do have to do good things. But a gangster wouldn't even try.
Psychopaths, though, man. Politicians are worse than fucking gangsters. Man. They're psychopaths.
Yeah, there's
do you think Tony Blair should be done for war crimes, Dave?
Oh, that's a difficult one. I'm not sure. I don't know.
Nah. He only killed 1 million people.
Well, he didn't. See, that's another myth that's perpetuated. More people in Iraq was actually killed by other Muslims than were actually the invading force.
Mm.
The main violence came when ISIS came in. That's where the main violence came from. Whether you believe that or not, I don't know.
But he still lied, and he still sent us into a war we didn't need to be involved in.
Oh yeah, they definitely lied, 100%.
And then they gave him the post of financial.
Yeah, a peace advisor. Yeah,
you can't believe that.
Peace advisor to the Middle East.
No, but then they made him a financial representative of our treasury, I think, or wasn't it? Or he dealt with finance, like head of finance or something.
He went with his roadmap. He went with his roadmap for peace in the Middle East, which he never intended to do anyway.
He gets $250,000.
The man. Never have.
He gets $250,000 when he does speeches at Pacific events, and that's just that's a way of just paying the person off in the open, really. This is the way they do with Hillary.
The prime ministers will send in, if you've looked at the bank, Reserve Bank, the fractional reserve. If you watch that, guys, it shows how these prime ministers send in you think people to shake hands with these country representatives. So they'll be they're called jackals. So they'll send them in. So they'll ask basically through diplomatic procedure. They'll speak professionally. But then if the country says no, we're not interested, right? Then they'll send their jackals in, and then that'll be sort of the more gangster type, sort of hard bargain type of thing come in.
Well, no, there's also that thing of diplomatic immunity, right? I don't believe in that, because look at that American woman that killed that young lad.
Yeah,
she claimed it, and she's got away with. She doesn't have to go to prison or anything. No diplomats do.
So what I was saying is, imagine they go in to these deals like gangsters, but it's on just a high level. So they'll send 2 people in, 3 people. It won't be like a group of people, and some of them have guns over a drug deal, a bit of money, 20 grand. These would be going in with suitcases, their demands, and it would be with a strong arm. And we're talking about military as their last resource, and that's a jackal. They literally threaten you on the spot, and then after that, they'll start their campaign if you really do F about. But they give you a number of chances to sort of fall in line.
Yeah, but let's not forget the fact that Saddam Hussein. Let's not forget that Saddam Hussein invaded 2 Muslim countries either side of him. Let's not act like this man was
Kuwait and Iran, wasn't it?
Yeah. So let's not act like this man.
That was a lie about the Kuwait one.
That was a lie.
Remember and about the babies in the fingerbomb. That woman was known to be a woman in England or something like that.
So you're saying it's a lie that he invaded Kuwait?
They said it was a lie, innit?
That they invaded Kuwait.
That he invaded Kuwait, yeah. And
No, he
that's why they
definitely
went
invaded
in.
He
Kuwait.
definitely
That's
invaded
not a lie.
Kuwait.
They invaded him
Well,
because they
the
was
first
undercutting them
one or
in
the
the
second
oil
one?
price.
Which one are you talking about? The first one or the second one?
They invaded
First,
Kuwait in the early 90s.
When they showed,
yeah.
yeah, when they showed they were supposedly attacking the hospital with the sick babies in. Is it that one?
Huh?
No, they invaded
That's the
Kuwait.
lie, isn't it? That
Don't know about that, Velly,
that
but
the
they
hospital was
definitely
attacked.
invaded Kuwait, and Kuwait fought back. Yeah.
No, it's definitely a fact they invaded Kuwait because Kuwait was undercutting them in the oil price, so they invaded. So, let's not act like this man ain't killed millions of people himself. Some people like,
Saddam Hussein.
yeah, of course.
Yeah, man. But Saddam Hussein was part of on the government side, though, isn't it? So you're saying that Saddam Hussein was more dangerous than gangsters, yeah?
Oh yeah, Saddam
Well, he was a
Hussein
gangster himself, wasn't he? He was a murderer, a gangster.
Yeah, he killed his way to power, didn't he?
Yeah.
Gangster himself.
And so his two sons, weren't they? Erday and whatever the other one was called.
Oh, they were psychopaths. You heard
Yeah.
some of the things about them. Fucking hell.
Uday.
Yeah, one of them was an absolute psychopath. But it's just a shame the people of Iraq didn't embrace it because they was being led by a dictator. And then when the Americans came in, yeah, of course, embrace Saddam Hussein being gone.
In what?
What's that?
Yeah, but he didn't have the weapons of mass destruction for the people that.
No, he didn't.
Reason
No.
that they said they was invading. For the reason what they
No.
was invading in the first place.
Yeah, of course, but
So
it's just a shame. What's that?
Yeah, but why would the people of the land want to embrace? They lied to make them go to take over their country, innit? And now their country is fucked. So why would they? If anything, they should be having scorn in their heart for the West for coming to their country. Their country's worse off now than it was before.
Well, it is what they make it, isn't it?
It's what they're making. After the army comes and destroys half of their country, and then it is what they're making.
Yeah. Well, France, we look at France, yeah. France was occupied by the Nazis, right? When they was pushed out of France, the French people didn't start killing each other, did they? Destroy their country. No, they rebuilt it and made it into a great country. Because you've been occupied.
What year was this?
1944.
What year was this?
1944.
And was there a power struggle? Was there a power struggle for like the French presidency between two fractions with outside forces trying to force one hand on the other?
No, Hitler marched in and took over France, didn't he?
Right. So, but the people of France rejected what Hitler was wanted, didn't it? They wanted their country to be run how they wanted.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is when they left, when they was pushed out of that country, the French people rebuilt their nation and carried on and created a great country.
But the French people.
Well, the Japanese is a better one to look at, Dave.
Yeah, the Japanese.
Was they left? Yeah, was they? So I'm saying that was they able to rebuild their country for themselves, like something, or was it like they was dictated? Like, oh, you have to have this leader, and you have to have your country growing this sort of way. But that's sort of how, whether I agree or disagree with Iraq's leader or whatnot, that's sort of how their thing was.
The trouble is with Iraq, you've got too many fractions over there. So you've got, you build something and then an insurgent will come along and think, well, I don't really like having that there, that water station there, and they blow it up. And that's how it goes over in Iraq.
Yeah.
Why weren't it like that when Saddam Hussein was there?
Because Saddam Hussein would kill you. It's as simple as that.
Any opposition, he'd just kill.
He'd just kill them.
It's in America's interest for Iraq to be a successful democracy. They don't want to
How
actually
did
see it.
Saddam Hussein first get into power, first of all? Because I'm sure he was working with the MI5 or the CIA.
No, he got into power. He murdered his way up the.
Wait. Hold on a second. You can't say no before I finish the sentence, and I said it's not the MI5. Yeah, you said no. Hold on a second, I ain't even finished yet. Yes, I'm sure he was working with the CIA or something like that. It's been reported to get
Was he, Dave? I don't know.
Saddam Hussein into power first of all.
No, Saddam Hussein was in the political party and the president of Iraq. I think it's actually prime minister. They created a coup from within and they forced him to resign. And then his right-hand man that they plotted this together. He then shot and killed his right-hand man because of how he betrayed the prime minister. So then he couldn't trust. Basically, anyone he couldn't trust, he killed. But they didn't overtake the prime minister through violent means. They just forced him out, made him resign, and then anyone who was loyal to the former prime minister, they executed. So all the, like, say it's the equivalent of Labour getting into power, and then Jeremy Corbyn's right-hand man forces Corbyn out, and then they shoot everyone that's loyal to Corbyn. That's basically what happened. So
so I think who do you reckon was the worst prime minister that we've had in the last 10 years?
Theresa May.
Panel.
Theresa May.
Is the worst prime minister?
No, I think David Cameron.
David Cameron, yeah. I say David Cameron.
Yeah, but Theresa May would have been able to stay in that position. She would have overturned Brexit.
Yeah, but Cameron was an idiot, Dave. You know, he's just.
Yeah, but that idiot gave us the referendum. So
This is what David Cameron did, yeah? In 2006, the Conservative Party was associated with privatization of public services. That means that it wouldn't have been public anymore, so you'd have to pay for a lot of these goods now.
Posh boys school.
So
All
that
of them.
already he's taken away from the poor and given to the rich, or he's making it more difficult for poor to access things. Cuts to social expenditure and social conservatism. Incoming Prime Minister Theresa May said it was perceived as a nasty party. For her to say that, my God. One of David Cameron's achievements was to make a party appear more compassionate. He began his protest speech dubbed Hug a Hoodie that called for more empathy for young criminals, which differed from the traditional Conservative tough stance on crime. This change in approach should help Conservative Party, blah, 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 blah. Cameron is mission leading out, show black or white, straight or gay, but above all, to show the Conservative methods. All right, that's all. All right, same-sex marriage bill. Woo! So he introduced that. So he introduced, same-sex marriage, thanks to David Cameron. Britain's Libya intervention. So somehow we got coaxed into that war by him. Britain joined a NATO-led coalition. Britain. Yeah, exactly. I know. Coalition against Libyan. All right, 2014 Scottish referendum. So he forced that basically to happen. Basically, that's when they wanted freedom. So if you think it's bad in Theresa May's, they wanted out when he was in the office. Reviving the economy, I doubt that. EU referendum. Cameron's biggest failure was British voters' decision to leave the EU in an attempt to heal internal party division. So that was actually his idea. Oh, so he was British voters' decision to leave the EU in an attempt to heal internal party division. Cameron pledged in 2013 to renegotiate Britain's relationship with the EU with an in and out referendum. It is time for British people to have their say. It's time to settle this European question in British politics. I can say, British people, this would be your decision, said Cameron in 2013. Cameron argued for Britain to stay in the EU, but he was unable to persuade enough British voters to agree. Okay, then. So he actually was against it. That's the only thing I could say he did, which was for the people, maybe. But yeah, he was definitely one of the worst I see the one before that was when this guy that everybody loves so much, Winston Churchill, was in office. I'm trying to think of who it is. I'm gonna look now, but he was definitely one of the worst.
Worse.
Yeah, David Cameron tops it. So wait, who's what? Wait, one second. I'm just gonna try and look who this was now. Admittedly, Winston Churchill was one of the worst. Right, when it comes to killing and deaths and bodies, he's got one of the most. That's all subjective if he was good in the eyes of who, obviously. Who's the leader now?
I've got on and on.
Yeah, who took office after Winston Churchill? Oh wait, yo, Jupiter. You there?
Yeah, what's up?
Who was prime minister in the 70s?
In the 70s, when
Yeah, he was responsible for obviously the arming of the Nigeria, you know, and that's obviously the reason why Nigeria is the way it is now.
Oh, I wouldn't know.
Let's have a look now. And you guys talk amongst yourselves, huh? Who was prime minister in 1970 for the UK?
Yo, hey, listen. I need to jump off, man. Who wants to jump on? U.S. intelligence.
United Kingdom.
Saddam Baath Party rise to power for the first time in 1963. Evidence suggests Saddam was on CIA's payroll as early as 1959.
Yeah, that's it. Sir Harold Wilson. Sir Harold Wilson. He was the responsible for the death of all these people, the starving of these people. He was the one who was that had, you know, I know he had something to do with that. You know, the call, because they like, how are we going to get rid of these guys? Like 3 years, they're not giving in. So I do believe that Harold Wilson now has taken a lot of the slack. You know what I mean? Everybody's pointing their fingers at him. So yeah, so Harold Wilson for Nigerians. If you're Nigerian, don't worry. Theresa May was nothing. This Sir Harold Wilson was our enemy, or your grandma's enemy. Sir Harold Wilson. So let me just see what Sir Harold Wilson did now. So he was the biggest gangster out of all of these now. Harold Wilson. And I'd actually say for the Windrush, because that was after that the Windrush boat came. Just I think 60s, 70s, even before that actually, had a lot of people getting imported. Harold Wilson.
Yeah, man. So, yeah, man. So, hey, Wendy, what do you know about the Queen and Prince Philip supposedly killing 10 Canadian children?
Killing Canadian children?
Yeah, have you heard that before?
No.
Something about they were supposed to go on a visit there on a school trip or something, like to visit it was like the native Indian Canadian children, and
right.
like some of them went out and then 10 of them's been missing. This is ages ago.
I don't believe it. Why would they want to kill children? People come out with loads of conspiracy theories. about the royal family.
Queen Canada.
In Canada, you say, yeah?
List.
Yeah. I'm trying to find out where it was, man. You know why? It's because I don't really believe a lot of conspiracy theories here, but it's like I've heard it before.
Do you think there's a body parts market?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
What's your opinion on that, though?
Oh, I found that thing you were on about. What's my opinion on it? I just think it's a there's definitely a market for it, and I think it's criminals that are involved in it.
Yeah. So what did it say when the
Yeah, let's see.
on that Queen Canada thing?
Queen Elizabeth and her husband, Prince Philip, were found guilty in the disappearance of 10 native children. Oh. Okay, so apparently 10 children were sent by their parents to go and see the royal couple in 1964 when they were visiting Canada. And well, it's the fact they went missing because they went to see her. There's no evidence to say that she had anything to do with it. And it's all been linked to conspiracy theories. But strange, I don't really hear about these 10 children. Hang on, did Buckingham Palace?
What's so bad about the KGB? What's the KGB?
KGB is like the Russian MI5.
Yeah.
Sorry, it's similar to our MI5.
Yeah, you're right. That's right.
You know those individuals that came and poisoned some people in Salisbury.
I got you. Yeah, it's probably.
They're like they were part of the KGB. It's just Russian. It's Russian intelligence, really.
Yeah, apparently
Secrets.
Harold Wilson was in cahoots with them during his reign.
No.
You don't believe that?
No. What happened was when he was first voted in as prime minister, right? There was a rumor, but it was proved to be untrue. So
what did you think about that? The kids.
I think it's a conspiracy theory, Valley. Yeah, it's definitely one of them.
What did it say?
It says that 10 children were sent by their parents to go and see Queen Elizabeth and Prince Philip on when they were visiting Canada, right? And these 10 children disappeared. But there is no actual evidence to say that they actually were in the near Philip or Elizabeth. They've just put the two things together, and the claim is made by the parents of the children. So, hey, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, Wendy. I've heard of the story, but there's no evidence, and without evidence, you can't say it's definitive.
No.
I wasn't saying that it was definitely true. I was saying never heard of it before. Innit?
I'd never heard of it till you mentioned it. But do you all know about the word called picnic? I'm surprised it still gets used, but there you go.
What, picnic? Yeah.
Picnic.
Yeah, but even Nigerians, that's what they call children themselves.
No,
Nick. Word picnic.
Like
As in
picnic.
you're going for a picnic.
It wasn't that a racist term to begin with?
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Lynchings.
That's
Is that
right.
actually true? Is that
Yeah,
where that
it's
word
true.
comes from?
It's-
What the
it's-
hell
Yeah.
does it mean?
Pick a nigger.
It means, let's go and pick a black guy to go and get lynched. Let's go and watch it.
Well,
Take
how's
a
that?
basket of food.
That's why
sit
it's
on the
nick.
grass,
Can't you see the?
watch
Can't
it.
you see? Can't you see in the word? It's in the etymology. It's pick a nick, pick a nicker. Nick, you know what I'm saying?
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah. I swear, and like that's the thing. It's like I don't know why they do it, and it's like on top of burial grounds, and like a lot of burial grounds, they like to build sort of buildings on top of African burial grounds, and it would be like demons and ghouls and shit on top of the buildings. All these, when you go around the UK and you see all these buildings with all them devilish type things, that's above burial grounds because it harnesses the energy. Hey, trust me, they're deep, bro. The English,
Why would you want to live on top of a burial ground?
no, it's not live. It's what when they erect their buildings above burial grounds, they indicate the burial grounds with they put demonic entities on there, so it harnesses the energy, the energy of the dead. Do you know what I mean? It's all spiritual and pseudo, but that's when you do see a building, that's usually got a ancestor underneath there, ancestral burial ground. But yeah,
hold on. Wikipedia is saying that's not true. It's saying it's come from a French word.
What's that? The Canadian thing, the Canada thing.
No, picnic. He's saying that's not true.
Well, I read it was true 5 years ago, and I don't use that word anymore. I won't
I
use
heard that about 10, 15 years ago from a scholar talking
but
about.
Wikipedia is saying it comes from a French word.
What's the French word?
What's the French word?
Hold on, I've got to find it again. So I'll have to spell it for you. Piquenique.
Well, it's nothing like picnic.
Picnic.
Yeah.
What did it mean? What did it mean?
1692.
Picaniki.
If you want to know like what happened in that thing, you got to read Murdered by Decree. It's a book by the whistleblower who blew up that whole situation in the first place. He writes a book about everything. He tells everything. It wasn't just the 10 kids that got taken away, like that they went to court
I've read
for.
a bit more. Apparently, they were meant to go for a personal. I hate using this word now. Picnic, with the royal couple.
He says that
And
word
never
came
came back,
from the
did it?
French Revolution. After the French Revolution, that's when it says the word came.
Well,
about.
I read enough about it, Dave, not to use it anymore. When I
But who was the
researched.
source? Who was the source, Wendy?
I'm gonna find it now.
And you know what? Do you know what represents it? They always have like a little celebration. You know what I mean? That's a celebration.
Yeah, I don't believe that. Because
What don't you believe
Wikipedia.
that the Queen took 10 kids?
No, I'm not talking about that.
Hey, wait, 1 sec. Yeah, let me make an announcement though. But you know what? Yeah, the panel's not full no more. You can get 10 people on the panel now. You know.
Oh, can
10
you?
people on the panel.
Oh,
in
can
this,
you?
Yeah, man. So,
When did they change that, Billy?
I'm not sure, man. But someone had 10 people on their show yesterday. Yeah, big up Black Ice, my G. You get me? So, they're 10 on it. Yeah, so yeah, man. Any more nutters want to jump on?
Any more nutters?
hey, what are you saying? This is Fraggle Rock.
Just check that word on Wikipedia, and it tells you the history of it.
Etymology.
Bruv, you're the psychiatrist, man. Trust me, man. So I'm saying, drop some money in it. Drop some money in it. We had some entertainment. We had some digital beef. We're getting elbows, digital elbows. Someone's getting teabagged. All sorts of things happening.
Teabagged. Pause, man. Shit. Yeah, let's go too far, man.
No, oh yeah, but no one knows what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Is
Says
it
it
no,
came out of the
no,
French
online digital
Revolution.
sheet?
So.
No, online digital.
Oh man.
That sounds like something Tariq Nasheed made up. If to be honest with you.
What, teabag?
No.
I was going to say
Picnic.
that. What?
Yeah, more likely that too, but picnic.
Oh, picnic. Oh.
Yeah, that sounds like
Tariq
something he
Nasheed.
made up.
What, you
What
listen
are
to
you saying
Tariq
that
Nasheed?
they didn't take them on a
Hey,
picnic? I
wait,
don't know why you lot are going
Dave.
over that word.
You watch Tariq Nasheed, Dave?
About 4 years ago, I did.
Oh my gosh. Hey, do you know what? Yeah, hey Dave, listen. I beg you to jump on his panel one time, man. That would be fucking funny.
He don't do
Dave,
open panels.
he does open callers though, where you can call
Does
in.
it?
Call in.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, if you lot want to see more of the stuff that they're talking about, it's the books by a guy called Kevin Annett.
Yeah. I see his interview the other day, Kevin Annett.
Yeah. All right,
Talking
cool.
about
Because Jupiter
the
earlier
Canada.
was talking about there was no evidence. There was no
Mm.
evidence. This guy compiled the whole book of evidence.
Well, apparently adrenochrome's meant to be worth more than gold. It's meant to be the best hallucinogenic you can get out there.
Guys, Google that Kevin Annett. Is he like a shoot or
No, that's what I'm trying to say. He was a priest. He used to work for them. He was a priest. He used to work for them. So he basically talks. What they did, yeah, they went to basically they were trying to wipe out the native Indian population in Canada. So they set up these schools. They were like Catholic schools or whatever. I don't know. But if you read the book here, you can see how the church, the state, they all work together.
Or not
the church and the state work together to do this to these kids. And what they do to these kids is not nice. And they took them to court for 50,000 of them. Not 500, not 5,000, 50,000 of them.
And this is connected to the 10 kids who went missing.
This is connected to the 10 kids. The 10 kids came from the same schools. They took the same kids from the same schools. Now, if you go and read what they're doing to these kids in these schools, it's all the crown, the Vatican, the Catholic Church, everything. They're all involved in it. So, if you read this,
a sacrifice,
all of it. We're talking about all of that stuff.
The adrenochrome thing, yeah. I've heard about that. Yeah.
We're talking about all of that stuff.
There's definitely, I mean, because there's a lot of people touching and saying that there's a market because it has such an effect on your mental state. It's like a real high or something. I don't think it's a hallucinogen. I don't know. I know it's a stimulant of some sort, but it has such an effect on you that it's like worth more than gold apparently now.
What do you mean?
There's market
actually like engaging in
the weight of it. So the weight, so for per gram, it's going to be worth more than gold. Apparently, I mean, this is what I'm saying. I mean, I've never had any disclaimer. I've never been around
what are you talking about? What's the weight in gold?
Adrenochrome. You know what adrenochrome is? Adrenochrome.
What's that like?
The blood.
I know what it is.
So it's like endorphin or something that runs in your blood when like when you're very scared.
Yeah.
So
it's a chemical released by fear into the bloodstream. Apparently, there's meant to be
gives you a rush or something.
Yeah,
a lot of people,
if you drink the blood of somebody with them chemicals in, it's supposed to be.
So they say that they're giving it to the people.
It's imagine how much stuff people know, like about certain things. Like, so what? You scare some people, and what? A chemical gets released, and then what do you do with this chemical? How do you even obtain this chemical?
Oh, they will have some sort of form of drip, and I can imagine a person will be tied down, but they will be conscious because you'll have to have them conscious, which is where the devilish side comes into it.
Yeah,
so
while these
can-
kids are alive, they tie them down and
Yeah, so
start
adrenaline,
playing
so
with them.
yeah, the fear and the adrenaline. It's meant to like give you so the people who'd use it would be like people on the news that have to be awake and have to, you know what I mean? It gives them a boost, or so it's like caffeine. It's like it's like almost like
Yeah, this sounds very made up to me.
So a lot of these rich and famous
What sounds
people.
made up? What sounds made up, Piers?
What are you talking about?
How's that? Wait, there's a science behind it. We've literally broken it down.
Harnessing
Jupiter said
adrenaline.
he knows what it is.
Are you lot?
Jupiter said he knows what it is.
Who's reading for drinking blood?
One sec. Quite. I think you want to check that Kevin Arnett's Wikipedia page, cuz. Have a quick look, fam.
Kevin Garnett, who's that?
Kevin Arnett.
No.
Yeah.
What did
Anyway,
you guys say,
Dave, where did you get that thing from? Because I looked up Piccadilly, right? And
No,
I've always
picnic.
seen. Oh, okay.
You got the picnic.
Oh, picnic. Okay.
Yeah, and he's saying the word derives from the
Yeah,
French
it does
Revolution.
derive from France, but it's linked in with the Jim Crow laws or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was quite surprised when I heard that. Thought, nah, that don't sound right.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think someone's took the word and tried to turn it into something else. I'm sure there were people who did do those things and use that word for that, but that's not the meaning of that word.
Yeah. So, Dave, have you never heard of what they claim is spirit cooking? Do you believe that exists? Do you believe
I've
that
heard about all that stuff, yeah, but look, when you start to deify the people that rule you, you turn them into like some kind of fucking otherworldly entity, and they must be loving that. And these people are just humans like us. Yeah, they have a lot of power, money, and influence. Yeah, of course, they're different for us like that, but they're not making connections with the other world and shit like that. No, like I said,
you never know, man.
I've heard of spirit cooking. Like again, same sort of thing that I'm saying. It's hard to believe in it.
Yeah, it just sounds like something they put out there to make
satanic ritual abuse. Yeah, it sounds heinous and fucked up there, but it's like.
How about if
hard
I
to get
told you?
conclusive
do you believe
evidence.
the people doing it believe in
Yeah. I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying that for someone that's never heard of it, yeah, it's hard for you to get like sort of conclusive evidence to show that this is what these people are doing.
Yeah.
How about if I told you that there was people getting the blackest of the blackest in Congo, Sudan, and they're somehow extracting the melanin out of their skin to put on spaceship.
How could they do that? How is that possible?
That's a conspiracy theory, isn't it? You could say
that.
I need to quickly do some work, man.
That sounds like Tariq Nasheed again.
How is that possible, King?
I can believe it. Because I wouldn't put it past after seeing how state duties and national duties are carried out and foreign affairs.
Yeah, but how is it possible?
I wouldn't rule it out.
Yeah, but how is it possible?
See now what? So if you extract the melanin and you concentrate it, you can densify it somehow by adding some sort of other chemical with it, and there you go. But
What do you think?
Showing you how much they have to use.
What do you think the psychology is behind saying that? What do you think the psychology is behind that?
So the psychology behind that is now they will have
the people who say
material in order on their spaceship, which is obviously
the people who say this. What do you think the psychology is behind them saying these things? Do you think there's any propaganda to it?
That's a motive. So that's a motive. I can see the motive, and I can see the source of where they can get all of this, and how they can engineer it. I can see the way they can engineer it. So all them three things are there: killing, displacing loads of black people, and obviously loads of people dying, body parts. So that ties in.
No, it's racial propaganda.
Maybe you could say it's propaganda. You could say
It's racial propaganda. It's a way of making black people sound like superior to white people, and it's a way of making white people sound like they need black people to survive. It's just racial propaganda. That's the psychology behind it. It's just made up rubbish.
Maybe, but don't forget we're talking about meddling for a long time. So it's like it's not like he's introducing something to your psyche. It was just like
The psychology behind it is propaganda, and it's to make black people sound like they're superior, and
the
make
main
white
thing
people
that they're
sound like
getting
they're
off
inferior and need black people to survive. That is the psychology behind it.
Yeah. Well, maybe they were trying to allude to the fact that black people need to make more of an investment of protecting Africans and Africa, and that's what you'd get out of that. But and obviously the other thing is, look, they're killing you in it, so just be aware, and they'll kill you purely for your skin, from the color of your skin. And there's a motive behind why
King
they.
Gold, I think you're going way down a rabbit hole there.
I mean, that's so. I mean, you look saying, oh, it's all conspiracy. But there's so many of these conspiracies that actually have legs.
Listen. If you told me that there was a group of people in the world that kidnapped black people and tortured them and drank their blood and did all this stuff, just like the spirit cooking with the white kids and everything else, right? As a means to blackmail people, right? Because some people are into torture to get off sexually. I would more likely agree with you. But to tell me that they're doing it just for no other reason than to put on spaceship. What was it you said, to put on spaceship?
Okay, so look at like this, right? So now there's peacekeepers in vehicles, in military gear, not helping the Congolese and the Rwandan war subside. So therefore, what do you think they're doing with them bodies? Do you think they're just going to leave them and bury them, or they're going to take them body parts, meddling out the skin? So what that means is indirectly starting a war by putting puppeting a Rwandan bloody leader for Congolese people. So obviously that's where the friction would happen, and then they saw it unfold, get what they wanted. Look,
You're going to start making me
they're definitely taking body parts. They're taking body parts off of Americans. So
but we know the trade in body parts. We know that goes on. We know it goes on in
the UK,
underdeveloped countries, and we know that they sell them to developed countries. We know that. There's no doubt that kind of thing's going on. But whether they would steal them from a battlefield, I don't know.
Yeah, of course, that'd be the best place.
Yeah, but I don't know what kind of condition those bodies would actually be.
Yeah, well, they get shot. They get shot in America a couple of times, and they take out whatever's left that they can use. No, because there's been so many.
That's been going on for years because people have heart transplants.
So it's more likely to go on with peacekeepers as well in them countries when there's wars going off, and they're actually probably less contaminated.
So you think the peacekeepers are there just to wait for someone to get shot to run things?
Of course. Yeah, well, I mean, every war, there's been people going in and wreaking the riches off of tribal war or neighboring wars. And that's usually the European, no? And at this stage, I mean, there's nothing they can do about peacekeepers with all their technology taking away these bodies. Back in the day, they have to be a bit more smart about it.
But wouldn't it just be simpler for them to, when somebody's relative goes into hospital with a minor ailment, just to fucking kill them off in hospital, and if their parts match what they're looking for? I mean, I've always thought, as much as I'm proud of the NHS, right? I've always thought it was a bit of an experimental ground, and now that they know enough, is why all the best doctors probably go into private hospitals now. Why your care's better in private hospitals, because they don't really need the NHS anymore. They've done all their experiments and stuff.
No, I think there's a lot of use in animal testing right now, still going on today.
Yeah, but I wouldn't say that animal testing is done on the NHS. That's done at vets. That's done with vets.
Well, you wouldn't have thought that the NHS is sponsored by military, because it's the same thing. They're both dealing with chemicals.
Yeah, military used to have their own hospitals, military hospitals. They used to have their own ones.
Yeah, so when you think you'll go into NHS and there's some sort of evangelic public fucking service, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it goes back to how can we see these things happen? Oh, wait, if you see all the people that are getting killed right now in America getting their body parts taken out, bro, I would not want to be in America and be a.
Yeah, but it happens everywhere, Gold.
Yeah.
It literally happens everywhere. Look, even places like India and Nigeria, they've been talking about it. Even in Europe, I'm sure there was a case in
I mean,
Italy.
if you're one of them Chicago, coming up in Chicago, mate, your body's probably gonna be they're just waiting like fucking, like them, just waiting for some bodies to die. So they're like, yeah, put some guns there, and then when they shoot themselves off,
I don't think that's what they do.
Trust me, man. They take all them kids' body parts and getting taken out.
Wendy, what do you think is more realistic for getting body parts to trade?
Because they're still fresh. People die old when their body
Look,
parts.
some people actually sell their own body parts.
So even if you put it down on the registration, I would like my stuff to be donated, my organs. They won't want you dead later on. I mean, they'll just be useless by then. So the younger they can get them, the better.
Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist, aren't you?
Not at all. It's all relevant. It's all obvious. But I mean, I'm not. It happens with all governments. So if you think that if you've got that much faith in the establishment, then good luck to you. I won't say good on you. Good luck. Yeah, I would say good luck.
I mean, you've got to look at it also timing.
But to be fair,
timing. I mean, you said they take bodies off the battlefield. You can't just take bodies and use organs. It needs to be very quick. You do know that, don't you?
Oh yeah, I mean, it's doable. It's doable. It has to be quick, clearly. But they'll be there. I mean, you saw them there. If you look now in the Congo and when Rwanda were fighting Congo, you saw all peacemakers sitting around whilst they were killing each other. They were just sitting there. You see the live footage of it. So if that is like, is it a bit suspicious? I don't know what it is, but yeah.
Yeah. There's lots of things that are wrong in this world that people do wrong. Who remembers that preacher? There was a preacher over in I think it was over Bermondsey Way actually, who was telling his congregation that were infertile that he could get them pregnant, and he was stealing babies and bringing them here and selling them. Yeah. So I mean, there's loads of stuff that goes on. That's in this century. It's not something cold. You know what I mean? I think that was about 10 years ago that happened.
But so you'd say got back to the question of the day, really. So I'd say the biggest crime family would say the Adams. I think they owned a lot of nightclubs from what I know. But what else did the Adams own? You could probably look it up and check. Actually, and they probably have it on Google.
Well, I think that's the whole point of being a gangster. You don't actually know what they've got.
What are the gangsters' names? And they all got their family name up there, innit? Like, what are the gangsters? Because you two are English. I know the Adams.
I don't know, Benny. I think you've got to run in those circles.
Do you think all English people know gangsters then?
Yeah, I think you've got to run in those circles.
Nah, but I would know if you're just say, yeah, you should know, really, shouldn't you?
No.
You should have heard it through the grapevine, no?
No.
Right.
Yeah, but even if we did know, do you think we'd tell you what their names
are?
Oh
yeah, see, there you go. I mean, look, Adam. I mean, if it's mainstream news and people actually know of these people already, then. But I mean, I suppose if I hadn't heard about it, then people were probably trying to hide it. But yeah, the Adams, they're notorious.
know any anyway. I don't. I do. Well, I know of infamous gangsters, obviously, Craze and people like that, but I don't know gangsters. Do you know gangsters well, Wendy?
No.
And we've established that the government, what government? Because ultimately we're talking about prime ministers. What government would you say has been equally or as worse as gangsters? I suppose it's another thing you can't really say then, because you right.
Well, no. Well, I mean, when it comes to government, we can say that all governments are corrupt.
No, because you don't want to be supporting the lefties, do you now?
What?
Girls, look. Let me be honest. Look. Oh well, let me ask you: what government?
Ladies,
what
that's
government
worse,
is
girls,
the
ladies,
worst
ladies.
government? Is it the Tories, the Labour? Basically, only two parties in it, and Conservatives. Conservatives clearly are the Tories.
They're all bad. Oh, Wendy, did you see that bloke in the paper yesterday from the Green Party? Used to be a
No.
Green Councillor, right?
Uh-huh.
He was caught daubing Black Lives Matter, white guy. Charles Darwin was a racist and all that.
Really?
In the paper, yeah.
Do you
Ex-Green
believe
Party.
he was a racist?
Idiot. No, Darwin wasn't a racist.
Darwin wasn't a racist. Okay.
No. A man of his time.
So I think I don't. I mean, I'm not 100% about the exact wording of it, but when it comes to the what was it called? Survival of the fittest, right?
Mm.
And natural selection or something like that. I think that was I think it was originally named something of preferred races.
Do you know what survival of the fittest means?
Survival of the fittest just means, yeah, it's literally what it means. But
no.
Survival of the fittest would be the strongest out of that particular.
No.
Will survive.
No, it doesn't mean that at all.
And it probably will be adaptation that would happen.
King Gold, it doesn't mean that at all.
What is it? You explain it then.
What survival of the fittest means?
I can't really think too well right now, actually, to be fair. Go on.
Yeah, what it means is the people who survive are the ones that can adapt to any new environment. Like, say you had 10 people in one boat and 10 people in another boat, and they'd all been shipwrecked. The ones that can adapt to that environment and stay positive and think they're going to get rescued are more likely to survive than the ones in the other boat that are all depressed, think doomsday and the rest of it. They won't survive. It's got nothing to do with physical strength. Too many people think that. I wish they'd look it up.
Yeah, so it would be the ones that are remaining. I didn't say anything that much different from that, but no. But so look, Darwin uses the phrase "survival of the fittest" in chapter 4 of The Origin of Species to describe the process of natural selection, but he did not coin the phrase. It was borrowed from English philosopher Herbert Spencer, who first talked about survival of the fittest in Principles of Scientology. So sociology, sorry. So survival of natural selection. I'm going to Google that. But I think it was originally named something else that was clearly an indication that it was based more on them putting it down to race.
You can't say that.
I'm gonna find it. Trust me, I'm gonna find it. I promise you, I'm gonna get the Delil. Natural.
It's called one thing. You can't say, "Oh, it was called something else."
Get the old Delil out, mate. Kenya. Natural selection.
You are funny, Wendy. It does make you laugh.
process whereby organisms better adapted to that tend to survive, produce more offspring. The theory of its action was first truly expounded by Charles Darwin, and he's now regarded as origin. They won't have the origin of it at original meaning, original definition.
Yeah, but if it's called one thing, you can't just say, "Oh, it was called something else," and that was more to do with the race.
No, the way they said it it wasn't scientifically accurate. It was a more of a biased title. It had a more of a biased title, which was clearly some sort of indoctrination, sort of gender-driven type of term he used. But I'll find it. Natural selection. What was natural selection before it was made? Originally named.
Why do you think Darwin was a racist then?
Well, do you reckon there's going to be another peak though with this COVID? A lot of people is it going to go back to how it was?
Well, we'll find out once the pub's open.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, I saw half the people at the shop didn't have any of these breathing apparatus on. But now what I found out, this is good information for everybody.
They've locked down Leicester, haven't they?
Huh?
They've had to lock down Leicester.
Did they?
Yeah.
But they're doing it different now, aren't they? They're doing what I said that they should have done in the fucking beginning.
What are they doing?
If they've got an area where there is an outbreak, they're blocking down that area and allowing the rest of the country to carry on, sort of thing. So
Oh, right. Okay.
What they're doing with Leicester.
So a lot of these brief PPE, right? These face masks, they only really deal with micro sized thing. So that's, but these the virus is nano-sized, a lot of nano-sized particles. So it's like they equated it to basically a fly flying through chicken mesh.
What?
That's what they equated. So a nano-sized particle going through a micro.
Yeah, but King Gold, psychologically, if it makes people feel safer, who are they hurting at the end, you know?
Yeah, I agree with you, but at the same time, it's just like maybe we should try and figure out a way to have a nano-sized sieve or filter through it as well to actually make it legitimate.
Sieve, you won't be able to breathe.
Yeah, now that's what my other person I spoke to this morning said about it. But if there's a will, there's a way. At the end of the day, maybe you have to put it on your whole face.
Apparently, China are vaccinating all of the Chinese army. So
who?
So China. So they've got a vaccine for the army.
Sugar.
Interesting.
Mm.
Yeah, but do we trust the Chinese?
No.
Exactly. Let's sit back and watch a bit first.
So what, girls? You're going to be going back to the corner then when it's back on proper? Don't.
I will go down there again at some point.
Man.
Yeah.
Don't, man. Please don't.
Why?
Don't do it, man. Because you're just gonna be butting heads with.
No, I'll go back down there again at some
Muslims
point.
again. Somehow, don't get back into that situation, man. Just hangouts, man.
What situation?
Oh, what?
But
You know what? I'm saying that maybe we need some more entertainment. Actually, what the fuck? No, don't do it again, man. I don't think you should be. Nah, I even said to you, I said, nah, man, just don't do it. You have
no,
to
we'll go down there again.
for your kids' sake.
I
Man.
won't yet, though.
Yeah, so that's the fact of the matter with that. So really, you're wearing that thing, and if you do get some sort of particle that comes through, all it is going to meet up with moist. That's just going to be going in and out of your bloody lungs back again. So it's going to be more likely it's going to stick inside your lung. So it's actually adverse.
You too tend to worry about things that you don't need to be worrying about. I've noticed that.
No, just to say that if you knew we walk around with it and you've got any type of ailment or asthma or anything like that, you may drop down dead. Just because, because they've actually told you to put a mask on, you probably would have been way safer with it off, or clearly. But yeah, I think that's how retarded it is actually they're causing people to die. And just how stupid we are. We're like, all right, yeah, we wear the mask. And they're like, Mr. Burns will be rubbing his hands together thinking these idiots are just cutting off their oxygen supply. You know what? You're going to call it conspiracy theory because you lot have got a lot of faith in the system. God damn it.
Oh my God. You heard this, Wendy. Vladimir Putin was declared the winner of the referendum 5 hours before the polls closed and will seize power until 2036 after 73% back him in a rigged vote. But they've got rigged in inverted commas.
Wow. So he's here to stay then.
Oh, look at it.
Good God.
Yo, is that Frank White in the back? Did he just come back or what? Yeah. I want to call Veli and he's not there. But anyway.
Oh, do you remember that medal that everybody was arguing about? You know, the one that Veli brought up?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there's an interesting story in the Daily Mail. There's Sir Michael Palin backs calls to redesign the Queen's racist knighthood honour. So Sir Michael crushing the devil because it looks like George Floyd's murder, as Jamaica governor refuses to wear it and 16,000 signed the petition. But what it has got is a good picture of the medal, right?
Right.
And when you look at the medal, you can quite clearly see that the body of this person is reptilian. The devil's reptilian. You can see it.
So what are they on about then?
Well, because the head and the arms are sort of brownie coloured. I don't know. Just fucking ludicrous, isn't it, all of it?
So who does Michael Palin think he is? You know what I mean?
Oh, God, yeah. It's all silliness. I mean, how's that going to make any difference to black people's
None
lives?
at all.
Sky Sports pundit Patrice Evra led the way in ditching Black Lives Matter badge just before last night's show, and Jamie Redknapp and host Kelly Cates followed his lead as Premier League distanced itself following group's extreme statement.
Yeah. They finally woke up to it, I think, Jupiter.
Good.
I just learned King Agamemnon had Kushite ancestry. He was, the Kushite. I think the Kushite king was his uncle. So, King Agamemnon. King Agamemnon in Greece. I thought that like they made him out to be some sort of Greek-looking dude.
Oh, I don't know. He's on about.
You know the King Agamemnon.
No, I don't know who he is. Who is he?
Agamemnon. He was when Troy happened. You know when Troy kicked off.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
just the other day.
Wait, Agamemnon. Yeah, he was black.
Yeah, what's that got to do with anything?
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying.
Oh,
it's just a whitewash, man. I'd led to believe that these people were, you know,
what's his name? Let me see
blonde,
why you're so impressed by this fella. What's his name?
strapping white males, man. They were black dudes.
What? Greeks?
What's his name?
Greeks are not going to be white, are they?
It's Agamemnon, King Agamemnon, Agamemnon. I'm just trying to figure out what side was he. Was he the in Troy? Have you watched Troy the movie?
No.
I think King Agamemnon was. Let me see.
Isn't that the one with? I think I've seen the one with the white Brad Pitt, with his blonde hair and blue eyes.
He was the king of Mycenae and leader of the Greek army in the Trojan War of Homer's Iliad. He is
Okay.
presented as a great warrior but selfish ruler, famously upset his invincible champion Achilles, and so prolonging the war and suffering of his men.
So actually, when you see the depiction of them fighting on the battlefield and this king taking over the whole of Greece, and trying to unify Greece, that was a black king. He's a black king, or he's mixed race at best. I mean, not best. Like at most, at least. Sorry, he was black. Now I know he's Kushite. When the Kushite, he asked for Kushite, a lot of soldiers to come and fight and back him up to get obviously his wife back, Helen of Troy, I think. So yeah, and I thought he was a white dude. I mean, they depict him as some white dude, look like a beer drinker. I don't know, he drinks a lot. Just
There's no historical references to a king of that name, though, is there?
Yeah, King Agamemnon. If you look him up, and he's in Troy. He's the one that was on the sledge, and he attacked Troy, and he had too many men at the wall, and then that dude spoke. He said, "We need to get out of here, or you won't have an army." That was King Agamemnon.
Okay,
and then there was.
And then I'll check some stuff here. I'm just doing something. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
We do make the best films, though, don't we, Kingo?
I have to admit, I reckon the films are very, very good. Hollywood is definitely doing their thing. Is it just white people? I doubt it.
What, making the films?
Yeah, of course. Script writers. I know a script writer that are writing English movies, and he was Iranian, and I knew him personally, and he wrote Snatch. He was scripted Snatch and gave the script to Jude Law. I won't say his name, but so I know already that it's not all solely produced by English people.
Right, then the best films are made in the West.
Tarantino, obviously, he's come up front, and all these sort of people are in the back. I won't think that all the white people that have made the films have come out and said, "Yeah, we've made them," or they've mostly represented, like Jude Law. He represented a lot of script writers, where then they'll say, "But he's a director," but he's not. He's just had he's had a lot of this. He doesn't write the movies.
Why can white people never have no success though?
No, they do. They do.
Everything we do.
Tarantino is like one of the best. He's like one of the best out there.
Yeah, Martin Scorsese.
Yeah, loads. There's loads of them, man.
That's what I'm saying. But there's nothing stopping these films from being made in Africa, and then where they can put in.
Nollywood make more movies than Hollywood. They've on production wise, but I don't know how watchable they. Obviously, they've got a different way of looking at things, but yeah, I have to agree, man. The movies, the Western movies, are definitely a strong point. Definitely a strong point.
So the way I've always looked at that is, look, if you're trying to sell something to an audience, you want to use a character that's going to be more relatable to that audience, right? And in the West, white people are the majority. So if they want to sell that film to the maximum audience, they're going to use people that are going to come across better with the maximum audience. I think that's what it is. Really.
No. Look, when you look at it now, look at this, Dave. What was it? The Prince of Egypt, or whatever that movie, that last, I think, the Kings of Egypt, or whatever it is, Gods of Egypt. That's it. They made this thing. It's all white people. Come on, it's a black cast. Imagine how good much better would have been. This is for you as well. If it was a black cast, come on, man. Let's be honest. If it's a black, it feel just more natural. But
look, they made Robin Hood a friggin' American. That's what they do, man.
It's like,
remember Kevin Costner.
And
they made his sidekick an African.
Yeah, but it's just changing. It's like using something else. It don't make sense.
Hollywood always takes the piss.
Like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna use a dog as Winnie the Pooh? He's a bloody bear.
Yeah.
Not saying it's two different species, but it's like clearly two different. It's like, yeah, pretty much, bar the genetic link. It's like using.
They're now making historically white characters black, aren't they?
Look, a lot of these movies, majority of them set in the medieval times. What like ancient? You can't really call even Asian people ancient, even though they're carbon dated older than phenotypic white people. But you're
yeah, but if you want to, but my
they're
point
not
is,
ancient. They don't really have any ancient. So when they refer to as ancient and historical, yeah, it's historical, but it's not ancient. So they have stolen a lot. All these movies. I'd probably say Gladiator was probably genuinely a Spaniard, but I actually no. I think I heard something about that. About it was an African that was the Gladiator apparently. Where yeah, I've heard that one's been whitewashed somewhere through the grapevine. I listen to all these whitewashing things, man. Trust me, man. I'm thorough with these things. I forgot it. I've had so much knowledge that I just haven't been able to retain it.
Hmm.
I mean,
yeah, all the best actors are white, though, aren't they?
What's this? What's this? Hey, come on, no, all right, yeah. You think it's like an hour? It's like, oh yeah, actors are actors.
Nah, I'm trolling you. I don't give a shit, really.
Don't tell me Lewis Hamilton's only good because he's got half white in him, right? You didn't catch that, right? He's half black.
Yeah, I did, but
you'd say that. All right, yeah, he's white people are very, very intelligent. That's why when Sheikh Anta Diop, which is a very elder in the African community when it comes to origin of and difference between races, they say there's not they've got the same mental capacity. You know, I mean, just I think obviously they haven't got fast twitch muscles.
Yeah, but when I look at people's success, I don't do it on a racial basis. Say if they got like, say when you mentioned Lewis Hamilton, I'll celebrate his success because he's British. Do you know what I mean? I don't go, oh, that white guy over there, yeah, that's a success for me. I don't really look at it on that basis. If someone's representing Britain, then yeah, I'll celebrate that success. But other than that, I don't really look at the world that way. Like, oh yeah, this guy did well, so he must be connected to me in some way.
Do you think that if he's from Britain, okay, if he's Nigerian, he comes to live in Britain, he's third generation, but he wants to represent Nigeria, do you think that's wrong?
Yeah, I wouldn't support him. No.
Okay. See, I think that's where I disagree with you, to be honest.
Yeah, but why would I support him if he's representing another country?
No, you wouldn't support him, but do you think that it was wrong for him to do that?
No, I think it's his right. I think it's his right to do whatever he wants, but I would appreciate it more if he represented Britain, of course.
And me.
But I won't go out of my way to be angry at the guy or something. I just wouldn't invest my time in supporting the person because he represents another country. That goes for anybody.
Listen, when them players get sent to other clubs, mate, they get tomatoes thrown at them.
What, in Spain?
Well, if a Chelsea player goes to Arsenal,
they get tomatoes thrown.
Yeah, of course. They'll never get a good reception ever. Even when Anelka went to Chelsea, they hated him after that.
Well, yeah, that's tribal, isn't it? That you're stepping over, you're crossing the line, aren't you? If you join your rival, and then obviously it's gonna feel more to the
just for them patriotics, bruv. They won't really want you to be reaching back to your country. Or the nationalists, they see that as.
I don't understand you connected to Chelsea and Arsenal. That's not nationalism, is it?
Yeah, but they have got a rivalry, agreed. But look at Joe Cole. He went to Chelsea from Arsenal.
Yeah, that's football, isn't it? But
yeah, so it just shows that there was some nutter running Arsenal.
Yeah, but that's not nationalism, and it's not racist either. It has nothing to do with race or nationalism.
Was that there? They've drawn their tribal lines on their football team. That's all it is.
It's like you being in a gang and then one of your gang members go and join the rival gang. You're gonna feel a bit more animosity towards him, aren't you?
Let me ask you.
Feels like he's joined the other team.
All right, so it's just the same as they're going to start. They possibly, this is what I've heard through the grapevine, apparently being able to possibly force immigration. I thought, what's the word when they get you, when they kick you out of the country, deport you.
Deportation.
They can deport. They're trying to deport. They're going to try and start deporting people like generationals.
Well, people who was born here.
Yeah.
How would they be able to do that?
So if they started doing that, would you see the problem in that?
Well, obviously, yeah.
I would
if you're born here, then you...
Okay, well, that's what I've heard. That's eventually what they would prefer. They'd have.
No,
they want
it
this
won't
power.
happen.
you're on about ethno.
Don't worry about that. It won't happen.
So
It
that's
won't
when I thought. When I heard that, I was like, "My God, some nutcase is just going wild with philosophy."
Ethno nationalist
would never stand for that. I don't think. Do
That's
you
like
think?
xenophobia, in it, literally.
What's that?
Do you think British people in the main would stand for sort of like chucking everybody out? That's
I don't think. I think I could see it after bloody results.
No, not a chance. Not a chance.
no, I don't believe it either. It would never happen, Gold.
I'm not going to stand by and watch any of my fellow patriots be deported because of their skin color. So they'll have to fight me as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, like when you look at places across the world, you know, it's good that you're not dragged in by that. And I think it would be quite easy to with Britain, and you know, I think they're quite race orientated, but they're killing people. Some in South Africa, you know, the Nigerians are getting killed off just because
it's terrible what's happening
because they got
over there.
money.
Not just Nigerians.
Yeah, Somalians and South.
There are black African people from South Africa being killed, and white people from South Africa.
Yeah, but I'm saying the blacks killing the blacks as well.
Look what's happening in Hong Kong. That is an absolute disaster. They've completely gone back on the agreement that they made with us, and now they're taking away the people's civil liberties. China needs to be dealt with, man, and we've got to start moving away from them economically as well.
That's probably not going to happen anytime soon.
Of course not. But they are bad news. They are bad news.
China's literally been our biggest distributor, like, when it comes to e-commerce, clearly, and India. But China. I mean, look. When I saw a video of a woman selling groceries out on the street, and a man split her head open like doing nothing, like she was like a carcass. I need to stop.
But if these companies stop being so greedy, right? Look, the minimum wage in China, right, is terrible, isn't it? For these workers, they're being paid terrible wages. It's not far off slave labor. So if the West stop being so fucking greedy, and then move production to another country where, look, you see, even if they are going to be greedy and you pay them double what they're being paid in China, it's still nothing. But something has to be done to move away from China, because they are trying to be the world's next empire, and they are encroaching on a lot of people's freedoms and liberties and countries.
Well, why I've got to put my hats off to China is because remember China, they were giving us all our goods West goods in the 70s, 80s, even until now. But back then, they were still recovering from the war, so they were nothing. They were in sweatshops, basically working for per penny, and they've raised themselves all the way up to that.
Yeah, because they're not doing full-blown communism anymore.
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The world's their oyster now. You know what they say to them? Let him who sin not sin cast the first stone. That's the sort of energy there because they're neutral.
Those without sin
cast the first stone now. They can do what they can call the shots.
Is Wendy still in?
Yeah, she's here.
I want to ask her about that fucking nutter who keeps making videos about.
Oh, she's meeting him tonight at 9. I can't wait to watch that. That's going to be fun.
Oh, what the Christopher?
Yeah.
Bloody hell. Are you talking to him again? Yeah.
He won't. He keeps saying all this stuff. He thinks he's some sort of god in the sky. You know, he's nuts. He keeps making videos now with some cartoon character with red hair.
He sounds obsessed. I think we should get King Gold on to have a chat with him.
Wendy, when you go on there, I do think he's a complete loon.
Yeah, Wendy's not scared.
Wendy's
Wendy will
funny.
beat him up.
Isn't it? I don't know what he is.
Why was he going on about Mapley? He was talking about Mapley.
This is what I mean. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah. If he lives in Mapley, I'll go around and give him a slap.
He told me to tell Jupiter about that hospital in Mapley.
What hospital?
I don't know. Some hospital in Mapley. Tell Jupiter. I thought.
Bloody hell.
Yeah,
You're on his radar now, Jupiter.
I'll just ignore him. I don't.
Fuck you, no.
Oh. He won't bother me, I don't think.
He's in Mapley, Nottingham or something. I don't know.
Yeah, Mapley, yeah. I know that area.
When I turned up on Wendy's, he just left immediately. He got scared, so.
So what's the basis of the debate, Wendy? What does he want to talk about?
Well, the fact that he knows everything and we know nothing.
All right,
Yeah.
that's a good debate. That'll be a good one.
He's a bit weird. He wants to go into his DNA and how he's got superpowers, I think.
Oh, he's definitely a bit more than a bit weird.
It's going to be fun to watch, though, because I like Wendy when she gets sarcastic. So,
what you think he's going to say? He's got superpowers.
Yeah.
I think so, because he wants to talk about his DNA and and that hospital in Mapley. I think a relative of his was born there. I don't know why I had to tell Jupiter, but apparently I did.
So is he like the British version of Captain America or something?
Maybe, love, yeah. Spider-Man or something, yeah.
He's got 3 or 4 channels, and on some of them, he's just dancing in his front room like a weirdo.
Oh, bloody hell.
He really is gone. He really is gone. And then I see some of the things that some of the people were writing to him. Apparently, he's had his channel struck about 3 or 4 times, and he's had to start up again. And it's because he writes really weird stuff and that. But I tell you what I am interested in, Wendy, is into all the number business, working out numerology and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I am interested to see what he's got to say about that, because he sees patterns and stuff everywhere, which even when they're not there, which is quite funny. So I do find that funny.
So he's coming on at 9 o'clock, yeah?
No, she's going over to him, isn't you, Wendy, or is he coming
Oh,
to
I've
you?
got to go over there because I mustn't tell him what to do.
Oh, you're joking.
But I doubt he'll go even live. He's very strange. He's very strange.
He just wants viewers, and we're going to follow you to go and watch him because he is strange, and that you're giving him views, isn't you? That's what it is. He's been quite clever, really, isn't he? But I would imagine a load of trolls are going to turn out as well because he's trolled heavily.
Well, can you blame them? I mean,
I know, but you're probably going to come back with a few.
Oh,
that's what always happens. Wendy goes and picks up a few trolls.
they're all crazy. I mean, I think my number he's given me is 33. Yes.
Oh, that's interesting. What
does that mean then?
He just thinks that you're in the 33rd degree. He just thinks that you've got some sort of understanding of the masonry. Get James Jones on here. He can explain it, the Jesuit.
When he asks you these things, though, Wendy, you want to just agree with him and tell him, yeah, you're in MI5 and everything. just agree with everything he says.
It's hard with a crazy loon, though, you know? Because...
Well, when you start out arguing with mad people, yeah.
I mean, he even finds conspiracy theories to do with the Hungerford shootings in the 80s.
Oh, God. It will be interesting to see what connections he's made and what he's saying, but they're all going to be just nuts. Because I've looked at some of these videos, and some of them you can't make head nor tail of. You know, you just think, why has he chucked that person in there? Like you, Wendy, threw you in a video with
Myra Hindley, yeah.
Myra Hindley, Ross Kemp, and Danny Tomo, and I was like, what?
That's a lineup, that, isn't it? Fucking hell.
Yeah. Then he
Yeah.
did another video on just serial killers. That was a bit weird.
Yeah. That was Hindley, the Yorkshire Ripper, and Shipman, the doctor.
Yeah, that was weird.
Some faceless character in the chat saying we're trying to reform our reputations on Veli's channel.
I'm not reforming nothing. I'm being the way I always am.
Yeah, people don't understand. This has always been my position. It's them that try to put the racist tag on me, and now because I refuse to accept their tag, they don't like it. That's all that is. I've never said I don't use racialized language. I do. Someone comes at me, oh, you white this, you white that. I'm going to say, okay, then you black this, you black that. Exactly. I just reverse it on them, and they don't like it.
Yeah, but we're second-class citizens, aren't we, Jupiter? We should just
yourself,
take
I'm
the
big and
abuse.
solid. There's no one above me, no one below me.
We should
If
just
they
take
want to
the
say I'm
abuse.
above them and that I oppress them, that's their problems. They're the ones who are putting me in a superior position. As far as I'm concerned, equality exists. I'm equal to everybody, and everybody's equal to me. If they don't like that, that's not my problem. But I'll tell you one thing: they're not above me. There is nobody second class.
No, we should, because we're white, we should just let people abuse us and say whatever they like. It's the way. It's the way. Jupiter to accept it. It's 2020.
You can't take the knee, Davy boy, but I will never take the knee.
I think some people that have taken the knee are now regretting it.
Oh yeah. Premier League's starting to move a bit though, aren't they? They're starting to wake up.
Yeah.
There's some of the things. There's an ex-Wolves player. I can't remember the fella's name, but he's bang on point. He is on Twitter. He's just pointing out how it's just absolute. Yeah, he's just pointing out how people are blindly following this political organisation and they don't actually even know what it is. And he's basically said, they do need a new movement because this ain't the one. And he's right. You know, respect to him for coming out and saying it.
Have we got any new words added to the list of words that the English can't use from the English language yet?
No, I think the last was them and they.
Yeah.
Do you know what's funny about that though? I didn't even say either of those words. I said this. and he just lost his fucking head. I was like, I didn't even say them or they. I said this.
Yeah, but what I couldn't understand, Dave, was why did he bring up Brixton? Why did he bring that up? You weren't even talking about that.
I don't know. He was clutching at straws, wasn't he? I guess he was. Yeah. I don't know.
Do you know what I can honestly say, guys? Over these last couple of weeks, I think due to all the climate, I think I've seen an improvement in everybody's outlook. I believe. So hats off to you. It's been less beef, right?
Yeah, and you've been more balanced yourself.
I think I have.
Yeah, you've been trying.
I know. Seriously, I've been trying. No, I have. I really have. I've tried to ignore trolls. I've tried to say less derogatory stuff or God condemning stuff. So,
and you're doing a good job.
That's what it's about. So if you don't come on here and you ain't learned nothing, I mean, you got a problem. why I've seen involvement out of it. Obviously, I'm not going to name any other names, but
Yeah, but that's why I like Police Channel, because people are not silenced on either side or any side, because there's more than just two. And that's why you've got to give them respect for that. That's why I enjoy coming here.
I would
Because
have used a B word, but I don't think that guy's ever going to change ever.
when
Ban. Then that's what I'm going to say. Ban B. Sniffing pat. Ugh. Actually, I can't even describe him with anything in the light.
who's he talking about, Wendy? Do you know?
Banksy, man, the guy that
Oh,
attacked.
Banksy. There's nothing wrong with Banksy.
He wants to sniff people's underwear. He hates brown people.
He doesn't.
He beat up a little Arabic kid. He's always getting down on Zabida.
He doesn't hate brown people.
Did he clothesline a little Arabic kid in Speaker's Corner or not?
Oh God, he looks like you are funny.
It's like you can't really ever really.
Well, the child, no matter, the child stole his hat. So what's the problem with him trying to get it back?
Stop it. I can't even just say it in a good light. Anything in a good light about the geezer. Like, he comes off with. I think I've seen a notable change in that guy. It hurts me to say it. It's strange saying it.
Not even racist to begin with, which is why it's funny.
He's actually chilled out a bit. I don't know what's come over. The right wing of the digital world.
But Banksy's not white right wing.
Well, I mean, they seem to refer as left. Keep calling people lefty. So when you call someone lefty, you place yourself in a position.
Well, they are nutty lefties, aren't they? Most people.
Yeah, so that would indicate that you're on the right then.
Far left. It's far left and far right.
So you say
The centralist ones that are quite sensible, but the far of both ends are just nuts.
Do you know when I said that to Dave? He felt a bit strange. He was like, wait, yeah, I am changing. I'm off. Shit.
No, sometimes he drops out because his internet's crap where he's at.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll be back in a little while.
What's the chat?
It's been happening to him for about 2 weeks.
Oh, El Rondor. Wow. I was thinking that, wait, that's talking about people, man. I like Speaker's Corner, man. I think it's quite funny, actually. Is he that? He's not that guy in the Speaker's Corner, is he? Who's that guy? The sort of Russian. Is he Russian or Latvian or something?
Oh, what's his name? Jupiter? I forgot his name.
Oh, it's not the same person.
Oh, Pavlov.
Yeah,
Pavlov. I thought Pavlov sounded a bit different to this guy. Yeah, no, he's a bit more Scandinavian, isn't it? Yeah. Elrondor. Jump on. Yes, Funky, man. Funky, my G. I run back Push TV, Funky, man. Impotence, yeah. He's like, yeah, guys, what do you think it's family and impotence? And that cracked me up, bro. Big up yourself. Big up yourself, G. And he pulled it back.
Elron's like a typical stereotype of what people imagine a German to be. I don't think he does Germans any favours, to be fair. We have ways of making you talk. We want genetics.
Did you talk about the Berlin conference? Come on, jump online, Elrondor. Tell me how humane that was. Yeah, come on, let's come. I want to headbutt you today. Butt heads, digitally butt heads. I'm gonna digitally give you a back break off the table. Let's go.
I see Tommy's got 100,000 followers, Jupiter, on that parlour.
Yeah, he's doing well. He's well happy, isn't he? He's got all those videos up this week. I'm waiting to see how that comes out.
Yeah, I want to give you a digital backbreaker. Chokeslam from hell. Elrondor. Come on. I want to Berlin conference scramble for Africa. Hey, help to
You know
me.
why I like it when you lose it at King Go Gold, even when you're in the wrong. Funny, because when you lose it, your cussing's quite sarcastic and it's funny.
I know. I listen. When I lose it, man, I don't want to get me on that, man. Because I don't know, man. I just like, it just comes to me, bruv, and I hold back as well, and I just don't want to do it because that's when all my senses come to.
I see the idiot from the other channels driving to Bulgaria.
Oh, is he what, on his own or with the wife?
On his own.
To be fair, I don't like arguing though, man. I honestly rather have not ever argued with the girls because now I think I've got half of the conscious black ladies not really liking me right now. I don't know why on digital, but I would have preferred not to, man. Honestly, genuinely. These guys have never liked me from the start, though. That's the thing. Anyway, I'm not going to go back.
What girl? Who?
No. I'm not going to go back.
They do like you. They do like you.
No, not no. I'm saying just some other girl. Now she's like popular influencer, you know. I don't know. Seemed to be like when I went downhill with her, everybody was jumping on me. It's like, all right, cool. I'm not right. I came here for some information, man. Allow it.
Yeah, but you see, this is where people need to grow up because people should stop telling other people who they kind of can't talk to. That's actually one of the reasons why I stopped talking to people that you don't know on the far right. I don't agree with their ideals anyway, but when they started telling me if I talk to them, I can't talk to other people, I was like, what the fuck?
Do you know what I miss on this channel, though? I'm not going to lie. Rob needs to come back, man. Even though a little tiny bit condescending. The guy's got, he's like really.
He was good for this channel,
Yeah, I liked him, man. I was thinking about it yesterday. I was like, where's he gone, man? I learned a few things from that brother. I'm not gonna lie. Well, I don't know how much of a brother he sees me as, but I'm referred to as a brother in humanity. But I mean, he should have, come back, man. Don't worry, man. Whatever reason you left for, come back. And if it was me, I'll stay in the chat. I just, I want to hear some science that I didn't know. That I haven't got to look up. I can hear
I think the funniest story I heard on here was the one I heard today. That guy saying he got knocked over and then he ended up in prison.
Yeah.
Well, a guy came on the panels and said he got run over and he got sent to prison.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Oh, he probably jumped in front of it and he's one of them, wasn't he?
No, he was crossing the road. The car hit him. He got up, picked up a stone. Yeah, he got up and he threw a stone at the car. So he went to jail for criminal damage. I can't see that somehow.
Is he black?
Yeah.
Oh, what a surprise. No,
he was black.
Listen, out in America, you call them black cops, you could get possibly shot. So, it's just a lesser degree in here, in the UK.
No, it was in this country, wasn't it, Jupiter?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So I can see that. I can see where that would happen. Do you reckon that would have happened right there, being the opposite way around?
But I don't believe the story in the first place.
If it was a white guy.
No, King Gold, you're not listening. I don't believe him.
All right.
I don't believe it happened that way.
Fair enough.
How can you get run over and then you go to jail for criminal damage? No.
Let's put it this way: if it did happen and he wants to get a solicitor and he wants to sue for loss of earnings, loss of freedom, he needs to go and sue and get some money.
But can you imagine going into court with that though? And
all right, we've got to let this make a little bit more intense now. You've heard about the disproportionate arresting for crimes that they let white people go for, but they arrest black people for. You've heard about that. You reckon they've got a preference? Do you think that the police have a preference once they arrest someone or come in contact with someone who is a suspect to a
No,
crime.
no.
You think they haven't got preference?
No.
So you don't believe all these black people that are saying, okay, my friend got caught, he was white, and we got away with it when we was with him, but
No, I don't believe it. No.
You don't believe it? All right.
No.
All right. So would you believe me if I told you that?
No, I wouldn't believe you, because I think all prisons are full of innocent people, because everyone's innocent that's ever been to prison or a victim of some sort. That's what they all say, but whether they be black or white or whatever, that's what they all say.
I'd go as far to say that white women back in the day would have been the better one to go and steal and put something down there than a black man going in there and trying to steal and putting something down his trousers.
Okay, why has anybody got to steal?
Well, there was I saw a lot of broke people back in the day compared to now.
Mm.
A lot of them. If you looked at Harrow Road back in the day, it looked like a shit tip. Literally a shit tip.
Do you know what I think would help get so many black people getting arrested? The ones that are not actually done the crime. Do you want to know?
Listen, there was a time I got arrested with my brethren. Yeah, we both clapping off little gas guns. Yeah. I won't say no more into that.
What's the gas gun? What's the gas gun first?
It's a little pellet gun.
Oh.
And we were young though. We weren't even doing it at anybody. We weren't trying to go out and rob people. We were just testing them out.
You're not even allowed an imitation handgun in this country, are you?
No. So you broke the law, King Gold, yeah?
No, you can't. Back in the day, you could. But look, he got let off, basically, and it was a long story, innit? Long story, but I got fucked. And there's
for using a pellet gun?
Yeah, but they got me done for possession of fire when I was 18, and that fucked my whole life pretty much when it comes to
hang on, possession of what?
Possession of firearm, but it was a gas gun.
What, and you didn't have a firearm?
No, it was a gas gun.
See what I mean?
Gun. So now when these police officers are approaching me, they've got firearms charge on me. So now how fair is that? That's what they should do back in the 80s. They you know where they were selling the gun? Outside Praed Street.
Wait a minute, you're only 35. How could you have been done? How could you have been done for that in the 80s?
So okay, 90s. It was in the 90s. All right. I was born in the 80s, mid 80s.
Yeah, but you made us realise you're making it up.
No, sorry. No, I was 18, so it would have been mid 90s. Sorry, but it's the same. So that was later on, actually. So actually, that's even worse because we would have probably laws would have changed by then. But
King Gold, if you had a pellet gun, they're not going to do you for firearms charges.
Listen, it's down with firearms charge, and then they ask you what firearm was it. So
a little pellet gun.
When I've always got to confirm it's a pellet gun, that just shows to me that they really F me. So it's like, wait, what kind of, I mean, I didn't get charged to the same degree, but when I looked at I said, what firearm? It's a pellet gun. So now they've always got to confirm it. So now they probably might have updated the system because I haven't been arrested.
Was it an air rifle?
In a while now.
Was it an air rifle?
Yeah, but it was not an air rifle to the way you can just. It was a little handgun. It was a revolver sort of thing. Yeah, so it was like just a sort of imitation, but it had gas cylinder, but it wasn't. You could be in.
It's not a rifle.
Yeah, it's not a rifle. It wasn't a rifle. So them two rifles are gas propelled, but they'll go through your head. But I had just a little handgun, and they arrested me for the thing. Now, when people have been doing their thing, growing their stuff, I've heard things where the brother they go in, they catch the man out with the plants and all the rest of the stuff, and they destroy it. The worst they'll do. Now, why is that acceptable? There's all the scales, all the stuff, the rest of the stuff for evidence, but you get a wink and
out if you're humble. But with a black person, nah. All he's got to be is humble. That's all that white person has to have. Got a bit of sense. But they'll find everything. And I've heard instances of planting. Actually, I've never really heard it personally, but I heard through the grapevine since listening to a couple more black people's experiences in and around London. They've been doing it, but I don't know. I'm not too sure on that, like how often that happens, but I haven't heard of it, like planting and setting up. But yeah, there is definitely clearly a preference when the police arrest whites and blacks, regardless of the targets of actually trying to pull more blacks up anyway. So even when it comes down to when they've actually caught the white guy in the protest, they're still likely to let him off if he's probably had some sort of military background, he's humble, he's English. Yeah, and if he's English, yeah, they allow him. But if he's mouthy, no matter what, they're gonna fuck him over.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with a black dude, you know, if you're not mouthy, they'll still try and mash you up. You can say that they look anything you want. You can pull out a bit of money. They don't like you. They've got enough.
Well, we'll all have to move over when the 3 million come from Hong Kong. So,
huh?
I said we're all gonna have to move over when we let the 3 million people in from Hong Kong. I don't mind the people from Hong Kong coming. Do you, Jupiter?
Is there going to be an influx of people from Hong Kong? I've seen a couple of people with their mask around. I mean, I've stayed meters away from them. I wouldn't go nowhere near them. I'm sorry.
I feel an affinity with the people from Hong Kong. I think they should come here.
If they've got rights to come here, they should be allowed to come here.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last conversation I had with someone.
We're going to be out of hope, but the government should have thought about that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to be scared around them. I'm not going to go next to them.
Why are you going to be?
They're not Chinese. They're from Hong Kong.
That's what the media have done. What do you mean? What did you just say?
They're not Chinese. They're from Hong Kong.
Why is he going to be scared?
Like, yo, Chinese, Hong Kong's in China.
It's not.
Why are you going to be scared of them, though?
Why would I be scared of them?
Yeah.
Just because, man, you're walking around with masks, especially imported Chinese people. They don't even know how to cure the damn thing, let alone keep it a day. So when Boris Johnson saying we're gonna have another a second wave, I haven't heard no vehicles driving around that they take your bins away, but they won't disinfect the place like all these Scandinavian countries are doing. That's why these Scandinavians are walking around.
Oh look, we've now offered places to 2.9 million people from Hong Kong to come to this country.
Yeah, well, so if we've got a fire, we've now asked for 20 cylinders of TNT to be imported. We don't need more. Does that make sense? You're like adding fuel to the fire. You're adding.
Happen. All of them Chinese are going to go straight into the police force. So you know how brutal they are.
Listen, I'll poke one between his eye if he ever thinks he can try and move up on me like these Anglo-Saxons do.
I don't blame them. They don't want to live under communist rule.
Big up the Chinese, man. I think they'll be. No,
they're not Chinese. They're from Hong Kong.
Oh my God, no! Come on, let's keep this. I made a joke that was low grade and a touching racist. Now you just made a stupid statement again, and I'm trying to save you. Google it. Hong Kong is in China.
Look, they're fighting for their independence, yeah? They want the Brits back, but unfortunately, we can't go back there. They're going to have to come here.
If them communist Chinese police think they can come here, I'll kick them in their balls. Listen, kick
them in their balls is back to getting angry.
There's 2.9 million of them not coming, yeah?
Yeah, you won't be able to kick them all in the balls fast enough, Gold.
Mate. Nah, do you know what, right? To be fair, I prefer Chinese officers, man, because let me be honest, I actually haven't really had many problems with Chinese. I don't see them as that sort of aggressive, dominant type of race. I honestly, they're more humble, man. Let's be honest.
Belly, you got people waiting in the back.
The only people I would have wanted as police officers are Polish and all them, man. Nah, all them Russians and Polish.
But don't you think the people in Hong Kong have a right to come here?
Yeah, they do. They do. As long as they, as long as they're doctoring these people and actually properly giving them screening and giving them, you know what I mean, something to stop the spread of this thing, man. Because the way they're dealing with the whole situation, I'm just assuming that they're probably not even going to really give them a proper.
Well, they get put into isolation for, you know.
Well, do they? I hope they do. They better do, man. They better fucking do it. But seriously, man, it's just like they're making it. It's more hard to be less anxious. It's like they want people to be anxious now. As much as I'm not really too worried. If I'm not scared of death. I don't want to die, but I'm not that scared of it. I don't want to.
People from Hong Kong are coming here. Do you know that over 50% of the COVID that was imported into this country came from Pakistan? And
Shaka Khan and Natty Dread is in the back. Yeah, they're in the back. Veli, man.
Can you not text them or something?
No, I swear Hong Kong's in China, man. Let me see this bloody.
It's not. It's an island all of its own.
If I've made that mistake, I'm going to curl up in a ball and cry for the rest of my life.
It's an island all of its own, but Hong Kong think they own it.
Hong Kong is a special administrative region controlled by the People's Republic of China. China enjoys its own limited autonomy as defined by the basic law. The principle of one country, two systems allows the coexistence of socialism and capitalism under one country, which is mainland China. But yeah, so actually, you do have a point. Actually, you're slightly right. Does that exist as a special administrative region? Controlled by the people, special, enjoys its own limited autonomy.
Not anymore, because the Chinese have decided to get rid of that. That's why we're offering 2.9 million places in Britain. Sorry.
Oh, that's what the British did, isn't it? Did they? Is that from when the British went there?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. All right. So you're right to a degree, yeah. But no, obviously, dude. I mean, going by mainstream media, Hong Kong is.
Wendy Elron's just had an heart attack. He said, "Man, look at the Sivnats take. Yeah, let's take in another 3 million from Europeans." He's nearly fainted.
Yeah, well, there's nothing wrong with the people from Hong Kong. Shut up.
He's in fucking Germany anyway.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, dude, Hong Kong have a different squads in the Olympics.
Yeah, they do. They don't come under Chinese. They come under
Why
Hong
have I never noticed that? No, it's always China, Japan, Russia, always
Hong Kong.
Hong Kong. Are you sure? All right, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, I think.
Well, I think that's better. I think it's better to bring them here because a lot of them have been asking for the British to get involved. So I think it's better just to bring them here.
Yeah, I don't mind Chinese people. They cook good food. I mean, everybody's different anyway. I just like their culture. I'm not talking about the people, the culture. I like their culture. I'm very compatible with their culture. The food, definitely. So Sorry, I forgot on mute for a second. I've got my food in my mouth.
You know, at least we're not like Germany, Jupiter, you know. I mean, what Merkel did.
Yeah, Merkel's nuts.
So I think Elrond needs to shut up.
Oh, Elrond's always got a lot to say about this country. So has Nin. Neither of them live here. He said to me, "Oh, so what are you going to say about the Spanish in Spain, the expats?" Yeah, I said they can mind their own business and know if they're living in Spain. I can had enough of it. Only the people who actually live in here should really know what's going on.
Yeah.
They're the ones who have got to live with the solutions. They're the ones who have got to live in amongst it, not the people living outside the country. But I don't know how we're going to cope with the numbers when the infrastructure's already falling apart.
Well, it is, isn't it? That's the only thing.
But you never know. They might be good at building. They might be able to get the infrastructure up quick. When they come in.
But I mean, the police have already arrested this new law come in on Monday. Yeah. In Hong Kong, and they're already arresting people for no reason.
Wow. Well, that's probably racism as well, isn't it?
Yeah. I was laughing. I was wondering about, you know, the places where they're expecting the new COVID outbreaks, right, Jupiter?
Yeah.
And I found the places in this country. What's the what do you call the common denominator when I read them out? Right.
Go on.
Bradford, Barnsley, Rochdale, Bedford, Oldham, Rotherham, Blackburn.
Yeah, all the are we allowed to say it? Adrian. Yeah, but people think I'm lying. In the newspaper yesterday, 50% of the imported COVID was from Pakistan.
Mm. And all those areas, you know.
No comment about
what is the reason for that then? What is the reason for that?
Excuse me?
Like you're saying that certain places have gone to have the second wave.
Yeah.
And whatever. What is the reason for that? Is that because they didn't
They're showing worrying signs of infections rising.
Well, one, because they fit into BAME, which we know picks it up quicker. And number two, because of their lifestyles. And number three, because some of them have probably got family that came in with it from Pakistan. Simple.
But this thing about BAME picking it up quicker, is that real? Is there science to prove that?
The science.
No, they don't. Hold on. They don't pick it. Look, no one picks it out quicker than any other people. What it is, the people that are from black and minorities and Asian and stuff, they work in areas which are more prone to be in contact with people that have got coronavirus. So you'll have people working in taxi services, people working in the bus services, the trains and stuff like that. So jobs where you're interacting.
No, it's
with
also
people.
got something to do with the melanin in the skin as well.
No.
It does. A vitamin D. It does. It's proven scientifically. Yeah.
Was it?
Oh, you mean from being locked? You mean from being locked in a house without sun?
No, the melanin in the skin blocks the sun rays, right?
Right.
And you don't get as much vitamin D. So anyone with melanin in their skin should take vitamin D daily.
No, but if me and you were standing outside, if me and you were standing outside, Wendy, and we were standing next to someone with coronavirus, they coughed us, both of us have the same chance of getting coronavirus.
No,
I'm just saying what the scientists are saying.
No, you don't. Not according to science. Science is saying that for some reason the blood group A is more susceptible and black and ethnic minorities are more susceptible.
But ain't blood group A a European white blood group?
No, they're not more. I think you're getting confused. They're not most susceptible. They're more prone to maybe dying from it because if you
Once they've got it.
if you got lack of vitamin D, now the contagious rate doesn't go according to race. What it does happen is when you catch it, there's more chance you might die if you're from that particular community because you might have diabetes, more heart problems, and on top of that, you're going to have lack of vitamin D. But it doesn't mean that if me and Wendy both were coughed at with some coronavirus, we'll both get it. Yeah, if we was going to get it. But I might die quicker because I might have issues with lack of vitamin D and all this kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm. Does that make sense, Wendy? Wendy, does that make sense?
Yeah, but I think anyone with melanin. I think anyone with melanin in their skin should take vitamin D each day.
I think everyone should take vitamin D.
Yeah,
I'm actually taking it right now. Calcium and vitamin D. Let me
you should. Yeah.
Yeah, we're good, man. We're good. Yeah,
vitamin D is more of a hormone.
Yeah. It's not that it's not that we're more contagious. Like, I mean, it's not that we get it quicker. It's just that we'll die for it. There's more likelihood of us dying from coronavirus.
So if anyone's listening to this and you're BAME, make sure you get your 1 hour exercise a day. Get out, get some sun.
And take
Don't be sitting around with your white mates watching computer games.
Me and Khan haven't argued for a long time.
I'm not speaking to you.
You was earlier.
When?
Just a minute ago.
No, that's not the same.
It is. It was your communication.
You've obviously never been in a relationship. When someone says they're not speaking to you, there's a difference between actually physically speaking to you and speaking to you.
First
you wouldn't know that.
You know nothing about my past, and secondly, I'm not your boyfriend. Secondly,
okay, I've just typed.
Well, you're just about a boy. How could you be a boyfriend?
I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your boyfriend.
You couldn't even be a boy, let alone a boyfriend.
I know you got bigger tits than most women, but you're not my. Yeah.
Most women, fucking hell. Most women from where you're from, maybe.
Dude, your tits are huge, man. You got such big tits.
You've been fantasizing over my tits, you fucking weirdo.
Dude, I'm sorry. If I just saw your tits by themselves, I would have think you're some page 3 model.
Fucking hell. You're a weirdo.
No.
You are a certified weirdo.
You need to start doing modeling your tits, like for what's that lady's name, man? I forgot her name. Right, for bras and shit. You'll stop all traffic, You'll stop traffic. You know, people crashing their cars looking at those big mamas.
Anyone who thinks it's a sin to be fat. I'm allowed to be fat,
Jupiter, what are you saying?
But you're allowed to be
I'd rather be fat than autistic.
You're allowed to be fat.
I'd rather be fat than no offense, but I'd rather be fat than autistic.
You're allowed to be fat, but you shouldn't have bigger tits than nearly 99% of women. That's the difference. Like,
Women I know got bigger tits than me, so I don't know what women you. Do you even know any women? Is there any evidence of you interacting with women?
You have, bigger tits than.
Does he even know any women? Does he?
You're a woman.
By the way, Simon Lewis doesn't count as a woman, by the way.
By definition, because you've got bigger mamas than most women. So
the women you know got cocks.
And
that have cocks as well.
Like a woman.
What's he on about? This weirdo.
Yeah. Don't worry, wibbly wobbly. We'll talk to you later.
I'm not worrying. Stop threatening to show pictures of the Prophet Muhammad. It's bang out of order.
Now he goes to Islam. I'm Muslim now. Islam. I'm losing the battle of the cussing. Islam.
Battle of the cussing?
Remember Taweed? Remember Taweed?
Battle of the cussing. Where are you on about? Battle of the
cussing. At Speaker's Corner with Jedi. What did he do when he knew he was losing? He started shouting for the Muslims.
I said to you, I'm not speaking to you, and you didn't even ask me why.
I don't care why. You're annoying.
So why are you talking to me then? Leave me alone.
Why don't you go into a Pakistan channel and say you're Pakistani again? Why don't you go to a black channel pretending to be black? Why don't you go to another channel where there's Chinese people pretend to be Chinese?
Ryan comes on, and he's got a target, and he just comes for you and lets his whole load go all over the panel.
I know he's got big mamas, so I could actually do that if I really had to, but don't get too excited. All right, let's get back into the serious topic, man. What is the topic of the day?
Where's Afghan? Who's coming over?
Oh, your best mate.
No, your
Chased
best mate.
them off earlier.
The only guy that I know that's. Well, I better not say what I was going to say because I've got a police situation going on. I'll leave it.
Bloody hell.
Well. What
Jupiter, what were you saying? You typed in what?
Oh, I can't remember now. They'd leave it. They've put me off.
Oh,
the destination.
Where's Elron, that nutcase? You know, I'm saying something that you know the Germans have stolen more history than anybody. Jump on Elron because I was researching why Hitler and the Third Reich was so freaking obsessed with India. Yeah, and they're freaking. You know when they say, I'm sorry if I'm offending about it. We was Kang's White edition. That's Elron. There was no blue-eyed people in India. You know, Elron.
Yes, there was.
When the British come, I'm talking about for thousands of years. The Rig Vaders and the all the kind of Harappan civilizations. Those are not blue-eyed, blonded people.
Mm. And they went
You know what it is, and what I found out, the reason why Germany was so fixated with stealing other people's history is because they were jealous. They were jealous of the French, the British, the Greeks, and the Italians because they had a long.
Oh, they hate the Greeks, didn't they? Germans hate Greeks.
Why did they hate the English the most and the French?
Because Germany was the last European country to form a state. They never had a country.
Yeah, and if you look at the descriptions of the Roman emperors, they used to call them barbarians, and they were thick. And so the Germans had a chip on their shoulder.
They just run around in forests and shit.
Yeah, the Germans had a chip on their shoulder, so they were jealous of the Brits, they were jealous of the French, jealous of the things. So they went around the world, started stealing everyone's history.
They're doing it now. They're still doing it now. Elron comes over here trying to tell us what's going on.
He said
still jealous. Still doing it now.
He said the pyramids are built by blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. Could you imagine that on top?
Yeah, but you're
said that? That's crazy.
No, what you're trying to do, Raj, is you're trying to separate the United Kingdom from the Germanic forces. They're the same people.
They're not. The history. All right, so you could say the royalty.
They're not. The United Kingdom's only 10%. It's only 10%.
There we go. Here's the topic of the day then. I disagree with you. You know why? Let me tell you why. Because Angelo, even the brother in BLM protest, the Jamaican brother that had his family killed, he said they're Jutes, Anglos, and Saxons. So what do you think that Jutes, Anglos, and Saxons are?
Norfolk. They live in Norfolk. They're Norfolk people.
They're 10%
of the whole total. But the whole total of British people, they're only 10%.
10%?
You know, Celts in the UK.
I love the way all these non-English people like to say what we are.
Boy, twisted.
I'm sorry, Wendy, but you're partly non-English as well.
Okay, you go.
You're not fully English, are you, darling? Like, there were no gypsies in England back in the day of fucking
German,
William.
which I like to deny. So
5% German. What about the gypsy part?
Yeah, that's the 5%.
See, that's
you can't be gypsy and German.
Is that Roman gypsy?
Romany gypsies, yeah.
I've always known.
They're
Yeah,
not
Roman
German.
gypsies. They're good people, man.
Who?
Roman gypsies. Yeah, they're good people, man.
What?
Yeah.
The gypsies lived in Germany. They were Romany gypsies.
About that.
Hold on a second. Where? What gypsies and where?
In Germany.
And
The
according
gypsies
to
I know, they're calm. They're like all my mum's help and everything.
Okay, so like specifically, you think the gypsy?
Matty, the ones you know will probably be from Poland. They're the ones that
They're Roman
survived.
gypsies, mate. Listen,
I'm not going to argue about the gypsies in
No,
Germany.
I'm just saying, but it's a big statement to say they're good people. Just blanket like that. Obviously,
who did they trouble? Who did they trouble? Who
Let
did
me be
gypsies
honest.
trouble?
Everyone.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, listen. I'm not gonna lie. I don't want it to sound bad. But
Well,
when
remember, you're being racist if you
I'm
start
not,
on gypsies.
I'm not. But just purely
Yeah, you
because
are.
of the economic struggle that they're in. If you're calling certain people call certain black people bad because of the economic struggle they're in. Now,
Wendy, did you know they call them gypsies because they thought they were from Egypt?
That the Romanians
But actually, they were actually from India.
No.
Gypsy
The,
came from
the,
India.
the Romani gypsies are from India, not the gypsies you see in Ireland. Place.
Bro,
The
they sell roses in the West End and take your money as well at the same time, if they can. If you're drunk enough, they slide
What's wrong with that though?
They slide their hand in your pocket and take your money out your pocket. Down there, gypsies from Romania.
No, there are. No, do you know what? They're like there's Romanians, yeah, and then there's.
It's not like it's just a crime scene, a secret crime syndicate. They're bait about it.
But not all of them. You're making a very blanket
literally
statement.
all of the Rosie's women out there want some stealing, right?
Oh my God! Imagine this is the thing about you say the most racist stuff,
I
and then
nearly all of them. I didn't say all of them.
You say, what do you mean?
I stopped this retarded shit, man. Seriously.
But you're saying nearly all Romani women are stealing.
I said nearly all of the ones in the West End that I saw were selling roses. Don't like retarded. You told me that quickly. Come on, Raj. I think you know what you're doing, or you're trying to wind me up.
Come on, Raj. Just admit
That's what I'm
it.
saying about this guy.
Yeah, you're right. I'm just trying to. I'm just right. Everything you
But
say
you
is
are
right.
being racist, King Gold,
Everything you say
against
is right.
gypsies.
Including when you threatened Naita yesterday. You was right.
You know what? I think they're nice people, but I tell you what, due to their money situation, I found that it is less likely that you want to be doing business with them. And I say that now, unfortunately, well, it depends. Now I think because of the consciousness and the togetherness of black people, we're a bit better off. But even then, with black people, the same thing. With people who are doing some snaky, rotten shit.
Are there no black gypsies?
But does that make me racist? No, I'm just pointing out the truth of the poverty that
I don't know.
Is there no black gypsies?
Wendy.
All sorts of gypsies, but you know about the Irish gypsies.
BLM, right?
No, we're talking about Irish. We're talking about Roman.
You lot had loads of problems with the Irish gypsies. So I don't know why you're saying.
Tommy went where, Jupiter?
To meet BLM in Newham, right?
Right.
And when he got there, Islamists took over.
Who?
Say that again?
What a shock! What a shock! The religion of peace can't keep out of it, can they?
Again?
If it's true, it's true, isn't it?
What happened?
Yeah, what happened?
I said Tommy went to meet BLM in Newham.
When you say meet, what do you mean? Confront?
No, a meeting.
You had a meeting, and when he got there, Islamists spoke for the black community.
Oh, you lot been trying this dividing Muslims and black people. It just doesn't work. You can dress it up any way you want, come with any evidence you want. It's just not gonna work. Like I know, out of everyone that hates Jupiter the most because her husband's black and he's from a part of Nigeria where they out and out hate Muslims, like. But it's just tough, innit? That's why you're one person. You're a single person. You've been on these chat rooms, all these things, in this internet for over a year, and you ain't got no one to fucking join you apart from Wendy.
Hang on.
You're fighting a losing battle. You're fighting a losing. You can never turn.
Why is there a statement about hating
The Muslims on my street are wonderful people.
I'm not saying that you hate Muslims, Wendy. I'm saying
they're just not.
this. I'm not having a meltdown.
Sounds like it.
I'm not, because you're just talking and you think we're just going to sit here like lemmings listening to you.
No,
come on, everybody. Talk one at a time. Come on.
You had a bit of a tantrum there for nothing.
Certain things don't mix like oil and water. You can never get black people to join a right-wing organisation. It just doesn't work.
What do you mean?
You can't get black people to be racist.
Okay, you're shouting and screaming. Number one, Tommy Wilson's
How
not
can you say that? You're not black though. Let you tell us. Can you? Or is Khan black now? Can you make black? Because you speak for the black community like you're the official spokesperson.
Raj, you don't get it. For them to make you racist, they have to sell you a dream. The dream is that you can be like us. You can be like us one day, and you're like. We'll take that. You will take that and believe in it. You'll be like, yeah, one day we will be accepted.
She said,
you can't. Let Nat speak for the black community.
I'm not speaking for the black community. I'm speaking for Muslims.
No, he can. Listen, Khan could say what he likes because Khan really ain't racist, you know. He's not racist.
Don't know about that. Don't know about that.
Do you know what? Even if
No,
Khan,
he-
Look at
Khan
this,
could
look,
say what he wants.
jihadi watch, yeah,
Khan,
jihadi
listen,
watch.
Khan likes to have a bit
More
of banter.
Muslims are
People will
threatening
say
to
something,
kill.
so he'll just trigger
Hang
them, but
on.
he's not
So why is
racist.
this allowed? Yeah. More
You know what I
Muslims
mean?
threatening to kill Tommy Robinson and rape his wife. That's okay, is it?
No, it's terrible. Why would they do that?
Well.
Poor Tommy. Poor Tommy.
Mm. He agrees, look.
See, God choked me.
if you just started off racist, though, clearly, obviously, no one would like you. But if you turn racist, then I'd be like, you know what? I remember when he wasn't racist. But I think people, over the years, they become more conservative.
Kingo, it's not about that. It's about the simple fact that 1,000 EDL can turn up and 300 black people can fight them off. It's just a
Don't
numbers
talk
thing.
like an
It's just,
idiot. Don't
it's
talk
just
like
a
an
numbers
idiot.
thing. It
You're
is
an
just
idiot,
about.
Khan. Khan,
It's
you're
just
an idiot.
about numbers.
Khan, you're an
Listen,
idiot.
think
You know
about
why you're an
it from
idiot? Because there isn't
Wendy.
1,000
Wendy.
EDL members anymore.
Wendy, don't get triggered. To
There
think about
isn't
it from a military.
1,000 EDL members. You'd be
Wendy,
lucky
give
if
me a
there's 5.
second. Give me a second. What I'm saying is this. EDL don't love black people. They're not into black people, their culture, their music, their whatever. They don't want to marry their women.
How do
They
you
don't want
know?
to mix with
How do
them.
you know?
They
How
just
do
want
you
to take
know?
them out of the
How do
equation.
you know?
Because you don't see
Because
black people going to
because you
them
don't see
marches.
exactly.
You
The only
don't
person
see
you're
them
seeing
going to
there
them
is Black
marches.
Van Man.
Well,
The
there
only
is no
You
person you're
don't see
seeing there
EDL
is
them going
Black
to them
Van Man, and he
marches.
gets the phone smacked out of his face. So what you want
Do you know
about?
what?
There is
Khan,
no
Khan,
EDL
Khan.
marches
Do you know what I
anymore.
want to see, Khan? Do you know what I want to see? I want to see Wendy's husband
Wait a
go
minute,
with a
guys. We've got to
camera.
unite our front
Go
now
with a
because the
camera.
Nazis here.
Listen. I want to see Hector go with a camera, yeah? And I want him to go to an EDL march. And when they're saying EEDL, I want him to shout out "All Lives Matter" and see what happens to him.
Natty.
I don't think
Hector is Jupiter's husband.
I don't think Hector's
Hector's
against Black Lives
Jupiter's
Matter.
husband, not
I don't
mine.
think
No, I said
Hector's
he'll go
against
there.
Black
He'll
Lives
go there
Matter.
and say "All Lives Matter," yeah.
Now I think on this particular situation, I think Hector is on the right side.
How's Benny got 2 more people on it? Is this
You're
a different
allowed
topic?
10 on StreamYard now. Apparently.
10? Oh, that's too
Yeah.
much.
What?
Yeah, you got to pay.
Because
But
I'm a
Rod, you got to
fucking
pay extra.
gangster. You know
You
how
gotta
I'm
pay
doing this, bitch.
Who that? Who that?
Rules this shit.
What package is this that you can get all these people in there now?
It's the wild one. You know how we do. We up
It's the
in this
plumber,
bitch.
the
How much
plumber's
is online on the panel?
package.
Yeah.
I could smell. Yo, I could
I
smell.
rewired it, mate. I rewired it.
I could smell black though.
Yeah.
Well, you hacked the system, yeah, Billy?
Come on.
I don't know. I think it's best to have 6 actually. I don't know. Oh, Elron's here. We was Kings White Edition. Elron.
Right, listen.
Hey, Raj.
Black live streams matter.
Yeah.
No, it's multiculturalism and
Elron,
progress
I've
in
been
this
looking
panel.
into your claims that you built Egypt, and then you was walking around. Your
I have
people
to
walking
say,
around India, creating the Harappan civilization. They writ the Rig Vedas and the Sanskrit.
No, but wait, Raj, one by one. Yo, Elron, did you say that white blonde people built the pyramids?
No,
He didn't, did he?
He did.
Europeans built it. I said yes, of course. There were blonde, red-haired mummies, brown-haired mummies, black-haired mummies, but all of them are closest to the Europeans today that live today than they are with any other group.
So where are the blonde-haired white people? Let me ask you, where are the blonde-haired people in India?
Why are you always making it about the blonde and blue
No,
eyes?
because
Are you so narrow-minded? Because this is the point you want to make because it has an implication about the whole Hitler idealism, right?
Let me explain why. Because what happened was that in the 1920s or earlier, Germany was in a situation where they wanted to be a world power, and they looked at other nations like France, England, the UK, Italy, and they were jealous of the fact that these people had created an empire or were part of an empire at that time that Germany never had been. So what Germany did, they went over to other places of the world and started stealing history. One of the places they went to was India. That's why they took the swastika, which is actually an Indian symbol. That's why they took
No,
the
it's
word
not an
Syrian.
Indian symbol. It's not an Indian symbol.
One
It
minute,
predates India.
Let me finish. So it's
It
one of the
predates India.
one of the main. Oh, it says one of those.
But Shaka Khan, you have to understand that Raj is biased here.
Let me just finish my sentence. So basically, yeah, the swastika has been around the world, but Hitler took it mainly from the Indian subcontinent. Now, when it comes to lots of the words like the Aryan and stuff like that, they started Max Muller started to impose or trying to link the languages, so the Indo-European languages. So you have Punjabi is linked to Sanskrit, and so is most other languages are linked to Sanskrit.
Like Greek.
It was not a white blonde-haired person that wrote the Rig Vedas or Sanskrit. They were brown people. I mean, I don't like saying this, but it's more likely they look like people like Khan and people like that than like.
Yeah, how do you know I'm not blonde? Well, I was born blonde. I was born blonde. My sister was born blonde.
Yeah, you're a big blonde-haired titty boy.
My sister was born blonde. I was born blonde. My hair went dark after.
You would be. You're Cypriot.
I'm saying.
No, it's not from Cypriot. It's from Turkish.
Jesus, now he's a blonde as well as a brunette.
I've got baby photos. What do you want me to show you them? I was born blonde. My sister was born blonde.
You're
Cypriot. No, it's not. Greeks are born with black hair, Wendy. Greeks are born with black hair.
Where does it?
I bet he said he had an afro at one time as well. I bet he did say that.
No.
He's had an afro as well.
Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, so Germany, Germany.
I've got baby photos.
So what I'm saying is Germany had an inferiority complex. So they did.
Wait, hold on a sec. Calm. You used to be blonde, yeah?
When I was a baby, I was born blonde. So was my sister.
Hey, you're definitely giving up your black card now, man. You're not Martin Luther Card no more, man.
Why? Have you ever seen black kids with blonde hair?
Nah, but
have you ever seen black kids with blonde hair?
No.
He's not going from black to white. He's going from white to black.
I've seen black kids with blonde hair. I've seen black children with blonde hair.
Who on the panel seen black kids with blonde hair?
I'm telling you, I've seen little black children, little mixed race children with blonde hair and black skin.
I've never seen it.
I have. My neighbor.
Race, yeah? Or black?
Mixed race.
Well,
You said black people.
Afro-Caribbean, but yeah, they're black.
I'm not gonna lie. I do have some memory in my head of a black person with like ginger hair or something, but I don't know if that was like dyed or photoshopped.
Actually, Banksy said the same thing. Banksy said, actually, weirdly, Banksy said the same thing a couple of days ago that he was born blonde as well. So maybe there is some truth to that.
But Banksy's not black, is he?
It's coming from the Iranian hunter-gatherers that lived there.
Oh, Khan, he called you Iranian.
It's not Iranian. It's not Indo-Iranian. It's Indo-Iranian. Indo-Iranian.
I forgot the Nazi was there. I was all supposed to listen to him.
Yeah, let me tell you, I was coming
what are you moaning about the people from Hong Kong for?
Since Shaka Khan is there.
If you're going to speak to us, you should at least get out of the toilet first, man. Come on.
Okay. So,
Elron, why are you disagreeing about the people from Hong Kong coming here?
Yeah,
What's it got to do with you?
I will give you my take.
Got nothing to do with you anyway.
Since Shaka Khan is here, I will give you a Turkish take on that. Okay. So
I'm talking about the people in Hong Kong.
Last week we saw some brave Turkish nationalists called the Grey Wolves taking up the fight against these communist scumbags and this Kurdish communists. I say let's take in 3 million more Turkish nationalists to destroy those communists.
No.
Let's do that. Okay.
Don't need to.
Yes, let's ally with the Turkish nationalists.
These people are being forced into communism.
Idiots. 2,000 Turkish that he can have in Germany. Khan's one of them. Go and get your coat.
Yeah, I've changed my mind. I've now taken the civic nationalist side and saying
Aaron, can I ask you a question? Do you consider? Because I consider.
No,
Turkish
let's
people-
go with the
I,
take. Let's.
I consider Turkish people to be European. Do you consider to be European? Yes or no? As a
They are
white
in
nationalist?
between. They are in between.
Yeah, they're in
us.
between. They're in between. It's true. It's in between.
In between what? The Mediterranean? I mean, the Middle East.
No, they're in between Central Asia and Europe.
Yes.
But they're still European though, by genetics.
Partly, they're partly European.
Yeah. They're very close to the Southern Europeans genetically. One of the closest groups. So.
But you do know that.
Why are we talking about Turkish people? Fuck's sake, man.
I don't know, Khan. Considering we were supposed to be talking about people in Hong Kong.
Yeah, let's get back to Hong Kong. So
But
Hong
Turkish
Kong, Wendy,
blondes
is
drawing
part of
back
China.
Yeah, the Hong Kong people suck. They are for global homo. The Turkish people are
They're
for
welcome
nationalism.
here. They're
the
welcome
Turkish people
here.
are more based than
No,
those
we want them
Hong
here.
Kong civic globalists. Okay, let's take in
we
the
want them
Turkish
here.
people.
We
Wendy,
want
you're
the
not a
people
closet
from Hong Kong.
communist, are you? You're not a closet communist, are you, Wendy?
Hang on, Khan. Don't you know that the people that live in Hong Kong are not communists?
No,
Let me just say hello to
ex-British
Wendy. We've
subject.
never met before.
Whoa.
Hello, Wendy.
Who's
I
that?
I just read a bit about the Grey Wolves. They're actually
Stay done.
ultra-nationalist, neo-fascist
Who's that
kind of
talking?
organisation.
Yeah, they're based.
Oh,
But
right,
if-
okay,
if-
Dave,
if
Dave,
they-
Hello to you. I
if
don't
these-
think I've ever
these
met
Grey
you before,
Wolves
so hello.
only
No, you haven't.
only
no.
would
Hello.
ally with a German nationalist, that would be a great power force.
But why
But
do you-
unfortunately,
why
they're also.
Yes, in your country, we don't want them here though. We're quite happy with the nice conservatives Hong Kong's coming.
Okay, Jupiter,
Yeah, we want
let
the
me ask
people
you a
from Hong
question.
Kong here.
If,
We want the
if
people from Hong Kong here. It's not up to you,
you
Elron.
said that it doesn't matter what one European country decides, and it has no effect on other European
Look,
countries.
communism has been forced
Let
onto
me
the
ask,
people of Hong
let
Kong.
me ask, if
Yeah.
we take in millions of Turkish people,
No,
does
no,
that
we've
have
got
an
enough of them
effect
already.
on other
Let's have
countries?
the people from Hong Kong.
Hold on.
Of course it will.
No,
Of course it
Elron,
will.
Come on, why did you say big up to the Grey Wolves? From what I'm reading, they seem to be more. I don't know. I'm confused about the Grey Wolves. Exactly what are they? And because you said big up to them, but
They are proud Turkish nationalists, and they're proud of their genetic heritage. Okay.
Oh, they're like you. Are
they're
they like you?
They're like me. Yeah. They're like me. But unfortunately, they think they should also take over Germany. This is why we have a problem. Okay. Otherwise, we would ally with these people.
How are they trying to take over Germany?
Well, they said so.
Oh yes.
Really?
Unfortunately,
Yo,
yeah.
one second.
Unfortunately.
Memory unlocked. You see the black people with blonde hair? They're called the Melanesians.
Oh.
Melanesians.
Melanesians.
But yeah, at least those Turkish nationalists, other than most black
Melanesian.
nationalists, I have to
But
say,
you got what it
they are
is,
not
yeah?
allying
It
with the
depends.
communists. Okay, they are fighting the communists, and this is something that is putting them aside from many other nationalists.
Well,
and
Elron,
nationalist
UK have
groups.
made a special new law, right, to give the people from Hong Kong visas to get here. How do you like that one?
Are they going to
Yeah,
get
I
tested
don't
for
like
corona
that one.
before they come or after?
It's the same thing all over again. What
Yeah,
does
yeah.
that? Does that benefit the
I welcome them.
the
Welcome
British
them.
worker?
Can't wait
if
for them to
another,
come.
if another 3 million strong workforce come in,
I thought
is
it
that
was the
helping
people
the
in Hong Kong who
British
held
worker?
British passports.
I haven't got a problem with the people from Hong Kong.
Isn't it the people in
No,
Hong Kong
Wendy,
who hold
Wendy,
British
say that
passports?
one more time. The
Yeah, the
people
British
Hong Kong
one.
visa to get here. What?
No one can hear Dave. Dave's saying that some of them are British.
No, they've made up a new law, bespoke law, to let the people from Hong Kong come here on special visas. So they won't have any problem getting
Yeah, and
in.
after 5 years they can appear for British citizenship.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with it.
But they were shafted
Wow.
because they were, one said they were promised that they would never come under communism or under the
That's
Chinese
right,
PPP
yeah.
state.
Yeah, they
So
were in agreement.
that's
yeah.
happening now. There's no doubt about it. China is now trying to, but they're not
Yeah.
trying to. They are. They're taking control
They
over Hong
reneged
Kong.
on the agreement.
And
yeah.
so
Yeah.
anybody that agreed to that particular agreement, if China's now reneged on it, then yeah, maybe they should. I don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, but
yeah, let me
I
take
wouldn't live on the Chinese.
One minute, Oren. I'm going to ask this to the British people. Do you feel that Britain is obliged to take in these people somehow?
Yeah, I
Like,
feel
do
an
we owe them?
affinity with these
Do we
people.
owe them? But do we owe them anything?
Yeah.
Though?
Yeah, I feel an affinity with
do.
them. Why should they have to live under communism?
Yeah, why should anyone have to live under communism?
Well, I'm on
Yeah.
about Hong Kong, not anyone. Yeah.
No, but the reason why Britain have a responsibility is because they're the ones that actually signed over the signed the
Yeah.
agreement. They're the ones that actually allowed the agreement to kind of, because it had an expiry date, and when it went over, they allowed China to kind of like come in and do what they had to do. But now China's reneged on their promise, and so yeah, I mean, obviously, I prefer them to stay there, not being rude, but yeah, it's better. But if they're under Chinese government rule,
My daughter's hand in marriage as long as you take care of her, and if you don't take care of her, you don't affect her again. You say you ain't fit enough to be married to my daughter, and I'm taking her back home.
But you can't take the land back. You
Khan
can just
has
take the
asked
people.
a great question, and this just shows the civic nationalist mindset.
Shut up, Khan.
All
Shut
right?
up, you.
No, Khan has made a great question, and let me ask you why. Because I call that the white man's burden. Okay, so
Well, I don't. I call that
you
being
make
kind,
the-
but
if
helping
you
out
make-
people that don't want to live under communism.
Yeah,
That's
if
what
you
I
make
do.
that point,
Elron, I'm not being funny, but as soon as you're speaking in my name, let me correct you. When you look up the term "the white man's burden," it's got nothing to do with what you're talking about, bro.
But
Unfortunately.
it is really.
Look, he's a
when you make the
Nazi,
case for the
Khan. He's a
3 million Hong Kong people because they fighting for their sovereignty and can't achieve it.
Well, we all
against
know
those
what Hitler would have done with them,
communists,
don't we?
Against those communists, other people can claim that now too. Every African
You lost
nation
the war.
fights
You lost the war.
fights
You lost the
for their
war.
sovereignty, whatever they want.
You lost the war.
Every
You
Middle
lost the
Eastern
war.
country, like I don't know, the Kurdish people.
No, God,
they
Forget the Kurdish people.
They can now claim the same thing. They are now telling you we are fighting for our sovereignty and we don't want to live under this or this regime. Now you have to take them in too, or do you want to have a double standard? So the whole world can come in here.
All right, you're doing the survival of the fittest. You lost to Russia. Yeah, they demolished you. You lost.
Don't
to the UK,
change
they
the
demolished
topic,
you.
man. I'm right now explaining. I'm right now explaining what this decision about the Hong Kong people means or could potentially mean. The same thing.
Elron, you don't live in this
you're
country.
changing the topics.
This country has nothing to do with you.
you got
You're changing the topics.
Airtime, bro. You're saying the Hong Kong people are not strong enough to overthrow the CCP government, and so you're kind of belittling them. Now, Hong Kong is one of the most wealthiest places in the world, and those were not white people in Hong Kong. Obviously, had white people then.
Well, I'm not even saying that. This is the British. This is the implication of those British government telling you that. If they would
Shut
believe
up, Elron.
that
You live in Germany.
that the Hong Kong people would be able to overthrow the Chinese there, then there's no need for taking in those 3 million.
To overthrow Russia or the UK. So what does that mean about Germany? Is it good that?
What are you talking about, man?
You're talking about.
You're moving the goalpost here.
No, I'm not, because you're saying
Yeah.
that the Hong Kong people are not strong enough to defeat the Chinese.
Obviously, they're not, Raj. It's obviously they're not. This is China we're talking about, Raj. Man. Are you serious?
I'm trying to show how hypocritical he is, because
Okay, repeat your ridiculous time traveling comparison again.
A little nation like Hong Kong to go up against the CCP government of China without there being massive bloodshed.
Yeah, and
the China will go into it like the way they went to Tibet. They'll go in the way they did to the Rohingyas.
Do you think freedom and sovereignty is granted to you without bloodshed?
Elron, you live in Germany.
Most of the time, definitely not. sovereignty,
That was a
and
good point,
freedom.
though. That was a good point.
Can we
Not for
actually have
free,
a
is it?
conversation about the
It's
northern
like
stuff?
one of
Because I
those
know a lot of
fucking
us.
neighbours that puts his
Oh.
nose over your fence and tells you what to do. Go
Yeah.
away from this is our
All right,
country.
look, Chupa, one sec, Chupa. As of 2014, about 16.3 million people with an immigrant background were living in Germany. So that, what does that indicate? After the war, the way Germany ascended to the peak of best GDP in Europe is how, Elron.
What?
Yeah, let me just say
Well, we
something.
had to feed Germany after the war, didn't we?
Can anyone hear me?
Feed to let them off their debt as well, Wendy. Because
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Immigrants, most of them Turkish, Eastern European.
Yeah.
But
Europe.
Turkish,
Elron,
Polish.
we can blame your ancestors for ethnically cleansing the gypsies. That's why we got
Yeah,
Wendy over
exactly.
here. Thanks to you, we got Wendy over here
I think
now.
we do have to
So
have
we
a
can blame
conversation
Elron
about
for
the
Wendy.
numbers. I do think we have to
Yeah,
have a conversation
you
about
shouldn't had Wendy in.
Wait, yeah,
Let me
but
tell you this.
yeah, but gypsy.
Can you take her back, Elron? Please,
No,
please take her back. Take her back.
No
You
way.
referring to the Anglos?
Jupiter can stay, but Wendy has to go.
Well, to a degree, there.
Why?
But
Because she
again,
married to a black man, obviously.
Raj, can you repeat your comparison to Germany again so I can understand?
All right, so let me explain. Maybe, look, from my understanding, what you're saying is that, yeah, I agree. In order to get what you want, sometimes you might need to shed blood, yeah, and you might need to go to war. There's no doubt about that, yeah. Nothing comes on a plate. Now, when it comes to the situation in Hong Kong, from my understanding, you're saying that the Hong Kong people are not strong enough, yeah, or they should fight more, or they're not strong enough to deserve their own sovereignty, because
No,
so,
wrong. Totally
so
wrong
what's your point then? What are you
interpretation.
trying to say? Because when you're saying that, oh, people need to shed blood sometimes, and X, Y, Z, I agree with you. But what are you trying to say about the Hong Kong people in specifically? Because how are they going to defeat the CCP government of China, this tiny little nation?
Yeah, this is the question, and with that question, you are implying they're not strong enough.
Of course they're not strong.
I'm not. All right, so I'm going to say something. When it comes to China, the same way Nazi Germany, when it comes to these particular kind of fascists, or let's just say these kind of like a dictatorship, what happens is that they will do anything here in order to subjugate their people. You've seen in Tibet what they did to Tibet. They'll do the same thing with Hong Kong. You see what they did with the Rohingyas. They'll just round everyone up and start doing X, Y, Z. So you can't beat that particular kind of system. You just can't. They're gonna crush you unless somebody else intervenes on their
Yeah,
behalf.
I agree. But should that be of our interest? Maybe. I would, for example,
What do you
say
mean,
yes.
our? You don't live in this country.
Look, No, Germany is also talking
Elron,
about
who do you
Hong
mean
Kong,
our?
the
When
Hong
you
Kong
say our, what do
situation
you mean?
non-stop.
Do you mean
Let me
humanity?
tell you that.
No,
The
you mean Britain.
Germans are
Britain.
also discussing
Good,
if they should let in the Hong Kong people. But
So it's on a humanitarian level, on a human level.
yeah, so, but what I see with that is when people all around the world telling me that Europeans shouldn't intervene. Now, the Hong Kong people are asking European countries, Western countries, to intervene. So what is it now? We are getting blamed if we intervene. We are blamed if we don't intervene. So my point of view is we should stop intervening in other countries. Okay.
No, you need to
And if the
understand
Hong
the
Kong
history
people,
between
if the
Britain and
Hong Kong
Hong
people
Kong.
are
Yeah?
not strong enough
Idiot.
to put up a resistance
Shut up.
against the Chinese, then
How are
that's
we
their
gonna,
fate.
Elron, how are we gonna work out the value of the Chinese that we're gonna bring, the Chinese that we're gonna bring from Hong Kong to England? Do you think that we should compensate China for their loss and pay them?
They're not Chinese.
But this are the question that comes with it. As soon as we intervene or take a stance, yeah, other people can then say, yeah, why do you take a stance? It's a fight between us two groups, okay? We have no say into this. We shouldn't have a say.
No, you don't have no say. You're not British.
I'm telling you
But
right
they're not
now,
British either, Raj. Raj, they've been
Germany.
stripped of. They've been stripped of their Britishness, like they're now Chinese
There's been
people.
a link between
They're
Hong
not
Kong and
Chinese.
China. There's been a
They're
link
not
between Hong Kong and
Chinese.
China for a long time. And the reason
Are they
why,
not? 1 minute. Are they not Chinese?
the reason why they're in the predicament they are now is because of the agreement that obviously they made a mistake as well by signing that agreement. No, you can't just blame it onto one group. Everybody needs to take responsibility. But right now, I mean, I don't want 3 million Hong Kong people coming over to the UK. I'm not lying.
Why?
I
Why
don't think it's
not?
good. I don't think it's good for the economy. I don't think it's
Well,
going to be good for
But when they
anybody.
get here, half
That
of them
doesn't
are
mean that doesn't
right.
mean that if they had to come over, would I say no? No, I wouldn't say no. But would I want them to come over in such a large number? Probably not. No.
Isn't there an
I want
Fly
them.
the
I want
plane
them
and
to
go and
come.
get
I
them.
think it's a brilliant
That's
idea.
quite interesting what Raj just said, because a nation should first look at their own people and what benefits them and what harms them. And clearly, our nations can't think in that way anymore. We are almost all the time putting other people's before our own interests, and we
Okay,
shouldn't do that anymore.
Can I stop you
You're an
there?
idiot, Elron. Yeah.
I'm gonna disagree with you. Do you know why? Because what do you think has happened with Windrush in the UK? The immigration laws coming to light. I mean, I think that's got something to do with forced deportation and strickening of the foreign immigration. So that's wrong. And you heard what Trump's done. You've seen what he's been doing with the Mexicans over the last 10 years. I don't know
What has he done? He hasn't done much.
He has. He stopped the flow, a huge flow. They kicked them out, and they got them back. They kicked the Mexicans out of near enough most of the farming industry, and they had to get them back within
Have you any data on this?
Oh, it's been in the news. No, it's just news, isn't it? I mean, you can probably look it up, but I was keeping an eye on the news when it comes to his presidency in his early stages.
I think there was a big migration coming not from Mexico but from other Latin countries that moved through Mexico into the US. So actually, the migration was bigger coming from
Europe
those
was so
countries
worried
than
about
ever.
if Europe was so worried about immigration and all the rest of that, why was Italy letting in all sorts of different African countries for free?
Yeah.
Why it makes no sense why people would
because I'm telling you this, and it's
when the most
quite
racist
interesting.
country on the world.
We are talking about the Chinese, those communists, right? We are not right now witnessing a communist takeover of the Western world.
Elron, the people that live in Hong Kong are not communists, yeah?
China's barely communist anymore. Are they really? I mean,
Yeah,
apart from
it's a strange form. I agree. It's a strange. They have changed their way. Now it's a strange kind of capitalism controlled by state interventionism with some national pride, but it's also some kind of fake national pride. Because they have stripped the Chinese from their ancient tradition a lot. So
well, all I know is I welcome them.
Yeah, but the thing is that if you had just looking logically, take your emotions out, because emotionally, I would want to support anybody that's been persecuted by the Chinese government. But logically, if you had 3 million Hong Kong people coming over a year, I don't know if that's a good thing personally. Yeah, in terms of
Well, offer some examples, Raj. What do you see the repercussions being?
We can get rid of some.
Well, obviously,
we can get rid of some other nationalities and bring in people from Hong Kong.
Obviously, I mean, we just had the coronavirus, so the economy is pretty much in a problematic situation already, and there's a lot of people being unemployed.
Good point.
Now, the situation, I mean, if it was a different time when things were going smoothly, I would say okay, but right now, as of right now, for the next couple of years, it's going to take a long time to recover. And so if you've got another 3 million people coming in who are highly skilled, remember that the Chinese people, the Hong Kong people are not your average kind of immigrants that are going to come through. They'll be highly skilled people that come in. And then what will happen? I mean, they'll be good in the long term, but in the short term, I mean, you're going to have probably, the unemployment rate's going to go through the roof because they're not going to be able to get jobs. Or if they do get jobs, they'll be taking other people's jobs. Because they're going to.
That's all right.
The housing prices the housing prices will shoot through the
So
roof.
what? Who cares?
What? What do you mean, so what? Do
Why
you know
should
how
those
many?
people
How
have to live
many?
under communist rule?
I don't know how many
Yeah,
homeless
like it's
people
run
there
by the
are in
communists.
the
It's a
UK.
country run
Okay,
by the communists.
but you tell those homeless people, so what? Okay, I want
Yeah,
to
I
see you
will.
street interviewing those homeless people and tell them, yo, these 3 million
Yeah.
Hong Kong people
Yeah.
will get first the new built houses,
Yeah.
3 million new houses before we get to you. Okay,
Wouldn't bother me.
tell
I
that
told
to
them
them.
so what?
Yeah.
They don't have to live under communism. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that
Unbelievable. This is civic nationalism
Wendy,
in
let me
its
say something.
purest form. They don't care about
Wendy, the problem is,
people.
yeah, if this was a normal time where, let's just say, everything was running smoothly, I would say, yeah, let's. But the problem is because of all the kind
Yeah, I
of.
know what you're saying, Raj.
It's
I
a
know.
really bad time. If you had a whole bunch of people coming into the UK at this precise moment, yeah, it'll be a
It couldn't
shit
get
show.
much worse, could it? To be
No,
fair,
it couldn't be much
I think
worse.
it could.
No.
I think it could get worse. Yeah, I think it could get worse personally.
But
But I mean, in terms of an immigrant population to come in, they're a good group. It's not like they're going to be a burden on the state for a long period of time. They'll probably.
Well, I want the communists to beat the nationalists in China, because China's that if the nationalists win, they're only going to be interested in their own
in
self.
war,
And
war
they'll
path.
be, exactly, and they'll be interested in other people's shit as well. So what's the point of having? Why is everybody so against the Communist Party right now in China?
Well, yeah.
Well,
Take a big look at communism.
Don't you? The Communist
But
Party.
it don't affect us, Wendy. So why do we care?
They are working
I get
together
the
with those
people in Hong
fucking
Kong.
Chinese government on the WHO, on the United Nations. So what are we talking about? We have those communists, the same communists in our own Western elites.
Look, Aaron, I don't care. Yeah. If they want to come, they can come.
All right. Okay. So you also.
But that's
I heard.
one minute, Aaron. That statement just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Okay. Let me ask you a question. Are you pro-Israel?
Yeah.
Wendy is
so
day long.
I will make now the point.
Oh no!
I can't since I'm not a British citizen, but I will put
You're German.
forward
You're
politics
German, so
for the
your
Palestinian
opinion
people.
on Israel
The Palestinian
doesn't count.
people
It's
are
not
getting
null and void.
oppressed
Yeah.
by the Israeli government. Should we take in all those Palestinians, Wendy?
Should who take in Palestinians?
England. Should England
No,
take?
no.
Why?
Why?
They got their own country.
No, they
they're
haven't.
getting suppressed. They're
By
getting
who? By who?
by the Israeli government.
By Zionist.
So now they can
By
claim to
Zionist.
come to Britain.
No,
okay?
no, they're not. No,
Yes.
they can't come to Britain.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Aaron's right.
Otherwise
They've
we
got more
have
of a
double
right.
standards.
They've got more of a right
I'm talking about
than the Hong Kong.
No, you
They've got more. They've got more of a
Your
right.
opinion, Aaron.
Exactly, they have way more rights
Your
because you know
opinion
what?
on
Because
Israel
Britain was
means
has played a big part in setting up the Israeli
whatever,
state.
Aaron. Whatever,
Britain
Aaron.
basically gave away their land out from under them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a
No,
hypocrite,
not
Wendy.
at all, not
You're
at
a
all.
hypocrite.
Yeah,
No,
you're being a
Aaron,
hypocrite,
no
Wendy.
standards.
you're
You
the
are.
hypocrite because, Aaron, we know what Germans like you think about Jews, don't we?
And why
We
would
know
There's a
what
lot. There's a lot.
we know-
To be fair, there's a
we
lot of
know
Jews
what-
in Germany.
We
Right
know
now,
what-
there's a lot of Jews in
We know
Germany
what
still.
British nationalists think about Jews that act against the British interest.
Elron, is there Jews in Germany right now?
Yes, of course.
I said
There you go.
I said German people like
There's
him.
more.
Carl.
There's more Jews in Germany right now
Yeah,
than there is in
whatever.
the
Of
UK.
course there is.
Than there is in England. Of course there is.
Why
There
did-
is.
why-
There
You
is.
know
There
what
is.
size? You understand what size of the
Yo,
population was
Veli. Veli, Dave's in the back, man.
That's why Germany, that the demise of Germany in the Second World War, because they wanted all the Jews out of Russia and Poland. So
Yeah.
that's why the
France,
Polish came to the UK.
Czechoslovakia, Hungary. You know,
Yeah,
they
Wendy,
killed them all,
Wendy,
didn't they?
you're against communism, right? Wait, Raj, Raj,
Let me just say one thing before because I need to go. 1 minute. Let me say something.
Okay.
So, Aaron,
That's
you,
the main
the
part
German
there, bro.
people, yeah, the German people, including yourself, are the reason why Israel is here today. You do understand that, don't you?
That's right.
Well, one
because if it
can
wasn't
make
for
a
your
point of that.
persecution,
Yes,
if it wasn't for your
Hitler is
persecution,
basically
Hitler,
the
Hitler
one
slaughtered the Jews. Hitler
the
slaughtered
one
the Jews, so the
that
Jewish people had to have a home.
because of Hitler,
So it's
there's
your fault,
the
Elron.
state of Israel.
It's
Yes,
your fault,
yeah, it's the German
Elron.
people's fault that
there
in the state
should
of Israel.
there should be a statue of Hitler in Israel, right?
Well, whatever, but I'm just saying it's the
You're a
German people's
fucking
fault.
bastard,
Oh,
aren't you, Elron?
It's the
Yeah?
German people's
oh
fault.
no.
It's the
You're a
German
bastard,
people's
aren't you,
fault
Elron? Right,
that
little
the
Nazi.
state of Israel, because if you didn't persecute the Jews to that extent, they wouldn't have ever been able to go to Israel and then take over
No.
into Palestine. They just wouldn't
Well,
have
the
happened.
Israelis, the Jews of Germany, they could just simply live in another
The
European
Israelis.
country.
Did you just call them
Why?
aliens?
Yeah.
Israelians.
Why are the Jews? Why do they need a state? They can
Why
live
not?
in
Why
America.
not?
They could have moved to America, to Britain.
Yeah,
They
but
don't
Hitler
need a
tried to
state.
exterminate them.
They could have gone to
Genocide.
So why are Jews still living in America? I think it's very close
Elron,
to
you're
the
just evil. You're evil.
to the
You're
Jewish
evil
population
Nazi.
of Israel, right?
No, but you need to take.
Neo-Nazi.
No, honestly, you need to take
Why are they
responsibility.
still living in
You need to take responsibility as
in
a
the
German
diaspora?
person for the establishment of Israel. When you're saying
Yeah.
Israel is oppressing the Palestinians, it's indirectly because or directly because of your people. Because of your people pushing them out and
Yeah,
persecuting
but
them.
if it's but
They have
Raj,
to
be
follow
fair, he's speaking to British people. So if his people are indirectly responsible, our leadership is directly responsible.
Exactly.
No, our
so-
leadership
Yes.
had to do something to
Yes.
help the
It's not like
Jewish people
Elron's on a panel
after
of
Hitler
French
had finished
people.
with them. Yeah?
Hitler, bruv, he's not on a panel of French people or Belgians. He's talking
I
to
don't
British.
care. I don't care.
Alright,
Elron
so
needs to
It don't matter what
understand.
you care about. It don't matter what you care about.
Elron's an idiot. Yeah?
Alright,
He's
so
a
you're right, yeah, I mean-
neo-Nazi.
Look,
so
other than
Britain-
you,
Britain
I'm
was-
admitting even that
but
Germans are also responsible of Jews wanting the Israel ethno-state. Okay, of course, but you deny the British activism in establishing the state of Israel, which is
Yes, because of what the
historically wrong.
Germans did to the
No.
Jews in the war.
No,
Yeah,
Wendy,
and-
they could have sent them anywhere. They
They
didn't
could
have to send them to Israel. They could have sent them
Why
anywhere.
not?
Wait,
Isn't that,
Wendy,
isn't
are
that
you
the land
telling
of the
me-
There was
Jews?
about 3
Wait.
different places that they were going to send them.
Oh, so
Wait,
I know.
so
Let's
Wendy-
get
so Wendy-
Pakistanis then, and we'll send them all to
England
Cyprus.
England refused boats full. Hold on, England refused boats full of German Jews. Cyprus actually took a boat full of German Jews. I'll have you know.
Oh well, good for Cyprus then.
Whoa, there you go with your fast mouth
I
and you
thought
lose
you. I
maths.
thought you were
Do
Turkish.
some
Sorry.
maths. I'm saying that Britain turned back
Your
boats full of
nationality
Jews.
isn't even recognised by Cyprus. What are you on about?
Britain turned back boats full of Jews from Germany.
Your
Those boats
nationality isn't even recognised by Cyprus. So
Wendy,
we got guns and we got soldiers. We don't need your
Is
recognition.
there currently no Western state where the Jews can live in peace and?
well, of course, there's different places
So
they can live.
why
But if
is
they
there-
want to
why
live in
is there a
Israel,
need-
that's your fault.
Why is there a need for an Israeli state?
Why
If
not?
there's
Why
other,
not?
So
Western
look,
countries
you
they
got a
can live.
valid point. Hold on, Aaron, you got a valid point here. The Brits could have taken them in. Other countries could have taken them in. They could have been trying to maybe set up a separate state where there was no people living there. Maybe try to, immigrate them over there. But the point is, there was a Jewish community in Israel, and the Jewish people have a connection to Israel. So, at the end of the day,
Right, you're explaining it wrong. The country wasn't called Israel at the time. You're saying that there was a population of Jews. They were actually Spanish Jews that were living under the Ottoman Empire. They were not even related to them.
But guess what they had? They had guns and soldiers like your lot.
So they're still Jews, yeah. Forget about their nationality. Now the point is, yeah, the Brits, yeah, did create the state of Israel as you see it today. We know that, but they wouldn't have created it, or they couldn't have created it if it wasn't for the Germans persecuting the Jews. So if you're looking at who's more responsible for the state of Israel, although Britain created it, it was the Germans.
No, it's not.
It was
It's your opinion. What you're saying is your opinion. In actual fact, in political science, it's recognized that the British set up Israel, not Germany.
Let me finish.
You're not
It's ridiculous.
listening,
It's
Khan.
preposterous.
You're not listening
It's
to him,
preposterous
Khan.
what he's saying. It's
Let
preposterous.
me
No,
finish
it's
what I'm
not.
saying, and then you can
Of
then you
course
can
it is. It's ridiculous
Let
what
me
he's saying.
finish what I'm saying, because you don't understand how to have a conversation. I'm saying the
Oh,
Brits
really?
set up the state of Israel. There's no questions about that. Yeah, I think it was a Balfour Declaration or something like that.
Mm.
But when it comes to the legitimacy or people having sympathy for a state of Israel, the reason why people backed it and said, "Okay, the Jews need a state
No,
of Israel,"
you're
is
wrong. They were terrorists. They
then you
attacked the British.
you can
You got it wrong, Raj. You're making out like there was some sympathy for them. There wasn't. They were terrorists. They were attacking the British.
counteract me in a minute. You do understand how it works when you're having a conversation or
Yeah, but
debate.
Raj, you're on a monologue. You're giving us a version, your version of history that never happened.
Every time I'm trying to finish, you're interrupting. You have to go back. Yeah.
I don't mind if you go back, but when you go back, you need to bear in
Who's
mind that you're
attacking the
giving us a
British?
history lesson. You're giving us a history lesson based on your knowledge, which
Who was
isn't
attacking the
accurate.
British? It was the Palestinians attacking the British,
No, it
Khan.
wasn't. It wasn't. It was the Jewish terrorists.
No, it
They blew up
wasn't.
the British
You are
embassy, for
not
fuck's
allowing
sake.
me to finish my sentence. If
What are
I'm
you on
wrong,
about? The Jews blew up the British embassy.
if
How
I'm
many
wrong,
British people died?
then say I'm wrong after. But let me finish first. You do understand you're not always right. I'm
Raj,
not.
you're making up your own history.
You're not always right. I'm not always right. Let me just finish my sentence. Then you can say a whole monologue against it. But let me finish. I am saying, and every time you keep saying, I'm going to repeat it. Just let me land, and it's only going to be a minute. I'm saying, when it comes to the state of Israel, we know the Brits are the ones responsible for the creation of Israel. Yeah, but what I'm saying, there wouldn't have been world support or public support. Yeah, or
There was never been world support.
Oh my God. This guy can't even allow me to
There
finish
has
the
never
sentence.
been world support for the state of Israel. Look at the
even
fucking
let
United
me-
Yes,
Nations
there has.
declarations.
Yes, there has.
Oh
How
my
many
God,
United
man.
Nations
Look,
declarations is there against Israel? Are you mad?
can you let me finish my sentence and then you can respond? You
Okay,
understand
go
how
on.
to have a conversation, don't you?
I do, but you just seem to have like these massive lungs that you fill with air and you just talk.
Matter. So do
You don't never
So
run
do
out of breath.
you.
So much hatred
But
towards
the
Jews.
thing is, now you're making me say the same thing 50 times, and now my message is getting out there even more. So let me say it again.
I
Let me
don't
just finish.
care with your
Let me
weird map.
finish. Let me finish, and then we will carry on. Because I'll go on all day if I have to. Yeah.
Yeah,
Until
so will
reply.
I. I've got
Yeah,
unlimited
so
battery.
no, you haven't got unlimited battery like me. I can tell you
I
that straight now.
have. I
Now,
have.
when it comes to the situation, and if you interrupt me, I'm going to start again. Now, when it comes to the state
You're
of
free
Israel,
to
like
start
all
again.
right,
Don't worry.
so I'm
I'm
starting
happy
again.
if you.
So
I'm happy if you start
I'm
again.
starting again.
I
Then.
want you to
So when
start again.
okay, I will. So when it comes to the state of Israel, we know it was created by the British, yeah, but because of the persecution of the Germans towards the Jewish people, it gave some legitimacy to their, let's say, to their plea that they were being persecuted and they needed a homeland. Now, whether you like that or not, yeah, that's not my problem, but that's the truth. People felt sympathy from. I'm not saying everybody. And so when they
Raj, there was
made the
no
argument,
sympathy.
when they made this,
They had to fight a war with about 5 other countries.
this guy's saying,
Egypt, Jordan. They had to fight a war to establish their state. It wasn't through sympathy and public.
Let me say that. Are you saying there
Western
was no
sympathy,
sympathy?
you idiot.
Are you trying to say there was no sympathy for the Jewish people going through a Holocaust? Are you trying to say that?
Western sympathy. Of course
No,
there
what I'm
was.
saying is that doesn't have anything to do. That does have nothing to do with the creation of Israel.
I was right. I didn't say it was the reason for the creation. I'm saying
Raj, can I say something? Let me just finish one thing. Let me finish one point. The real Jews, not the Zionists.
You don't let me
Raj,
finish.
the real Jews.
No, I'm not
Raj, don't learn nothing then. I don't care. Don't learn then. Well, don't learn then. Or don't learn then. I don't care. Stay dumb. Stay dumb. I don't care. I don't care.
If you allow me to finish the sentence, I'll let you finish the sentence. Yeah? That's how it works.
Stop being a little girl.
So the thing is, yeah, I didn't say the state of Israel was set up because of that. I said it gave it legitimacy. People were sympathetic to the Jewish plight, and so when you have the United Nations kind of backing the Israeli state, it's because of the fact that they had gone through persecution in Germany.
No, it's not.
It was one.
It's not.
I guarantee you, it was one. A lot of countries like America, like the UK, had witnessed the Holocaust and seen all these kind of.
If Britain had sympathy for them, they would have let the boats land in England. They turned them back. They had no sympathy for them.
But the whole UK had
We
no
know, hey,
sympathy.
Raj, we know what America and England are interested in, and the Jews had a lot of that in it.
Exactly.
The point is,
So much
No,
hatred for
I
the
would
Jews,
say
isn't there?
the Jewish
Wendy
elite.
Woo, if the
Wait,
truth is hate,
the
then yeah, you could
Jewish
say that.
elite doesn't want the Jews to move to Britain, okay? Because they want to set up the state of Israel. This is the same
Exactly.
thing. Why
The state of Israel is going to get set up no matter what.
Why Zionists
That's
work
right.
together with Hitler? Yes.
Exactly.
Were they
Most
anti-Jewish?
Zionists are actually Christian.
Those Zionists working together with Hitler, were they anti-Jewish?
The majority of Zionists are American Christians. And the Jews that escaped the Holocaust are actually living in America, not in Israel, because they boycott Israel. The real Jews boycott Israel.
Yeah, Carl.
Yeah. You know
But
what?
they
That's
do.
true.
But they do,
actually,
though.
because in
But they do.
No, they don't.
Wait, 1 second. In the Judaic holy scriptures, Israel is illegal. Like, it's basically haram
bit like your lot
like,
then,
I don't know how
Carl.
to put it.
No. All the real Jews know that they're in exile.
Bit
They
like
know
you
that.
lot.
They can't create a state by force. Yeah? Because it's written in their scripture that the Jews must repent before they can get back to their state. And they
Why
haven't
do you hate
repented.
the Jews so much?
I love Jews. I'm just talking about
Just giving you the
Zionists.
facts,
Majority
man.
of Zionists are Christian.
He's just quoting the Old Testament or the Torah.
Well, we don't use the Old Testament.
Who's
But the Jews
we?
do. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
Well, why do you hate the Jews? Why are you jealous of the Jews?
What hate the Jews?
Why are you trying to straw man out the
wait,
argument
so
with some
quoting-
distraction?
Well, you are, though.
Quoting
You
the
can hear it in
holy
your
book-
voice. You're jealous of the Jews.
Wait. So now, all of a sudden, quoting
I don't know
the
about
holy
that.
book of the Jews is now anti-Semitic.
Crazy.
No, I never
Where's the
never
logic?
accused you of that.
Where's
Did
the
you hear me
logic?
say that?
Where's the
Well, you
logic?
Aaron, did you hear me say that?
Yes, you just stated that.
Anyone should be able to criticize anyone.
Wendy, the Zionists, bombed the British embassy,
Yes,
killed
I've just read
British
about it.
people.
And why did they do that, though?
I'm not making it up though, Wendy, am I?
No, I know
Right?
they did it.
They
They
had
did
to
it in
fight.
1946.
They had to
but why
fight
did they
about
do it?
was it
Why
5
did,
countries?
why
or,
did they do it?
1 minute, Wendy.
Because the
They had to
British
fight
wanted
about
the
5
Palestinians to
countries.
have Palestine.
Wendy,
Yeah?
Wendy, they had to fight about
Yeah,
5
whatever.
countries, including Egypt, to form their state. There was no
So?
sympathy for the state of Israel, and it was nothing to do with Jews being Holocausted.
But there
Because
is,
the
there
Holocausted
is
Jews, the
with
real
West,
Jews,
the West, the West want Israel there, and the West will keep Israel
yeah,
there.
the West were going to create an Israel regardless.
So?
The West wanted to create a Israel regardless.
So, what, and?
So it's got nothing to do with what the Jews wanted.
So, hang on, there's democracy in Israel. There's not in Palestine, is there?
No, there isn't. It's an ethno state. How can it be democracy?
So you don't have any Arabs living in Israel?
You're just being silly now. For you to
Well,
call it a
you know
democracy,
there is. Yeah, exactly.
when
You
one
know
race,
there is.
when
Yeah.
one race is oppressing another race, that's like saying apartheid South Africa was a democracy. That is ridiculous. You know, and not you do,
Israel is
Wendy.
the
You pick
last
your battles.
democracy we've
Wendy,
got
no
in the
offense to
Middle
you,
East.
yeah. You're
And it's
entitled
not
to
going
pick.
anywhere.
Wendy,
It's not going
you are
anywhere.
entitled to pick whatever side you want in whatever battle you want. The thing that you don't have the right to do is come out into the public domain and present it as if it is
Well, neither do you. Neither do
coherent,
you. Neither do you
coherent
then.
or logical or
Neither
even
do you
British
then.
or
Neither
even
do you
British.
then, Khan. Neither do you.
What you do is
Neither
you
do
pick
you,
your
Khan.
battle,
Neither
you pick
do
your
you.
battle, and then you come up with the explanation for it after. What I do is
Neither do
I
you,
look at what's going on, and then I form my opinion based on
No,
the
you
facts.
just hate Jews. Let's face it.
All right, whatever.
Wendy, do you think that Israel is a humanitarian state that values the human rights?
No,
and
I think
everything?
I think the Israeli people are very strong people, and they won't put up
Strong
with the
in what
crap
way?
that
Strong how?
that the Palestinians like to throw at them every now and then.
So they are
Strong how?
opposed to human rights.
Pardon?
So the Israeli state is opposed to human rights, the human rights
Opposed.
rights
He's saying, do they uphold?
declaration.
Do they uphold human rights or do they oppose them?
Sometimes.
All right, yeah, unless we have that, because
Nice question. Nice
my
answer.
next question would be how many Syrians have the Israeli state let in?
Who cares? What's
Yeah,
Syria got to
zero.
do with
The number
Israel?
is zero.
Well, what's Syria?
As
got
a
to do with-
neighbor state, the Israeli government
Yeah, but
has
it's a
let
completely
in
different country. What's it got to do
zero,
with Israel?
zero Syrian refugees fleeing from
Don't you get it, Wendy? If they take them in, then we don't have
from
to.
ISIS.
Yeah, well,
fleeing,
Israel's not going to
fleeing
take
from
them in.
ISIS, that should be a natural
Israel isn't
enemy
going to
of
take them in.
that-
I know that. You know that. The world knows
Wendy,
it.
if somebody let someone crawl through their house to burgle their neighbor, would they be to blame for the burglary?
I don't know.
Oh,
Wait, what? Say that again, Con.
Yeah, I didn't quite get
saying,
that.
if somebody let someone else crawl through their house to rob their neighbor, would they be obliged? Like, would they be thingy to blame for the burglary?
What's
So if I let my neighbor on my left side crawl through my house to rob the neighbor on my right side, yeah, and I'm in the middle, yeah, and
Yeah,
I'm
you're
just saying,
involved.
oh, it's nothing to do with me. Oh, it's nothing to do with
You're
me.
fully involved.
Right.
You're part
So
of the
if the
robbery.
neighboring countries don't take in the refugees from the war, and then people are forced to travel across 3-4 countries to get to
Well, it's up
us,
to the
then whose fault is
Israelis.
that? Whose fault is that?
You can't tell the Israelis what to do.
What do you mean? Turkey took in 5
I
million
don't
people.
care what Turkey did.
All right.
What do you mean?
Wendy, I agree with you. There's no country that should decide what the Israeli state should or shouldn't do. That is up to whoever has
Their
conflict with
sovereignty.
Israel, right?
Yeah.
But let me ask you the question. So why should we allow Jews in the diaspora, in our countries, to lobby that we take in all those refugees? Why are they not lobbying in Israel to take in those refugees, but are lobbying that we take in the whole world?
Well, can you bring me the evidence that they've lobbied for us to have the
Oh,
Syrians?
just take it for granted. Come
let's
off
go
it.
with Israel, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just hate Jews, don't you, Elron? Goes
No, I
back through
just
your
named
genetics,
you one
doesn't it, Elron?
organization lobbying for more non-European migrants, while at the same time Israel is taking non-refugees.
How many Germans live in Israel?
Why have they this double standard, Wendy? Can you
They
explain
don't have
that to
double
me?
standards. Oh.
So why
You
are
can't
they
have a
not
serious,
addressing
but
the
I think,
problems
Elron, you can't have a
of those
serious conversation.
racist? This
You can't have a serious
racist
conversation with Wendy.
Yeah,
You
she.
can't.
Yeah,
You
of
can't.
course.
Oh,
Simple.
can't you? Can't. Can't
I
you?
think
I want
all
to
the
believe I hate
listeners,
Jews
all
like
the
you.
listeners can get a clear pictures of the
I'm not
hypocrisy
going
of
to hate
Wendy.
Jews or Israel because
She
you
has
love
no
it. So
consistent
it's not happening.
But Wendy, have you understood so far that these people in Israel are not the Jews?
Who are they then?
Well, they're not the Jews because the Jewish text clearly tells them to do exactly the opposite of what they're doing.
That's right.
It's
So if
like
they're
imagine
not
you see a
Jews,
group of people.
okay, I'll go along with that. If they're not Jews, what are they?
Whatever,
Well,
whoever. No one cares what they are. They just need people to
Well,
fill up the
obviously you
space
care,
to call
can't.
it a country. No,
No,
I've seen
some people do
programs on
care though,
Israel
but
where people are
basically,
walking down the road and they're saying to them, "Who are you? Where are you from? Are you Jewish? Do you speak Jewish?" Like they talk to them. A lot of them are not Jewish. A lot of them aren't.
like
They're
according
just
to what
people
I've
from
gathered,
wherever that just want to go and live in Israel.
I thought it was
no,
an
I
ethno
think
state.
they're very specific people, and from what I've gathered, they have
Are they
hijacked.
Yiddish or something?
They have hijacked someone's identity because they're not the Jews. And where are the Jews then? Around. They're scattered. That's the whole point of like.
Look, we
the
need to
text
have
tells you to
Israel
scatter.
where it is because we need to have a Western democracy in the Middle East. It's as simple as that.
Exactly.
Why we need that?
And it's got nothing to do. It's got nothing to do with the Holocaust. Wendy's right. It's nothing to do with the Holocaust. Point blank. Finish.
Wendy,
End
why?
of conversation.
Wait.
Yeah,
Look, one second. One second. Wait. Hold on. Can I ask Wendy a question, please? Wendy, do you think we should have an Eastern democracy in the West?
No.
Why do you think we should have a Western democracy in the East?
Well, because things need to be looked after over there, don't they?
What sort of things,
And don't you think they think that things need to be looked after over here?
Well, they haven't got the power, have they?
So you're saying let's bully them, dictatorship? It doesn't sound like
Well,
democracy.
powerful. You know, you can't get away from that.
Yeah, but
Why don't you
enforcing
say that from
power
the
is not
beginning instead of
democracy. That's
coming with some
dictatorship.
fake intellectual argument? Why
I'm
don't you
not
just say
intellectual.
my?
I'm saying there'll
We
always
know
be in
that.
Israel. Listen, look, don't be clever, Khan. There'll always be in Israel because the West needs, you
A
know,
base.
Israel to be in the middle of the Middle East, right? Democracy. Let's end it. You never
Why
get
we-
rid of Israel. Never.
Wouldn't it be better
You
when
can't call it
if
democracy.
all the
though.
Middle East be of Western
Yeah, that's
democracy?
you can't call it a democracy.
No, maybe not in the way we know it of being democracy, but you know.
Wait, what
But
is
you
a
would
democracy?
like it to happen, right?
Can someone define democracy, please?
Freedom.
Freedom, yeah.
So the Middle East needs freedom, and to ensure their freedom, we are going to dictate.
Okay, so why is it whenever one of these silly little Middle East countries, they always try to attack Israel with their missiles?
Wendy,
Yeah.
you come from a
Because
race
Israel
of people
is
that didn't even
attacking
attain
everyone around it.
nationhood. You didn't have a nation. What are you on about? This silly little countries. You're talking about countries that have been there since the dawn of time, like Iraq and Syria, the cradle of civilization, and you're calling them silly little countries. When
Yeah,
you come from a
that don't
country,
have the
you come
power.
from a
Wait a
country
minute. Wait a
that can't
minute.
even grow its own food to sustain its own population.
Listen. Oh no, what we didn't sustain our own population during World War II then.
No, you've always
Oh,
had
didn't we?
imported
Really?
food.
Really?
You've always had imported food.
It
Oh,
was
okay.
potatoes
Okay.
and that.
When I say silly little countries, yeah, I mean countries who really don't have the power or the military power to take over Israel, and they constantly keep trying to
Because they
attack
have nuclear
Israel.
weapons. It's
Yeah?
only because Israel have nuclear weapons
And why
that
do
were given to
Israel
them
have
by
nuclear?
the United.
Why
Because
do
America gave
Israel
it to
have
them.
nuclear
It was
weapons?
given to. It was given to them.
Wait,
Exactly. Who
Khan,
by? Who
just
by?
answer her question. Answer her question. Why do Israel have
By
nuclear weapons?
America.
Exactly.
By America.
Yeah.
No, but the
Right?
question
So
is
they're
why,
not like
innit?
technologically advanced. They're not
No, but wait.
intelligent.
No,
They've
they're
just been given.
The question
They've
here
just
is
been
why,
given
They
yeah.
are
that
And I
placed
believe the
there.
answer is
Yeah.
to why they have these weapons is they are
it's
interested
closer
in
to.
conquest and war. These countries that don't have weapons are not interested in doing that. Are interested in other things. Like they're
Why,
not interested.
while Israel's there, we've always got an ally in the Middle East.
No, my
Against
question
who?
is what? Wait,
Why?
My question is why all those Middle Eastern countries are more fighting each other than the Israel
Well,
state,
because,
the state of Israel.
bit-
This is my question because they have more in common with each other. They are all Muslim countries, for example, but yet there is no big attacks on Israel going on since decades.
I don't know. Syria, not
I
Syria.
can tell you. I
Iraq
can tell you
and
why.
Iran like to attack
I can tell you why.
Israel.
After the
do you
collapse
know
of the
about
Ottoman
when
Empire, there was a vacuum there. That's why.
Yo, Khan, do you know about when these countries that were neighboring Israel decided to link up and
war them?
Yeah.
Yeah, the 6-day war. That didn't last long, did it?
Yeah. What were the countries?
That was funny. I think it was like Jordan, Iraq, Iran. I don't know, fucking all the countries surrounded, isn't it? Like,
Yeah, well,
what's it called? Egypt.
Yeah, the 6-day war. Israel.
And then all these
won
countries got
in 6 days.
destabilized, and they're fighting each other. So they ain't really got time for, like, they got
It's
to
all
fix
part
their
of the
own
plan.
countries
It's all
up.
part of the plan.
ISIS got
Yeah.
inserted.
Yeah.
Hamas got inserted. Bare terrorist groups got inserted by the West. Obviously, like Wendy's saying, because they need their people in these places.
Well,
And
I'd have
then,
thought that was obvious. Yeah.
no, it's obvious, but it's just like you're ruining another country just to make a little country for some people who are
Well,
not
yeah,
your
but you
country
can't.
either.
But here's the
that's
thing,
what-
though. Here's the thing, though. They done. It's not sustainable. They
Yes, it
can't
is.
sustain it forever. It's not.
It'll
You
never-
can't
it's not
because you're
going
a
anywhere.
country. You're a country that you can just about grow potatoes. You need Ireland
Yeah,
to grow potatoes,
whatever,
right?
whatever.
These
Khan. We're a
countries,
country
yeah.
that
Hold on.
owned most
These
of the world at
countries,
most point. Yeah,
but
so.
you won't have it for long. It won't last for long.
Wendy,
It
what
won't
is
last
this
for long.
power that Israel has over the UK and America? Do you know anything about that?
What, love? Sorry, I missed that.
what is the reason that Israel has this power over
They don't
America?
have a power. We need them there.
That's
But
right.
it seems like the UK and America are like Israel's bitch.
No. We have them there, right? We've placed them there.
But like UK and America can't really say anything negative about Israel, can they? And Israel always says negative shit about America and the UK.
We really don't
they
care
seem-
what Israel can say what it likes as long as it does its job. That's the way we look at it.
But really, Israel don't look at it that way. They see you as
Israel can look at it any way they want. But when push comes to shove, if the British Army or the American Army wants to go into bloody Israel to attack whoever, they'll do it.
But it will be too late because America and the UK and the West, whatever, has been pushing this propaganda that Israel.
The USA finance Israel all the time.
Yeah, because they're Israel's
Why do you think
bitch.
they do that then? No.
Israel is sucking money from the USA for free because why?
It's all there for military purposes, don't you? Don't you see that?
And what is the military purpose to destabilize the Middle
we
East?
have a place in the Middle East, and it's called Israel.
You have a place in the West. It's called America.
Yeah, we don't trust the people in the Middle East. That's why.
Wendy, what do you, on a different subject, Wendy, because you know about these things, yeah? What do you think about Ethiopia building a dam and stopping all the water going to Egypt? Do you think they should be allowed to do that?
No.
But that is what's going to happen, right? It's going to start a war, isn't it?
Well, then someone will blow it up, won't they? So.
But isn't that in the West's interests?
No, not really.
It's not in the West's interest for a war to kick off in the East.
I think the West would be more on Egypt's side.
Because it has interests in Egypt still.
No, it wouldn't be on Egypt's side. And anyway, Egypt can fend for itself. Egypt will just blow that bloody dam up. It's as simple as that.
Oh, that'll be a difficult one, man.
But all right, Wendy, what do you think is going to happen with the government of Libya fighting the rebels who are being backed by Egypt? What do you think is going to happen with that?
What,
do you think they'll get them out?
A coup? Do you mean there'll be a coup?
No, you know that there's that guy, the General Haftar or whatever. He's taken over all of Libya, and then the government, the real government that's backed by the United Nations, was basically just in one tiny little corner. But now they're fighting back, and they've sort of took back half of Libya.
Oh, right. Well, yeah, they'll get it back. Yeah.
All right, because like Egypt saying,
because the UN could very well end up going in if the UN's backing them. The UN could very well go in.
Yeah, but if the United Nations ain't going into to support the Palestinians, they just pass resolutions and nothing really comes of it. So they could just do the same thing in Libya because the other side, that Haftar's geezer, he's got Russia backing him up. He's got like a lot of backing. Like he's quite strong.
But isn't that the same situation? Hang on, that was like the situation in Syria then.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're saying the same situation starting in Libya?
Yeah, but the Syrian
it's a no-win situation,
wasn't sorted out until Turkey went in and forced America.
No, Turkey didn't sort fucking nothing out. What are you on about, Khan?
But they did. They went in and they forced America.
The Americans left so Turkey could come in and clean it all up, and that was it.
Yeah, but that weren't their original plan. They were going to do a proxy war with the Kurds.
I didn't agree with the Americans leaving the Kurds, by the way. I thought it was the wrong move.
They shouldn't have started that move in the first place, though.
I just said I didn't agree with the Americans leaving the Kurds.
They shouldn't have started up with the. They shouldn't have started up with the Kurds in the first place.
Yeah, but you Turks don't like the Kurds, do you?
No, but we've got the right to defend our border.
No, yeah.
We've got the right to defend our border. But America didn't want us to.
You went over the border, didn't you? You went into Syria
now they've
to kill the
created a buffer
Kurds.
zone.
You went into the into
Well, that's what's
Syria to
happening
kill
now.
the Kurds.
And that's what's happening now.
And we left the Kurds. The Americans left the Kurds just to get murdered by you lot.
Yeah. So do you think them Kurds have got a right to move to America now?
Yeah.
Well, that's deep. Like you leave people when they're down on their feet and like.
Yeah, that's just wrong. What the Americans did was wrong. Yeah.
But Wendy, the Kurds are communists. I thought you were against communism.
those same Kurds, fought right with American soldiers, and then the Americans just left them to the Turkish.
But
No.
why did they do that, Wendy? Because the Kurds had a finger in every pie. They had a deal with Putin. They had a deal with Trump. They had a deal with the
I don't
Turks.
care. It was
They
still
had a deal with
wrong.
everyone.
It was wrong, Khan, what the Americans
Yeah,
did.
but Wendy, you can't play one side off against the other.
No, it's wrong.
When you do,
Just like it's wrong. Okay, in Iraq and Afghanistan, you know that what do you call those people? Interpreters. Interpreters. They weren't
Right.
allowed to come back to Britain
So,
after they'd
wait.
worked as interpreters. Yeah.
Wait,
But
when
they are
you
now.
just
They're allowed
said,
to come back
you
now.
just said several times
Why?
that
Why
you
weren't they
don't
allowed to come
trust
back?
the Middle Eastern countries. That's why
Because
we need.
they were
That's why we
seen.
need Israel
Aaron,
as
shut
a
up.
state
Aaron,
of
wait a
Western
minute.
democracy.
They weren't
right?
allowed to come back because they were seen as like Iraqi. But when you think
No,
about
but
it, they put
Aaron
their
was
life.
making a good point, though.
Yeah, he can in a minute. But they put their life on the line by being interpreters for the British and the Americans, right? And they were just left to get murdered by the Iraqis when we left.
So you have a people, the Kurds, that, as Khan said, had the fingers in everyone's pie.
Yeah.
That clearly means you can't trust these people. Yet you're willing to bring in those Kurds just because they once fought on our side.
Not to
supposedly
Britain. No,
our
not to
side.
Britain. To America. To America.
Okay, so America, yeah, the same thing, right? If they would have fight with the
No,
British
no.
in
Britain
this,
and America, two different countries.
okay, if they would have fight, and I think they fought together with the British people also there. It was not
Well,
only
the British
America
weren't
fighting,
supposed to be there,
fighting
were
those
we?
wars there.
We weren't there officially, were we?
I don't know.
No, we
I think
weren't.
you were.
No,
you had-
they weren't. They weren't.
We weren't.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Which is militia.
Still,
They
the
just have
point
got
militia.
is,
lost
the
somewhere along
point
the
I'm
way,
trying to
militiamen.
make to you is that you don't trust those Middle Eastern countries, and that's why you.
Well,
you
because
are
there's
for
never
the
any peace
state
in the
of-
bloody Middle
Yes,
East.
but you're
Because they're
willing
being
to
bombed by
let
the
in
West.
people to America that are clearly not trustworthy because they have allied with several.
So are you saying
different
those
sides.
people
Not
deserve
So
only that,
as
Elron.
wait, so
Elron.
as long
Not only
as
that,
soon as
these
they are
these
in this country,
Elron.
they are
These are the
now
same
all of a
people
sudden.
that were ethnically cleansed by Winston Churchill. These
Yeah,
Kurds
of
were
course.
ethnically cleansed by Churchill. They've got
No,
no
they
allegiance
weren't. No,
to.
they weren't.
Yeah, they
Anyway,
were. Yeah, they
yeah?
were. Yeah, they were.
The
I
Americans
didn't
left
even
the
know that.
Kurds to get butchered by the Turks. To me, that's wrong. It's simple.
They don't need to go against the Turks. No one's forcing them. There's plenty of Turks that
You lot
Kurds that
went
live in
you lot went
Turkey.
marching in there, yeah, to
But we
fight
had
and
to.
murder a depleted, weak army, the Kurds.
They weren't an army. They're a terrorist
Yeah.
organization.
No, then no.
Wendy,
Yo,
Wendy,
Elron.
let me come from another angle here.
Yo, Elron, wait,
Do,
wait.
do you
Were
think
you with
the
the Turks in this
Pakistani
project?
wait? Do you think the Pakistani state should be trusted?
No.
And how many Pakistani people do you have in your country?
I don't know. Don't care.
So all of a sudden, as soon as they cross the border, you trust them.
No.
And what you do about it?
Millions,
I
millions is the
personally
answer.
can't do
Yeah,
anything, but I don't
This is
trust
what I
them.
mean. You
I
don't
don't
care.
trust
You
them.
care more about the Pakistani state in thousands of miles away, but you
I
let
don't care
in all
about. Wait
those
a minute. I
millions
don't
of
care about the
Pakistani into your
Pakistani
country
state at
as a
all.
fifth
I don't
column.
care.
Elron, I don't know. To be honest, I don't know where you got that one from.
No,
Elron.
I don't
You're
care
you're
about
making
the
it up as you go along now.
country of Pakistan at
I've
all.
just
Nah,
shared
I want
figures
to
of
see where
1
he's
million
going
fall
with
off a
this. I
cliff
want to see
tomorrow, I
where
wouldn't
this
care.
is going.
I wouldn't.
I think he's
couldn't
just
care less.
throwing. He's throwing stones, mate, and he's
Yeah, I
just
couldn't care
like.
less about Pakistan. What are you on about?
Yeah, but
Let's wait till
Pakistan
Glass
is
House
in
to
your
break.
country already, woman.
Well, that's not my fault. If I had my way, I'd stop all immigration from Pakistan.
Yeah,
into
but
this
you won't
country.
remigrate them, for example.
No, I'd stop all immigration into this country
So
from Pakistan.
yeah, okay. So
what's your
What
problem?
about all the other Muslim countries, Wendy? Would you stop
I'd
all
stop
Muslim
it. Yeah,
immigration?
I'd stop it. Yeah.
But like, on what grounds though? Like on what thing?
On the
On
grounds
what
they don't
reason?
integrate. They don't integrate.
Right. The
And they
Jews
bring
don't
their
integrate.
culture. They want to live with their
Exactly, the
Pakistani
Jews are
culture
also not
The
and
Jews,
everything
but the
else
Jews
in
don't
this
integrate.
country.
But Wendy, the Jews don't integrate. They got like half a Stamford Hill to themselves.
Well, I've known
Oh,
many
the Jews are the
Jewish
worst
people who.
integrators, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
No, hang on. Wait a minute. So how come you're talking about Orthodox Jews that live in
Right.
Stamford Hill?
Yeah.
Okay.
Orthodox Jews. Yeah.
But
What are you talking
ordinary
about?
Jews, they could,
Rank and file.
You don't know
What are you
where
talking
where
about?
an ordinary Jew is at all. You wouldn't know.
Orthodox
That's true.
Jews, Zionist
Yeah, but you
Jews,
know what, Wendy?
Communist Jews. There's
Wait,
different kind of
you know what,
Jews.
Elron? Hold up a second, yeah. Even them Orthodox Jews, they still got the Jewish ambulance and the Jewish hospitals and
Yeah,
the
I
Jewish
know.
police.
I know. Because they're
It's
now
the same non-integration, isn't it?
That's not
aren't they?
integrated, isn't it? Yeah, that's not
They're
integrated.
protected. Wait a minute, they've got a protected status because of what the Nazis did to them.
No, it
So do you
ain't.
think the Muslim? Wait 1 second. Do you think the Muslims need a protected status because of what the West is doing to them?
No.
Seriously?
Why?
Seriously,
Double
yeah.
standards
Seriously,
all
Wait.
yeah.
Okay. So let's say, how many million Nazi Jews do you want to say were killed?
11 million.
11 million. How many Muslims are being killed on a daily basis by the West?
Well, not by us. We're not involved in any wars in the Middle
Wait,
East.
we're
at the
not.
moment.
Did the UK not carpet bomb Syria last year?
No, the UK.
Yeah.
UK
What
and
was
France.
what was 6 tornadoes? Yeah, of course.
Wendy, is the UK not involved in Yemen?
Wait, 11
Does the
million
UK not have
Jews
bases, military
have
bases in
died-
Iraq back in the...
have died
We have
between
military bases in Kuwait.
1930
Get it
and
right.
1945.
In
That
Iraq,
means-
I said.
That
I know you got it in
means
Kuwait,
that
but
only
in Iraq
3 million Jews were left.
Look at him getting his knickers in a
1945.
twist over the number of Jews. and
How
the
is that
Holocaust.
possible that now in
Oh,
the world,
okay,
90
Elron.
million
Hang on,
Jews
Elron.
are
Yeah.
living on this
So,
planet?
shall we look back? It all
From 3
started in
million to 90
1933. The killing of the Jews started in 1933 and did not finish till 1945.
And the
Elron.
killing of the Muslims started in... When was 9/11?
Yeah, well, the Muslims.
Obviously 9/11, innit?
Yeah, what year was that?
Anyway,
What year
let's
was
not.
that?
No. Let's refer to it as the religion of peace, right? The religion of peace decided to
Why-
have a
why
go at
should we-
America, right? And
Why should we refer
look
to it
what
as the religion
happened.
of peace?
Look what happened.
A bit weird.
Wait, what's the religion of peace?
You know what
I
the
don't know.
religion of peace is?
Christianity
about
is the
Jews or
religion of
Muslims?
peace.
No,
You talk about Jews or Muslims?
I'm about Muslims.
Christianity is the religion of peace. The
No,
sign of
it's not.
Christianity is the white
no,
dove.
it's not.
Yes, it is, the white dove.
Christianity.
Let's just
Christianity does
call it
not
Muslims,
even.
though.
Christianity never says it's the religion of peace.
Of course it does.
No, it doesn't.
Of course.
Why'd you have on
No.
I don't care
soldiers
who
and
you
all
go
that
to.
then? Yeah.
You go to a Buddhist. You go
That's to do with the Samaritans.
you go to
The Samaritans are
you go to
soldiers.
them, they ain't gonna be peaceful no more. Simple as that.
Look, I would stop all of this migration, immigration. I'd stop the whole lot from those countries.
Okay, all right.
So why wouldn't you stop migration and immigration into those countries?
From where? Who's going to migrate to those countries and immigrate to those
Israel is a whole migration into
Not on
those
about
countries.
Israel. Not on about Israel.
I'm on about migration into the Middle
Who
East.
the hell would
from the
want to
West.
go and migrate or emigrate to Iraq or Iran? Who?
Or Palestine, for example.
British
Oh,
white
Palestine.
people. That's
No,
that's
I don't
who.
think so. Don't think so.
British
Where is
white
Israel,
people.
Wendy?
Maybe Spain, but not
Where is
those
Israel?
countries.
Where
Why
is
do you
Israel?
lot hate the Jews so much?
We don't.
There's
We
no
love the
wrong
Jews.
with these numbers.
You know what? I'm just
We love
trying to
the Jews.
point out the double standards in what you're saying. You're literally
but
saying who
you
wants to
don't
go to
understand the
Palestine where the
that-
Jews have taken over Palestine?
care.
Who
You
wants to go
don't
to Iraq?
understand
That's
that
the
the
Jews'
Jews
plan to go into
are now
Lebanon,
being
Iraq,
protected.
Syria.
They're protected. There's this anti-Semite bloody thing, all because of what the Germans did to.
You know what? But this
You're a
anti-Semite
bigger
thing is funny, you know,
supremacist. You're a bigger
because most
supremacist.
anti-Semitic people, quote unquote, are the Semitic people themselves.
I'm telling you, that's why that law's there, because of what the bloody Germans did to the Jews.
But
The
wait, are you
Jews
trying
were
to tell me? Wait, are you
persecuted.
trying to tell me the Lebanese, Iraqi, Syrian, Yemen, these people are anti-Semitic?
Are you? What? Hang on. You keep
I'm just
jumping country to country to country.
Yeah,
So
yeah. These are the
talking about
neighboring
Jews,
countries of
or are we
Israel,
talking
yeah.
about Muslims. Which one are we talking about?
Because you're moving from the religion
Mm.
To the country.
Yeah.
I'm trying to stick on one thing, but you're mixing the two. So every time you say something, I'm trying to reply to that.
I'm quite clear on my way.
All right. Can you clarify what you're saying again, please?
Right. I would say that I wouldn't have any more immigration from the Middle East. None. Zero.
Okay. And would you have any more immigration to the Middle East?
No.
Okay, so why are people immigrating to Palestine and then calling it Israel? So you don't support that, basically.
Oh, but you see, Israel is our bit of Western democracy in the Middle East, so Israel doesn't count.
How can Israel be growing into another country then?
All right, fine. You know what? I'm Iraqi, Lebanese, Syrian. You know what? London is our piece of democracy in the West.
No,
great point.
Exactly. That's exactly the same
that's in your
thing.
mind. Have you
Great point.
What did you claim you are? You're Iraqi. What?
I'm Iraqi, Palestinian, Jordanian. Was it Yemeni, Iraqi, Syrian, Lebanese, Palestinian?
Yeah, but there's a word missing there.
What's that? Arab.
British.
Yeah. Do you see yourself?
No. I'm not talking about British.
Are you British?
Yeah, but I'm speaking as like a Lebanese.
You British? As long as you're
Yeah,
British.
but I'm not speaking as myself. I'm speaking for the people there. Is it okay for them to come to London and be like, yo, I want my little place in the West?
But you can't.
But
because you're not strong enough.
But Iran will back it. And Saudi will back it. Is that okay now? And Turkey will back it. Is that okay? But my question is, look, my question is, if they did, is that okay now?
No.
So how is it okay?
Wendy, what this boils down to, is do you believe in people power? Do you believe people should have the right to have what they want over governments and institutions and authority figures? Or do you think we should be told how to live?
I think people should abide by the law of every country, yeah.
Right, so you don't believe in the people power. You don't believe in people's rights.
It'd be anarchy if we relied on people power.
What's wrong with anarchy?
Quite a lot.
Why? Like what?
Oh, right. So you want everyone killing each other in the streets, do you?
Well, I'm pretty sure if someone was killing someone in the street and it was anarchy, everyone around would stop that person.
Public, if the traffic lights go out, the public can't even drive properly or know how to get through a bloody square properly with their car.
Wait, 1 second. What's traffic lights got to do with anarchy?
Yeah, just think about it.
So
the lights are red.
Wait.
1 second. The lights are red, and instead of a police stopping you over, everyone's gonna stop you, and that's a problem.
Look, if you want to live in a country with anarchy, go right ahead. Find that country and go and live in it.
No, I'm not saying I do. I'm just asking, what is it you see the problem is with anarchy?
People having to obey the laws of every country. You know,
but that's not what I'm asking you. That's literally not what I'm asking you. I'm only asking you, what is the problem with anarchy? Like, what's the problem with it? What's wrong with it?
Oh, right.
So you
want looting, shootings. You don't want any peace in your country, then?
Of course I do.
Neighbor killing neighbor. People saying that's mine, stealing cars, nobody to answer for it, no police force, no nothing.
So is that how you see anarchy?
Of course I do.
Why? What makes you see it that way?
Well, how do you see anarchy?
Obviously not like that. Like,
well, how do you
anarchy?
see it? Tell me how it is.
Why? Okay, it's anarchy now. I want to go start shooting everyone.
No, how do you see anarchy?
Anarchy, everyone living their life, innit? Like,
Wendy, can I ask you a question? Do you really think, Wendy? Do you really believe?
You're going to rely on the police. You're going to rely on all the people are the police.
Wendy, do you really believe in the power of the authorities? Like, when there's riots in the streets, Wendy, why can't the police stop the riots and they just let them fizzle out on their own?
Well, they can. They can.
How? How can they?
Riots over the last, well, they just don't want to be seen as racist.
But that's just having it both ways. You're saying, I believe in power, I believe in the military, I believe in the army, I don't believe in anarchy. But when people riot, and the government fails to do anything about it, and the
to know why
people
the
take
military won't
control.
streets, yeah, to deal with the rioters, because the military won't care about being called racist, where the police do.
What's racist got to do with it? Who mentioned anything about race?
Yeah.
Leave racism out of it for now. Let's just say, yeah, that this whole thing, this power that you see in the police force, is just an illusion. When it comes down to action, you can see that there is no actual. There is no actual.
Illusion, is it?
You know what it is, Wendy? The only active anarchists are the ones wearing the police uniform. If everyone was an active anarchist, everyone would be a policeman in their standard clothes, and everybody would fight crime simultaneously everywhere.
Let me have a take on this, because I heard a lot of low IQ takes, okay? What it is rules and laws are getting changed all the time. So what Wendy is saying, like, we always have to follow the rules of the current state. Yeah, if I change the rules,
it's impossible.
Will you abide by those rules, Wendy?
It depends.
See? And
All right,
I would
Wendy,
say,
what if a woman walks up to you and
rules
says,
and laws follow the people's will and the zeitgeist. And this is why we are seeing our Western,
most laws, the main
Western
thou shalt not kill, thou
police
shalt not
force
steal, thou
are
shalt
not
not
capable
whatever.
of doing their job of establishing law and order, because the current zeitgeist is not according to the laws. It is more powerful than laws. Okay, this is what we have seen over the last weeks. The zeitgeist, the culture, is stronger than laws in itself.
No. All
we
you've
saw
seen
that
over the last
back. We
few
saw
weeks.
that back in 2015,
No.
where Merkel was against the laws, okay, of Germany. She was letting in millions of illegal migrants, yet nothing has happened. Because the zeitgeist was, we have to let these people in. It was more powerful than the laws.
We have her to thank for all this, i.e. your country once again.
Yeah.
But Wendy, don't you think that was a bit disingenuous? He asked you, yeah, if he just made the whole new set of laws, everyone agrees with it, all that, are you going to follow it? You said, depends.
Yeah,
so right now,
what law it is.
So right now, do you go through the law books and be like, you know what, this law, I'm going to follow it, that law, I'm not?
No, I mostly agree with the laws of this country.
So why doesn't it depend on what the laws are for you to agree with them?
When the police don't carry out what they're meant to carry out because they're scared.
Wait, say that again? Say that again?
Sorry,
say that again?
You can't rely on a police force that won't carry the laws out of this country because they're scared of being called racist.
No, but wait, what's that got to
who
do
are
with
they
my question?
scared of, Wendy? The population, the journalists, the media? Who are they scared
No, but wait, that got nothing to do with my question. My question is, if the guy, like, this is the new laws were made, you're going to pick and choose which ones you're on and which ones you're not.
No, you can't pick and choose, no.
But that's what you're saying. It depends what the law is. Because at the end of the day, if you're going to follow the law, no matter what the law is, you're going to have to follow it. Innit?
Well, there's always ways around the law, isn't there?
Yeah, that means right now with these laws, there's ways around the law as well. So that's what I'm saying. Either you're going around the law now and you'll go around the law then, or you stick to the law now and you stick to the law then.
Yeah, but I do, well, whatever. I'm telling you, I'd rather live in a country with law and order than anarchy.
Well, you have law and order under Sharia law.
It just seems like
it's not anarchy. It's not anarchy in Sharia law.
You don't want Sharia law. You have Sharia law.
Anarchy is a myth. I have to get that point to
because you are all
so
right.
anarchy is a myth. Out of anarchy, order will be installed.
You can
and
have
we have a perfect example of this. We have a perfect example of this in this zone.
Aaron, I missed a lot of that. 1 second. Say that again.
I say anarchy is a myth. Out of anarchy, a new order is established. Okay, we saw that already in chess. They have put in a new police force, so not everyone is free to do what they want. They are fucking made up brigades, like a fence or a
Who
wall.
has? Who has?
Okay, so
Who has?
not everyone can come in. They decide
What's
who
he
come in.
talking
So
about?
anarchy is a myth.
Yo, Elron, who's done that?
Those who call themselves anarchists, okay, those chess people, those Black Lives Matter sympathy.
Oh, you're talking about in America when they took over that little town or something, little city.
Yeah.
Okay.
And right now it's getting stormed. The police force, the left-wing police force, have decided now to finally end this.
No, Trump's ordered them to do so. Yeah.
No, I don't think so.
Yes, he did. He ordered them to do so the other day.
I've got a question for Wendy. Wendy, are you for the elite? You know, the elite of this country in particular. You know, like, are you for them? Because you don't seem to be for the people. You seem to want to use the police against the people, but you don't trust the police. You don't really like governments and fucking politicians and all that. It only leaves the monarchy and the elite.
No.
Are you a monarchist,
You're
Wendy?
misunderstanding me.
Are you a monarchist? Do you believe in monarchy?
Yeah.
In your opinion, like, no, but like, let's get to who do you think should really be like running the country? Like, do you think it should be the Queen, or do you think it should be like her Knights of the Garter or whoever?
No, it should be the government, but the government should be held to account. They shouldn't have this parliamentary
If the Queen's not going to be in power, what's the point of having a Queen then?
It's all to do with protocols and things
Well,
like
what's the point? What's the point of the Queen and the
that. She
Knights of the
brings in a
Garter?
lot
And all
of
these...
revenue, doesn't she?
Yeah, but I mean, as a leader, well, like, what's the point of having a
She's not
Queen
a
that?
leader. She's the head of state. She's not a leader.
Are you
I'm saying, would you
basically
prefer the
patriotic,
Queen
Wendy?
to the government, or is that just on paper? Is that just like an idea?
But that's just on paper.
All right.
She's
I
got
think the monarchy in Britain is more.
So
of
Wendy,
a
are you like a
romantic-
strong patriot then?
romantic idea, and I think still has value, even though one can discuss if they still have power or not, right? But for me, it is quite good that there's still a monarchy. Because people look, what we right now have is in Germany it's called Pöbelgeist. That means basically looking down on people, always looking for the people that suffer and everything like this. So it's
I was going to ask something about
right?
that too.
And when you look at monarchy, you are looking upwards, something you want to strive for, right? Something that is heroic, basically. So this is what my philosophy is, basically. Okay.
The noble class.
Yeah, the noble class, something that people want to become. And not always saying, yeah, you are suffering, you poor people and everything like this. No, it must be the other way around.
You can never actually become a royal, though, can you? Because it's through the bloodline. So you can, as much as you want to aspire to be, you can never be king or queen. That's why it's a bad concept.
Well, you can become a nobleman or noblewoman.
But through democracy, you can become prime minister or president, can't you? You can't. That's why
You can be a knight. You can become a knight.
Yeah, but you
can you can't become God. You can't become God either.
The Rothschilds are knights.
Just being a philanthropist makes you noble.
Yeah, but you can never.
Yeah, the monarchy has sold out the British people.
So what? Wendy, would you say
that doesn't mean that monarchy is bad? That doesn't mean that
why are
monarchy
you
is
saying
bad.
that? Like, what's your basis for saying that, though?
Well, I don't think that the Rothschild has the best interest of the British people in mind. I don't think that Epstein has the best interest of the British people in mind. Yet they were all friends with these people.
I don't think the Queen is.
You pretty much
herself
know,
is friends
basically,
with this guy. To be honest, I don't think the Queen is friends with Epstein. Do you?
maybe they drink tea together, man. You don't know.
No way.
Of course she's not. What a
No way.
ridiculous statement.
But
We don't know,
the
though.
Queen
That's
is
the bottom line. We
friends-
don't know.
The Queen is
No.
friends
We know,
with Jacob Rothschild.
Oh, shut up, Elron.
Yes, she is.
What about him? What about
You telling me the Rothschilds don't chill with the queens and that and kings with the royal family and that.
If the Queen's got to have someone to chill with, bro. What do you want her to do? Live in a fucking room?
Bro, the Rothschild is not interested in chilling with some low-level person like the Queen.
Are you for real?
For real, like there's interests, but
low level person like the Queen. Okay.
Yeah, compared to the Rothschilds, she's not.
Really,
like,
you don't think the Queen is very rich then?
Not as rich as the Rothschild.
Her
No.
personal fortune.
She owns swans. Like, what does she own?
What it is that plutocracy has taken.
She owns fucking Regent Street
The
for a
plutocrats
start.
are now the new monarchy. Okay, this is what people need to understand. The rich people are now the new monarchy.
No,
it is those.
no,
yes.
Wait, Khan, were
They
you
have
saying the
taken
Queen
over.
owns Regent Street?
Why do you think it's called Regent
And
Street?
they want to rule
Who owns
us.
Cornwall?
This Bill
Who
Gates
owns
want to
Cornwall?
So can the
let's
Queen just
see.
sell that right now?
The
Prince
fate of
Charles owns Cornwall. So
right now, if Saudi Arabia wanted to buy Regent Street, the Queen can sell it to them, and then
Well, it's
now it's
hers to
Saudi
sell.
Arabia.
It's hers to sell, isn't it? But she'd be
Is
selling
it?
the inheritance. She'd be selling the inheritance of her children. So why would she do that?
she wouldn't do it.
I didn't even know this, innit? I didn't know this. Like, I'm just learning
What,
this
you
now.
didn't know the Queen owns Regent Street?
No, I'm learning this now, fam.
Yeah, there's a lot more things she owns. Come on,
As
guys.
far as I knew, the Queen don't control shit. Like, as far as I
That's
was
what you're
aware.
wrong. Why do you think when you buy a house, you only own the house, you don't own the land? Who do you think owns the land?
You can say it's the Queen, but
In certain
the
places,
government
it's the
own
Queen.
it a lot more than the Queen. Like,
Yeah, in certain places, the government. In certain places, it is the Queen, though.
but who
Like, she
trumps who,
owns
really?
massive pieces of this country.
But on a reality, who trumps who? Does the Queen
Well,
trump the
you just
government?
heard, what did he say? Prince Charles owns Wales. I mean, not Wales,
No,
sorry.
Cornwall.
Cornwall.
But okay, say the government wanted something to go on in Cornwall or Regent Street, and the Queen and the royals didn't. What would happen? What do you think would
It
happen?
wouldn't happen in Cornwall, definitely.
But the whole point of this Parliament thing was it was like the other side of power from the
Yeah,
royalty.
but it's not as absolute as you think it is, though. It's not all encompassing as you suggest.
Yeah, it's not all encompassing. There is
Right.
a lot of angles that need to be taken into account before anything does actually be put into action.
No, but there's like grey
However,
areas. Like, who owns Buckingham Palace?
How have we gone from Hong Kong?
You can say the Queen owns Buckingham Palace, but really the
You
government
could
do.
say
innit?
you could say the government owns it, but there's other places
Yeah.
that the Queen owns.
Really?
There are other places
It's
that the
like
Queen
you
doesn't
can own
own.
your house, but really the government owns it. Like, you know what I mean? At the end
I
of
don't
the
think
day.
you can. I don't think you can dismiss off the Queen like that, man. Like, geez, like, even if she wasn't the Queen, just based on how
Bro, the
rich she is,
government, the
she's still-
Parliament
she's
itself
still up
is
there.
a dismissal of the royal family. You know that, innit?
That's just on paper. That's in politics. In real
No, but
life,
look,
when you're talking
you know
about
the history
money,
of how Parliament started, innit?
obviously, but you know,
Yeah, so the whole thing is an anti the royal family thing in the first place.
Yeah, but the
Yeah,
royal
but-
family used to rule, didn't they?
Yeah,
but the royal
Used to,
family is still the
until
royal
Parliament
family.
took over.
But don't
That's what
you
I'm
get
saying.
it? These
The
people
government
in the royal
rules right
family,
now.
we don't like the way you ruling. We're going to rule ourselves. And the royal family, like, do you know what? We can't bother anyway. You do all the work. We're still going to be here, though. We're still going to own everything.
You never get rid of the royal family in this country. Never.
But you have reduced their powers to basically nothing.
Yeah,
Nah,
Wendy's the
the
royal.
Queen owns parts of the army, but the Queen's
I'm
got soldiers.
not having this conversation. I'll
Yeah,
keep
but
it.
you know
The
what?
Queen's
The
got
general
soldiers,
major.
mate. The Queen's got forces. The Queen's got her
Yeah, but-
own forces. She's got her own fucking pilots and fucking rockets and all sorts of shit that she
But the
owns.
general major doesn't get his orders from the Queen, innit? Gets it from Parliament.
No.
What gets his orders from the Queen? Yeah.
Yeah, she's the commander in chief, isn't it?
Yeah, actually she is, yeah.
What do you think I'm making this shit up, Wendy? I know what I'm talking about, love.
Bro, it sounds hunky dory and happy on like, bro. The reality is, yeah, we know who's moving the pieces, in it, and it's not Queen Elizabeth, fam.
Well, there'll always be
Yeah, but they have to check it. They have to go through her. You don't get it. They have to
She's
run it
just a
past her.
piece on a board. She's just a piece on a board.
No, she's not. That's what
So
you think.
You think the Queen Elizabeth is the one moving the pieces, yeah?
No, she's just got other people doing it for her, but they still got to run it past her.
Wait,
There you go. Listen to this. When there's a general election and there's not a majority on one side or the other, yeah, they both got to go and chat to the Queen and put forward their plans for the future of the country, and she gets to pick what one she wants.
You could say that, but then like, see if a bill gets put in right now. Does it go through the Queen?
No, it doesn't work that way. She doesn't pick which one she wants. A coalition.
They have to go and ask her if they can
I'm
form a
simplifying
government.
it.
A coalition.
No, I mean when there's a draw.
Right now, we could put a
No,
bill in.
I mean when there's a draw.
no
When there's
royal
a draw
family.
between both sides.
Simple
When
as
there's a
that.
draw.
It's literally as simple as that.
No.
Put in a bill in, no royal family. A parliament agrees on a bill, and there's no royal family. Simple as that.
So the day one, who does run things then?
Parliament, innit?
No, you said there's bigger people running things. Who are they?
Well, there's bigger people over that, yeah. It's the people who got the money. You can
And
say
who
that.
are they?
Well, it's
the Jews, won't it,
it's the
Dave?
richest
The
people,
Jews.
innit?
Wendy, I
Well, it might
don't
be the
want to
Jews,
bring
innit?
that
Wendy's
up
saying it's the
since
Jews. It could be. They got the
No,
piece.
it'd be the Jews according to you lot.
I'm
Who's
right
you lot?
now. I'm right
I
now
never said that.
reading.
I said it's the people who got the money.
I'm right now reading a very important book, but I can bring it up to you already. Okay. So, Wendy, you're
What's the
against
book called, fam?
migration from the Middle East, right?
Is that what the book's
need
called?
it. We don't need
Yeah.
it.
Okay, but then you're against what Churchill has planned for the UK.
Well, I really don't care. I don't have to agree with. Oh, dog. You don't have to agree with
There's a
everything
great
that bloody
book out
Churchill
there.
said.
I've recently learned that it is out there.
Who's the author?
It is called An Idea Conquers the World. It is written by
Right.
Kuhnhof Kalergi and
Oh, God.
together with Churchill. Okay.
Yeah, whatever.
And I'm right now reading it, and they are talking about it proudly. The browning of the UK and Europe, that they want to mix us out of existence.
Yeah, if you want to believe that, you go right ahead and
No,
believe
You got
it.
quotes from
written
Churchill
in the
saying this?
fucking book.
Yeah, have you got quotes from Churchill saying this?
Yes.
Okay.
It is
what
in
are-
the book, and I'm
It's
right
in the
now
book,
reading
so it
it.
makes it true.
So where did Churchill say these things then?
Yeah.
In the
What's the
book,
record?
An idea conquers the world. I'm right now reading it.
Yeah, but where,
All right.
where did he say it? You know, where?
I have it on my ebook since yesterday. Someone made me aware of this. Before
I knew about
only,
that book. So
I
where did
only
he
knew
say
about-
this? Where did he
what
say
they're
it?
asking you, Elron,
Elron,
yeah?
are you saying that Churchill wasn't a racist in the end? Then is that what you're saying?
He changed. He has bowed down to the Zionists. This is what I'm telling you. Before, in the 1920s, he was a British supremacist.
Bloody Winston Churchill. He's a lot of
and
things,
British
isn't he?
supremacist, not only in the
Yes.
way that Wendy is right now, she's also a British supremacist, in the way of her idea of how the world should work, that she will impose on other states, okay, like the Middle Eastern countries.
No, I just said.
Yes, she will be for military intervention. She will be for.
You didn't say that, Wendy, though.
I
yes,
didn't say
she is for
military
that.
intervention at all.
Yeah, she
I
is
said
for
we
the
shouldn't have no
state
more
of
migration
Israel.
or immigration from there.
She thinks that
So
the
when you
state
are
of
talking
Israel
about
is
military
something we
power,
need.
having Israel one of our people in the Middle East, and we
Yeah.
have the weapons they don't.
Well, we
what were you
do.
talking about? No,
But I'm
so
not
isn't that
saying,
what
I don't think we should be involved in the Middle East at all. My own personal view.
But you just said, when I asked you, you said we should be in the Middle East. We need to have someone there. We need to control it somehow.
Yeah,
we
on
need
a
to have
military
our influence.
basis. On a military basis.
We should on a military basis.
Yeah. We need to have Israel in the middle of the Middle East.
Look, what I'm
I don't know.
telling
You're
you
saying
here
two things.
is
Maybe
a
I'm
big,
not understanding.
It's a
No,
big
when you
truth
talk
bomb,
about
okay?
supporting Israel, not intervening in as in invasions or these type of things.
No.
This might be
So
some of
you
the
saying
biggest, the biggest
that
truth
Israel is a
bombs.
base for the West in the Middle East as a
It is for
military base?
Christians.
But
Yeah,
who are you using it against? Who are you fighting against?
It is for Christians, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's a very long history, isn't it? Who was there first, and who pushed who out first?
Yeah.
It's not simplistic as you tried to say it is.
Oh, so it's not an East-West thing. It's a Christian. Basically, they're mostly Muslims there. So Christian Muslim things. Is that what you say?
Yeah, but you've got to remember that Israel is our ally. Yeah.
Because you're a Zionist.
No, because
You're
we are
Zionist. I just realised you're not a monarchist. You're a Zionist.
No, I'm not a Zionist at all.
Have you got them quotes, Alban, with Winston Churchill?
Yeah, Aaron, with your big book. Yeah.
Yeah, it's about 120 pages long.
Well, you're gonna have to come back.
Why are you reading it? Why are you bothering to read it?
Before, I only read Practical Idealism from Kuhnhof Kalergi. This was the only book I know.
So you haven't read the whole book?
And it's quite and almost everyone on the dissonant right knows
Sounds
about
like
this book.
slander to me.
Practical
Sounds like slander.
Idealism, right?
Yeah.
So if I read a book that says Hitler loved the Jews, is that right?
In the book, he stated, Kuhnhof Kalergi, in the other book, he stated that the Europeans should be like the ancient Egyptians. This is how he called it. They should be mixed out of existence.
Where did he say this? To whom did he say this?
Nobility, the Jewish nobility should rule Europe. This is what Kuhnhof Kalergi in his book, Practical Idealism.
You need to bring
stated.
sources to
What
your
I haven't, what I don't, I also know that he has. Before I know that he has ties to the Rothschild. The Rothschild financed this guy. Okay, this is what I know. Just one day before about.
Alan, I'm asking you a very simple question.
Let me speak out. Let me speak out. What I didn't know before yesterday is that he has deep ties with Churchill as well. And this is why I'm reading right now the book that no one knows about. It's called An Idea Conquers the World. Yeah, it is not very famous, even in the alternative media.
Propaganda.
No one knows about this.
You're rambling. Aaron, you're rambling. You just where did Churchill say
let him
these
finish
things?
what he's saying. Yeah, Aaron, are you understanding what Dave and Wendy are asking you?
Yeah, in this book, Kuhnhof
can't answer,
lays
that's why I'm
out
just going on.
how he wants to achieve the browning of Europe, the mixing of Europe. And Churchill wrote the foreword of this book.
Wait, one second. Before you read that, does it say where he was when he wrote or said this, and what he was doing and who he was around?
What?
So they're asking you, where was he? Where did he say this? Was it written? Was it said to someone? What situation was it? Like,
he wrote the foreword of this book. That means that he loves this book. Okay.
Okay,
and
go.
Also,
wait a minute, Aaron. Read the foreword. Can you read the foreword?
Wait, since
read
yesterday.
the foreword.
All right. Wait, I will find it to you. Okay.
Yeah, it's at the front normally.
Was this book written before or after he died?
Most likely. Yeah. When was this book written, Aaron?
1954, if I remember correctly.
Oh, so it's during his lifetime. Okay.
All right. Makes some sense.
So Churchill's gone from being a racist to now being a Zionist who wants to replace white people.
Yeah.
You know.
He's still a racist. He's a racist to white people.
Oh, okay. Still racist.
Racist to white people.
Yes,
now.
of course.
Oh, okay.
Genociding the European people is quite racist, I would say.
So can you read the foreword, Aaron?
Yeah, I'm right now searching for it, okay? I have
It's
it
at the
on
front.
my tablet.
Forewords are normally
I have
at
it
the
on my
front.
tablet, not on my computer.
He's a racist woman. he hate Churchill now.
I like Churchill. So Dave, what can you tell me about Churchill? Let me learn something today.
Churchill was a Muslim. He was a Muslim.
No, Khan, shut up.
Yeah. I heard he had Islamic ray guns still. Now, but on the real, Dave, like, what can you teach me about Churchill that I didn't know?
So the subject's now about Churchill.
Yeah, you talk about Churchill, innit? So
I wasn't. Elron was, but
Elron is because he's obsessed.
And you were saying
It's
about
called
Churchill.
obsession.
I thought that's what we're talking about. I don't know, bro. If you don't want to tell me anything new about Churchill, Maybe Khan can, fam. Khan, you got anything you could teach me about Churchill?
In the summer of 1592, Hitler became a Muslim.
1592.
Did I say 1592?
Yeah.
1952.
I don't know. I was making it up, man.
1592.
You were gonna say in the summer of 1592, he went and prayed in front of the whole
in Al-Aqsa in Israel, and he became a Muslim. The angel Gabriel came down and spoke to him and said, "Why are you such a pig?" And he went, "I'll repent my sins. I'll stop eating bacon in the morning." And he became a Muslim.
I never believed that, bro. I'll never believe that.
Now I'll tell you something about
All right,
Churchill.
I have it right in front of me.
Wait a minute, Aaron, this is important. Churchill was so fat, that he needed to have 2 beds because he'd get really hot and he'd have to get out of one bed and go and get in the other bed.
You do know we have seen Winston Churchill, right? You do know he's on video.
Exactly. That's a lie.
It's Valley here, that so I can screen share.
We don't need to. We take your word for it, yeah.
All right, then let me read
I
it.
think Belly's busy still. I think he's doing something.
Yeah.
So the foreword is written from Sir Winston S. Churchill. Ideas are born as spark
S is
fly
for
upwards.
Suleiman. His middle name was Suleiman.
I don't know.
Is that real?
Never mind. Doesn't matter. What, Aaron?
No, I was interested in knowing what the S meant, but go on.
Okay, the book has 320 pages, okay?
Oh, good.
Ideas are born as sparks fly upwards. They die from their own weakness. They are whirled away by the wind. They are lost in the smoke. They vanish in the darkness of night. I hear myself. Okay. Someone throws another log of trouble and effort, and fresh myriads and sparks stream ineffectually into the air. Men have always tended these fires, casting into them the fruits of their toil indeed. All they can spare after keeping body and soul together. Sometimes at rare intervals, something exciting results from their activities. Among innumerable sparks of that flash and fade away, there now and again gleams one that lights up not only the immediate scene but the whole world. So an idea of the United States of Europe drifted off upon the wind and came in contact with the immense accumulation of muddle, race, particularism, and prejudice, which had long lain piled up in the European garden. It became quite evident that a new series of events had opened. I don't know that word, I have to translate it. The resurrection of the pan-European idea is a largely...
Is it resurrection? Is it resurrection?
Yeah, No, it's not resurrection. But the pan-European idea is largely identified with Count Coudenhove-Kalergi. The form of this theme may be crude, I don't know that word either, and impractical, but the inputs and the inspiration are true. So he's praising
He's praising an artist, He's praising a writer. He's praising a writer. He's not actually agreeing. He's not agreeing with the theory.
Forethinker of the European Union. Okay?
Yeah.
So he's in line with what Coudenhove-Kalergi has been written in Practical Idealism, as well as in this book
He
wrote the foreword of this book.
What? He wrote the foreword. Doesn't mean he agrees with everything that this Kalergi says in that book.
Well, he's telling you that. It is an inspiration.
No, he's not.
Yes, there's no criticism of Coudenhove-Kalergi.
Perception is a wonderful thing, honestly.
the movement towards European solidarity, this is also what we always hear from those communists, right? Solidarity. We have to have solidarity in all this bullshit, which has now begun, will not stop until it has effected tremendous and possibility deceive changes in the whole life thought of the structure of Europe. So he wants radical change of structure of Europe. Okay, this guy was a radical. It does not follow even that this progress will be gradual. It may leap forward in a huge bound of spontaneous convictions. It may even it may even prove to be the surest means of lifting the mind of the European nations out of the ruck of old feuds and ghastly revenges.
Yeah.
It may afford a rally ground where socialists and capitalists, where nationalists and pacifists, where idealists and businessmen may stand together. So this is the one word government, okay? He's talking about the New World Order here, where socialists come together, capitalists come together, all right? All these people under one rule. It may also surrest of all guarantees against the renewal of the great wars.
Okay.
That was the foreword of Winston Churchill.
Well, you know, the guy was obviously he often quoted the new world will come to help the old world. Yeah. He often quoted that during the war. And just because he's wrote the foreword doesn't mean he's going to agree with everything that Kalergi says in his book.
All right.
So you can either
wait.
What is he? Is Churchill a racist or not?
So if Mark Collett has written the foreword of Hitler's Mein Kampf, would you make the same statement?
Yeah.
I don't believe you, and I think the chat also doesn't believe you.
Hang on. If Mark Collett wrote the foreword of Mein Kampf, I'd know for a fact he wouldn't agree with Hitler because he hasn't got the intelligence that Hitler had. Mark Collett.
Do you think that Churchill was a stupid guy?
Did I call Churchill stupid?
So
you asked me about Mark Collett and Hitler.
Churchill was able to understand what Kuhn with Kalergi was about.
No,
right?
you asked me about Collett and Hitler.
All right. Do you think if someone wrote a foreword of a book that he at least agrees with most
Well, he
of
may
what...
have agreed with some of it.
All right.
I'm not saying he agreed with all of it. He could.
Yeah,
He
and
certainly had some idea. Wait a minute. He
Listen.
certainly had some idea about a European state. I know that at some point, but
Listen,
that doesn't make him into an evil person.
I've just started to dig into this. There's also unclassified FBI documents where it shows that this book here I'm talking about, An Idea Conquers the World, was given to world leaders by the CIA, for example, of the United States of America. This is huge, okay? And I will dig further, and I hope that I can give you some other truth bombs over the
But
next
don't you
weeks.
think it's a bit odd that you like the book?
I don't like that book. I will burn it.
Oh, so you're into Nazi burning of books?
Yes, of course.
So no, you like
But
the
it
book
will
you're
be in a
reading. You like the
museum.
book you're reading, don't you?
I will. What I mean with I will burn this book, I will burn this idea. I will show and I will teach. I will even publicize this book to the German. I want the German people and the European people to know about this book. Okay, I want it out in the open.
Why?
What I'm
Why?
against is I will burn this idea of what is in the book. I will explain to European people what is written in this book.
Yeah, so hold on. So basically what you're saying is you're going to tie this to then somehow British nationalism and say, look, British nationalism is bad, join fascism. That's basically what you're saying.
Yeah. Or
Well,
because
if you want
Churchill
to-
wrote a foreword.
You went a long way
You
back.
can call it fascism all you want. I call it nationalism, what I stand for, okay? If it has fascist structure, or if it has socialist structure. I don't give a shit.
Yeah, but that is
I
your
want
objective.
nationalism. I want to put my people first, and nothing else matter to me.
But that is your objective, yeah?
Who are your people?
Yes.
German people.
Of course, and with a broader perspective, also the European people.
Yeah. No, I think I'd rather have freedom, thank you,
All
mate.
right, I will go now. I hope that Turok will join later, because I have a question for him as well. And yeah, until then, have a good day.
Why is he bothering to read that book?
Yeah, because he's basically trying to slander Winston Churchill. You're going to then somehow slander British nationalism, and then to move people away from British nationalism, they're going to move into racial nationalism. Have you seen what happened with I don't even know if I should say it on this channel, to be honest with you. Yeah, have you seen what happened with Tommy?
Where at that
Yeah, the meeting, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they set him up.
Well, this is you see, this is one of my criticisms of Tommy.
Yeah, too rash. Yeah.
Yeah, I do wish he'd think more and be more intelligent and what's that word? You know, he's in a war more or less. Why doesn't he think like a tactician and realise when he's going to be set up?
Yeah, he's got to be more strategic.
Yeah.
It's very telling though how the people that turned up were Muslims. So yeah. But anyway, yeah, he turned up to talk to someone from Black Lives Matter, and then Muslims turned up. He wanted to attack or anything, so thankfully.
So why have they turned up?
It's obvious, isn't it? But yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
But you know, he needs to start to be more careful.
He does. He could have been a lot worse, and then look, something happens to him. Yeah, it's not going to be good for them. So.
Well, no, this is my point. I don't know. Sometimes I just think he just thinks he's invincible. Sometimes.
Yeah, he's definitely less. Yeah. Well, Wendy, I'll talk to you later, mate.
All right.
Okay. See you later. Bye bye.
Bye bye, love. Oh, right. So I'm left here on my own. Everyone's gone. So let's look at yeah, Twitter. So the guy that attacked those people in France was hello, Ellie. Yeah, he was an illegal asylum seeker. Came into this country via a lorry. Oh, no shock there then. Entering the country by lorry and spending time in Belfast before moving to Glasgow. Interesting. Oh, right. So the people he attacked were other asylum seekers. Wow, what coward. One of the complaints of the said terrorist was that he had to go and get his 3 free meals at a certain time every day, and he didn't want to do that. That's gratitude for you. This is why I say the government are the biggest gangsters, yeah? Because, right, on one hand they tell us one thing, and then sneakily, they're putting illegal bloody people into illegal asylum seekers into these places, and they're not telling us about it until something bad happens. That's why the government are the biggest gangsters, because they make their own rules and laws up as they go along. And they don't tell us, the people who live here, about them. No, we only find out about them when something bad happens. So as for Veli's question, there's no doubt about it. The government, are the biggest, they're the biggest gangsters as far as I'm concerned. Not gangsters themselves, because they can only go so far. I mean, a gangster can't send us to war. The government can. Gangsters can't put us down on lockdown. The government can. Oh, and yeah, and he was complaining about the Wi-Fi. It wasn't good enough for him. Oh, bless.
Good evening, good evening, good evening.
Hello, butter.
So I hear you talking about the man that stabbed the guys up in Scotland, yeah?
Yeah.
So let me put a scenario to you and tell me what you think. Yeah? Let's imagine that this individual, we'll call him, what can we call him? We'll call him, I don't know.
Imran?
Is that his name?
No, but just call him Imran. Yeah, I don't know.
No, let's just call him Mr. A. Yeah.
Okay, love. Okay.
And the other 3 people will call them 1, 2, and 3. All right, so let's imagine Mr. A lives in a hotel in Scotland.
Okay.
And he's been paid for by the government to stay there until he's assessed as to what's to be done with him, whether he's given asylum or whether he's deported. He's just there during this time, during the coronavirus. It's obviously going to take a lot of time to do. All right, cool. So that's Mr. A. Now, let's imagine the other 3 individuals, 1, 2, and 3, are in the same position, but they're from a different country. Let's say they're from, I don't know, Romania. Shall we say Romania or Moldova?
Okay.
Whichever one you want.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, and 3 are in the same situation, but they're placed in a hotel in the same sort of area. Okay. So
right.
Due to the case that they're all associating with the same sort of resources in the same sort of circles, let's assume that 1, 2, and 3 decide to racially abuse Mr. A.
Okay.
And every time Mr. A goes down to have his food, these guys spit in his food, they push him out of the line, they terrorize this guy. Now, let's imagine that Mr. A has gone through this for a number of months. And 1, 2, and 3 are always friends, and they've got other friends that are from Romania in the same area, etc., etc. All right, cool. Now, let's compound that with being under lockdown inside a room where you're forced to be in a hotel surrounded by people who are racially abusing you, picking on you, whichever, whatever.
Yeah.
Is it unthinkable or out of the realms of possibilities that this guy snapped and said, you know what, I'm not having no more of this. Fuck these guys. I'm gonna kill them.
No, that's not unthinkable. But the fact is, Mr. A had only been out of prison for 2 weeks. Anyway.
What was he in prison for?
Violence, I think it was.
What was he in prison? Like, did he get sentenced? Was he remanded or?
No, he did an actual sentence.
He done an actual sentence.
Yeah, let me find out.
That's interesting.
But that little scenario, what you just said, is perfectly plausible. People do snap, but I think Mr. A, because apparently people were warned that morning that Mr. A had was going loopy, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, from what I'm hearing, he had some sort of mental health condition to begin with.
Yeah, so if we take the prison sentence out of it, really. So the authorities knew that this guy had mental health problems by 8 o'clock that morning, and they did nothing about it.
Well, I mean, look, there are failures within services. I'll be the first person to admit that. But given the situation with coronavirus and all the rest of it, it adds extra stress, and the staff just ain't there to deal with it. Everything's been kind of concentrated on corona. I'm not making excuses for services, but I could understand in this circumstance, as a lot of things happen in this circumstance. So, but my issue is this: given that scenario I've explained, would you consider that a terrorist attack?
I don't know that I consider it to be a terrorist attack anyway, to be honest.
Okay, and that's the important thing. Would you think it's plausible that the people that he attacked, he actually knew them in some capacity?
Well, of course he knew them. He'd been living there for 2 weeks, so he will have known them.
Okay, all right. So that's what has been floated around within the. I mean, there's other examples of this happening now in hotels. So you've got all the homeless people that have been placed in hotels. They're isolated together. So you've got people who are alcoholics, you've got people who are drug addicts, you've got people that from Romania, from Poland, from all these different places in the world. They're all placed into one place, bearing in mind they're on lockdown, bearing in mind they haven't got money to get alcohol. They can't even go out and beg for money. They can't go and steal alcohol because the shops are closed. All of these components put together, some of them are going cold turkey, they're irritable, blah, blah, blah. Imagine what the amount of fights that happen inside these hotels. This is what's happening. And I think, and I can't say for sure, but my assumption is this is an extreme case of that same thing.
I'm just reading about it. Apparently it wasn't a terrorist attack.
Okay, good. Well, there was something they were saying that was a terrorist attack.
Yeah, I know there was, but it says here, he just basically went loopy, didn't he? He snapped. Yeah.
So while you're here, Wendy, and I don't really get an opportunity to speak to you much, but let me ask you something. Have you heard of the Boogaloo movement?
Boogaloo?
Yeah, have you heard of the Boogaloo movement?
No, what's that?
No? Okay. So the Boogaloo movement are a movement in America of white supremacist people.
Right.
And they're identified by wearing Hawaiian shirts. I don't know if you want to maybe Google that. You'll probably
I'm having that. Yeah.
There's not much about them at the moment. But what they're doing is they're infiltrating Black Lives Matter, and they're trying to start a civil war. They're literally trying to start a civil war. So they're infiltrating Black Lives Matter. They're attacking police. They're going around spraying graffiti. They're doing all kinds of shit to trigger a civil war. I mean, I don't know if you've ever read Helter Skelter by
Yeah.
Yeah, so the same sort of scenarios that we saw in Helter Skelter is the same sort of things that they're trying to do now. And to a certain extent, I feel like there are possibly, maybe not yet, but definitely in time, there will be infiltrators in the UK movements. So people like Ralph, I would imagine.
Yeah, we're gonna have to watch out. I've got it up here. Yeah, gonna have to watch out for these people then.
But you can't watch out. This is the problem. Because most of the movements in America and the UK are multi-ethnicity. Yeah, so you got white people, white black people, and Asian people, and everybody joining in together to protest. That's one thing. All right, cool. But then you might get someone who's a legit white supremacist and infiltrates and starts all kinds of madness. How are you gonna know which one's a legit person who may be white who wants to actually support a movement?
Well,
and
you
protest?
can't. No, you can't.
Exactly, and that's the problem. There you have a problem right there. And so somebody like Ralph, or I say Ralph because I'm familiar with Ralph and I'm familiar with his politics. Someone like Ralph can easily turn around and say, "Yeah, black power, black." It doesn't take much to say black power, you know.
No,
Yeah,
of course not.
Black power, and then subtly he's provoking and stirring up issues and problems.
Accelerationist.
An interesting one still.
Yeah,
I've never heard of these people before. Interesting.
Accelerationist. Yeah, these people who just want to accelerate things to breaking point. Yeah, that's why they'll promote, racial violence and these kind of things.
Had you heard of them, Dave?
No, I've never heard of that before.
No. Well, they exist. Yeah.
Yeah, they're accelerationists. I don't know too much about it, but I do know that the people just want to see things burn, because then it gets to a point where people are forced to choose sides and so on and so forth. So they want to move things to breaking point.
And
they're armed as well. Oh, that's nice.
They're heavily armed. They're heavily armed. These guys come from a perspective where they're either ex-military, preppers. And I can't say all preppers are like that, because the UK preppers, I was a prepper, so then they're definitely not like that. But in America, it's a different game altogether. Confederates, all of these people banded under one banner. If you've ever seen the flag with the rattlesnake on it and it says "Don't step on me,"
right.
Yellow flag with a rattlesnake. That whole movement from 2003, 2004. So since then, there's been a kind of underpass of these people, and now they've kind of sections of that organization or people under that umbrella have formed this boogaloo type of thing.
Who are they connected to politically?
Seems to be to do with the South, Confederates.
That's why I said Confederates. But if you look at places like Texas, and they're connected politically. They're Trump supporters. The majority of them are Trump supporters. Bro, I think the police are knocking on your door, Dave.
No, that's my dog. That's my dog barking.
You racist. You stereotype me.
Why am I stereotyping you?
It's a joke.
That's my white German Shepherd.
Oh no, racist dog. Why on earth did they pick a name like Boogaloo? What the fuck does that mean?
I don't know.
So the reason behind it is twofold. So the wearing of the Hawaiian shirts and the name like Boogaloo, you're not going to take it seriously. You're going to think it's some sort of soft joke type of thing. You know, like they do on 4chan and what's the other thing called? Reddit. They want to be appearing as like there's some sort of meme or something like this.
So it's covert,
but in actual fact, they're very heavily armed.
White supremacists don't like Trump though because of his allegiance to Israel.
But what we're seeing, okay, so this is the thing. What they're saying is this: they're saying that inevitably there's going to be a civil war. Why should we kind of prolong it? Let's have it now, burn it down, and rebuild as quickly as possible before it's too late.
Yeah, acceleration. Yeah, accelerationist.
Acceleration, yes.
Yeah.
And
These guys do exist, that's for sure. I'm just surprised that they are aligned to Trump, because I know a lot of people on the far right don't like Trump because of his
but who else would they align with?
their
Who
own
else politically? Well,
you don't have to be a movement and align yourself with a political entity, do you? You can.
Well,
Your aim can be to replace that political party, right?
If we look at Texas for years have wanted to leave the United States. That's why they call them the Lone Star State. They want to be their own entity altogether. You understand? And most of those Confederate states down south are kind of leaning towards the same thing. It's literally a civil war, South versus North.
I think LA wants to become independent, though, don't it? California? I think they're talking about something like that as well.
Yeah, but the ones that are pushing that are more the environmentalists that are more pushing that kind of thing. Because they're saying they want to be completely sustainable, electric cars, green this, green that, green this. That's where they want to go down that. So that's more, that narrative's more being pushed by green environmentalists as opposed to any sort of racial type of thing.
I'm sure with what's going on with the Black Lives Matter stuff, I'm sure the numbers are growing, but quite a few years ago, they faded away quite badly. The numbers reduced. Yeah. I can't remember what that thing was when they did that march, with the ticker torches or something.
Tiki torches, yeah.
Yeah, they took a bit of a beating after that.
Again, that wasn't really Black Lives Matter. That was more of a liberalist type movement. What you've seen is those same tiki burning torches type of people have jumped on the bandwagon of Black Lives Matter and blown it out of the proportions that it was dealt with in the first place. And then everyone and their mothers jumped on the same bandwagon.
What you saying? When you say jump on the bandwagon, what do you mean? Join the organization?
No, join some sort of in vogue type of movement. So years ago, what did we have years ago? We had I don't know, bring down Thatcher. Everyone jumped on this bring down Thatcher thing. All right, cool, Thatcher went. And then it was like, let's stop smoking in public, and then that got banned. All of this kind of mad. It's the en vogue thing. But guess what? Saturday's coming, yeah? 4th of July. I would expect some sort of a terrorist attack or shooting in America on the 4th of July.
Yeah.
Over here, I would expect everyone to go down the pub, get drunk, forget about Black Lives Matter, and leave all the actual activists, the real black activists, to do their own thing. And all the other racist people, like yourself, who like a beer, gonna get drunk, and all the racism's
What, you think Dave's gonna march into the pub on the 4th of July?
No. That's when the pubs get lifted, yeah? So people like Dave who like a drink are definitely gonna go down the pub and well, they might have to remortgage their house because I'm hearing the pub prices are gonna be ridiculous. But,
You've gone off track a little bit here. So, from my understanding, you don't politically align yourself with Black Lives Matter either, but you keep saying Black Lives Matter.
I hate Black Lives Matter more than I hate you and Tommy Robinson.
Yeah, but you keep.
Why do you hate Dave? Oh God!
Don't worry about it.
I can't say I hate Dave. Because I've heard about Dave saying some racist shit, but I've never heard it myself. So that's why I've never really cussed Dave out. I've only trolled him a little bit.
So why do you keep saying Black Lives Matter then?
I'm trying to elevate the intellectual resilience of people in the UK, not to fall into the trap that the Americans have fallen into. Yeah, this Black Lives Matter have been, I don't know, from their very beginning. I never had much time for them, never. But even more so now. At the beginning, I didn't hate them, but now I completely hate them because what they're doing is detrimental to anyone of color, both in America and in the UK. It's not helping our situation. It's not progressing anything. People may think, I know Bigger done a show in this a couple of weeks back maybe, and he was saying that actual legitimate grassroots movement should jump on the bandwagon and use the momentum of Black Lives Matter. That's fine, you can do that, but then what happens? Black Lives Matter fades out. Look at this Me Too thing. I remember when Me Too was trending all over YouTube and Twitter.
Very
And
dangerous. Me too. Very dangerous.
all over the place, it was trending. Okay, they may have a legit gripe, and Weinstein's a piece of shit, and Epstein's a piece of shit. All right, cool. You got legitimate things, but what's happened to it now? Where is it now?
Well, it's gone. It's not popular anymore.
It's not popular anymore.
No.
There are some hardliners that will try and keep that alive and still kind of wear a T-shirt or make a speech at the Oscars. Yeah, there are some hardliners that do that. The same thing will happen to Black Lives Matter until the next thing comes along. You understand?
I don't know.
Black Lives Matter has been around for quite a long time.
I mean, they were around 2016, and all of a sudden they've come back with a vengeance. 2020.
Any actual grassroots black movement will not get this kind of coverage from the mainstream. It won't.
No. Of course not. I mean, look at this now, right? So, 2016. That's about the time when they went down to Heathrow Airport and protested in Heathrow Airport and stopped all the planes from taking off because they lied down on the runway. All right.
Yeah,
cool.
global warming's racist. Yeah, I can remember.
All of this mad shit. Yeah. All right. So there was a massive fucking gap between 2016 up to now. As soon as our brother got murdered in America, they see an opportunity to jump on the bandwagon and at the same time promote all their anarchist shit, all their nonsensical bollocks. Yeah. Even today I was hearing an LBC interview where they're talking about defunding the police.
Yeah.
Now, I've got no great love for the police. However, I do acknowledge their reason for existing, and it's a legitimate reason for existing. You need the police, right? If you don't have a police, you're gonna have fucking anarchy.
Yeah, exactly.
Which one would you rather live in? Police state, or I don't want to live in a police state, but have a police. I don't know, community police or some sort of shit like that. They need to be reformed.
To be a balance. Yeah,
they need to be reformed. There's no doubt that it needs to be reformed. We've been saying this for fucking years. Yeah, but to completely take them out. All right.
No.
Who are you gonna run to when someone wants to do a terrorist attack and blow up a fucking football stadium? Who are you gonna run to? What are you gonna do then? Oh, the police didn't do their job. They didn't do their job, motherfucker. You fucking defunded them. How are they gonna do their job? They're already on being defunded as it is. Budgets are being cut left, right, and center.
So, brother, knowing your position on Black Lives Matter, can you explain the connection between Black Lives Matter and Muslims?
No, tell me. I don't know. Is there one?
There seems to be one.
How does that draw out? I've never seen that. How does it explain?
They get quite a lot of support from Muslims. We've seen that today with something that happened, but look,
tell me because I didn't see it. What happened?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a second. Yeah, but when you mentioned about Jesus, right? Can you remember we were talking about what they're saying about Jesus?
Yes.
Yeah. So if they can come for Jesus, right, it's a good chance that they'll come for Muhammad at some point, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. It's not about whether it's Islam or some sort of supreme which religion is the best. If they have the audacity and the gumption to come for somebody's religion, someone's God, trust me, nobody's safe. But look at this now. When you say what's the connection between Muslims and Black Lives Matter, what's the connection between white people and Black Lives Matter?
Nothing.
No, I was just asking you from your perspective if you knew anything about it, because they seem to get a lot of support from Muslims.
Okay, but we get a lot of support from white people as well, because it's called being human. When you see an injustice as a human being, you're supposed to empathize and stand up for what's right.
Yeah, that's ordinary black people, right? Yes, like you.
No, but not just black people, white people. Muslims,
yeah, or not Antifa, not Antifa or Black Lives Matter. No, you can't include them. Well, no, they're organizations.
Okay, but listen, the point being is like the ordinary Joe who's been, I don't know, works in an office and is being furlonged for 3 months or whatever, but nothing to do. They see something bad happen and they want to do something about it. They've got the time to do it. They've got the money to do it. All right, cool. So what do? They see a protest, Black Lives Matter. We're protesting about the killing of our brother in America. It's only natural to say, okay, you know what? I'm going to lend support. I'm going to go and join that march. Yeah, it's not because they're following some sort of like conspiracy to do some sort of bullshit. It's just the way it is. It's just human reaction. When we see stuff happen in Palestine, we don't say, oh, you know what? We're going to have some sort of a connection with the Palestinians or Muslims or whatever. We just see it as human beings being oppressed.
Yeah, but they're being manipulated, though, aren't they? They are being manipulated, aren't they? They are being manipulated because they don't even know what they're following.
Of course, yeah, definitely. But that's the nature of every sort of media outlet. Everything is manipulated. You know what I mean? It's not just that. It's every kind of thing's manipulated.
So why do you hate Tommy Robinson?
Because he's a racist. And
just that, yeah.
Well, what else is there to hate someone for if not just a racist?
Does he promote race politics?
Yes, he does.
He does, yeah. Can you give me some examples?
So when he talks about Muslims this, Muslims that, and Muslims this,
Muslims is not a race.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying to you though. Out of all the Muslims in the UK, what percentage would you say are white?
It's a small percentage.
A small percent, which means the majority of the percentage is of people of color. So when he's attacking Islam or Muslims, he's basically attacking people of color. Do you understand? So that within itself is race politics right there. Okay, and the thing is, he won't come out and say with
stretch.
Right? It's a bit of a stretch. Okay, tell me how it's a stretch.
So let's say that I believe that a certain ideology is dangerous, right? But the main followers of that is of a certain race. Does that automatically mean it's racism?
Well, okay. So when you're attacking the religion in the country, when you're saying Muslims this and Muslims are that and Muslims are this, and the people inside your country that you live in are predominantly white, and the only Muslims are predominantly of color, then yes, it is.
But has Tommy Robinson not made an effort to say he's not to blame Muslims?
I don't know. You tell me. You're a boy. I don't know. From what I've seen, everything I've ever heard. I mean, let's be fair. He's upped his public relations game, and he's been very shrewd in the way in which he speaks. But sometimes he flops. A few weeks ago, he potentially could have triggered a fucking civil war in the UK.
No. See what he said. No, what he said that day is what the majority of us was actually thinking, because of when we seen the flag, someone trying to burn the flag and attack Winston Churchill's statue. Tommy Robinson just said what we was thinking.
Okay, so when Tommy Robinson said, "Yo, if you're a lad, if you're a man, march down to London. We're gonna be there Saturday." What do you think he was saying? People like yourself, what did you think? Did you go on Saturday, Dave?
Yeah, but things were in motion before he said that.
Okay, but hold on. Did you go on Saturday, Dave?
No.
Okay. Did you know anyone that went on Saturday, Dave?
No. But he came out though, didn't he? And he rectified his mistake.
Okay, but listen to what I'm saying to you, okay? Regardless of him rectifying his mistake, right? He had no option but to rectify his mistake. Because had he have not done that, he would have triggered a civil war.
But he's a racist. Why would he care about that?
I can't just put him in the frame. I have to say the same about Black Lives Matter. Yeah? Because guess what? When they went and ripped down the fucking statue, did they ask any black people, should we rip down the statue? No. They just went off their own accord and ripped down the statue. When they graffitied the Winston Churchill's statue, did they ask any black people, shall we graffiti it with an anarchist symbol and write racist on there? No? Do you not think, Dave, that if black people really had an issue with things like statues and shit like that, don't you think black people long time ago would have ripped down them fucking statues to begin with?
Well, they could try, yeah, but here's the thing. You said as a racist, so when is he going to actually pull the trigger then? Because if he is a racist, his goal is ultimately, right, to enact a racial movement. When is he actually going to do that?
Well, I don't think he's got the gumption. I don't think he's got the gumption to have that much blood on his hands. He really doesn't. Because look, when these guys came down on Saturday, they weren't coming down to have a sit down and a cup of tea and maybe a couple of sandwiches. They were coming down they were football hooligans.
Yeah,
Understand?
people on both sides came for violence. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. People on both
You
sides
don't
came for
know.
violence. I don't know, because I was there and I never see no violence for no Black Lives Matter
So there's
people.
no people on your side with weapons, no.
Not that I saw, no. What I can tell you is what I saw is a couple of white individuals getting picked up, 3 of them, in fact. 3, the ones that I saw were 3. 3 white people was getting picked up and handed over to the police because they clearly must have overstepped their alcohol levels.
Yeah, one of them was an ex-police officer, wasn't they?
Okay, so what? That makes it better. What does that mean? He was an ex-police officer. So what?
It was a massive photo opportunity. That's what it means. He was about as real as a 2-bob note.
So what are you saying? He was acting in a professional manner as a police. I don't.
No,
get
that was orchestrated. 100%.
It was orchestrated.
Yeah.
So this ex-British Transport Police officer got himself beaten up on purpose.
He didn't really get beat up though, did he?
I don't know. Was you there? Did you see? But anyway, the point being, right? When these guys were coming down there, when these guys were coming down there and screaming, Tommy, Tommy, and they're saying, oh, they weren't there for Tommy, but they were screaming his name out. We're racist. That's the way we like it. Yeah. And
Yeah. Do you know that video is from 2008? And it was
which
Chelsea.
video? Okay,
that
so
video.
when I was standing there, I was fucking time traveling, was I?
Oh, you heard them say that, did you?
I could hear them screaming some shit.
Some shit now.
I definitely heard them screaming, Tommy, Tommy, Tommy. But bearing in mind, I was the other side of the fucking bridge because the police wouldn't let us over.
So that wasn't true about what I said about the thing. You didn't hear that, did you?
What? I saw it on the video things. People were there telling me about it. So what am I going to believe? You or the people that were there?
You almost did. Just said you seen it yourself, though, didn't you?
I did see it myself.
What them? I
heard them. I didn't see them, but I heard them. I heard them screaming, "Oh, Tommy, Tommy, Tommy!"
No, they were racist, and that's the way we like it.
Well, I didn't see that because that was over in Trafalgar Square. I was outside Waterloo.
Yeah.
But people that were there in Trafalgar Square confirmed that that's what they were saying.
Okay. So you think?
Ultimately, Dave, the situation is this, right? We are on a very thin sheet of fucking ice in the UK. Very thin sheet of ice. Yeah. We don't need people agitating it and breaking into a fucking civil war. We don't need people like Tommy Robinson breaking into a civil fucking war. We don't
people
need
throw the word war around too much.
Okay, but hold on, listen. Right? We don't need people like Black Lives Matter breaking this sheet of ice. Yeah. When I say war, right, my idea of war, I don't know what your idea of war is, but my idea of war is bro, can you imagine, right? Can you imagine that Tommy Robinson did come down? Can you imagine if Black Lives Matter did come down, right? Both sides would have outnumbered the police if you put both sides together. If it would have kicked off, people would have got stabbed, machete, bottled, fucking.
That's why Tommy Robinson came out and told people not to go. He did the right thing.
Okay, but what? Where was his brain in the first place when he opened his mouth and started saying that shit in the first place?
See, you got an agenda against him, so you're not gonna show any.
I don't like the guy. What do you want me to do?
Exactly. So your opinion is clouded.
No, my opinion is based on facts. He opened his mouth and said the shit himself. It's not me putting out my ass.
He said what millions of us were already thinking. Again, if someone tries to burn the national flag, it tends to make people angry.
All right, so listen to what you're saying now. So millions of you already thought that, yeah? So if he would have called it on, there's a possibility, well, not millions, let's say at least, I don't know, say, this be conservative, say 10,000 people turned up. Yeah? On your side turned up. And then we had as many people of color turn up over here. Could you imagine the bloodshed? And when you guys go back to where you go back to, and you remember Trafalgar Square, and you remember the guy standing next to you getting a fucking glass bottle in his head, and you see a black guy walking down the street in Wigan or where the fuck it is, and you've had a couple of bevies, you're going to remember that day when your mate got bottled, and you're going to be like, let me exact some fucking revenge. And then you're going to beat up that black guy. You and your mates may beat up that black guy. All right, cool. Then that black guy is going to go and get his mates. And then guess what? It's a domino effect. It doesn't fucking stop. It turns into Northern Ireland.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying, but fact of the matter is,
all right,
he told people not to go.
Hold on, Dave. If you agree with what I'm saying, okay, do you love your country enough and you're a patriot enough to love your country not to go down that road?
Yeah, that's what I've been saying for a while, but you got to talk to the people on your own side, because on our side, we're being told these things. So, you know, Richard Inman, Tommy Robinson, they came out and told people, look, we're not about causing more racial division. People calm down and relax.
You want me to talk to my side? My side? What's my side? Did my side say, listen, let's go down?
People talking about the DFLA going to get shot, fucking someone spraying a machine gun into a crowd of people, you know, these kind of things.
All right, cool. But did anyone on quote unquote my side say, let's roll down to fucking, where's he from? Leighton. Not Leighton. Where's he from? Luton. Did anyone from my side, quote unquote, say, let's go down to Luton and pay Tommy Robinson a visit? No. You lot came down in fucking coach loaders down to us. He's the one that brought it on us. We didn't fucking say, let's start a fucking race war. In fact, even fucking Black Lives Matter didn't say that we're gonna go down and fucking do X, Y, and Z. So what do you want me to tell anyone? Fuck out of here, man.
Is London a no-go zone? Yeah.
Who told you that? Who's saying London's a no-go zone? In what have I said? In everything I've said today, in the conversation I had, have I gave you the impression that London's a no-go zone?
You said that people came to you.
Yeah.
People went to the capital.
With the intentions of doing what, Dave?
Protecting the statues.
How? The statues were boarded up. So what did they come down for, Dave?
So who was de-escalating things on your side then?
Bro, say it with your chest. The hooligan boys came down for a tear up. Just be real, innit? Just this guy. Huh?
Yeah, and other people on your side came looking for violence as well. Look.
So we've reached a mutual understanding. Your boys came down for a tear up in retaliation. As much people turned up, some of them turned up for a tear up. Some of them were there to peacefully demonstrate or protest.
The provocation came from the other side, didn't it?
The provocation came when your boy Tommy Robinson opened his mouth.
No, it started when you started attacking statues and burning flags.
But okay, so how many black people attacked fucking statues, Dave?
What you want an actual number? I know it was a black person who tried to burn the flag though.
Was a black person?
Yeah.
You sure?
Positive, 100%.
All right, cool. So look at this now. So the statue that came down in Bristol, how many black people were actually there that pulled it down?
Yeah, but that's not the same as Winston Churchill.
What do you mean, yeah, but? Wouldn't it be better for Tommy Robinson to actually go to fucking Bristol instead of coming down to London? After all, didn't the statue come down in Bristol?
Yeah, but you're missing the point. It's not about the statue in Bristol. It's about Winston Churchill's statue.
It's about Winston Churchill. It's about a bunch of football hooligans coming to have a tear up. Be real, bro. Come on.
No.
It's about a bunch of football hooligans coming down to assert their power, their authority over people who they assume are there to have a tear up as well. Let's be real.
You can apply that on both sides as well, but the majority of people there that day just went.
No, we can't apply that on both sides.
They didn't come looking for violence.
You cannot apply that. Listen, you cannot apply that because no coach loads of black people went down to fucking went up to Luton.
Luton, you keep saying that it's the capital of England.
But that's fine. I understand that. But didn't Mr. Robinson Mr. Robinson didn't say let's go down to protect the statue in Bristol where the place got fucking taken down
Yeah,
in the first place.
you're
He
thinking Tommy
directly.
Robinson is the be all and end all of all of this. He's bigger
Okay,
than
so
that.
all right. Let's look at this now. If Mr. Robinson never opened his mouth, do you think those football hooligans would have turned up on that Saturday?
100%.
No, because they weren't told when to. They weren't
You
given a
see, you
date or a
seem to think
time.
everyone on the right is controlled by Tommy Robinson. You do understand there's different factions on the right, right?
Okay, but I never see anybody else on the right putting out a fucking time and a date to go down, unless you can correct me.
Yeah, you keep focusing on that, but
I keep focusing. Isn't that not something to focus on, Dave?
wait, it fits your agenda, doesn't it?
It fits my agenda. What is my agenda, Dave? Tell me what my agenda is.
You want to act like there was no provocation, nothing happened. Tommy Robinson just woke up one morning and went, "Oh, everybody, look at this. Let's get angry."
Okay,
and
so
everything
the
that
provocation
followed on from that was just because of Tommy Robinson. It's not actual reality, though, is it?
The provocation we have, yeah, okay, is where a individual, or I don't know who, whatever, but somebody sprayed a fucking anarchist symbol and sprayed racist on Winston Churchill's statue. So from that now, thousands of football hooligans want to turn up and do what?
Yeah, again,
Fight people?
you painted that in a certain way, but have there not been people on these channels?
All right, Dave.
Have there not been people on these channels saying "rip down Winston Churchill's statue"?
On what channel? On these channels? I haven't heard that.
Okay.
Who said that? Who said that?
I don't want to name them, but people have been saying "take them down" and all these kind of things.
No, I can tell you what I've heard. I've heard people say more or less in the same position as me. To be honest with you, I've heard people say that they don't care if the statues come down. They don't really care about statues. Neither do I. Statues can't fucking arrest you or taser you or fucking kill you. They're statues. So in the greater span of things, I don't really care.
Yeah. Here's the thing. It's happened now, and it's gone. And me and you were really, what we're doing is we're just adding fire to it again.
No, we're not. I'm just trying. Listen, you're saying that my agenda. I'm going to mute up and you tell me what my agenda is. Go ahead.
You have an agenda against Tommy Robinson. So you want to paint a picture like it was him who created this entire event, which is not true.
So was he not a major part of this event of them coming down to London? The hooligans coming down to London?
No.
No. This is where you're being disingenuous. And I see like a kind of like a pattern between all of you guys that are on the right. You can't say when things are wrong. You can't be real. If I see something, regardless of like, there's probably people in the chat now. I can't see the chat, but there's probably people in the chat now calling me all kinds of fucking names. But you know what? I can only be truthful. You understand? But you're not doing that, Dave. And most of you people on your right side don't do that.
Tommy Robinson told people not to go, and that's why people didn't go. So the people that went on their own.
Dave, people didn't go. Are you sure about that? People didn't go.
Not on the say so of Tommy Robinson, because Tommy Robinson came out and said, "Don't go."
Don't go. But why did they go on that specific day? Why didn't they turn up on Sunday?
Because they was angry about what happened the week before.
Okay, so why didn't they come? Why did they specifically come down on Saturday? Why didn't they turn up on Sunday or Monday or Friday? Why specifically Saturday? Come on, Dave, be real, be real. Don't do this, man.
Bottom line is, he told people not to go. Tommy Robinson doesn't have control over the entirety of the right. It's different factions, different people. People can make their own minds up. And if you're gonna try to frame it like Tommy Robinson didn't come out and say, "Look,"
has anybody else come down since or before, Dave?
Well, there's going to be a protest in August.
There's going to be a protest in August about what?
A few things.
Okay, but that's like, okay, we can't even consider that then, because if you're not going to tell me what the protest is about or who's coming, like, don't make sense. I'm showing you that yes, he said don't come, but yes, he did say come. You're just focusing on like he never said it. Like he's a saint, man. He told people not to go. He's a really nice guy. The fuck out of here, Dave. We trying to pull here.
But here's the thing. Again, you are claiming that Tommy Robinson is this massive racist and all these kind of things. So when is he actually going to start promoting racism?
I don't think he's got. I think what he's doing now, he doesn't need to, because enough people on your side and his side do it for him. Yeah, it's very simple. When you look at the days of Enoch Powell weren't telling people to go and slap up your neighbor or graffiti your neighbor's house with P-word go home or WOG go home. He
Yeah,
didn't
but
have
those
to say
people
that.
are stupid, aren't they?
Sorry, hold on.
Those people are actually
Hold on.
stupid.
But
who do
the
that.
point I'm making to you is this. Enoch Powell never had to say any of those things.
Mm.
Just from the inflammatory stuff that are coming out of his mouth, the blood, the rivers of blood and all that, he amps people up. He plays on people's fears. Yeah?
Mm.
So Mr. Robinson knows he doesn't need to say anything like that. And the minute he does say anything racist or promotes any type of racism, he's over. He's finished.
Why he's called a racist anyway? But I've got a question for you. So, what do you think has more of an effect in regards to Islam in the United Kingdom? The bombings at Manchester Arena or Tommy Robinson?
Sorry, what do you mean? Say that again. What?
What do you think has more of an effect on the British people in regards to Islam? The bombing at the Manchester Arena or Tommy Robinson?
Okay, so why is it you just put this whole negative bombing of Manchester Arena?
Do you know of happy bombings?
Sorry?
Do you know of happy bombings?
Happy bombings? No. What's
Yeah, you just said negative bombing. Do you know of good ones?
No. Listen to what I'm saying to you. You interjected before I finished, right? So you're fixating on a negative event, okay? Everybody I know condemns it, whether they're Muslim or not. Everybody condemns it. So it's a negative event. All right. Why is it you're not putting positive events against Tommy Robinson? So, for instance, the contributions Muslims make to society, whether it be in business, in finance, in trade, in health, in the NHS, or any of those types of things, all the positive things, right? Why is it you're putting a negative against Tommy Robinson? Try putting a positive against Tommy Robinson and then answer your own question.
No, that's completely off track. I'm talking about people's perception of a religion. What do you think has made people think a certain way about a religion more? Because I got a feeling you think Tommy Robinson is the reason that people don't like Islam. All these people, you think there can't be actually any other reason?
No, not at all. I think what the situation is this. Look, Mr. Robinson, when he first highlighted the grooming gangs and everything like that, definitely I had to give him some sort of kudos there, because I wasn't aware of these things. And we see the duplicity of the police and social services in places like Rotherham and all them type of places where they covered it up. So if it weren't for people like Mr. Robinson and all the other people, we wouldn't have known these things. In fact, I've actually sat down with, well, I'm not going to mention her name, but I've sat down with one of the survivors of one of those places, one of those grooming incidences.
Grooming gangs.
Grooming gangs. And she's a very nice lady. I'm not going to lie. She's a very nice lady. All right, cool. So in that instance, yeah, Mr. Robinson had a point, and he made a valid point, and it's something that had to be looked at and discussed in an open forum. However, Mr. Robinson continued to blame the religion and not the individuals. Now, does that make sense?
Or did terrorism continue?
What do you mean did terrorism continue? What?
Was
in the UK?
Was Tommy Robinson reacting to terrorism, or
Bro,
did Tommy Robinson?
Do you think that fucking degenerate piece of shit that blew himself up in the Manchester Arena, do you think he was doing that on the basis of Mr. Robinson, because of Mr. Robinson? Or do you think he was doing it because of the possible foreign policies that the government has against other countries and the attacks on Islam? Which one do you think?
That's a little bit of a justification there, isn't it? A little bit. Like, let me just add in this little,
No, it's not justification.
Yeah. He blew up children, and you just mentioned foreign policy.
Okay, but listen. Did you hear anything before that, Dave?
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
you did. All right. So did you hear me condemn the piece of fucking shit? You did hear that, yeah?
I'm not saying you condone it, but you did give a little.
No, listen.
Which,
you
if
cannot,
some unstable person was listening to that, you know, they'd be, well, okay, yeah, you know, I can actually justify my actions because of foreign policy.
okay, listen to me, Dave. I'm not trying to justify anything. I'm trying to get a reason and an understanding. What do you think? All right, let's do it this way. Let's do it the police way, Dave. Maybe you might understand it a bit better. What do you think his motive operandi was for blowing himself up? Answer that.
He's a terrorist, isn't he? He's spreading
Yes,
his
yes, we know that.
his form of religion, isn't he? Through terror.
His form of religion is to go and blow up innocent children in a fucking arena.
Yeah.
How does that make sense? Dave, are you serious? Like, you don't sound drunk. Are you drunk? Like, I don't know. How? Explain that to me, please.
Go on,
I'm
then
trying to understand.
you give me his reasoning.
I just did, and you're saying to me, "Oh, well, that's some sort of justification there."
So
I'm
he
telling you,
blew
listen.
their children up because of foreign policy, yeah?
I don't know what his motives are, but I'm saying to you is this, right? Do you think there's a possibility that his motives were because of Tommy Robinson or some other thing like foreign policy? Which one do you think's more likely, Dave?
Yeah, you keep mentioning Tommy Robinson. Who mentioned that Tommy
You
Robinson
fucking
could have been?
mentioned it.
No. You obviously don't understand what I'm saying. I'm talking about is
No, I
Tommy
don't have a
Robinson
grasp on the English
reacting?
language.
Is Tommy Robinson reacting to a problem, or did he create the problem? That's my point. Because you said after the grooming gangs, Tommy Robinson just carried on, or did terrorism carry on? Do you understand what I'm saying to you?
Yes, I do understand what you're saying. You're saying, Dave. What you're saying to me is Mr. Robinson highlighted the grooming gang. Terrorism came along, so he pointed that out as well. Continues to point it out. It's like he sits back and waits for something fucked up to happen for him to turn around and say, look, I told you so. It's the Muslim ray guns.
No, Tommy Robinson actually tries to put pressure on the government to actually do something. So we don't just sit here and wait to get picked off like those people in Reading. Do you know what I mean? Where initially they tried to say he was a Christian or something. Do you know what? Funny enough, it finds out, oh yeah, the guy was shouting Allahu Akbar as he stabbed those people.
Right.
So yeah.
So
Maybe you want to stand around and wait to get picked off, or do you actually want to do something about it and say to the government?
Hold on, wait. Let me just get this right. So you know when a Muslim says Allah Akbar, does the Muslim only say Allah Akbar when he's killing someone?
No, but it's a clear sign into it if he's stabbing someone and saying that at the same time. I think we all know what that means, don't we?
What? No, tell me what it means. Like I don't get.
No, okay.
I don't get what you said. I've never quite understood. Yes, if somebody says Allah Akbar, we know that person's a Muslim because it's a saying, an Arabic saying from the Islamic religion. Yeah, but what does that mean? Like I don't quite understand what.
So you're gonna actually try to act like that's not a thing, yeah?
But hold on, wait. Listen to what I'm saying, Dave. Did you hear the conversation between me and Wendy earlier on?
No.
You didn't. So we both had a conversation and we both acknowledged that it wasn't a terrorist attack. Are you saying that it is a terrorist attack?
You was talking
because
about
Allah Akbar.
No, you're talking about what happened in Glasgow. This is Reading. No, I'm talking about Reading. The three men that were stabbed in the park.
Right. Yes.
You've got a different thing.
Is that considered a terrorist attack then?
It is now, yeah, because they know his motive. The guy tried to join ISIS fucking a few years ago.
Yeah, Joe. Oh yeah. I heard that. He was on the watch list anyway. Yeah, that's a failure. That's a failure by the fucking MI5 and all the rest of it. To be real.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, I've got no time for them type of people. I think they should just they should just get taken off and If I've got no love for ISIS. Everybody knows how I stand with ISIS. No love for them. I mean, they're possibly the worst people in the world. But like I'm saying, you're saying I'm trying to put justification on people saying when someone has a motive, you've got to think about it. All right, let's take this fucking degenerate guy in where was it? Reading. All right, let's talk about this guy in Reading. So when he committed that fucking act of atrocity, do you think he was doing it because of Mr. Robinson, or what was his motives? You ducked out, bro. Come on, man. Dave, come back, Dave. Dave, where are you, Dave?
Yeah, get it out. Oh God, spot it, mate. Yo, what up? Yo, yeah. Alright, say nothing anyway, man. You know how we do. This G block in this biatch. You hear me? You hear me? It's the Premier League winners in this biatch. You hear me? Come on. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Walk on. What's popping, man? Who's the biggest gangsters? The government or the gangsters? The government create gangsters. The gangsters create government.
Yo, can you hear me?
Say, replay trip go woo on the bitch. You hear me? Yeah, man. We're in the building. Now if you can hear me, yeah? Hey, press 1 if you can hear me. Press number 1. No. Yeah, press 1 if you can hear me. I can't hear you, Buddha, you know. I'll tell you what I'm going to do, yeah? I'm going to jump out, jump back in, and so I can see if I can hear you still. Hold on. 2 seconds, yeah? Alright. Yo, come on. Chopper with it. So do not test me, yeah. Big Flair trip go woo on the 50. You hear me? Come on. We back in the building. Trust me. Yeah, man. We got the LFC drip go woo. You hear me? You hear me? Alright. What's my man name that says that again?
Alright.
Yeah. What's his name?
Kevin Hart.
No, you said it before, man.
You're saying that's what his daddy used to say, innit? So you're sharing for him as he.
Yo, Tupac, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Walk on.
Nothing. No, just coming on. Just going to say, you had a good day today, ain't you, really, with people that have come on. I think there have been some good things mentioned today.
Yeah, man. Lucky me. Yeah, me.
So where's everyone gone?
Where's everyone else? Where's everyone gone?
Yeah.
Hey, they're hiding, man. They're hiding, you hear me? Until we bring up a new pepper topic. Like, I don't know, man. No one cares about who's more gangsters, the government or the gangsters.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, at 9 o'clock, I know that Wendy's meeting up with a nutter, so that might be why.
Wendy's meeting up with a what? Nutter?
Yeah, some troll bloke who keeps having a go at her.
Well, she just got to meet him, yeah?
Yeah, 9 o'clock, so that might be where everyone's gone.
Okay.
Mm.
Oh, shit.
But, yeah.
Yeah, man, she's brave, man.
Oh, she's funny.
Gotta be trolls and that.
Yeah, funny. I like Wendy. She'll just say to me, well, don't be stupid, or oh, fuck off. Fuck off. So yeah, no one's bothered about who commits more crime, governments or gangsters. I think they are. I think more people are bothered if they can, if they were to live in a neighbourhood where there was lots of gangs, or if the government were in charge, and then they're honest people. But otherwise, don't really matter, does it? It's all relative.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Bit mad. It's a bit of a mad one. Mad one. Woo! You know, he linked up my car and shit. Yeah, but yeah, in my opinion, I definitely think that like the government, but like you're saying, the reasons are because the government are supposed to be the pillars of the community or whatever.
Yeah.
Standard to look up to. So if they're doing gangster stuff, then do you know what I mean? That it can only trickle down where you're gonna have people below them that they're gonna have to allow to do bits and pieces, or that are gonna have to be doing the bidding for them.
So, what's your opinion on Let me ask yours while there's no one around, and I can listen to your answer without someone else jumping in. What's your opinion on Tommy Robinson going to meet the black community and
the black
people?
community?
Yeah, well, we went to meet Black Lives Matter, the black community. That he believed it was Black Lives Matter. And when he got there, it was basically Islamists that tried to take over the meeting and speak to him and go on about Islam. What's your opinion on that?
No, still. I'm not really. When was that? Was he released? Was that today?
Yeah.
Today that was, yeah?
It must have been today or yesterday because he released the footage today, yeah.
I'm not really sure still, man. But obviously, Black Lives Matter don't speak for the whole black community, innit? Like, that's the Black Lives Matter movement, innit? So, like, they're saying bad things, but I don't say or cheer for. You know what I mean? Like, so, Black Lives Matter does Black Lives Matter still. But because they're called Black Lives Matter, and I'm actually like a black person, and my life matters. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I think that the black people who actually care about what's happening to them really should do it under a different banner, because I think this Black Lives Matter is going to drag them down now.
There's already. Shakara said this the other day, yeah, when we was talking on it. There's already loads of different people that are doing movements or whatever, that are doing work in the community. Instead of looking for new movements to join onto, why don't you bolster one of their movements that are already doing work, so you can bring something new to their team?
Yeah, exactly.
New angle to their team. So,
yeah, I actually agree with that, because I think this other one's going to cloud the waters now. It don't make sense to me. But then again, I'm not in the community, so maybe there's something there that you lot see that I don't. I don't know.
I say you don't come to the black meetings, you know what I mean? And Hector swore to secrecy, so he can't tell you what happens in the black meetings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I don't think you bother with any of this divisive talk. That's a load of rubbish. You know.
Community meeting, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Do you go to them?
Yeah. But no, I don't actually. I nearly blew my cover. No.
No, I was going to say, because if you did, does that mean you don't discuss it with your wife?
Nah, cool stuff. I don't talk about black stuff with my wife. She's not allowed to hear about black business.
Oh, that's a bit weird. So
She's not allowed an opinion.
you don't share everything in your life. You don't. You're not. Weird.
She's not allowed an opinion on black stuff, man. I asked her about white stuff.
Oh, that's yeah, it's weird. You must be joking, right? Oh, I'd like to think you were joking anyway.
Oh, shoot. I swear. I'm on the wrong way. You're supposed to go around that.
I can't believe you've been left on your Todd though. There's no one around. I can't believe that. Who were the last people? Oh yeah, it was Buddha and Dave. How did that end? I'll have to rewind and have a look. Did they end up agreeing on anything, or did they end up shouting at each other?
No, they was having a discussion, man, and then I think Dave cut out. He just cut out, and then he never came back. His battery must have died or something.
Yeah, no, that happens a lot of his computer where he lives now. It cuts out all the time.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Here we go.
Oh,
here we go.
I'm already on. That was quick. All right.
Yeah, everyone's gone. That's what I said. Where's everyone gone?
Yeah, I had to do a bit of my shopping, weekly shopping. Get out and see the degenerates in the world walking around.
Did people keep their distance?
Not really. I feel like freaking sucker punching people. I'm not lying.
Did you have your dragon breath mask on?
Do you know what I need to do though? Actually, none. What I need to do is to have the 2 meter rule. But I think the government should get Khan's stomach as the distance as 2 meters. So from his back to the front of his stomach is 2 meters. So that'll be like our kind of distance measuring stick. Yeah. If you can't get through Khan and the next person, that's 2 meters.
Raj, can you believe he said he was born blonde today? That was like the fucking.
Yeah, but it could be true because if I didn't hear Banksy say it like a week ago or so, a couple of days ago, I wouldn't have believed him. But he's such a liar that I mean, he probably told some people he had an afro, and I bet he's told Chinese people he had like Chinese type of eyes at one point.
Exactly. Someone said in the audience today, he even told someone that he's got a Ashkenazi Jew as a grandfather.
Oh my god!
I was really laughing.
Oh, he's like the UN nations of. Yeah, I don't know what to say about that dude, man.
Leave Martin Luther Khan alone, yeah.
Yeah. The thing is that I was trying to say earlier, he speaks more for the black community than black people, and I think it's annoying when another person from a different community tries to kind of represent another community. Yeah, he's like you know those what's it called again? The white man's burden kind of thing. I think he feels like he has to help us minorities out, and so I'm speaking for you. I'm speaking for you. Yeah, what can I say, man? What's going on? Oh, I had the plumber around today. You know plumbers, Veli? Yeah, I had a plumber around today.
Mm.
Do you know plumbers look like they're earning a lot of money? They always look chilled.
Yeah. Yes,
like they're walking around like there's no coronavirus, and they're walking around like there's no freaking hardship with money. Like you're just trotting about. Like I was like, what's going on, dude? Like, you don't look straight.
You are a hater. I just realized that you're hating.
No, but I used to. No. Let me explain something. I know you earn a lot of money.
Drip. That's the way the money drips, B. You get me?
Yeah. But the thing is, plumbers and electricians, are always needed. Yeah, you always need them. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course.
So I used to be a kitchen designer, so I know because I used to do quotes for installation.
Yeah, they love doing their kitchens. They love doing their kitchens.
Yeah, they put in charging through the roof.
That's fucking it. The whole house goes down, doesn't it? So you're always going to need a plumber.
Yeah, they're coming back tomorrow, man. They're coming back tomorrow to change the tap.
What happened? Did you block your toilet?
Oh, no, I had a big dump of beans.
You
I
know,
had
the
too much
last
baked beans.
panelist who talked about plumbers was Cindy, and she
Oh!
chucked him in the house.
Oh, Benny, I should have asked you this before, man. Do you know when you go into someone's house, do you, as a plumber, if you have to turn the water off, do you have to turn it on and off, and the client is not allowed to do it? Do you understand? Like, if you have to go into a home, legally you have to turn it on and off.
What if it's your proper stopcock?
Legally, you have to. Yeah, well, it's better for you if you turn it off yourself, because the guy might think it's off and it's not all the way off. Innit?
Oh, they lied to me. My family lied to me. I cleared the whole cellar out, for like a whole day yesterday, because they said that for a plumber to come around the house, they have to shut and open the valve in the thing, the on off for the water supply. They said my cellar was a tip, so I spent like the whole day yesterday clearing it out, and now I think I might be gone.
Yeah, well, obviously, if he was doing the work, think about if he was a plumber, if he was going to someone's house to do some plumbing work, and they said the water was turned off, and you took a tap off, and the fucking water starts splurting out everywhere, or you make sure that it's turned off yourself, and then you take the tap off, what would you rather do? Just make sure you clear the space anyway, man, to make sure a man's got to clear it.
No, but I wouldn't know whether I've been conned, because everyone was like saying to me, "You got to clear that cellar out by tomorrow." They're coming round. I was like a headless chicken yesterday, going mad.
I bet it was a Sikh plumber, innit?
No, it wasn't. It was. It looked like Pakistani. I think he recognised me. Every time Becky spoke, I was like, "Dude, I think he recognised you from Secret School now."
How do you know you probably put a bug in your house now? You're probably bug.
I don't know. Like, I kind of like saw I saw him as like,
You put your hot water on your cold water and your cold water on the hot.
Next thing I know, if my house blows up, man, you know why. Just in case. No, but I'll have to look at that, because it makes sense that the plumber needs to make sure that the valve is closed, because if I did it myself, I might actually leave it half open or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, that's not legally obliged, though, is it?
I don't know if it's legal. I don't know.
That's what I was told. I was legally obliged that they can't come round unless I do clear the cellar out.
Yeah, I know, but if they have
they ain't gonna clear it. And if I clear out your cupboard, I ain't putting all the shit back. I'm leaving the shit on the side on purpose because you never cleared it out.
No, the cellar was so bad that because through the coronavirus.
If I would have had to clear out your cellar, even though I would have sent you up there.
No, it would have taken you couldn't.
Fucking able-bodied. Well, get out there and clear out.
No, you can't. You wouldn't be able to clear the cellar out. It would have taken. It's like going through some kind of Indiana Jones movie. It was like death traps everywhere, like balls falling over, freaking, arrows chomping. Now, I'm not joking. It was really bad. It took me like an hour and a half. So the plumber couldn't have gone.
I was in someone's loft one time. I was in someone's loft one time. I was arguing with Jupiter. I was fucking baking, mate.
In the loft.
I was fucking sweating. Hey, listen, man. The fucking loft is baking. I was in the loft the other day where you had to basically crawl to get to the other side of the fucking house to get to this fucking water tank to make sure.
What happens when people hear you arguing online, though?
And
they think you're mad or something. Like,
is that why you want to go?
No. I can't fucking argue in the customer's house. I had to say, wait a sec, climb out the loft, go down to my van, and then start. Hold on a sec.
I bet these live streams make your day go fast. That's why you do it.
Yeah, is that other way around? Should we do this way around? Oh,
the plumbers are a lot of money, man. I should have become a plumber,
That's it, man.
Any of the any of the trades, Raj, you should learn or should have learned.
No, but I think plumbing electricians, they definitely earn. This is why Veli's so chilled all the time. He's always like laughing because he hasn't got a care in the world. bloody driving around, fixing plumbing, everything, using the live streams. Yeah, he's living a high life. He's probably getting. I bet. I don't want to calculate how much money he gets a week.
Oh my days!
Yeah, and it doesn't really even us lot during this time. I have to call the plumber. I can't not call the plumber because the water's the tap's leaking. And that's what we can do. I was saying, I'm reading something. Sorry. What is going on then?
No, man, we're talking about. I was asking questions on who is more criminal, the gangsters or the government.
Obviously the government. If the government wants to, they can freaking more. They can take your life without you doing that. You can't say nothing. I mean, in India, there was a time when people were just being rounded up, taken to the police stations, never seen again. I mean, the criminals can do that, but they still have to answer to the law at some point if they cross the law. So yeah, governments can be more criminal and do commit more crimes when they're corrupt. No doubt about it, man.
And they overthrow leaders of other governments, which are not gonna comply with what they've got planned for a country.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, even like
of other powerful countries.
we were talking about China earlier, remember? And we were saying that I remember Aaron was saying that the Chinese need to fight, but the Hong Kong people need to fight back. But China will crush them like a freaking. They have no qualms about going in there and just rounding the whole population up and putting them into a freaking camp. They don't give a shit about public opinion.
I've got to admit, I'm not looking forward to another 3 fucking million people coming here when the infrastructure's already falling apart.
No, it's not. I don't think you'd have that many people. I don't actually. I need to check what's coming on, but it's
They
this
got
is not
worry
about,
anyway, man.
Huh?
They're gonna send everyone up north because they don't care about fucking the north of England.
I don't think the thing about the Hong Kong, if they look in terms of an immigrant, a good what we call kind of productive immigrant, the Hong Kong people are probably going to be excellent immigrants, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing at the moment. Like it's just not a good time, man. Sorry, dudes. You might have to say come back later.
You live in East London, don't you?
Yeah.
Hong Kong people are gonna be what?
How far are you from Newham?
Not that far. Just I go there all the time. So
Tommy Robinson was at the gym in Newham today.
I mean, what happened?
He went there to meet Lives Matter representatives.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, is that Dave? How you doing, Dave?
How's it going, Ross?
Yeah. Also, he was in there. Have you got the video of that? I need to look at that, man.
He says it's going to be put the full one up, but you've got him where he talks about that he went there today on Zero News. Do you know Zero News?
No. Oh, I think I've heard of Zero News. Yeah, I think I've heard of it.
Zero News. You just
Right,
type.
you know what's better than plunger?
Plunger. Yeah, you're right. Actually, culturally appropriated my word and made it. The plumbers have culturally appropriated my word. The plumbers. Yeah. So what happened there? Because East Ham is a freaking massive. When I had my first problems with the said community, guess where it was? Guess where? East Ham College.
East Ham.
That's where that's where Majid Nawaz, when he was a part of his Tahir,
Well, you
took
from
control of that
Stratford,
college. I used to go West Ham College for a bit as well. West Ham and East Ham College. And I went Walthamstow as well, actually. I went to a few colleges. Walthamstow. Newham. Yeah. So that place is not a good. I don't know why he's gone over there, because that's going to be a bit of a weird place to go.
Because that's where they wanted to meet. And when he got there, according to him, it was taken over by. He said it's all filmed. He's going to put the whole film out.
Mm.
And he's sure, that it was the official people from the so-called Black Lives Matter that called him over.
And that's what he's saying so far. We'll have to wait and see, won't we?
I could have told him, like,
listen. Sometimes, although you might support one side or the other, don't you think it's weird how, Tommy Robinson is Tommy Robinson, Black Lives Matter who they are, how have they been able to make a meeting between them and then
it's a setup, and it's not really the right people that were supposed to be at the meeting.
Well, I
Why
know
would they
that
do that?
the bloke that got interviewed on Sky News, that Levi fella, is it Levi Benfield? He got in touch with Tommy and has been speaking to Tommy. I know that much.
All right. Yeah, but you know the area of East Ham hasn't got a big black community. It's mainly Pakistani and Asians.
Yeah, it's definitely an Asian side.
It's not. You hardly see black people. So I would have been straight away. All right, Black Lives Matter. Why this area? Why East Ham?
Tommy said that himself. Tommy said that himself.
It would have been like someone saying, "Oh, Black Lives Matter. Let's meet in Bradford."
Yeah.
No, seriously, it's as crazy as that.
Yo,
like, why would you go to Bradford to meet up with Black Lives Matter?
Yeah, Tommy's got to stop being
I
so
used to do
reckless.
maintenance in East Ham Barclays.
Oh, I just did it now. Actually, hold on. Let me listen to this.
Do you think they'll ever change the name of that place because it's got ham in it?
It's not a little hamlet no more, is it?
They said he said the name. They said that they put
They
a
might call it East Swipe. Then they change it. What would you do? What would you do, Dave, if they change it to East Swipe?
I don't know. Join Black Lives Matter. I don't know.
Oh no, Dave. We can't lose Dave though. Dave is like I think I need to groom him to be the next prime minister. I think.
Easy.
Come on, Dave. I'm gonna groom you to be the next leader. I wish I could do it, but I just haven't got enough time to freaking do it. Of the UK. We're gonna get Dave to be the new UK prime minister. Let's get him there, man.
Imagine Dave fighting with a fucking open bottle of Jack Daniels.
No, on a serious note, look. On a serious note, Dave is one of the most fair people I've met on these panels. I mean, he's been outspoken about the right, the left. So I think he's he's got a good stance. Obviously, I mean, like if he becomes prime minister, you better let me live with rent free.
I'm afraid I have to be there to moan at him.
Yeah. Let's do a cabinet. Let's make a cabinet up.
A cabinet of Dave's.
I wonder what Wendy Wu would have as a cabinet post.
Wendy will be the Secretary of Defense. Or Jupiter Secretary of Defense.
Could you imagine that? Yeah, I mean, Jupiter's got a finger on the nuke button every minute. Like, I'm gonna hit that button.
Pair the department together. But don't
every week we're going to war.
Yeah, I'm gonna get Belly as the Department of Shit Stirring.
No, Belly will be the Department of Plumbers.
You know when we want to kind of cause beef between countries here, we just send Veli as an envoy. And
what position
World War III.
What would you give Raj? Because you'd let Raj be on your team, wouldn't you, Dave?
I would have to be the minister of everything, basically. So I would like to be like Dick Cheney.
You could be the ambassador for India.
Oh, you're mad! I want to destroy India and reconstruct India.
Imagine Raj running about saying global warming is real. Global warming is real.
But I want to be like the Dick Cheney. No, but I want to be like the Manchunian candidate kind of thing, like where I've got control of the actual leader, and I make him do whatever I want. But I don't have the responsibility or the power, like in terms of like publicly.
Like Ronald Reagan.
Dick Cheney was controlling George Bush
by somebody. Yeah,
Do
he was
you
controlling.
reckon Ronald Reagan was a fucking?
Ronald Reagan didn't know where he was. Ronald Reagan didn't know where he was most of the time.
What's it called when they got that Manchunian candidate? Is there such thing as that being real? Do you think that's real?
Nah, what's it? Oh, fucking, I forgot his name now. He had Alzheimer's, didn't he? So he didn't know where he was most of the time. So someone was definitely running the ship.
So I just think this the title of the thing is Zero News. Tommy Robinson meets Black Lives Matter and is greeted with a hammer.
Did you listen to it?
I need to listen to it. The problem is when I went on StreamYards, I can't hear it.
What would you do if they went in there? Yeah. What would you do if they played the video? Yeah, and you saw Tommy Robinson doing the MC Hammer dance?
No, he didn't.
No, but it wasn't a Black Lives Matter person who threatened him with a hammer, though. It was somebody else. I won't say who.
Well, I know who they are.
Yeah.
He knew who they were.
You know that we can't say too much. But I mean, I don't know why he went over to an area like East Ham, like unless you don't understand the area. I mean, it's just like as soon as I heard the word East Ham, you're talking about an area which is majority kind of Asian and definitely majority Pakistani from that thingy. Definitely Muslim, majority Muslim down there. So
he definitely took a massive risk.
They politely asked him to change his stance, and he politely declined.
I heard they tried to convert him.
Oh.
Convert or get the hammer.
God. Yeah, I'm gonna have to listen to it properly. I mean, it'd be interesting to hear exactly what you went there to say. I do think he made a big mistake with the whole Black Lives Matter movement thing. I think he started a let's just say he started a kind of like a fight that he couldn't finish, and I think it was better to kind of be a bit more. I don't know. I just think it was a silly move, man, going up against black. Because even though I don't agree with Black Lives Matter, I mean, I agree with Black People Matter, but People Matter as well. But I don't agree with the whole organization of that particular movement, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, the politics behind it.
Yeah, some other groups have taken over. It's definitely a lefty, Antifa, kind of like LGBTQ kind of movement. And they're using the Black Lives Matter, the communist movement. So
when Jedi went to one of them, and he came back the next day on his stream, he was like, yeah, to be honest, it seemed to me like it was just a black thing for gay people. Oh,
maybe that's why Raspik goes there. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, I in America, like when you watch the Black Lives Matter movement, it's actually, I mean, obviously I've got nothing against gay people or stuff like that, but if you've got a Black Lives Matter movement, then keep it to what it is, Black Lives Matter. Why chuck everything else into it?
Yeah, it's a typical tactic from the left. It's like what they did with that Greta Thunberg. You use a child, so it's harder for people to criticize the person, because then it looks like you're attacking a young person and you look bad. And the same with the slogan Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, it's like when you start shouting at a woman as well. Like,
if you come out and say I don't agree with this, automatically people who don't know no better think, oh, you got a problem with black people in general. But obviously the politics behind the movement are quite extreme and radical.
Yeah. Raj, why do you think Gold don't like Banksy? He keeps saying that Banksy's racist, for fuck's sake.
It's because of Raspik. Gold don't like whoever Raspik
Oh, Gold is like one of those zombies that are attached to the host. Like he's like a hive mind. You ever heard of a hive mind where you have like you've got like a central kind of mind, which is Raspik, and then they're part of the hive. And so they can't think autonomously. So if the hive mind, if the main central part of the mind, which is Raspik, hates somebody, then they will hate somebody. They can't make their mind up for themselves.
Yeah.
Why don't they like Banksy then? Why don't they get on?
Oh, because of the whole one that, and also he used the excuse that he said he's a nonce and all that. But one reason why he doesn't like him for definite is that I have to admit it, Banksy, if you're listening, when I first met him, I really found him annoying. I'm not gonna lie, because he laughs a lot, and he's quite irritating the way he laughs all the time. And especially if you don't know someone, and you go in the background all the time.
There's someone working out. What about Hopsky?
Hopsky as well. But Hopsky,
he does it on purpose. He does, man.
Yeah, he does it on purpose. But with Banksy, he just used to laugh all the time. And I was like, dude, I remember speaking to him, like, oh my god, I can't stand this guy. But I tell you, when he come up in my estimation was that Raspik and a couple of other people surrounded him in the middle of in Speaker's Corner at night, and they tried to make him apologize. And he wouldn't apologize. And from that day, I was like, all right, this guy knows how to stand his ground, because I thought it would get physical.
Yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, and that was the time that I think the Raspik felt a bit stupid, because obviously if you go around someone and you've got like 5-6 people around that person, and that person refuses to kind of bow down to you, then you're going to be a bit pissed off.
Yeah. You called him Little Red Riding Hood, didn't you?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. So I think that's the main reason. Obviously, he uses different reasons as to why he doesn't like him.
I was there that day, and I remember that was the day that Betty had to go at Raspik.
Was you there? That was you there?
I was there that day. Yeah, I see it in real life. And if you'd have seen shock in Raspik's face when Betty had to go at him.
Yeah, Betty went nuclear.
I was walking outside at that time and I was going. I just could just hear her. Oh, so did we talk on that day, Jupiter? Because this was ages ago.
No, not on that day. On that day, I got to talk to Sophia.
Yeah, that was before the Jupiter we know today. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he went there without much hoo-ha.
Yeah, I went there a couple of times before people realised I'd even been there.
Yeah, you said that you've met me before anyway.
Did you watch Steve's stream yesterday, Rog? With
I haven't actually. Yeah, I need to watch it. Is it with Richard, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I need to start catching up and everything that's going on that side. I haven't really because I'm out of the loop of Speaker's Corner. It's kind of like I used to every time I used to catch up.
We took a photo with Raj. We'll have to see if we can find that somewhere.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, we took a photo
Me,
with you.
you and Hector.
Yeah.
I'll find the photo, man. That'll be funny, man. Little did I know at the time who you was.
You were funny, though, because you wasn't really impressed by Hector. And when I sort of like said that was my husband, you just walked off.
You know, because I'm not a lefty cuck. You would have been, a lefty would have been. Oh, well done, Jupiter. I can't believe it. Look at this white woman who's married to a black man. To me, it's like whatever, man. Like, so you're married to a black guy. Like, but a lefty person, because they're so racist, they would have made a big deal out of it. They would have said, "Oh, look at this white lady married to a black man, an amazing, amazing thing." 110 people watching. I wonder if they're all the stragglers of the fire lines. I bet.
You got a shout out on that stream though, Rod.
What stream? On this. I need to watch it. I actually haven't because all the coronavirus, all the thing in Speaker's Corner, even with Steve. I used to speak to Steve a lot.
Have you heard about Leicester?
Leicester, what's happened, Leicester?
It's been locked down again.
Oh yeah. I heard. I got family up there anyway.
Factory owners refusing to lock down, though, isn't there, in the paper?
Sorry, Jubes, go on.
No, they're saying that they can't afford to lose any more money, so they're going to open their doors, and the employees are saying that they're going to go work. I was like, you idiot, you're going to kill yourself.
They reckon Barnsley's going to be next.
Yeah, I mean, the amount of people who are still dying in the UK is relatively high. If you can compare it to like Spain and Italy. I mean, Spain and Italy have got their death rate down to, what is it? Like, let me see what it is. I'm just checking it now. They've managed to get it down to like 18 for France yesterday and Spain 8, whereas the UK is still 176.
Wow.
So we're not going in the same direction with them. They've managed to, and it's been at around 8 to 30 in Italy and Spain for the last month. Whereas or even longer, but with the UK, we're still hitting 150 plus.
Do you fully trust the numbers, though?
I don't trust the numbers 100%. I mean, even if it was 130 or 110, it's still unacceptable, isn't it? Like,
yeah, true.
It's because people are not abiding by the rules and regulations. This is a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, just watch what's going to happen after everybody's been out on the beach and all these kind of parties and stuff like that. It's going to have a big upsurge anyway. What do you I actually prefer it with 6 people on there rather than 8? What did you think of 8 people on there?
It was too much. No one could hear anything.
I prefer it with 6.
Yeah, I prefer. I mean, this is why I think 6 is a good number. It does get frustrating sometimes. You have to keep on swapping people, but it works better if you got 6 people.
Yeah, when there's too many, no one can hear anything.
Elron's just nuts anyway, though.
Oh, Elron! Oh my God, man! I learned a lot about. I was looking into the Germany and how they come to the point where they were, had to come to the point of being Nazis. Because obviously, I mean, the thing about the Germans, what I realized, they have an inferiority complex. I know it sounds weird because of how. Because they are very clever people, whether you like it or not. They are very clever people, a bit like the Japanese as well. They are very clever people, but they had an inferiority complex, and so does the Japanese. If you look at their history as well, and the Germans were very jealous of the Brits, and also very jealous of France. They hated France because France had a lot of culture, the art, the Renaissance, Napoleon. They're also jealous of Italy because of the Roman Empire and all that kind of stuff. And so they started doing why we was Kang's White Edition, yeah. Started going around India and taking stuff. So the word swastika is an Indian word. The word Aryan is an Indian word. They started sending people over to India and tried to kind of like say, oh, it's the white kind of Anglo-Saxon Nordics went into India, and they didn't go to India, yeah, until probably the Brits come down there afterwards. So this is why they kind of like, I don't know, they had a, you know, when you have an inferiority complex and a chip on your shoulder.
Yeah, you have to steal other people's stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a bad combination, like a bad
Yeah.
combination. So they start, and this is why, like, even some, I don't know if people can say, look, I don't like it when black people try and steal some of them because they say a Buddha was black or this person was black. I'm like, dude, it won't, man. It's the same way we have white people saying, oh, these people were white. It's a similar thing, though.
Did you hear what Elron said about Winston Churchill?
Oh, I can imagine. What did he say?
Oh, now it turns out that Winston Churchill actually hated white people and wanted to get rid of the white race.
Oh, that's a load of shit.
Oh, that's definitely not. That's definitely crazy.
So he's a racist, and also he's a self-hating racist. I don't know.
And the thing is, when you look at the one group, like, you know, he's a white supremacist, yeah. Like, the one group that's caused more damage to white people worldwide are the Germans.
Yeah,
if you
yeah.
think about it, because the
He
reason
tore
why,
Europe apart.
the reason why, like a lot of white people, especially in Germany, have become so cucked, is because of the atrocities committed by Nazi Germany, and now they feel like they have to constantly try and make up for it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
They've got this kind of like, you know, don't talk about the war. You know, we apologize all the time. So it's his people that have caused one of the. I mean, that's why they let in like 1 million refugees from Syria in one big go.
Yeah.
Because they still feel guilty about what they did in the war, and they should feel guilty to up to a certain point.
And you
But-
also have to look at how many generations of white families that were wiped out as well. The population of Europe now would be,
Yeah. I mean, the reason why you had to bring immigrants in from India, guess
because
what?
of the war. Yeah, because of the
Because of the
war.
war. So everything here, we can all agree, is Elron's fault.
Yeah, I agree.
The reason why immigrants had to, my family had to come into the UK is because of after the war, you had so many issues going on around here. And on top of that, the reason why India got independence is because of the war. Obviously, the UK could not sustain having a colony of India. Then on top of that, you have the state of Israel. I was trying to argue before that I'm not saying the main reason, but one of the reasons why people sympathize with Israel is because of what the Nazis did to Jews. Yeah. And I believe that, you know, having a homeland for the Jews is important, because if that ever happens again, yeah, Jews can go to that place.
Gives them security, don't it?
Yeah. So yeah, everyone needs to understand it was his country, Germany, that is the cause of a lot of issues within Europe at the moment. I don't think it's unfair to say that, is it?
And it also made America extremely powerful as well. America pretty much became the world's next empire after that, because Europe done such damage to itself. America was the ones who came out of it so strong as well. No,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's a bad thing. It's just history.
Yeah. It destroyed the British Empire. They destroyed the British Empire, and then America's obviously taken over. But at least with Britain, they said they were an empire. With America, they don't say they're an empire, but they are.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are.
You know, they control countries all over the world.
The news guys, right? The newspaper. They said COVID-19 can cause priapism. A French man of 62 suffers a 4-hour erection after the virus blood clots in his penis.
Oh my! Well, if you were Khan, you wouldn't see it anyway. Now, let me say something here. Look, I'm not. Before everyone says I make fun of fat people, let me say something. I am currently probably overweight now, and I've been a lot heavier. But the reason why I don't like Khan, and the reason why I cuss him for being fat, is because he has said stuff about me being ugly and fat. He said it about Jupiter, and he's constantly talking about looks. But if you're fat like him, yeah, as soon as people see how big you are, we're gonna start making fun of you, because you'll be making fun of other people. Yeah. How many times have you said it to you, Jupiter, and me as well?
He just seemed to talk about you a lot as well. I was talking to him the other day, and he was going on about you.
Oh, they're obsessed with me, man. I find it kind of weird. Sometimes I just jump on here, and there's a conversation going on about me in the chat, like just random conversation about me, and I'm like, what's going on, man? It's kind of weird.
That was like when I jumped onto Reels, and all they could talk about was Jupiter.
Oh, oh yeah, real, yeah, dude, with that
Oh,
freaking.
that was quite funny. Sorry about that day.
Oh, here's Rambo. How you going, Rambo?
Boy, how are you, Rod? You cool?
Yeah, doing good, man. We're cool, man. We're cool.
Yeah, man. Big up yourself, bro.
What's happening?
I'm good, you know. I'm
Where's
good.
Dave
I'm
gone?
good.
Get Dave off.
Pardon, bro?
Wait, you got a problem with Dave? Because Dave's gone. Where's Dave gone?
No, Dave. Where is Dave?
He legged it, man.
Yeah, man.
You made the white man run. You made the white man run. He legged it.
No, I'm not really into this fucking division shit, bro. Yeah, I'm not playing this political bullshit, fam. I'm just gonna deal with the people who I feel generally need. You know, I like serving and protecting my community, bro. And there's no, we don't have like people are fucking stupid, bro. Like politics, you have to know politics to know what you try to say you're fighting for. You know where I'm coming from, but where I'm coming from, the working class, and maybe where people could say the lower class, I feel that all of us get fucked out here. Get me? Like we're all fucked in it. But if you choose to play politics and choose to say you're right wing, left wing, fascist, whatever the fuck may be, National Front, BNP, that's all political. It's how, and this is where all racism and nationalists and all this shit started off. You understand? And once you start realizing that it's us against this damn system and this government, because both, remember this, you know, government plays with fucking mobsters in the community, gangsters. They are the gangsters who set up gangsters within the damn community. You understand? They're the ones who take the piss at the most vulnerable people in the community. You will find out that a lot of children within the, like from our, we say our parents' generation, we say, okay, from the late 50s, early 60s, 70s, or what, where we grew up in, where we was born from, Raja and Jupiter, we could tell if our parents wasn't strong or we wasn't strong, we will go into care, and that's where the vulnerable situation starts happening, where the breaking down of the family started, where all of this crap with racism started, because most of the fathers who were meant to be good fathers went and fucking joined the army and done many other stuff, done the Falklands, done all this stuff, yeah, and they got fucked. And when we grew up in the 80s, we grew up in that rude boy, skinhead, right? Well, you know what I'm talking about, yeah?
Yeah, I
Because
mean, I know. I'll be honest, I know what you're talking about, but I never really.
You know where I'm coming from. You know when.
Weirdly, in my area, yeah, we didn't have that kind of. Even though it was in the 80s, I don't know why, but my area didn't really in East London. I didn't really.
No, what is some parts of South had very conflicts. They had battles in this political scheme of things. You understand? Then what happened? We had a love dub generation what came out in the 90s, and we started to like use it like we will say our older generation. Because a lot of people's grandfathers or grandparents were always racist. It didn't matter what fucking background you came from. Yeah, then when your parents come and grew up in here and you grew up and went to school, you started to realize. All I'm trying to say, bro, right? I've been involved in this political stuff for the past 3 weeks. And what I see is a big political stunt. I realized that most of us is gonna end up fighting a race war where most of us don't understand it, bro. Do you know where I'm coming from?
Yeah, look, I want to be honest. I think the Black Lives Matter movement. I don't know about the UK version, but American. It seems like it's been overtaken by LGBTQ and like.
No. But let's be real with you. Yeah, let's talk the real talk. Yeah, those fractions of groups has been around since politics has started. Yeah, when I'm saying that, I'm saying we have gays and lesbians and all of that shit in every single race and every single nation, yeah? I don't care where you come from. You could come from India, they're exposing it. You could come from America, Caribbean, Africa. They're exposing the other side of things now. Yeah, but I realized during the 80s, men who were, or we could go back further and say the 50s, yeah, or even in the army, British or any other, uh, uh, regiment underneath that ruling, yeah, they had bare gays and lesbians in the fucking army. Some men had to marry women and do their gay shit when it was in war-torn fucking areas. Do you
No, I'm
understand?
not. I'm not. I don't have an issue with the gay
No,
women.
no, but what I'm trying to say to you,
And
what I'm
I'm trying
trying
to
to
say is
say
that
to you,
it
yeah,
looks like it's been overtaken. You're
it's,
like,
of
right, if I
course it has. Of course it
you
has.
got to
It's
move
the
it to
biggest
Black
thing.
Lives Matter, and then when I'm watching an interview, they're talking about gay issues and this issues and
Bro, I'll tell
Antifa.
you the truth. That's nothing to do with me, bro. I hate it. Like, I noticed that all this gay crap, this LGBT and all of that started off fucking way back in the 60s. Yeah, way back. Yeah, where nobody could have a voice. Now their voice is being heard. Don't forget laws and legislations has been passed through the government recently from 2000 and everything. You got gay rights, gay marriages, all of this shit going on. Yeah, they're putting this spindle thing. When I'm hearing black people saying, "What? Don't black gay lives matter? Well, don't you have black gay power?" It pissed me off. So that means all the time I'm putting up my hands in the air and saying fuck racism and fuck fascism, my hands up in the air saying black power, as some faggots behind me fighting fighting with it. Nah, I'm not into that shit. I'm not putting my fist in the air to have to realize that I've got some fucking rainbow flag behind me. Now I'm not into all of that, bruv.
Yeah,
I'm like this. No
what it does.
disrespect, Raj.
No,
No disrespect. No disrespect, Raj. Yeah. When it comes to people's sexual preference, it pisses me off. Keep that to yourself. Really. I'm a more of a person now who's trying to realize that who is really racist? Is it just all white people, or is it some white people? Do I have to look beyond the skin color, or do I have to look politically? Do I have to feel this? This is the times I'm in right now. Do you understand, bro? Because as far as I see it, I've got a lot of my own people is fighting on these fronts for these political arguments what I do not fucking stand for. If I say to you, tell you the truth, the reason why I say I'm not British is because of my grandparents. My grandmother was Irish. She was not a part of Northern Ireland, part of the English part of the US. You understand? So
Was
what I'm
Irish?
saying is to you,
Hold
what
on,
I'm saying.
who did you say was Irish?
No, my grandmother, my auntie,
Wow.
my mother, like
Wow.
my uncles on my mum's side.
All right.
Yeah, but my mum was mixed race. Do you understand? My mum's mixed race, and my grandfather is coming from Trinidad, bro. Yeah, they had the same ideology with the Irish. That's why when my grandfather came over here on the Windrush, first woman he bucked up on was my grandmother. They were going through certain struggles, bro. No blacks, no Irish, and no dogs. So what my people did, the Caribbean, is mixed with the Irish anyway. Yeah. So when I'm talking, I'm not like you lot who would glorify the British Empire. I have a different sigma for me. I'm Jamaican. I could say we were transported to Africa, from Africa to Jamaica. We didn't do nothing but fight and create a revolution. Within the 60s, Fidel Castro also aided Jamaica, bro. So we are coming from a revolution. I'm coming from a revolutionary, uh, uh, more of a anti-British ruling empire stance from the off. So when everybody's throwing in this gay crap and throwing in this kind of stuff, I'm saying to people, bro, this is my blood. I have my grandparents who was alive, where I've got to learn a lot of stuff for me to know what I'm standing for or what am I fighting for. When I came into gang, remember, when I come to the park talking to you or talking to anyone else as myself, you know that I talk different from most people, bro. Do you understand? I have a different, you could reason, we coming from a different a generation where we grew up in Jupiter. You get where I'm coming from? If you drop the racism out and we talk on the level that we're all on the working class and the poor lower class, we can talk, because we can say police brutality, we could talk about fucking tax, we could fucking talk about council tax, how we could talk about so many stuff, benefit system, we could talk about work, we could talk about anything if we put race and all that fucking shit aside and start talking about how we all is getting fucked out here. I don't care if you is a Labour or Conservative, you both fucked when you on the lower class and on the working class. No one can't tell me why you lot, your own football clubs tell you it's a working class organisation and the federation what created football, what was a political thing behind the football, bro. Yeah, it was about getting poor people in to vote for these fucking wankers, bro. So I'm telling you, Raj and Jupiter, if you go come with this black-white thing, I'm gonna fuck off this panel, innit? Because I could see that truth is truth. Some of us is on universal credit. Some of us is just about got a 9-to-5 job, holding it with our fucking teeth. Yeah. Some of us is on zero contract, acting like we're bigger than what we fucking are. And I don't like it. Because when I went out to confront the football and everything, I went back home with it, bro. I live in South London, bro. I have to go back to the same guys who went out to try back their team, fam. So when they were trying
do you remember it being hostile in the 80s and 90s in East London, like Stratford?
No, I'm not at East London. I'm a straight south. I'm a straight south, bro.
I don't remember growing up, where it being that rough. I don't know why. Maybe I was just like Molly.
Remember where I live, bro. We got I got about, I could name 5 clubs were totally different within the 80s. When you're talking about Chelsea, Millwall, Crystal Palace, Charlton, Wimbledon, I live in them areas, bro. And when I'm talking about Skinners, don't think like I could tell you this. Go and look at any video about this riot and the real dons who went and fighted out in Parliament Square, not the fucking little wankers who were fighting in Survival Square. I'm talking about the ages of my age group, our age group, Jupiter. These guys they know how to fight, bro. They took it to the police. They wasn't trying to fight some little fucking gang somewhere. They took it to the police in the House of Parliament. They've been doing that from day one, bro. Yeah, so I understand this stuff. I went out early. The time I went home and everything, it was so fucking dead. I went home. So I stayed out for 2.5 hours from 10:30.
Actually, that might make sense here because my area only has 2 clubs here. One is West Ham, and that's pretty fun. The other one, I don't want to say the name, but it's something Orient. And both one of them's
Leighton Orient. That's what I'm saying. Bro, let me tell you something, Rod, yeah? Leighton Orient.
No skinheads there, I can tell you that now. Because they used to walk past my house, and they always used to look like they lost. They were always miserable, man. So there wasn't no rough. You know when you're talking about like gangs, like what you call football clubs, like
what are you taking the piss? Let me tell you something. Like, see the 80s, yeah, bro. Yeah. See what you gotta realize. The football you see today, yeah, it's got so much laws and regulation. The hard guys don't fucking come out, bro. Yeah, they don't even want to go to the football. They'll rather go away. You understand? They'll rather be on the waste. Anytime they go, like their teams go away, they're out. But what you got to realize, and I'm telling you this, football today, yeah, 2020 or within the last 10 years, there's no way it is a showboat fucking thing, bro. It is so much money in it. The real hardcore hooligans don't really fuck with that, bro. They just like their teams. And tell you the truth, back in the days, yeah, most clubs didn't want black players on their fucking team, bro. And that's how it was. Now we don't want him. We don't want none of them fucking type people here. Like Asian people didn't even get seen in football today.
Let me explain that Asian thing. Yeah,
what I'm saying, I'm gonna say, well, let me just land, Raj. I'm gonna let you speak. But today, Raj, you could go to any football club today. Remember when Leicester City went and won the Premiership? How many Asian people started to really go to Leicester City afterwards? How many Asians started to go out Manchester United, Liverpool, and all of that. But I gotta be honest with you, black people didn't really fucking they was just about to really start doing it in the 80s. Let alone now.
Let me explain about why Asians
go
are
on.
not in football. Yeah, this is not just about racism. One of the reasons is that Asian families don't push their kids. I mean, I remember when I was growing up in my school year, they used to have great Asian footballers, but their family would never let them be a footballer. They would like tell them, no, you're gonna have to study it. So there's a cultural aspect as well. They don't see football as something that they can be proud of. Like with like black and white families, like their kid becomes a famous footballer, they'll be proud of it. In the Asian community, they don't see it like that. Maybe this generation might, because I think it's changed a bit now. So I know people that would love their kids to be footballers and stuff like that. But in those days when I was growing up, no way, man. If someone tried to be a footballer, you'd be chucked at your house. So it's probably a mix of both though. So like that's why you don't see many Asian footballers like going up the ranks and stuff. It's not respected at that time. I don't know about now though. It's probably a little
But
bit
why
different.
was it respected in cricket but not in football?
I think because cricket they see as more of a sophisticated sport, like because they in a way like they probably looked up to it because of the colonial kind of like connotations. Like cricket was brought over to there.
It means posher.
Whereas
I hear you. It was a bit more poshy, yeah.
if your son's playing cricket, they could go Oxford. Like, they could say, oh, my son's playing cricket. But if you say you're playing football, at that time, it was like, no, I remember the money wasn't that great at that time. Now being a
Okay,
footballer,
it was
man.
about money then, yeah. So
Yeah, it is about money.
hold on, so when we was in the community, black kids, yeah, and everything, white kids were playing outside their door where they say, back in the old days, we used to always have our doors. I grew up that way. Back in the 80s and that, I know I could go to any of my neighbors of my block or my estate house, and everybody knew my mum and dad, and my dad knew everybody else's, families and that, and I could go into the houses, yeah. All the kids used to play football. I know from school when we used to play football, Asian kids used to back off of it. Yeah, they didn't fuck with the football. They would have played cricket by themselves on the other side of the playground. I kind of sold it that much. I started to see within like the last 20 years, Asian people start to play football more in parks. But it wasn't a thing in the 90s or in the 80s. It was definitely not a thing in the 80s. Definitely not.
Now I know people that like even my nephew he wants to go into football. Like his dad was fine with it, but I remember his granddad would never let him go into football. Like cricket has always been seen as a kind of like a sport which is more sophisticated. So and it is to do with money as well. I'm sorry, like if like with football now you can earn a ridiculous amount of money. So obviously if someone's son becomes a footballer,
do you know why? Do you know why it's become a part of the entertainment industry? Like most of the celebrity football stars who get like 10+ million, they do modeling, they do fucking all sorts of other shit. You understand? Like, and what it is, the real drive to football was really to get you out the struggles of the community. Like you wanted a better life. Like a lot of children saw that if they play football, maybe they would, help their parents live better, get them out of their estates or whatever. Because football was a part of an opportunity. It was like boxing. It was an opportunity to get yourself into a better way of making your money, getting your way out of trouble. It was all that type of influence. Football and boxing was the main two pillars what tried to get the young lads into something positive, like out of the gang stuff. Because for when we were kids, we was gangs on BMXs and all sorts of shit. It's always been gangs and everything. You know what I mean?
I reckon in the next 10, 15 years, you're going to have a high-profile footballer that is from Asian descent. I reckon you're going to have somebody like really high-profile. Yeah, but at the moment,